Have I crossed over? Guan Li gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings with an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been involved in a car accident, and now his soul had transcended into this realm. This world bore a striking resemblance to Earth, yet its expanse was several times greater. The population reached a staggering figure, with his homeland, Huagua, housing over 100 billion souls. Guan Li swung his legs over the side of the bed, realizing he was in a dormitory. As a university student who had pulled an all-nighter gaming, he had skipped classes that day. Is it luck or misfortune that I can traverse worlds? He sighed, resigning himself to the situation, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. He recalled the works of Zhongyuan Wubai with remarkable clarity, especially the tales of the cunning red-haired thief. He believed that with such memories, he could surely usher in an era of novelistic grandeur. Ding! A cataclysmic disaster will descend in 10 seconds. A mechanical voice resonated in Guan Li's ears. What the hell? Is this the apocalypse right off the bat? This is an affront. No honor in battle. What a deceitful ambush, targeting a mere novice like me. The abrupt turn of events prematurely severed his path to literary success. 10-9-8. The cataclysm has arrived, with 80% of humanity infected by the zombie virus. Monsters of disaster have emerged, slaughtering humanity. Survivors of the apocalypse. You have one initial lottery opportunity. Defeat monsters to potentially acquire item cards. Utilize your initial rewards wisely. It may ease your survival. As the mechanical voice ceased, Guan Li stood frozen in place. What? 80% of humanity infected by zombie virus? Can we still have fun? He felt a pang of despair, knowing that within Huagua alone, there were over 100 billion people, roughly calculating that equated to 80 small targets. After confirming his own safety and realizing he was not among the fortunate ones, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well then, let's see what the initial lottery offers. Perhaps I might acquire a divine talent. With thoughts of the lottery in mind, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. After all, those who traverse worlds often possess an inherent advantage in lotteries. Filled with confidence, he activated the initial lottery. In an instant, the dormitory was enveloped in golden light. A colossal wheel appeared before Guan Li, divided into 10 segments. The reward displayed on the wheel dazzled the eyes. Devouring talent, flame explosion dragon egg, ice dragon thunder spell, necromancer profession transfer book, meditation sword saint transfer book. Almost every segment was ablaze with golden light, save for one empty slot. Wait, what does this blank segment signify? The smile on Guan Li's face instantly faded, and the sensation of impending triumph dissipated. Calm down. It's just a 10% chance. I, Guan Li, shall not tolerate underhanded tactics. Taking a few deep breaths, he refused to believe he could be that unfortunate. Lottery. Just give me any reward. Bring it on. The pointer began to spin, and Guan Li's heart raced with anticipation. Reward. Grant me a reward. He fervently prayed as the pointer gradually came to a halt. Ding! Lottery concluded. Please strive harder. The mechanical voice echoed in his ears, leaving Guan Li in utter disbelief. An empty slot? After finally getting my hopes up, you let me down so thoroughly. Damn! In that moment, Guan Li felt as though he had returned to the days of gaming with Penguin, where even in this world, he could not escape the curse of misfortune. Ding! Host has failed the lottery. Conditions met. Activating the Infinite Legion system. Would you like to bind it? The sudden voice resonated in Guan Li's mind. System. What is happening? His mind struggled to comprehend. Would you like to bind? The voice persisted, yet Guan Li remained perplexed. Are you binding or not? Bind. Of course bind. Finally catching on, Guan Li eagerly nodded. Congratulations, host. Successfully bound to the Infinite Legion system. The novice gift package has been issued. Please check your inventory. Guan Li now understood that the distance from hell to paradise was merely a system away. He hastily opened the system panel, revealing his information. Name, Guan Li strength, 1-star abilities, none legion, none points, 0 evaluation, extremely weak host, liable to perish at any moment. The panel was starkly simplistic, leading Guan Li to suspect it was a fraudulent system, particularly due to the disheartening evaluation. Never mind, let's check the novice gift package. Guan Li felt a pang of anxiety, as he could only place his hopes on the novice gift. Though reluctant to admit it, He indeed resembled the system's description, lacking even the strength for self-preservation. Opening the system inventory, he found a package labeled Great Surprise lying quietly in the item slot. Open. With trembling hands, he slowly pressed the button. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a random Legion Summon Card X1. Reward has been automatically added to the inventory. The system's voice brought relief to Guan Li. Thank goodness. This gift package isn't too disappointing. Guan Li examined the card, radiating mysterious hues in his inventory, and chose to use it immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Skeleton Soldier Legion card. The enigmatic card gradually revealed its true form. In the air, a card depicting a skeleton soldier materialized. Guan Li reached out, grasping the Legion Summon card. Phew! At last, I possess a means of self-defense. He gazed at the card in his hand. Although it merely represented ordinary skeleton soldiers, it was certainly better than nothing. The earlier wield's underhandedness had left a considerable shadow over him. In this scenario, it appeared that only those with good fortune could attain the so-called initial rewards. However, Guan Li was unconcerned about others after all. They were not consuming his rice. The method of using the card was simple. It merely required crushing it. Following the instructions, Guan Li crushed the card in his hand. In the spacious dormitory, 10 skeletal soldiers materialized. Their hollow eye sockets blazed with deep blue flames. Adorned in decayed armor and wielding time-worn blades, they stood resolutely. Among the skeletal soldiers, a particularly tall figure emerged, exuding an air of leadership. Chapter 2. The Legion of Skeleton Soldiers, my lord. You have resurrected us from the ancient graveyard. We shall fight for you across the realms. The tall skeleton spoke in a stiff voice as 10 skeleton soldiers knelt on one knee. In that moment, Guan Li felt a surge of blood rushing through him. A fervent desire to rush outside and engage in a life-or-death battle with the zombies that roamed beyond. However, such thoughts were fleeting. He had only just begun his journey. Surviving in this apocalyptic world was fraught with challenges. Yet, with the system at his disposal, he was determined to make a name for himself. Failure was not an option. Rise. No need to kneel. Guan Li urged the skeleton soldiers to stand. He opened the system panel and selected the Legion page. Legion of Skeleton Soldiers upgradable. Number, Strength, 1 star. Commander, Bone Skills, Cleave, Bone Blade. Bone Armor. Guan Li was somewhat satisfied with the capabilities of the Legion of Skeleton Soldiers. After all, they were merely the most basic type of skeletons. While their strength was not formidable, they possessed the invaluable trait of immortality. Unless utterly destroyed, they would continue to fight as long as they were able to move. Most importantly, the Legion could be upgraded, which signified boundless potential. It was not the weakness of their strength that concerned him, but the fear of remaining perpetually weak. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Legion. You may extract skills from the Legion, with each Legion allowing for a single extraction. Extract skill. I adore this system. After contemplating for a moment, Guan Li decided that self-preservation was paramount. With the skeleton soldiers at his command, he need not sully his own hands. System. Extract bone armor. Having chosen the skill, he proceeded to execute the extraction. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill. Bone armor. Name. Guan Li. Strength, 1 star ability. Bone Armor Legion. Legion of Skeleton Soldiers points. 0 evaluation. Gained a modicum of self-preservation, yet remains perilously close to demise. He chuckled with glee. At last, I can embark on a grand adventure. Just as Guan Li was preparing to lead the skeleton soldiers into battle, a sudden commotion erupted outside. At the pinnacle of immortality, I, Zhang San, reigned supreme. You wretched zombies, come at me. A proud voice echoed from outside the window. Goodness, how audacious is Zhang San, daring to vie with Enlon for dominance. Guan Li, intrigued, cautiously peered out of the window. Below, in the open space outside the dormitory, stood a man clad in white, sword in hand, exuding the aura of a swordsman. Several headless zombies lay strewn across the ground, evidently victims of the notorious Zhang San and Amp, Oppo's merciless onslaught. Ah, so he must have acquired some formidable item. No wonder he dares to challenge Enlon. Guan Li observed the gleaming sword, which radiated a chilling brilliance. The ostentatious proclamations of Zhang soon drew the attention of the zombies lurking in the shadows. They surged forth in an instant. Despite it being class time and the dormitory housing few inhabitants, a horde of over 100 zombies charged out from the surrounding buildings. Upon closer inspection, Guan Li noted that these zombies moved with a surprising agility, far from the sluggish creatures depicted on television. Their limbs may have been stiff, but their speed was not significantly slower than that of a normal human. "I am a celestial swordsman. You shall all perish." Zhang twirled his sword, his youthful bravado igniting. With a swift strike, he severed the head of the zombie. However, as he prepared for his next attack, the surrounding zombies lunged at him, their claws tearing into his flesh. The excruciating pain prompted Zhang to scream, and his sword fell to the ground. "Help! Someone save me!" Realizing the dire nature of his predicament, he desperately called for assistance. Alas, no one came to his aid. The zombies seized the opportunity and overwhelmed Zhang, quickly devouring him. The infamous outlaw had met his untimely demise, a fate that stirred a sense of melancholy in Guan Li. Witnessing the gruesome scene of zombies feasting, with entrails and viscera strewn across the ground, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He promptly shut the window and calmly retreated to the bathroom. His stomach churned violently, the remnants of yesterday's lunch threatening to resurface. What a waste! As soon as he finished expelling his stomach's contents, regret washed over him. In this world of scarcity, food was a precious commodity. Gazing at the remnants in the toilet, a bold thought crossed his mind, though not at the same time. "I too shall perform for everyone here." Guan Li abruptly shook his head, dispelling the image from his thoughts. Guan Li would rather starve or fall to the zombies than partake in such a meal. Emerging from the restroom, he sat on the edge of his bed, contemplating his next course of action. The fate of Zhang served as a poignant reminder. One must develop cautiously and avoid recklessness. Ding. Choice reward triggered. Option 1. Confront the zombies outside the dormitory directly. Reward. Title and oppos. Am I not brave? And oppos wink with a frown, slight increase in strength. Option 2. Hide in the dormitory and await rescue. Reward. 100 of Lao Ba and oppos. Secret hamburgers. Option 3. Leave the dormitory and eliminate the zombies on the floor. Reward. 1 skill upgrade opportunity. The sudden options plunged Guan Li into deep thought. Option 1 was swiftly dismissed. Even with 10 skeleton soldiers, facing hundreds of zombies would surely lead to death. Option 2 was equally unappealing. Lao Ba and oppos, secret hamburgers, did not inspire confidence. Only the third option resonated with the rational mind. After a brief organization, Guan Li packed the last 2 remaining instant noodle packets from his dormitory and emptied a few bottles of mineral water into his bag. Grasping a fruit knife from his desk, he cautiously opened the dormitory door. 2 skeleton soldiers ventured ahead to scout the path. The narrow corridor was populated by a few scattered zombies, aimlessly wandering. The moment the skeleton soldiers appeared, they drew the zombies and oppos' attention. Ugh! Several zombies roared and charged towards the skeleton soldiers. Guan Li, witnessing the scene as he stepped outside, remained unfazed and commanded the skeleton soldiers to engage. The 2 skeleton soldiers brandished their rusty spring knives, aiming for the zombies and oppos' necks. Crack! The corroded blades shattered upon impact, leaving the skeleton soldiers momentarily stunned. "Your Majesty, we are prepared for battle. Why have you fallen first?" The skeleton soldiers exclaimed, undeterred by the situation. The zombies, however, were undeterred by their plight and lunged at the skeletons. Fortunately, despite the loss of their weapons, the skeletons and oppos' frames remained robust, sustaining only minor fractures rather than complete disintegration. The skeleton soldiers discarded their broken blades and extended sharp bone blades from their arms, swiftly decapitating several zombies. Amidst the chaos, Guan Li marveled at the strength of the skeleton soldiers, far exceeding his expectations. The commotion soon attracted a dozen more zombies, surrounding them from both sides. "Bones! Eliminate them!" Guan Li commanded, maintaining his composure as he directed the skeleton soldiers into battle. "Yes, my lord." Bone raised his weapon and cleaved through a charging zombie, slicing it cleanly in half. However, the blade bore several cracks after the strike. Guan Li, observing from behind, quickly recognized the situation. Recalling the earlier power of the bone blade, he understood which skill needed upgrading. Chapter 3. Skill upgrade upon vanquishing the zombie. The commander skeleton expelled a white card from its decaying form. Although Guan Li felt a surge of excitement, he refrained from acting impulsively. The Legion could engage the undead, yet he himself could not. Rushing in would likely result in dire consequences. The skeletal soldiers proved remarkably effective, their bony frames impervious to the zombies and oppos' assaults. Armed with sharp bone blades, they effortlessly severed the heads of their foes. With such an overwhelming advantage, the battle was swiftly concluded. The commander skeleton and oppos' damaged greatsword struck down the final zombie, heralding the twilight of its existence. "Curse that blacksmith! A swindler! This was my coffin fund," lamented the commander skeleton, as Guan Li cast a sympathetic glance in its direction. After the skirmish, Guan Li assigned 5 skeletal soldiers to keep watch, while the remaining ones commenced the task of cleaning the battlefield. The skeletal soldiers moved with remarkable speed, quickly restoring order. They collected a white card and a 1-star crystal core. Food card. Grants 1 serving of food. Guan Li observed the card in his hand and promptly crushed it. A piece of cumin roasted meat materialized before him. Without regard for the surrounding bodies of the deceased zombies, he indulged in a hearty meal. The food produced by the card was surprisingly delectable, rivaling that of a 5-star chef. In no time, the substantial chunk of roasted meat was devoured. Wiping the grease from his hands, he retrieved a bottle of Farmer and Amp Oppo's S3 punch from his backpack. "This food card is rather stingy. It didn't even come with water," he scoffed, stowing away the remaining half bottle. "System, what is the purpose of this crystal core?" Guan Li inquired, gazing at the shimmering object in his palm. "Its sanguine residue now cleansed." "Host, this crystal core is a product of energy condensation. For a living organism to evolve, it must absorb energy. The zombies you refer to are, in fact, the results of failed evolution. Their bodies retain such energy cores." The system elucidated, answering Guan Li and Oppo's queries. "Evolution?" Guan Li and Amp Oppo's brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, evolution. Every living being possesses the potential for evolution. Those who evolve into humans can be termed as awakened ones. Awakened ones can attain heights unattainable by ordinary humans. It is a breakthrough, a complete shattering of genetic constraints. Becoming an awakened one opens up boundless possibilities." The system explained patiently. "I see." Understanding the significance of the crystal core, Guan Li retreated to his dormitory, allowing the skeletal soldiers to stand guard. The system had already instructed him on the method of absorption. He held the crystal core and began to absorb its energy. The core melted in his palm, and a surge of wondrous power coursed through his being. Guan Li felt an invigorating warmth envelop him, as if he were on the verge of ascension. His cells greedily absorbed the energy, and it felt as though shackles within him were gradually being undone. This state persisted for several minutes. Once the energy was fully absorbed, Guan Li opened his eyes, feeling as though boundless strength resided within him. He struck the iron bed, leaving deep impressions of his fists. Wow, incredible. In his previous state, such a feat would have been impossible. Alongside his newfound strength, he also sensed enhancements in speed and reflexes. "System, what level am I at now?" Guan Li inquired with curiosity. 1-star awakened one. This marks the commencement of evolution. The system and Oppo's notification chimed. All right. After absorbing the crystal core, Guan Li shouldered his pack and exited the dormitory. He needed to eliminate all the zombies on the floor to secure the reward options. There were approximately 40 to 50 dormitory rooms on his floor. Bone led your 4 skeletal soldiers to clear the zombies on the left. Understood, Master. The commander skeleton nodded, departing with its soldiers. Knock, knock, knock outside room 250, Guan Li rapped on the door. Soon, he heard the unmistakable growls of zombies from within. Break down the door. Prepare for combat. Confirming the absence of any living beings, Guan Li ordered the skeletal soldiers to advance. The sharp bone blades easily pried open the door lock. The door to room 250 swung wide, revealing a zombie adorned with intestines, lunging directly at the skeletal soldiers. Fortunately, they were well prepared. The bone blades sliced toward the zombie's neck with precision. The recently mutated zombies posed little threat, lacking even 1 star in strength. Any ordinary person could easily dispatch them, provided they could overcome their fear. The system had mentioned that zombies could evolve, yet the specifics remained unclear to Guan Li for the moment. After thoroughly rummaging through room 250, he found only 2 sausages. Even the smallest morsel is sustenance, he thought, stuffing them into his backpack. He continued to the next dormitory, employing the same tactics: knock, lure the zombies, and deliver a swift kill. With 5 skeletal soldiers at his side, he was confident in their ability to overwhelm any that proved too resilient to defeat in 1 strike. The zombies in the adjacent dormitory were swiftly eradicated. Through his search for supplies, he amassed over 20 bottles of mineral water, 5 bags of bread, 3 bags of instant noodles, and 10 sausages. Despite possessing cards, food remained scarce due to their low drop rates. Until he achieved greater abundance, he would need to practice frugality. He gathered a few bags and assigned the task of carrying water to the skeletal soldiers. Upon completing the floor's cleansing, a system notification chimed. Reward: Skill Upgrade Opportunity X1. Not long after, the commander skeleton returned with the remaining skeletal soldiers. Master, this is a card dropped by the zombies. The commander skeleton respectfully presented a white card. Guan Li accepted the card, reflecting on the abysmally low drop rate. In this floor-esque skirmish, only 2 cards and 1 crystal core had been obtained. Such rates rivaled those of certain notorious companies. Weapon card: Acquire a fine steel tang knife, capable of effortlessly cleaving through Hao Gu and Appo's melons. Guan Li and Amp. Appo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he crushed the card. A tang knife, approximately 90 centimeters in length, appeared in his grasp. He wielded the knife, slicing through the air with ease, finding it remarkably comfortable. The fruit knife was promptly retired. System: Can a skill upgrade opportunity be utilized for the Legion? Indeed, host. Guan Li accessed the Skeletal Legion and Appo's panel and selected the Bone Blade skill. Selected Bone Blade skill. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Without hesitation, Guan Li affirmed his choice. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Skeletal Soldier Legion has acquired the Bone Blade skill. The upgrade was swiftly completed, and the system and Appo's notification rang out. The skeletal soldiers, now impervious to zombie bites, had only their attack power lacking. Fortunately, the Bone Blade skill remedied this deficiency. Presently, as the zombies were not particularly strong, the Bone Blade could easily breach their defenses. However, as zombies evolved, the outcome against them remained uncertain. Thus, Guan Li resolved to enhance the Bone Blade skill further to bolster the skeletal soldier's offensive capabilities. Show me your new skills. After the upgrade, Guan Li instructed the skeletal soldiers to demonstrate their prowess. Compared to the previous Bone Blade, the newly acquired bone knife was sharper and longer. The original Bone Blade had merely utilized half an arm as a cutting edge, often imposing considerable limitations. In contrast, the bone knife extended a blade of approximately 80 centimeters directly from the edge of the arm, allowing for flexible use without restriction. Upon completing the skill upgrade, another set of options manifested. Option 1. Find a comfortable dormitory and take a nap to acquire the skill Drowsy. Enables instant sleep. Option 2. Clear all zombies from dormitory building No. 1. Reward: 5 1-star crystal cores, 10 encumbered survivors. Option 3. Break out of the dormitory building and eliminate all zombies in the open area. Reward: 1 random talent skill card, 1 Legion advancement card. Chapter 4. Eliminating the zombies. Option 1 was immediately dismissed, plunging Guan Li into a state of slumber. What a worthless ability. Option 2 offered a meager reward of merely 5 1-star crystal cores, alongside 10 superfluous survivors. Guan Li harbored no illusions about the usefulness of those deemed superfluous by the system. After perusing the options, only the rewards from Option 3 appeared relatively reasonable. Resolute in his choice, Guan Li, accompanied by his skeletal soldiers, ascended the staircase. The immediate priority was to bolster his own power, seizing the opportunity to gather additional cards and crystal cores before the zombies evolved. The stairwell was dimly lit, with a few emergency lights casting an eerie glow. Guan Li instructed the skeletal soldiers to take the lead, positioning himself in the middle of the formation. Being cautious at all times was a prudent approach. He did not harbor the arrogance of believing himself invincible. In the lobby on the first floor, a dozen zombies congregated. Observing the tightly secured shutter door and the gruesome bloodstains, Guan Li could surmise the grim events that had transpired. Undoubtedly, an elder from the dormitory had locked the shutter upon spotting zombies outside, unaware that the interior harbored its own undead. The shutter door and Oppo's barrier had prevented the zombies inside the lobby from being lured away by Zhang San. Eliminate them, Guan Li commanded, opting for a preemptive strike by sending the skeletal soldiers into action. The zombies, alerted by the commotion behind them, ceased their futile attempts to batter the shutter. With claws raised, they lunged at the skeletal soldiers. The upgraded bone blades were exceptionally sharp, making short work of the freshly infected zombies. Each strike from the skeletal soldiers cleaved through the zombies and Oppo's skulls with precision. Guan Li felt a surge of adrenaline as he set his sights on a lone zombie. Stealthily approaching, he swung his Tang Dao. Crack! A flurry of actions akin to a ferocious tiger, yet the outcome was lackluster. His Tang Dao had misaligned and struck the zombie's shoulder instead. What miss? Guan Li muttered, feeling a mix of frustration and acceptance. His inexperience in dispatching zombies was evident. They were not watermelons that would simply lie still. The zombie swayed its decaying body, baring its grotesque maw, seemingly intent on a close encounter. The putrid stench hit Guan Li with overwhelming force, nearly causing him to faint. Get away, you wretched leech! He kicked out, landing a precise strike to the zombie and Oppo's abdomen, freeing his Tang Dao in the process. Steeling himself, he gripped the blade steady. With a determined swing, he severed the zombie's neck. Thud! The head rolled to the floor. Guan Li exhaled deeply, that last strike marking his transformation. He was gradually acclimating to this apocalyptic reality. The skeletal soldiers, led by their commander, swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies. The dozen or so zombies yielded only 3 crystal cores, while no cards were found at all. It became clear to Guan Li just how rare cards truly were. He picked up the crystal cores and began to absorb them. The skeletal soldiers stood guard around him, ensuring his safety. In no time, the 3 one-star crystal cores were fully absorbed. System, why have I not leveled up? Guan Li inquired, perplexed. Normally, the energy from these cores should have been sufficient for him to advance. Host, each individual possesses differing potential. The effects of absorbing crystal cores vary accordingly. To put it simply, the capacity of a cup and that of a pool are not comparable. Your potential is vast, allowing for greater energy absorption. Naturally, the energy required for a breakthrough is also proportionately larger. Such advantages will gradually manifest as your strength increases. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The system explained earnestly. Understood. Guan Li nodded. Having read numerous web novels, he knew that protagonists often bore their own flaws. Undoubtedly, he too had his shortcomings. Eyeing the securely locked shutter door, an idea began to form in his mind. Although the skeletal soldiers had acquired the bone blade skill, confronting 100 zombies head-on was not a rational choice. Approaching the shutter door, Guan Li rummaged through the debris for a key. He managed to leave a gap of 2 body widths. The zombies, devoid of any intelligence, presented their own fatal weakness. Bone, we shall guard the center. The remaining soldiers will cover the sides. Guan Li quickly organized the next phase of their hunt. Despite the protection of his legion, he chose to engage personally. The gap in the shutter was wide enough for the bone blades to penetrate, allowing the skeletal soldiers to pierce the zombies and Oppo's skulls. Clang, clang, clang. Guan Li struck the shutter forcefully with his Tang Dao. The zombies wandering outside were instantaneously drawn by the cacophony. Upon spotting Guan Li, they surged forward like wolves upon a lamb. Guan Li swiftly retreated behind the shutter. Kill! Hundreds of zombies crashed against the shutter, the stench of decay overwhelming. The shutter held firm against the majority of the zombies, while the narrow passageway allowed only 2 to enter at once. As they breached the lobby, their heads were swiftly severed. The remaining zombies battered against the shutter, while the skeletal soldiers thrust their bone blades with deadly accuracy, piercing through the zombie skulls. As the front line of zombies fell, The ones behind pressed forward. The skeletal soldiers continued their relentless assault, skewering the heads of the zombies. A multitude of zombies pressed against the shutter, and under the terrifying force, it began to bend and warp. Guan Li realized that the door would not withstand for much longer. He could not afford to be complacent. He swung his Tang Dao with fervor, making every effort to slay the approaching zombies. As time progressed, Guan Li's movements became increasingly fluid. Where he once required several strikes to dispatch a single zombie, he now struck with precision, targeting vital areas with each swing. The melee invigorated him, fueling his growth. The shutter was now completely deformed, on the verge of collapse. However, the external zombies had been nearly eliminated. The few remaining zombies posed little threat, even in numbers. The skeletal soldiers activated their bone armor skill, enhancing their vulnerabilities with a protective layer of bone. The zombies and Oppos' claws were now no more than a mere tickle to them. Recognizing the opportune moment, Guan Li commanded the skeletal soldiers to withdraw. The remaining zombies surged inward, flooding into the lobby. A cursory glance revealed around 20 to 30 left. Kill! Guan Li's blood surged as he directed the skeletal soldiers to charge forth, wielding his Tang Dao to hunt down the zombies. In the lobby, chaos reigned, blood and flesh flew. Heads rolled. The remaining zombies were swiftly eradicated. Having successfully completed the objective, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Random talent skill card X1, Legion advancement card X1. Guan Li ordered the skeletal soldiers to scour the battlefield, with the commander bone by his side. He then examined the rewards obtained from the options. Random talent card grants a random talent upon use. Legion advancement card could be used for Legion advancement. Guan Li crushed the talent card, a radiant light enveloping him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent. Immune Gene ignores all negative effects. The system and Oppos' voice resonated within his mind. Guan Li suddenly felt a peculiar transformation within himself. Ignoring all negative effects? What about zombie infection? He grabbed a zombie's claw and made a small incision on his arm. As the zombie virus attempted to enter, it was immediately dispelled by a mysterious force. Incredible. Divine talent. Guan Li was instantly filled with joy. Mother need no longer worry about me being infected by zombies. Chapter 5. The Teaching Building System. I wish to upgrade my legion. Guan Li exclaimed, his anticipation palpable. The skeletal soldiers had proven to be remarkably effective, and he wondered what the upgrade would entail. Ding! Please select the legion for the upgrade. The system's voice resonated. I choose the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Guan Li declared. Ding! Upgrading the Skeleton Soldier Legion requires 10 Legion advancement cards. The system and Oppos' indifferent voice doused Guan Li and Oppos' enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. I knew it wooed and Oppos. TB that simple. System, is your item description even authentic? Guan Li inquired cautiously. Could my system possibly provide a false description? Just tell me whether you wish to view it. The system responded within Guan Li and Oppos' mind. Fine. I shall look. Guan Li conceded. Viewing item descriptions was indeed a delightful affair. Though he wished to vent his frustration, he found himself at the mercy of the system. Gripping his Tang knife, he struck at the zombies on the ground. Master, the battlefield has been cleared. The commanding skeletal general respectfully presented the crystals and cards to Guan Li. Upon seeing the cards and crystals in the skeletal general and Oppos' hands, Guan Li and Oppos' despondent spirits lifted slightly. He received 5 white cards, 1 white-green card, and 7 one-star crystals. Food card X2, Legion advancement card X1, explosive arrow X2. Upon impact, it creates an explosion that inflicts damage within a 10-meter radius, equivalent to a grenade. It turns out the drop cards can also yield advancement cards. Guan Li mused thoughtfully. It seemed reasonable upon reflection. Acquiring advancement cards through option rewards was likely more challenging than slicing through the competition on a shopping platform. After all, the reward from options might not always include advancement cards, and they were triggered randomly, relying solely on luck. After examining the 5 white cards, only the white-green card remained in his hand. Aesthetically, the white-green card appeared far more exquisite and was likely rarer than its white counterparts. Black Iron Crossbow. Crafted from black iron, it possesses superior penetrating power. Guan Li crushed the card in his hand, and a crossbow materialized before him. The crossbow was entirely black and felt substantial in his grasp. Ah, what a bountiful harvest! Life is becoming increasingly promising. Guan Li felt an overwhelming sense of validation for his efforts. Thank you for your service. He patted the skeletal general's shoulder. Master, it is an honor to serve you. The skeletal general replied solemnly, performing a knightly salute. Indeed, work diligently. I, Guan Li, shall not neglect you. Guan Li spoke earnestly. As the Legion could not absorb the crystals, Guan Li had no choice but to absorb them himself, albeit sorrowfully. Absorbing crystals was indeed a fortuitous endeavor. He gazed at the crystals in his hand and began the absorption process. Warm currents coursed through his body, fortifying his physique. Moments later, he had absorbed all the crystals, feeling a significant increase in his strength. He was now capable of effortlessly defeating even a martial arts champion. Guan Li stored the black iron crossbow in his system backpack. Items provided by the system and cards could be stored within the backpack. After a brief rest, he departed the boys and Apo's dormitory with his legion. As midday approached, he realized he must hasten to eliminate more zombies. Bro, are you escaping? Can you take me with you? Just as Guan Li exited the dormitory, a voice called out from behind him. He turned to see a boy at a fourth-floor window, desperately waving his arms. Ignoring the plea, he continued on his way. With his current strength, he could easily assist the boy but deemed it unnecessary. Carrying a burden would only impede his progress. In this apocalyptic world, moral considerations were entirely irrelevant. I'm not even stabbing you in the back, so consider yourself fortunate. You useless trash. I hope you get bitten by zombies soon. The boy, frustrated by Guan Li's indifference, resorted to cursing. With no other option, he retreated into the dormitory, awaiting rescue. Guan Li paid no mind to the boy's vitriol. Classmate, please help me. I promise to be your girlfriend. A sultry voice called out as he passed the girl's dormitory. From a fifth-floor balcony, a girl clad in lace lingerie waved at him. Her beauty was striking. As a university student, she was exquisitely developed. With ample curves, luscious lips, and long, fair legs, she was a veritable siren, an irresistible temptation for any young man. Apologies. I prefer men. You're looking for the wrong person. Guan Li tearfully declined, turning away without a backward glance. Wait, don't go. I'll introduce you to my boyfriend. The girl was undeterred, calling after him. Guan Li quickened his pace, feeling both astonished and amused by the audacity of today's youth. Arriving outside the teaching building, he found the area transformed into a horrific scene of carnage. As the apocalypse struck, a social welfare event had been underway, and many students had gathered outside the teaching building. The onset of the apocalypse marked the beginning of their nightmare. Formerly familiar classmates had become ravenous fiends. Once sweet couples would push one another into the jaws of zombies to escape. As the apocalypse unfolded, the malevolence within human hearts began to surface. Help! Please save me. I beg you. A girl cried, pursued by a limping zombie. Guan Li furrowed his brow and swiftly dispatched the zombie. Can you take me to the hospital? I don't want to die. The girl pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper, on the brink of unconsciousness. I'm sorry. Allow me to grant you peace. Guan Li raised his tang knife, delivering her from suffering. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. This was the apocalypse. Death was a commonplace occurrence. The appearance of Guan Li and the skeletal soldiers immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. Retreat. We must enter the teaching building. Today's welfare event had drawn thousands of participants. The number of zombies was certainly substantial. In the vicinity of Guan Li alone, there were hundreds of zombies. Facing such a massive horde, his skeletal legion was not nearly a match. If surrounded, peril would surely follow. Guan Li acted swiftly, darting into the teaching building. The skeletal soldiers followed closely behind. Inside, blood stained the floors and scattered zombies roamed. Guan Li wielded his tang knife, dispatching the zombies before him. A white card dropped, which he promptly collected, a food card. There was no time to inspect the crystals. Dozens of zombies stumbled into the teaching building. Sensing the moment was right, Guan Li quickly retrieved the black iron crossbow. Damn it, I'll blow you all to bits. He equipped the explosive arrows, aiming at the horde at the entrance. Whoosh! The explosive arrow soared into the mass of zombies, detonating and sending a multitude of them flying. Chapter 6. The Brutal Oppressor. Ah, the satisfaction. Guan Li gazed upon the scene of carnage, where the flesh of the undead was torn asunder, feeling a profound sense of relief. Regrettably, the explosive arrows possessed limited power, capable only of dispatching the zombies that approached closely. Casting a glance at the few cards strewn across the ground, Guan Li reluctantly ascended the stairs. The explosive arrows had eliminated a portion of the undead, yet the remaining horde still threatened to engulf him. Option 1. Remain in place and fight to the death against the horde. Reward, skill, insanity rampage. Upon activation, strength increases by 1 tier. But rationality is lost for 10 seconds. Option 2. Utilize the advantageous terrain of the 4th floor to clear the horde. Reward, 100 points. Legion advancement cards, X5. Option 3. Flee down the left corridor. Reward, talent. Escapist, slightly increases speed when fleeing, significantly reduces speed when pursued. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li chose the second option. The rewards of the other 2 choices, though enticing, bore considerable side effects, and thus he dismissed them. He rushed up to the 4th floor, where at the corridor's end stood a securely locked door. He recalled that this was an auditorium, typically used for speeches and meetings. The options provided by the system aligned with the reality of the situation. The advantageous terrain on the 4th floor referred precisely to this auditorium. Summoning the skeletal soldiers, Guan Li charged towards the corridor's end. A few scattered zombies lurked along the way, which he swiftly dispatched. With a deft swing of his tang knife, he shattered the door lock. Quick, block the entrance, he commanded upon entering the auditorium. The skeletal soldiers dragged tables to form a rudimentary line of defense. As he beheld the approaching horde, Guan Li steeled himself for a desperate stand. Though the defenses were simplistic, they sufficed to stall the zombies. By strategically drawing them in, he could gradually whittle down their numbers. He retrieved his black iron crossbow and loosed a bolt down the corridor. A violent explosion ensued, obliterating numerous undead, but simultaneously drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Yet, at this moment, Guan Li had no time for distractions. He needed to eliminate the immediate threat. After a brief pause, the zombies, treading upon the remnants of flesh, continued their relentless advance toward the auditorium. The foremost zombies had already scaled the tables and breached the auditorium. Kill! The skeletal soldiers activated their bone armor and began to cleave through the invading undead. Guan Li, wielding his tang knife, relentlessly struck down any that slipped past. The skeletal commander, far superior in strength to ordinary soldiers, could fell 2 zombies with each sweep of its bone blade. As time passed, Guan Li found his rhythm. The tang knife felt increasingly like an extension of himself. The entrance to the auditorium was now littered with corpses. Hundreds of zombies had been reduced to only a few still stubbornly resisting. With a few decisive strikes, Guan Li dispatched the last of them. He exhaled deeply as the system's voice chimed in. Objective completed. Reward, 100 points. Legion advancement cards, X5 ding. Points detected. The trading mall has been activated. Points can be acquired through completing objectives, slaying monsters, trading, and more. Guan Li, eager to explore, promptly opened the system interface. Indeed, in addition to the character, inventory, and Legion sections, a new mall had emerged. Upon entering the points mall, a mysterious virtual panel materialized before him, displaying a dazzling array of supplies, items, weapons, skills, and Legion cards. In this points mall, the only limit was one's imagination. Everything was attainable provided one possessed sufficient points. At this moment, the most crucial item for Guan Li was undoubtedly the Legion cards. With a mere thought, the items on the virtual panel transformed into various Legion cards. He glanced over them and felt his mouth twitch in disbelief. They were exorbitantly priced. Even the cheapest Legion card demanded tens of thousands of points. As for the more formidable legions, the zeros trailing behind the numbers were beyond counting. Guan Li realized he could not afford any of them. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a pit. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally sink. Since he could not acquire a Legion card, he resolved to purchase some basic supplies instead. Big white steamed bun, a remarkably wholesome bun, priced at 1 point, 500 milliliters purified water, pure drinking water, free of any harmful substances, priced at 1 point. Power pill, double strength for 10 seconds, produced in Jiangnan, a guaranteed quality product. Priced at 10 points. Urea bag, a weapon exclusive to the bandits of Nanjiang, priced at 10 points. High-protein beef, provides 6 times the energy of ordinary beef. Priced at 5 points, Guan Li casually glanced at the offerings. The basic items were indeed quite affordable, albeit a motley assortment. While he could not fathom why an item like the urea bag appeared in the listings, the notorious name of the Nanjiang bandits suggested it was no ordinary weapon. Thus, Guan Li decided against purchasing it. "Master, I sense a powerful presence approaching." The voice of the skeletal commander interrupted Guan Li. He swiftly closed the points maul. The horizontal blade in his hand was firmly positioned before him. Boom, boom, the heavy thuds reverberated from the surroundings. Guan Li distinctly felt the ground tremble beneath him. "This is bad. Quickly, take cover," he shouted, rolling to the side. At the same moment, the skeletal commander also evaded. With a thunderous crash, a towering figure burst through the wall. Debris flew through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. What in the world? Guan Li sprang to his feet, fixating intently on the colossal silhouette emerging from the haze. The skeletal soldiers braced themselves, forming a protective circle around him. As the dust settled, the figure was revealed to be a mutated zombie, standing over 2 meters tall, its body a mass of bulging muscles, with grayish-white veins pulsating beneath its skin. Its arms were exceptionally massive, exceeding those of an ordinary human by more than 3 times. Name: the brutal oppressor. Power level: 2 stars. Abilities: charge, power punch. Evaluation: a mutated zombie possessing formidable strength. Exercise caution around its arms. Guan Li scanned the brief information that appeared in his mind. Goodness, a mutated zombie. No wonder it's so fierce. He felt a wave of surprise wash over him, realizing that the undead had begun to evolve at such an alarming pace. A shadow of gravity crossed his gaze. This mutated zombie's power level had reached 2 stars. Although he had a numerical advantage, a fierce battle loomed ahead. "Bones, are you afraid?" Guan Li inquired. "I am willing to cleave through any obstacles for my master," the skeletal commander declared, brandishing its bone blade, its armor materializing. "Kill!" The skeletal soldiers shouted, their souls ignited with fervor. "All right, let's take down this behemoth." Bolstered by the resolute response of the skeletal legion, Guan Li felt a surge of confidence. "Roar!" the brutal oppressor bellowed. Although it could not comprehend Guan Li's murmurs, it understood that the prey before it was rich in protein. Sizing up its target, the brutal oppressor bent its legs slightly, activating its charge skill, and surged towards Guan Li with ferocious intent. Chapter 7. A bountiful harvest. Though the brute appeared cumbersome, its speed surged drastically once it unleashed its charge. Scatter. It was inconceivable for Guan Li to withstand such an assault head-on. The undead's greatest flaw lay in their lack of intelligence, a weakness that must be exploited. With a commanding shout, the skeletal soldiers swiftly dispersed. The brute, akin to a bulldozer, trampled over the furniture in its path. With a thunderous crash, it failed to halt and collided with the wall, becoming wedged in the crevice. What a fortuitous opportunity! Observing the brute's momentary pause, Guan Li grasped his Tang Dao and charged forward. The battle-hardened skeletal soldiers seized this chance as well. Prior to the conflict, Guan Li had instructed their leader to seek opportunities for assault. After all, the Legion would not betray him. It mattered not who commanded them. With a fierce swing, the Tang Dao struck the brute's back. He felt immense resistance against the blade. The steel blade, so adept at slicing through zombies, barely managed to breach the brute's defenses. Hiss! How formidable! Truly, it was a mutated zombie. Such strength was entirely overwhelming compared to ordinary undead. The skeletal soldiers surged forward under the leader's command, their bone blades aimed at the brute's legs. In an instant, copious amounts of grayish-white flesh were severed. With a roar, the brute bellowed, wrenching its upper body free from the wall. It swept its arms in a powerful arc, generating a fierce gust of wind. This is bad. Guan Li had not anticipated the brute's rapid escape from confinement. Bone armor. Almost instinctively, he activated his skill. A layer of white, bone-like armor swiftly enveloped his vital areas. With a mighty crash, Guan Li's body was flung away. Protect the master. Destroy this creature. Seeing Guan Li injured, the skeletal leader's eyes ignited with fury. It executed a powerful slash, embedding the bone blade into the brute's robust arm, leaving a gruesome wound. The brute, enraged, hurled the skeletal leader aside, showing no interest in the skeletal beings. The skeletal soldiers charged again, their bone blades striking wildly. Yet, the brute's tough hide and its 2-star strength rendered their attacks ineffective. Taking a deep breath, Guan Li steadied himself and rose from the ground. He rushed once more towards the brute. With a ferocious roar, the brute swung a punch aimed to annihilate Guan Li. His pupils contracted sharply, and he bent low to evade. The brute's muscular arm grazed past him, igniting a sharp pain across his back. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he aimed his sharp Tang Dao at the brute's neck, the most vulnerable point in its defense. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp blade nearly cleaved the brute's throat. Just a step closer, and Guan Li could sever its head. Alas, the brute reacted swiftly, grasping Guan Li's attire and flinging him away. Clutching its wounded neck, the brute let out a furious roar, realizing how close it had come to death. Instinctively, the fear of mortality compelled it to guard its throat. Damn it, this hulking beast is not as foolish as it seems. Guan Li felt a sense of foreboding as he assessed the brute. Unable to target the neck, he resolved to aim for its head instead. However, the brute's muscular skull presented a formidable challenge. Unless, a thought struck him, and he quickly commanded his legion to restrain the brute. Bones, hold it back. As you command, master. The brute, initially intent on pursuing, was suddenly ensnared. The skeletal soldiers, possessing vitality akin to zombies, were nearly indestructible. Each time the brute sent them flying, they would swiftly return to the fray. Seizing the moment, Guan Li scoured the points market. Soon, he exclaimed with delight, found it. This is the one. Armor-piercing arrow, an arrowhead crafted from special materials, possessing exceptional penetrating power, priced at 20 points. Without hesitation, Guan Li purchased 3 armor-piercing arrows, swiftly depleting a significant portion of his 100 points. In this dire situation, it was a matter of life or death. The brute must fall, or he would perish. Points could be earned, but if he died, it would be the end. Even with just one arm, the brute remained immensely powerful. Numerous skeletal soldiers had already been smashed to pieces. Guan Li even witnessed the brute executing a charged punch that shattered 2 skeletal soldiers into fragments. The skeletal leader was left staggering, the fire of its soul dimming significantly. How dare you harm my skeletons? You shall pay for this. Guan Li fitted an armor-piercing arrow onto his bow, aiming at the brute's head. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, striking the brute's skull. With a thunderous roar, the brute flailed its arms, violently battering the surrounding skeletal soldiers. The threat of death unnerved it. Is it still not dead? Guan Li's expression hardened. Fortunately, he had not been stingy and had prepared 3 arrows. Installing the second armor-piercing arrow, he aimed for the wound on the brute's head. With another whoosh, the arrow surged forth, this time penetrating the brute's skull entirely. With a resounding crash, the brute collapsed to the ground, akin to a machine that had run out of fuel. Finally, it is dead. Brute slain, awarded 100 points. The system's voice echoed in Guan Li's mind. His eyes brightened, contemplating, so it is only by defeating mutated zombies that one can acquire points. Master, are you all right? The skeletal leader approached Guan Li. I am fine, he replied, shaking his head. Though the scene appeared grim, he had merely sustained superficial injuries. Bones, please clear the battlefield. Yes, master. The skeletal leader nodded and turned to commence the cleanup. Aside from a brute, the hall was still teeming with hundreds of ordinary zombies. System, what happens when soldiers perish? Guan Li felt there might still be hope and hurriedly inquired of the system. Host, when soldiers perish, they return to the Legion's space for revival. The system's words filled Guan Li with joy, dispelling the gloom in his heart. He accessed the Legion panel, entering the skeletal soldier interface. At that moment, the 2 fallen skeletal soldiers were undergoing a revival countdown, with a series of numbers steadily decreasing. Guan Li calculated it would take approximately 6 hours. System, is the revival time fixed for all soldiers? He casually asked, "Host, the revival time depends on the strength of the soldier. The more powerful the soldier, the longer the revival time required." "Oh, I see." Guan Li nodded, exiting the system interface. He surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses and joined the cleanup effort. The hall was littered with bodies, and Guan Li effortlessly cleaved through the zombie skulls with his Tang Dao. He hastily collected any crystal cores he encountered, disregarding the bloodstains on his hands. 20 minutes later, Guan Li beamed with delight at the rewards before him. 35 one-star crystal cores, 1 two-star crystal core, 33 white random cards, and 1 green random card. A truly bountiful harvest. Chapter 8. Legion Advancement. Everyone, stand down, Guan Li commanded, surveying the skeletal soldiers before him, all of whom were missing limbs. Although they remained capable of battle, their effectiveness had been significantly diminished. The skeletal warriors possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. During the brief period spent clearing the battlefield, the cracks in their bones had completely healed, and the broken fragments were gradually mending. At this rate, they would soon return to their prime condition. Seizing the opportunity, Guan Li decided to assess his spoils. He opened all 33 white random cards. Food card X13, 500 milliliters purified water X12, Desert Eagle handgun X1, advancement card X4, explosive grenade X3. The notification chimes resonated, and a satisfied smile spread across Guan Li's face. Food cards and water were essential commodities for survival in this apocalyptic realm. However, the true delight came from the 4 advancement cards. With these, in conjunction with the 7 previously acquired, he could now elevate his legion. The explosive grenades and the Desert Eagle were equally thrilling. The grenades, a definitive weapon against zombies, and the handgun, renowned for its formidable deterrent power among the common folk. The age-old adage echoed in his mind, a swift shot from 7 paces. Accurate and quick within 7 paces. Clearly, the handgun wielded immense intimidation over ordinary individuals. While crossbows had their merits, they required reloading after each use, rendering them less convenient than firearms. With a mere thought, a silver handgun materialized in his grasp, its weight reassuring. The firearm came preloaded with 7 bullets, ample for his needs. The system had thoughtfully included a manual for its use. After a few moments of tinkering, he stowed it away. A green card. What treasures might it unveil? He gazed at the solitary green card, its surface adorned with enigmatic engravings, a faint green radiance emanating from it. Acquired Gale Technique X1. Grants understanding of the Gale technique upon use by the heavens. What a dazzling green light! Guan Li exclaimed, captivated by the brilliance of the Gale technique skill card. Would you like to learn the Gale technique? Without hesitation, he opted to learn it. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the Gale technique. Gale technique bestows the user with the swiftness of the gale. Awesome. Guan Li eagerly activated the Gale technique. In an instant, he felt his body grow lighter, as if his feet danced upon the wind. He sprinted with all his might, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. How fast? He gasped in astonishment. With the Gale technique's enhancement, his speed had at least doubled. Approximately 3 minutes later, the sensation of lightness began to fade. This initial test granted him a rudimentary understanding of the Gale technique. Its duration was 3 minutes, and it doubled his speed. A remarkable skill, indeed, capable of preserving his life in critical moments. Though the Gale technique had no cooldown period, it did consume energy. After absorbing the crystal core, a mysterious energy coursed through Guan Li's body, akin to a blue energy bar. The use of the bow and armor also required energy. In his hand, he held a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg. Compared to a 1-star crystal core, the 2-star variant was more translucent, allowing him to clearly see the energy flowing within. Grasping the 2-star crystal core, he began the process of absorption. The energy flooded into him, cleansing every corner of his being like a rushing river. Marvelous! Guan Li couldn't restrain his exuberance. The surrounding soldiers gazed at him in bewilderment, while the skeletal commander wore a puzzled expression. After a brief moment, Guan Li exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling his strength markedly amplified. There was no doubt that he had surpassed his previous limits. Name: Guan Li. Strength, 2-star abilities, bow and armor, immunity gene. Gale Technique Legion, Skeleton Soldier Legion points. 140 evaluation. Keep striving. You have become a high-level cannon fodder. Guan Li's eyes twitched in irritation at the system's sharp tongue, a source of vexation. With his newfound 2-star strength, he felt his Tang Dao become significantly lighter, a testament to his enhanced power. He turned his attention to the remaining 1-star crystal cores, absorbing them all, though their effects were considerably diminished. Alas, these 1-star cores are rather ineffective. He shook his head, realizing that as one progressed, the challenges of enhancement grew ever more formidable. After bolstering his strength, Guan Li focused on advancing his legion. After persistent efforts, he had finally amassed the necessary advancement cards. System: Advance the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Ding! Upgrading Skeleton Soldier Legion. Requires 10 advancement cards. Proceed with advancement? Advance. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed his choice. Ding! Initiating advancement of the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Before the skeletal commander could comprehend the unfolding events, it was enveloped back into the Legion's space. Guan Li awaited with anticipation for the upgraded Skeleton Soldier Legion. Advancement required time, so Guan Li settled into a comfortable position. He retrieved 2 food cards from his backpack and crushed them. A char-grilled lobster and a golden steak materialized before him, their aromas wafting through the hall. Goodness, this lobster is enormous, and this steak smells divine. Guan Li's mouth watered as he indulged in the feast. The contents of the food cards were random, and after savoring the lobster and steak, he felt a slight fullness as he pulled out a bottle of mineral water. Glug glug, after downing the water, he felt somewhat satiated. Sigh, my appetite has grown with my strength. At this rate, I might become a bottomless pit. As he pondered the philosophy of sustenance, the system chimed in once more. Ding! The Skeleton Soldier Legion has successfully evolved. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Skeleton Warrior Legion, Guan Li's spirit sword, and he cast aside his philosophical musings. He opened the Legion panel to inspect the changes. Skeleton Warrior Legion can be advanced. Number: 15 potential, 3-star, strength, 2-star, commander, bone skills, / bone blade, bone shield, bone armor. The Legion's numbers had increased. Skills have been added. Skills have been enhanced. Strength had risen. All the information about the Skeleton Warrior Legion flooded Guan Li's mind, leading him to 3 conclusions. System: What does this potential signify? Guan Li inquired, seeking clarity. Host: Potential signifies the highest level your Legion can achieve thus far. The greater the potential, the higher the upper limit of the Legion's strength. Oh, I see now. Guan Li nodded, enlightenment dawning upon him. Eagerly, he summoned the Skeleton Warrior Legion. A dozen beams of white light flickered, and the skeleton warriors materialized before him. The skeletal commander had grown taller, now nearly 2 meters in height. Its frame had thickened and hardened, wielding not only a bone blade, but also a rectangular bone shield adorned with menacing skull motifs, exuding a sense of heft. The 15 skeleton warriors gripped bone blades and circular bone shields. Chapter 9. The mantis with a human face, 15 skeletal warriors stood in a precise formation, exuding an impressive aura. To his surprise, the fallen soldiers had resurrected. Guan Li let out a small exclamation, a pleasant surprise indeed. Thank you, Master. Grant us new life. The soldiers knelt on one knee. Rise. Guan Li raised his hand, gazing with satisfaction at the skeletal warriors. If they encountered any aggressors again, they would undoubtedly be able to subdue them with ease. With their combined strength at 2 stars, it was utterly unreasonable. Let's depart. Continue our exploration. Guan Li led the skeletal warriors out of the hall. Returning to the main hall on the first floor, he recalled having left behind a few cards here. Where are the cards? Guan Li looked at the corpses on the ground, finding them barren. Their skulls were cleaved open, and their brains were a pulpy mess. Clearly, this place had been visited by other survivors. Alas, let us consider it an act of charity. Guan Li shook his head, not dwelling too much on it. He pondered how he would choose in such a situation. Without a doubt, he would choose to take. Only a fool would leave it behind. This was the apocalypse, devoid of any constraints. The baser instincts of humanity were laid bare. Option 1. Clear the playground of zombies. Reward: 10 2-star crystals. Option 2. Clear the main teaching building of zombies. Reward. 1 random Legion card. Option 3. Exit Z University through the dog hole at the East Gate. Reward. Key to a certain community gate. Just as Guan Li was about to take action, 3 options materialized in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected the second option. In the face of a Legion card, the other choices were utterly worthless. The main building was adjacent to the one he occupied. He recalled a corridor that could lead directly there. With no further hesitation, Guan Li proceeded with the skeletal warriors. Roar! Several wandering zombies, upon sighting Guan Li, let out ghastly howls. One particular zombie, its belly swollen, dripped green liquid from its mouth. Name: Corrosive Zombie Strength, 2 stars ability, Corrosive Spray Evaluation. A mutated zombie capable of expelling highly corrosive liquid. Scanning the area, Guan Li's mind was flooded with information. Goodness, another mutated zombie. Had this been earlier, he might have found it challenging. However, having just enhanced his strength, he was eager to test his abilities. What a fortunate turn of events. Bone, leave this mutated zombie to me. With his tang knife in hand, Guan Li charged towards the corrosive zombie. Gurgle, the corrosive zombie, feeling insulted by the weak human's audacity to attack, unleashed a torrent of corrosive liquid from its throat. Guan Li activated his wind blade technique, his speed surging as he deftly dodged the corrosive spray. The corrosive zombie could hardly fathom Guan Li's remarkable swiftness. It attempted to spray again, but needed a 2-second interval. That was ample time for Guan Li to strike 10 times. With a swift motion, Guan Li's tang knife cleaved into the corrosive zombie's head. Slash! The decayed and grotesque head was severed in half. Kill the corrosive zombie, gained 75 points. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, leaving Guan Li momentarily stunned. The points reward has diminished. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly discerned the reason. This was likely tied to his recent breakthrough. The greater the difficulty in a kill, the more points earned. As for the minimum reward, that remained to be seen. The corrosive zombie yielded a 2-star crystal, but regrettably, no card. Guan Li picked up the crystal and absorbed it into his palm. A warm current flowed within him, enhancing his strength once more. The skeletal warriors easily dispatched the remaining zombies. Regrettably, none dropped any loot. Onward, Guan Li pressed forward, running towards the end of the corridor. He arrived before a tightly shut aluminum door. This was the passage leading to the main teaching building. A few dismembered corpses lay before the door, creating a particularly gruesome sight. Rather than corpses, they resembled mere remnants, with scattered blood and flesh haphazardly strewn about. The evidence did not seem to indicate the work of zombies. Guan Li's heart raced with caution. The wounds on the corpses were clearly inflicted by sharp weapons. Everyone, be alert. Unidentified creatures ahead, Guan Li warned. He instructed 2 skeletal warriors to scout ahead. The skeletal warriors raised their bone shields and slowly pushed open the aluminum door. A pungent smell of blood assaulted their senses. Behind the door lay a corridor littered with bodies, the entire passage stained crimson. A massive mantis, nearly 2 meters tall, stood with its back turned towards Guan Li, its sharp forelimbs tearing into a corpse, voraciously feeding. Blood splattered, painting the surrounding walls. Various entrails dripped onto the floor. Even after all he had endured, Guan Li still felt a wave of nausea. Rustle, rustle. The giant mantis seemed to sense a presence behind it. Clutching the corpse, it slowly turned around. Upon seeing its visage, Guan Li couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hiss! Indeed, it was a mantis, but its face bore a striking resemblance to a human's. More accurately, it resembled a human-like face. Name: Mantis with a human face potential. 5 stars strength, 2 stars abilities, side strike, charge slash, mimetic exoskeleton, leap attack evaluation. A calamity creature descended from the rift, possessing a twisted life structure and formidable power. Beware its forelimbs. Goodness, it possessed 4 abilities. Guan Li's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated encountering a calamity creature so soon. He could sense the formidable power of the mantis with a human face. If he categorized star levels into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers, he was a beginner, while the mantis was at least advanced. It was likely to break through to 3 stars if it continued to feed. Danger. Extreme peril. Guan Li felt an urge to flee. Yet, he knew that fleeing would seal his fate. In the narrow corridor, there was nowhere to hide. He tightened his grip on the tang knife, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fight! Only by fighting could there be a glimmer of hope. He possessed 15 two-star skeletal warriors. There was still a chance for a counterattack. Rustle, rustle. The mantis with a human face curiously regarded Guan Li. Its human-like face twisted into a sinister smile, the kind it displayed when locking onto prey. The human before it had already been marked as its next meal. With a swift lunge, the mantis was suddenly before the skeletal warriors, its sharp forelimbs striking out. The skeletal warriors reacted quickly, raising their shields in defense. Sparks flew as the forelimbs scraped against the bone shield, which was cleaved in half. What incredible speed! What terrifying strength! What razor-sharp blades! The mantis demonstrated its formidable prowess with that initial strike. Anyone else would likely have lost their will to resist. But Guan Li remained composed, swinging his tang knife toward the mantis with a human face. Chapter 10. Fierce battle. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Guan Li felt his blade strike against an unyielding surface. The once invincible Tang Dao only managed to leave a faint white mark upon the creature's hardened exoskeleton. The human-faced mantis, clearly displeased, believed that mere ants should meet their demise without resistance. It swung its forelimbs towards Guan Li, who adeptly crouched to evade the blow. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the skeletal warriors seized their opportunity, executing a rapid series of 3 slashes with their bone blades at an astonishing speed. Their relentless assault left the mantis battered by a flurry of strikes. Seizing the moment, Guan Li aimed for the softer underbelly of the mantis, where his Tang Dao easily pierced through, releasing a cascade of green blood. In pain, the mantis unleashed its power, a piercing white light flaring from its sharp limbs as it executed a devastating cross slash. The air hummed with energy as a white blade of force cleaved through one skeletal warrior, leaving a deep gash in the wall behind. Guan Li's heart raced at the near miss. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a skeletal warrior, he might have met his end. Protect the master. Slay this beast. The leader of the skeletal warriors, Bone, felt a surge of responsibility as it unleashed its formidable strength. Activating its skeletal armor, it enveloped itself in a protective shell, vastly enhancing its defense. The remaining 14 skeletal warriors followed suit, encircling the human-faced mantis. Dare to harm my master? Meet your end, foul creature. Bone, superior to its comrades, wielded its bone blade with ferocity, launching a rapid 3-hit combo that forced the mantis to retreat. The mantis crashed into a nearby classroom, and Guan Li, fueled by adrenaline, charged in after it. Onward! His voice resonated with fervor. Or calamity monsters in the face of an army. Mia refuse. Upon entering the classroom, he found a mantis sprawled on the ground, having been ambushed by a skeletal warrior who had taken advantage of the chaos to strike at its hind legs. By the heavens, you are a genius. Recognizing the opportunity, Guan Li produced a spherical object from his hand. Explosive grenade. Everyone, take cover. With a swift pull of the pin and a throw, his command was executed flawlessly. The skeletal warriors rolled away in unison. Boom! The mantis stood bewildered, oblivious to the impending explosion. In the next instant, a searing wave of heat sent it flying. Rising from the ground, Guan Li beheld the devastation. The mantis was grievously injured, with one forelimb nearly obliterated and 2 legs shattered. Its abdomen was a charred mess, exuding a foul odor. Yet it remained resilient. Remarkably, it still stood. The mantis displayed a pained expression, its humanoid visage twisted by anguish. Now, strike while it falters. Guan Li believed in the art of ambush. If an opportunity presented itself, he would never engage openly. Under the relentless assault of the skeletal warriors, the mantis's wounds widened, green blood seeping profusely. It roared defiantly, its remaining forelimb swinging wildly. After gathering strength, it attempted to unleash its signature move once more. But with only one limb, it could only produce a single blade of energy. The skeletal warriors, undeterred by the risk of death, retaliated fiercely, even as they faced the mantis's onslaught. The mantis, despite its vitality, began to weaken, its movements growing sluggish. Yet, even in its decline, it managed to claim the lives of 3 skeletal warriors in its desperate bid for survival. With its eyes locked on Guan Li, the mantis radiated a fierce unwillingness to perish. Realizing its imminent defeat, Guan Li commanded an all-out assault from his skeletal warriors. Bone led the charge, its blade cutting through the air with purpose, striking at the mantis' wounds. "It's over," Guan Li declared, watching as a strange expression flickered across the mantis' face, a premonition of dread swelling within him. The skeletal warriors' combined assault suddenly dissipated, leaving Guan Li stunned. A chill ran down his spine as he sensed the looming threat. In an instant, he activated his wind speed technique, donning his skeletal armor. The mantis had withheld its most potent skills, and now, in a final decisive strike, it unleashed its full fury. Guan Li felt a sharp breeze brush against his cheek. A fleeting blade of cold piercing through. A thin line of crimson appeared, marking his skin. The mantis materialized before him, and thanks to the wind speed technique, he evaded just in time. The mantis roared in frustration as it faced its inevitable end. Beneath its form, an explosive grenade rolled free, left behind by Guan Li. The ensuing explosion unleashed a torrent of heat that struck his face, a stark reminder of the grenade and Appo's might. Guan Li could not help but admire the mantis and Appo's tenacity. Having endured the blast, it still clung to life, though the force sent him crashing against the wall. "Damn it," he cursed as he slowly rose, brushing off the dust. The explosion left only minor wounds. Human-faced mantis slain. Earned 1,000 points, skill upgrade opportunity X1, mimetic shell acquired. The system notification brought relief to Guan Li. The mantis was truly dead at last. Opportunity often walks hand in hand with peril. Though vanquishing the mantis had proven arduous, the rewards were indeed bountiful. Chapter 11. Strength Enhancement, my lord. It is my fault. I allowed you to be harmed. The skeletal commander hurriedly rushed to Guan Li's side. "Do not fret. It is not your fault." Guan Li waved his hand, quickly instructing the skeletal warriors to rise. Although they had successfully vanquished the man-faced mantis, the condition of the soldiers was far from satisfactory. Many skeletal warriors were missing limbs, and 4 had perished in the battle. Compared to skeletal soldiers, the resurrection time for skeletal warriors was significantly longer, taking approximately 7 hours. Rest in place. Guan Li comanda. The skeletal warriors, battered and bruised, were unfit to continue fighting. He was not pressed for time, so he decided to allow them to recuperate. Approaching the man-faced mantis, he retrieved a deep green card. Using his tang knife, he began to pry open its corpse. After death, the hardness of the mantis exoskeleton had considerably diminished, allowing him to easily break through. With a slashing sound, green blood gushed forth, filling the ground. The noxious odor assaulted his senses. Guan Li waved his hand to disperse the foul smell. After rummaging through the corpse for a while, he finally extracted a verdant crystal that emitted a faint glow. The most precious diamonds of his past life paled in comparison to its brilliance. "What a treasure!" Guan Li exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he felt the surging energy within the crystal. Initially uncertain, he had only hoped to experiment. To his astonishment, the Calamity monster's body contained a crystal core as well. 2-star crystal core, deep green card, 1,000 points, skill upgrade opportunity. Mimetic exoskeleton. These were the entirety of his gains from this encounter. Holding the 2-star crystal core, Guan Li began to absorb its power. A torrent of energy surged into his body, with every organ greedily absorbing the flowing vitality. After several minutes, the pure energy gradually dissipated. With a sigh of relief, Guan Li wielded his tang knife and effortlessly performed a flourish. This time, he felt almost no weight in the blade. He estimated that after absorbing the man-faced mantis crystal core, his strength had likely reached the intermediate level of 2 stars. Next, he turned his attention to the deep green card. It was a random card, which he crushed in his hand. Crack. Acquired Qingfeng knife, X1. Name, Qingfeng knife type, weapon grade. 2 stars talent, sharpness skills, opening slash. Charge slash evaluation. Blade forged from the forelimbs of the man-faced mantis, with a thin and sharp body capable of easily cleaving steel plates. The flashing green light harbors mysterious power. A smile graced Guan Li's face as he read the description of the Qingfeng knife. Just when he thought he lacked a suitable weapon, it appeared before him. With a thought, a long knife materialized in his hand. The handle was 20 centimeters long, while the blade measured 1 meter, shimmering in shades of blue and silver. The handle was crafted from some exoskeletal material, intricately carved with a fearsome mantis. The blade radiated a cold light, reminiscent of a mantis wielding its forelimbs. What a remarkable weapon! Guan Li marvelat. The craftsmanship would have been considered masterful in his previous life. He executed a few slashes in the air, activating the opening slash skill. Energy blades coalesced within the knife, striking the corpse of the man-faced mantis. With a splatter, flesh and blood flew in all directions. Guan Li's eyes widened in delight, eager to execute the skill again, but found himself unable to conjure the energy blades. Opening slash, cooldown time 3 minutes. The system's prompt echoed perfectly. Guan Li nodded, instantly comprehending the situation. He quickly attempted the charge slash. As he felt a surge of power within the blade, his form vanished from sight. Swish! A deep gash appeared on the wall. The distance of the charge slash approximately 3 meters. Both skills of the Qingfeng knife had a cooldown period of around 3 minutes. Guan Li was quite satisfied, as it felt like he had gained 2 abilities without any cost. He stowed his Tang knife back into the system's backpack. In this apocalypse, weapons were a form of currency, and that Tang knife could be exchanged for a considerable amount. After digesting the crystal core and card, Guan Li shifted his focus to the next prize, the skill upgrade opportunity. Due to the advancement of his legion, the skills he extracted also underwent upgrades. His white bone armor automatically transformed into white bone battle armor, so he did not need to consider this aspect for the time being. Swift wind technique. Guan Li recalled this life-saving skill. Had it not been for the swift wind technique, he might not have evaded the man-faced mantis final strike. System. Upgrade swift wind technique. Determined. Guan Li commanded. Ding. Swift wind technique upgraded to swift shadow technique. Swift shadow technique grants the user the power of swift shadows. Guan Li felt some confusion. Unsure of what the effects of the swift shadow power were, he decided to put it into practice to understand better. Upon activating the swift shadow technique, he immediately felt his body become lighter. With a single step, he darted several meters forward. This speed was over double that of his normal state. How fast? Guan Li gasped in astonishment. Approximately 4 minutes later, that feeling of lightness began to fade. He concluded that the swift shadow technique, compared to the swift wind technique, offered a greater speed increase, lasted longer, and consumed slightly more energy. Guan Li was very pleased, sensing that the swift shadow technique still had room for further development. Only one item remained from the spoils of the man-faced mantis, the mimetic exoskeleton. Mimetic exoskeleton. When affixed to the skin, it can simulate the surrounding environment for concealment. Note, this item is consumable and can only be used once. Guan Li gazed at the palm-sized exoskeleton in his hand and stored it in the system's backpack. My lord, the soldiers have completed their rest. The skeletal commander approached Guan Li respectfully. The skeletal warriors stood tall, arranged neatly. 3 shall form a group to clear the zombies within the building. Guan Li commanded, observing his soldiers. 11 skeletal warriors, along with the commander, formed 4 groups perfectly. Note, the Legion commander is independent of the Legion's numbers. My lord, allow me to accompany you. The skeletal commander quickly suggested. No need. Split up. Time is of the essence. Guan Li declined the commander's offer. This, my lord, please take care. Otherwise, we will bear the blame if anything happens. The skeletal commander would not defy Guan Li's orders. His previous suggestion stemmed from genuine concern. Fear not. If I were that weak, how could I lead you? Guan Li replied with a faint smile. Understood. The skeletal commander said solemnly. Let's proceed. Each group is responsible for 1 floor. I shall take the 5th floor myself. Understood. The skeletal warriors left the classroom and began to act independently. Guan Li ascended the stairs to the 5th floor, encountering several wandering zombies along the way, which he dispatched with ease. He preferred to act alone to hone his skills, fully aware that this was to prevent situations of decapitation. No matter how powerful the Legion, there would inevitably be oversights. Should a decapitation scenario arise, it would be quite embarrassing. Chapter 12. Survivors. Upon reaching the 5th floor, it became evident that the number of zombies had significantly diminished, likely due to the elevated location. Aside from the mutated zombies, it was arduous for the ones below to ascend. Nonetheless, the ground remained littered with a considerable number of alarming corpses. The reduction in zombies did not equate to their absence. Holding tightly onto his Qing Feng knife, Guan Li aimed to clear the area on the left. The main teaching building was vast, with numerous classrooms on each floor, all in disarray. As he traversed the corridor, Guan Li discovered several zombie bodies on the ground. Their heads had been forcefully shattered, brain matter splattered about. Instantly, he comprehended the situation. Other survivors had begun to take action. In this apocalyptic world, many were cowardly, yet there were also those bold enough to fight. Newly infected zombies were relatively weak, easily dispatched by any normal human, provided they could overcome their fear. Guan Li was not overly astonished. Regardless of how this group dealt with the zombies, as long as they did not provoke him, he was indifferent. Stepping over the corpses, he approached a classroom. Inside, a low growl emanated from the zombies. Without hesitation, he burst through the door. Within the classroom stood a dozen zombies, dazed and stationary. Upon his entrance, they immediately turned their attention towards him, their gazes akin to that of a wolf spotting its prey. Yet, it was clear that Guan Li was no ordinary victim. With a roar, the zombies surged forward, claws raised, eager to devour him. Oh, how misguided! Guan Li smiled, swinging his Qing Feng knife. With a swift motion, one zombie's head was severed, soaring high into the air. However, the demise of their companion did not instill fear in the remaining zombies. Guan Li charged into the classroom, his knife slicing through them with ease. Compared to the Tang knife, the Qing Feng knife was far sharper, cutting through the flesh without any resistance. Moments later, all the zombies in the classroom lay lifeless. Guan Li swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies, clearing the battlefield. From the many corpses, he collected a total of 3 one-star crystal cores. Storing the cores, he exited the classroom and continued his crusade against the zombies. Half an hour later, in a pristine classroom, Guan Li relished a half-roasted piglet, his face beaming with contentment. Having vanquished the zombies and secured a delicious meal, hope for a better life seemed to blossom. On the table beside him lay a burlap sack, filled to the brim with crystal cores. After his half-hour endeavor, Guan Li had amassed a total of 43 one-star crystal cores. As for 2-star cores, it seemed the weakness of the zombies had rendered them non-existent. He had also obtained a fair number of cards, most of which were food-related or bottled water. As he savored the roasted piglet, humming a tune from his hometown, he noticed someone approaching. Hastily, he stuffed the remaining piglet into his mouth and wiped his hands on his clothes. Damn it, this cursed world. Had the apocalypse not occurred, I would be with Xiao Qian right now. In the corridor outside, several survivors dressed as students tread cautiously, alert to their surroundings, fearful of a zombie ambush. Brother Yu, my condolences. If Sister Qian were aware, she would surely not blame you. A bespectacled man consoled. Wang Yu's mind drifted back to the outbreak of the apocalypse. Recalling the 3 months, he ardently pursued Li Qian, just as he was about to win her affection. Tragically, the apocalypse struck, transforming the beautiful Li Qian into a zombie. With a heavy heart, he had to crush her with a chair. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, he acquired a crystal core, which enhanced his abilities. Initially bewildered, he followed his teacher and fellow students to the rooftop, where 2 performance studios could accommodate over 1,000 people. The subsequent hours were spent futilely attempting to make emergency calls, all of which were met with busy signals. It was then he realized that the time to change his fate had arrived. As time progressed, the survivors on the rooftop grew increasingly restless. Some proposed leaving Z University in search of rescue, while others advocated for remaining in the performance studios, waiting for the city defense team. A faction suggested forming teams to hunt zombies and scavenge for supplies. Those choosing to hunt zombies were acutely aware of the dire circumstances. The city defense might be incapable of safeguarding themselves, leaving them reliant solely on their own strength. Wang Yu was among this group, fortunate enough to have absorbed a crystal core and awakened his powers. During the initial lottery, He had also received a large cleaver. Unwilling to accept mediocrity, he sought to become powerful, rallying a few close friends to brave the apocalypse together. The key to survival in this new world was undoubtedly the scarce resources. After several hours of effort, the team had collected a significant amount of supplies. "Brother you, it seems there's something ahead," Cian called out. A few decapitated zombies lay sprawled in the corridor. "Be cautious." Guan Yu gripped his cleaver tightly, anxiety bubbling within him. After all, in this apocalyptic landscape, there were many who would resort to betrayal. The small team inched closer to the classroom. Inside, a blood-soaked man sat at a desk. A survivor? Guan Li, with his Qing Feng knife in hand, regarded him warily. "Cough, brother. We are merely passing through." Guan Yu awkwardly cleared his throat, feeling a sense of trepidation at the sight of the man before him. "If all is well, I shan't intrude," Guan Yu quickly stated, sensing the depths of the man's strength. "Wait," Guan Li suddenly called out, halting the group. A promising idea sparked in his mind. "Brother, what is it?" Guan Yu, startled, took several steps back, gripping his cleaver tightly. If the man posed a threat, he could counterattack at any moment. Guan Li studied him, a satisfied expression gracing his face. To dare emerge at such a time was to be no coward. This expression struck Guan Yu as that of a hunter sizing up his prey. "Brother, though my strength may not match yours, should it come to a confrontation, you may not fare as well," Guan Yu hastily proclaimed, believing Guan Li intended to resort to treachery. "What nonsense!" Guan Li replied, perplexed. The man's imagination was rather extravagant, conjuring such notions without any provocation. Such talent, if not in writing, seemed a waste. Could it be, brother, that you do not wish to betray us?" Guan Yu gradually comprehended that the man bore little hostility. "Of course, had I intended to betray you, I would have acted long ago. A direct ambush would be far more convenient." Guan Li raturta, bamusha. Had he wished to betray, he could have done so without exerting much effort at all. He could have easily struck when he was in the classroom. Chapter 13. The Rooftop. It seems so. Guan Yu pondered for a moment and found merit in Guan Li's words. The strength of the opponent was undoubtedly beyond his own capabilities. If they wished to engage in a treacherous act, they could easily take action. The few of them would be utterly defenseless. "My apologies. I misunderstood you." Guan Yu expressed his recognition of the error with utmost sincerity. "No worries. In this apocalyptic world, human intentions are hard to gauge. It is wise to exercise caution." Guan Li responded. If the roles were reversed, he would undoubtedly act similarly. After all, encountering a stranger in the wasteland, particularly one armed, warranted vigilance. To approach such a situation unguarded would be sheer folly, for one could never ascertain the true nature of the other. "By the way, my name is Guan Yu. Brother, what brings you to stop us?" Guan Yu inquired. "Do you dare to slay zombies?" Guan Li asked. "Indeed." The six nodded in affirmation. They had the courage to descend from the rooftop to scavenge for supplies. Even the timid among them had taken down zombies before. "Do you want these?" Guan Li waved a burlap sack before their eyes. "These are crystal cores." The six were instantly taken aback. In the apocalypse, few things rivaled the value of food, and crystal cores were among them. They could enhance one's strength and transform one into an awakened being. Guan Yu was a prime example, having absorbed a crystal core to become awakened, making the slaughter of zombies as effortless as eating or drinking. "We want them." The group eagerly nodded. They were straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives, making communication effortless. "If you desire them, I can grant them to you." Guan Li produced 6 crystal cores and tossed them to the group. They quickly reached out to receive the precious cores. "Brother, what do you require of us?" Guan Yu asked, realizing the implications of such generosity. He was not naive enough to believe in a free lunch. "Help me clear out the zombies in this building," Guan Li stipulated. "Is it truly that simple?" The others were taken aback. "Yes, it is indeed that simple," Guan Li affirmed. "What about the spoils?" Guan Yu inquired. "All will belong to you," Guan Li generously replied. The only condition was to eliminate the zombies in the main building, with no stipulation on who would do the clearing. "However, I have one condition. It must be thoroughly cleaned. Every classroom, every corner, even the restrooms for both genders. You must ensure that no zombies remain," Guan Li instructed. "No problem. Leave it to us." Guan Yu replied confidently, then began to absorb his crystal core. Moments later, all 5 awakened. Guan Yu, already awakened, felt only a slight enhancement in his strength. "Thank you, brother. This kindness shall be etched in our memories." The 6 exclaimed excitedly. Such a gift of crystal cores was akin to a rebirth. "Enough with the pleasantries. If you truly wish to thank me, focus on eliminating the zombies. The 6th floor is yours. Avoid going below the 5th floor. Otherwise, you will meet a grim fate." With those parting remarks, Guan Li exited the classroom. The 6 hurried to catch up, only to find that Guan Li had vanished. A master. He is undoubtedly a master. Guan Yu concluded in his heart. Let's not remain idle. Our brother has placed his trust in us. We must repay him, Guan Yu declared as they began to clear out the zombies. Guan Li arrived on the 7th floor, wielding his Qing Feng blade to dispatch the wandering zombies. The number of zombies on this floor was minimal, and he swiftly completed the task. Above lay the rooftop of the main teaching building. Here, there were no additional classrooms, only 2 performance rooms and several storage areas. Seeing this, Guan Li lost interest. As he turned to leave, a scream echoed from within the performance room. A zombie. Someone has turned into a zombie. What is happening? Everyone, stay calm. Help. Someone please. A zombie has bitten my foot. Woe is me. I do not wish to die. Guan Li halted, his gaze fixed on the performance room. Damn it. Why must they create trouble for me? He merely needed to clear the zombies below to fulfill his task, but had not anticipated this chaos. How did zombies appear in the performance room? It was evident that someone had been bitten and was now hiding among the crowd. There are always selfish individuals in any situation. Guan Li kicked the door open and rushed into the performance room. The room was spacious, now filled with hundreds of students. Guan Li quickly identified the person who had transformed into a zombie. They were nestled in the corner, having already bitten several students to death. Those students swiftly turned, attacking their peers. Within moments, dozens of students joined the ranks of the undead. Everyone scrambled toward the adjacent performance room, which remained relatively safe. You scoundrel, pushing me. Good brother, pull me along. Do not abandon me. Teacher, how could you? The crowd descended into chaos, each fighting for survival, pushing one another aside. Guan Li shook his head, witnessing human nature's darker side magnified. With his Qing Feng blade in hand, he charged toward the zombies. While everyone fled, he advanced deeper. He could manage a few dozen zombies, but would not hesitate to flee if their numbers exceeded 100. Within his capabilities, he would fight, should the situation become unmanageable. His safety would take precedence. The demise of others was of no concern to him. Swish, swish, swish. Guan Li executed a sweeping strike. A zombie that was gnawing on a student had its head severed. Help me. The student pleaded, but received only a blade in response. For his pupils had already turned toward the undead. Guan Li activated the shadow flash technique, his speed surging instantly. The Qing Feng blade in his hand relentlessly claimed the heads of zombies. The recently infected zombies lacked strength, and Guan Li's current prowess allowed him to dispatch them with ease. Who is that? So impressive. Oh my, he is actually killing zombies. How handsome. He is like the man of my dreams. The fleeing teachers and students began to take notice. They halted, turning to witness a blood-soaked young man cleaving through zombies. The terrifying creatures before him appeared as mere fodder. Is that Guan Li? He is from our class. A girl exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, I remember him. He confessed his feelings to me. Why did I not accept him? A maturely dressed girl lamented. Admiration filled the eyes of the girls as jealousy simmered in the boys. They all wished that the one vanquishing zombies was themselves. Chapter 14. Moral coercion in the performance room. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Guan Li. As the last zombie fell, a cheer erupted in the room. Fantastic. We are safe. Guan Li, however, paid them no mind and began to clean the battlefield. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. What was Guan Li doing? He seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, they recalled the voice from before the apocalypse. Defeating monsters could yield rewards. Initially skeptical, they now believed after witnessing Guan Li's prowess. Guan Li, let me help you. A boy stepped forward. Stand still. Don't move. Guan Li shot him a cold glance. He saw through the boy's intentions. He aimed to take advantage of the situation, to stealthily pocket some valuables. Guan Li, we've been classmates for 2 years. Aren't and oppose to you being a bit inconsiderate? The boy and oppose, as face darkened. As the heir of the Shanghai group, he had never faced such indignity. Sorry, we and oppose, not well acquainted, Guan Li replied, giving him a fleeting glance. He vaguely remembered the boy named Zhao Hai, a young master from a publicly listed company. Apart from that, there was no other connection. In fact, the former Guan Li had been quite reclusive. Not only did he rarely interact with classmates, but he also seldom exchanged words with his roommates. If there was any interaction, it was only with a girl named Lin Nana, who unfortunately turned out to be materialistic and harshly rejected his affections. Since then, Guan Li had become even more withdrawn, immersing himself in gaming. Fine, don't think just because you have some skills, you can look down on others. My father will soon send someone to rescue me. Don't beg me to take you away then. Zhao Hai, having lost face, retorted with bravado. Fool, what does your father amount to? Guan Li scoffed, returning to his task. What a joke. Nearly 80 of humanity had succumbed to the zombie virus. What could the owner of a listed company do in such a dire world? In the apocalypse, money was utterly worthless, merely a nuisance. All right, you got guts. We shall see. Zhao Hai spat, retreating to his group. He dared not confront Guan Li directly, especially with the bloody knife still in Guan Li's hand. Should Guan Li lose control and harm him, there would be no place to seek redress. Observing Zhao Hai's humiliation, the others abandoned their thoughts of approaching Guan Li. Why has Guan Li become like this? So cold. Yes, we are classmates. Shouldn't we help each other? People change when they gain power. Indeed, he has become a selfish little tyrant. Many whispered among themselves, completely forgetting who had just saved them. Guan Li remained focused on his task, ignoring the murmurs. The fallen zombies yielded 13 one-star crystal cores and 3 white cards. Food card X2, advancement card X1. Guan Li collected the items and approached the crowd. Ah, Guan Li. A stout, bald man emerged from the throng. Guan Li recognized him as Vice Principal Chun, often present at educational speeches. What is the matter? Guan Li asked, looking at the bald man. I'm Chun Xiong. You should know me. A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen's eyes, but was quickly masked. As a cunning individual, one must learn to control their emotions. Otherwise, they could never reach such a position. I know. Vice Principal Chun, right? Guan Li nodded with a smile. Yes. Guan Li, you are so young yet possess such skill. Truly a hero among youths. Chun Xiong praised. Having worked in education for decades, he was adept at handling students. Complimenting a passionate youth like Guan Li and promising rewards could easily win him over. Vice Principal Chun is quite spry too. Guan Li maintained a smile, recalling how Chun had fled faster than many students during the chaos. Chun was momentarily speechless. This was not following the script. Guan Li, you are quite humorous. As the Vice Principal of Z University, I wish to express my gratitude. In this perilous moment, you stepped forward to save us. Once things settle, I will contact the higher-ups to award you a medal. Chun pretended to bow. Had it been someone else, they might have been thrilled. After all, a medal from the school held significant value, making one highly sought after in the job market post-graduation. But Guan Li showed no interest, his expression unchanging. Settle down? Is that even possible? This group of people remained lost in their pleasant fantasies. Guan Li, as the pride of Z University, you should step up and protect everyone. Chun Xiong asserted, believing that no one would refuse under such noble pretenses, especially with so many female classmates watching. Young boys, after all, are most concerned with their image. Sorry, I'm not interested. Vice Principal Chun, if there is nothing else, please step aside. Guan Li's voice turned icy, sending a chill down Chun's spine. This man clearly underestimated him. Attempting moral coercion? What a laugh. Without morality, there could be no coercion. Under the weight of Guan Li's formidable aura, Chun found himself retreating a few steps. Guan Li walked past him, heading for the exit of the performance room. Guan Li, do you still remember me? Lin Nana dashed out from the crowd. Not familiar. Guan Li shook his head, continuing on his way. You. Lin Nana was taken aback. She did not expect Guan Li to be so abrupt. Scoundrel. Wretch. Degenerate. Lin Nana cried as she ran back, her friends softly comforting her. Nana, don't cry. He is not worth it. Exactly. What's so great about killing a few zombies? He doesn't know how to care for a girl. I disdain such people. Pretentious jerk. Guan Li halted slowly, turning to address them. Let me share some good news. Catastrophic monsters have descended. They won't just wander aimlessly like ordinary zombies. If you wish to survive, hurry and grow stronger. Moreover, food and water. There's none in the performance room, I presume? With that, Guan Li left without looking back. Inside the performance room, the crowd exchanged glances, clearly at a loss. Guan Li was right. There was indeed neither food nor water. They might not feel the urgency now. But what about later? Rescue was uncertain, and remaining here was not a viable solution. Chapter 15. Trading Supplies Teacher. Guan Li makes a valid point. The issue of food is indeed critical. A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a refined appearance spoke up. His name was Guan Li, the president of the student council. With exceptional academic performance, he effortlessly acquired various diplomas in foreign languages and piano, embodying the ideal student in the eyes of teachers and the envy of other parents. Indeed, teacher, we must devise a plan. The students' nerves have become increasingly tense after the recent zombie attack, and the problem of food loomed ominously. Chun Xiong, observing the panicked students, felt an irritable stirring within him. He had initially believed that he could easily manipulate Guan Li to serve his purposes. However, it seemed that his plans were now in disarray. Having witnessed the formidable nature of the zombies, he felt a deep-seated fear. He had worked hard to reach his current position and had yet to savor the joys of life. He could not afford to die now. Classmates, we must have faith in Huagua. In these perilous times, the city defense will undoubtedly come to our rescue. Let us remain calm and unafraid. Although Chun Xiong felt impatient, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances, for he held the highest status among those present. The teachers and students alike looked to him for guidance. Yes, Vice Principal Chun is right. We must trust Huagua and the city defense. The disaster struck suddenly, and the city defense has yet to respond. If we can endure this period, help will soon be on its way. A beautiful female teacher chimed in, her gentle voice gradually easing the students' frayed nerves. Exactly. Students, do not lose your composure. What Vice Principal Chun and Teacher Lin Xiaonai have said is correct. The city defense will certainly launch a rescue operation. Many teachers stepped forward to stabilize the emotions of the group. Now, let's begin to form groups. There should be ample supplies within the building. We will gather them and await the city defense's assistance. Chun Xiong, seeing that his words had the desired effect, quickly began issuing orders. These students, unaccustomed to the outside world, were the easiest to manage. Watching them busily prepare, Chun Xiong felt he could exploit this situation to his advantage. Yes, classmates, follow Vice Principal Chen's instructions. The boys organized themselves into teams to search for supplies, while the girls took charge of logistics. Several male teachers began directing the efforts. In the face of disaster, I hope that everyone will not act selfishly. All supplies gathered must be turned in for centralized distribution, Chun Xiong declared. Only by controlling the resources could he secure his position within the group. Regardless of whether the situation calmed down, he needed to ensure his own safety. As for the more dangerous tasks, he would let the students handle them. Understood, Vice Principal Chun. Some boys headed downstairs to begin their search for useful supplies. Ding! The zombie threat in the main teaching building has been cleared. Reward: Random Legion Card X1. As Guan Li descended, the system's voice echoed in his mind. A wave of joy surged within him. His task had finally been completed. Esteemed one, just as Guan Li prepared to check his reward, a voice suddenly called to him. He turned towards the hallway to see Wang Yu and several others excitedly waving at him. Oh, it's you, Guan Li Smilat. Although Wang Yu and his companions were somewhat weaker, they at least had the courage to fight zombies. That alone set them apart from those on the top floor. Guan Li held a certain admiration for those with bravery, as one could never tell when a future top-tier powerhouse might emerge from among them. Yes, following your guidance, we have taken down quite a few zombies, Wang Yu exclaimed, brandishing a bloodied fire axe he had obtained from somewhere. Ah, quite impressive. Guan Li nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your kind words, Wang Yu said, scratching his head in embarrassment. You didn't come to find me just to say that, did you? Guan Li asked suspiciously. He, esteemed one, we were hoping to trade for some supplies. Guan Yu replied, rubbing his hands together. I see. What do you wish to trade for? Guan Li asked, realization dawning upon him. People are like iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped can lead to hunger pangs. Though crystal cores are valuable, they cannot serve as sustenance. Guan Li could exchange various needed supplies from the points mall, and this could prove to be a lucrative transaction for him. After successfully trading for an alloy crossbow, Guan Li tried it out. He discovered that as long as an item held value, he could opt to trade it with them all. For instance, a discarded tang knife could be traded for 10 points. Esteemed one, I would like to trade for some food. Guan Yu's face was filled with anticipation. He had become so hungry that his head was spinning. Initially, he hadn't felt it, but after battling zombies, his stomach began to protest. The noodles he had for breakfast had been digested completely, and although he had eaten half a piece of bread for lunch, the recent conflict had taken care of that as well. Not a problem. I shall certainly accommodate you. Guan Li opened his backpack, revealing an ample supply of food, 5 bags of instant noodles, 12 sausages, 5 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of mineral water. All these supplies had been scavenged from his dormitory. Gurgle Guan Yu swallowed hard. Esteemed one, how do we trade for this? 3 one-star crystal cores, and it's yours. No hageling. Guan Li held up 3 fingers in front of Guan Yu. These food items could be exchanged for just 10 points. The trading price for a 1-star crystal core ranged from 5 to 10 points, and the higher the quality of the core, the better the price offered by the system. With 3 cores, Guan Li was guaranteed to profit. He felt confident that Guan Yu would not refuse, as hunger often drives people to do things they wouldn't ordinarily consider, even against their own will. Nonetheless, Guan Li believed that Guan Yu and his companions showed some potential. He decided to make an investment. I'll trade. Guan Yu nodded, pulling out 3 one-star crystal cores. A wise choice. I always conduct business fairly. Guan Li cheerfully tossed over the backpack in exchange for the cores. Ding! Transaction successful. Earned 24 points. The system's notification chimed as the quality of Guan Yu's crystal cores proved to be quite good. Esteemed one, we would also like to trade for some food. The other 5 chimed in. Their abilities were slightly weaker, and they could only offer 1 to 2 cores each. Satisfied, Guan Li accepted the cores and swiftly purchased more food from the points mall. In total, he spent 30 points and acquired 8 one-star crystal cores. He skillfully controlled the quantities to ensure he would profit from the exchange. Ding! Transaction successful. Earned 64 points. In just a few minutes, Guan Li netted a profit of 34 points. Although it wasn't a vast sum, it was entirely profit without any risk. How delightful! This is truly a case of making money while lying down. Chapter 16. The need for luck in card activation. This transaction is a win-win situation. Guan Yu and his companions exchanged their supplies for survival, all displaying expressions of joy. After all, while crystal cores are precious, they can be obtained by vanquishing zombies. Food, however, is different. Unless one stumbles upon a food card, it can only be acquired through searching. Moreover, food is a consumable resource. In this apocalypse, it is undoubtedly in short supply. Without crystal cores, humanity might survive, but without food and water, survival is impossible. Guan Yu glanced at the food in his backpack. If he rationed it wisely, it would sustain him for several days. They were solely concerned with food, completely disregarding Guan Li's ability to conjure items out of thin air. In this apocalyptic world, the presence of zombies rendered the extraordinary mundane. It seemed entirely reasonable for Guan Li, a remarkable individual, to possess a personal space. All present were astute. If Guan Li chose not to speak of it, they would remain silent. Guan Yu, I see potential in you. This Tang Dao is a complimentary gift, Guan Li proclaimed, retrieving the discarded sword from his system space. It wouldn't fetch much in terms of points, so he decided to extend a personal favor. Guan Yu accepted the Tang Dao, his face reflecting a momentary daze, clearly caught off guard. Thank you, esteemed one. If we cross paths again, I shall repay this kindness, he stated earnestly. The more he observed Guan Yu, the more he found him likable. Indeed, this youth is teachable. Very well, until we meet again. Guan Li waved his hand and swiftly vanished into the corridor. Brother Yu, what shall we do now? Xian inquired. Given the current circumstances, Relying on the border defenses was evidently futile. We cannot entrust our fate to others. Are you willing to follow me? Wang Yu regarded his companions, revealing a burgeoning aura of leadership. Are you willing? Yes. The five replied in unison. Then let us slay zombies and enhance our strength. After witnessing Guan Li's formidable prowess, Wang Yu understood that in this apocalypse, strength reigned supreme. The hierarchies of power, status, and identity would be reshuffled. The strong shall rule. Such are the laws of the apocalypse. Brother Yu, we shall heed your command. The group responded enthusiastically. Let us head to the adjacent teaching building and commence our mission there. Guan Yu organized his backpack, embarking on his destined journey. Guan Li returned to the first floor, heading toward the classroom of the mantis-like creature. He had arranged to meet with the skeletons after completing their tasks, intending to gather here. His encounter with Wang Yu and the others had delayed him slightly. According to the skeleton soldier's pace, they should have already arrived. Upon entering the classroom of the human-faced mantis, he indeed observed the skeleton warriors standing in orderly formation. Master, the leader, Bone, approached promptly upon Guan Li's return. Thank you for your hard work. Guan Li acknowledged with a nod. It is no trouble. Serving you is our honor. Bone replied. Master, here are the spoils from our zombie extermination. The leader removed his backpack and presented it respectfully to Guan Li. Peering through the zipper's opening, Guan Li was greeted by a bountiful sight. The backpack was overflowing with crystal cores, stacked together. In addition to the cores, there were dozens of delicate cards. Utilizing the system, Guan Li swiftly assessed the quantities: 292 one-star crystal cores, 6 two-star crystal cores, 56 white random cards, 1 white-green card, and 1 green card. From the hall, it was evident that the skeleton warriors had encountered mutated zombies. After some contemplation, Guan Li considered the strength of the skeletons. Unless they faced a calamity as formidable as the human-faced mantis, their casualties would be minimal. Ordinary two-star zombies posed little threat to them. The strength and utility of the Legion were gradually becoming apparent. For anyone else, amassing such a multitude of crystal cores and cards in a short time would be nearly impossible. Even with teamwork, distribution would be necessary. Guan Li, however, faced no such dilemma. The soldiers of his legion selflessly contributed everything. Upon tallying the one-star crystal cores, he found a total of 342, if exchanged entirely for points. This would amount to a significant sum. Yet, Guan Li refrained from rushing into trades. Just as supplies could be exchanged for crystal cores, cores could also be traded for other items. Cards. He needed more cards. He carefully stored the 300-plus crystal cores in his backpack. Although the system backpack was commendable, it could only accommodate system rewards and card rewards. Unfortunately, crystal cores could not be stored within. Alas, if only I had a personal space, Guan Li mused silently. Carrying over 300 crystal cores felt akin to being a mobile treasure trove. Holding 6 two-star crystal cores, he began to absorb them. One-star cores offered little benefit to him, but two-star cores still provided considerable enhancement. Warm currents coursed through his body, causing him to shiver with exhilaration. This feels invigorating, he exclaimed, feeling every cell within him awaken with vitality. Once the absorption was complete, he unleashed a couple of punches, creating gusts of wind. While his strength had visibly increased, he remained at the intermediate level of 2-star. To advance to the advanced stage, he would need to absorb many more crystal cores. Master, you have grown stronger again. Bone exclaimed in awe. Just a little, just a little. Guan Li replied, somewhat embarrassed by Bone's admiration. After absorbing the crystal cores, his attention turned to the cards. First, he opened the 56 white random cards. Acquired food card X10, acquired advancement card X4, acquired supply card X6. After use, quickly restores energy, acquired handgun ammunition X10. Universal ammunition. Suitable for any handgun. Acquired ordinary crossbow bolts X15. The most basic crossbow bolts, capable of penetrating weak defenses, acquired scrap shovel X1. A completely useless shovel. May attempt to recycle. Acquired scrap car parts X10. Useless car parts. May attempt to recycle. A series of notifications echoed in Guan Li's mind. The greater the number of cards opened, the more varied the rewards. Observing the pile of scrap parts and the discarded shovel, he felt somewhat speechless, particularly regarding the shovel, which was rusted beyond recognition. The scrap car parts yielded 1 point upon trade. The scrapped shovel held no value whatsoever. Guan Li, feeling somewhat bemused, opted to trade the scrap car parts. Trade successful. Acquired 10 points. As for the rusted shovel, he tossed it into the system backpack. Despite its lack of utility, he found it hard to part with. Such was his frugality. He now understood that cards functioned like a lottery. The rewards were entirely dependent on luck. With good fortune, even a white card could yield powerful items. Conversely, bad luck might result in nothing at all. This was an experience Guan Li had already personally endured. Chapter 17. The Legion of the Nightblade. Upon unlocking all the white cards, Guan Li shifted his gaze to the remaining 2 cards, one white-green and the other green. Without hesitation, he chose to open them. Zombie Trap X1. After use, a trap can be placed that emits a scent to attract nearby zombies, which will explode 10 seconds after installation. Space Ring X1 contains a space of 10 cubic meters, which can be upgraded with special items. When Guan Li beheld the second reward, a glimmer of brilliance danced in his eyes. A spatial item, just what he desired, a portable space. Indeed, here it was. Gazing at the space ring, he slipped it onto his thumb. The ring was entirely jet black, crafted from a unique material. Its appearance was rather unassuming. Even at a street market, it would likely go unnoticed. Yet, the intricate carvings upon it were profoundly enigmatic. Ding! A binding request from the space ring has been detected. Would the host like to bind it? As Guan Li pondered, the system's voice echoed. Bind. He nodded, not hesitating in the slightest. Ding! Binding successful. With the system's announcement, a connection was established between him and the ring. He casually grabbed a crystal core from his backpack and focused his thoughts. In the next moment, the crystal core vanished from his hand. After several attempts, he successfully stored all the crystal cores within the ring. He deftly mastered the use of the space ring. With merely a thought, he could retrieve items from within. Excellent. Guan Li felt a surge of satisfaction. After exhaustively unlocking all rewards, he slowly extracted a card that radiated a golden glow. The reverse depicted a mysterious door, while the front bore a question mark. A random Legion card. As he observed the golden card in his hand, his breath quickened. With a slight pressure from his palm, the gossamer thin card shattered instantly. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained the Legion of the Nightblade. The mysterious golden card gradually revealed its design. A figure clad in black, bearing a stern countenance and wielding a long sword. Its sharpness evident. Behind him loomed countless shadowy figures. As Guan Li crushed the card, a summoning array manifested before him. 10 ethereal silhouettes emerged, slowly coalescing into solid forms. We greet our master. The foremost figure knelt before Guan Li, with the other Nightblades following suit. Please rise. Guan Li hastily approached, assisting the leader to his feet. The remaining Nightblades then stood, their presence commanding. Clothed in dark attire, they seemed to meld seamlessly with the shadows. Each possessed a well-proportioned physique, standing around 180 centimeters tall. Their appearances varied, yet they all shared a singular trait: handsomeness. Of course, they still paled in comparison to the esteemed readers. The 3-foot-long blade in their leader's hand shimmered with a cold glint. The very man depicted on the card stood before him, composed and poised, exuding an aura reminiscent of a legendary martial artist from a tale of chivalry. Guan Li promptly examined the details of the Legion of the Nightblade. Legion of the Nightblade, upgradable. Number of members, potential, 4 stars. Strength, 2 stars. Commander, Shun Lian. Skills, Shadow Stealth, Nightblade Technique, Night Energy, Shadow Step. Throwing projectiles, Shun Lian. Guan Li pausa momentarily. At your service. What commands does my master have? Shun Lian stepped forward, bowing with clasped hands. Nothing much. I just feel this name seems somewhat familiar, he replied, shaking his head while recalling the history of the Azure Planet in his past life, where a notable figure also bore the name Shun Lian. Indeed, Shun Lian nodded and withdrew, refraining from further inquiries. Guan Li's word was absolute command. He needed only to execute without question. This is Bone. You all shall now be comrades. Guan Li introduced the Skeletal Warrior Legion. Owing to their shared legion status, a faint connection resonated between the two groups. Otherwise, Shen Lian would have surely regarded the skeletal warriors as foes to be vanquished. Shen Lian, Bone. The leaders of the two legions exchanged brief greetings. Though their words were succinct, Guan Li understood that they had already begun to regard one another as life and death companions. Human nature is inherently driven by desire, and conflicts between different factions are inevitable. However, such discord would not plague the legions. They were loyal to Guan Li. An internal strife was utterly inconceivable. Excellent. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Having a system was indeed a marvelous boon. With the acquisition of a new legion, Guan Li could once again extract skills. As he scrutinized the skills of the Nightblade Legion, he hesitated momentarily before arriving at a decision. System: extract night energy. Guan Li selected night energy. Ding. Commencing extraction of night energy. The system's voice resounded promptly. Guan Li felt a mysterious power surging within him. The energy that once resided in him began to merge with the night energy. The resulting capacity was not only purer, but considerably more robust. Is this the night energy? He directed a forceful punch toward the corpse of a mantis-like creature. His fist emanated a darkly potent force. With a piercing sound, the creature's remains were instantly penetrated. Excellent. Guan Li rejoiced immensely. He then attempted to channel the night energy into his blade, unleashing a wave of dark blade energy. The force generated was no less formidable than a cleaving strike. Crucially, the potency of the night energy was contingent upon his own strength. The greater his power, the more formidable the night energy became. Having mastered the night energy, his strength surged significantly. With two legions at his command, Guan Li felt it was time to depart from Z University. The number of zombies within Z University was not particularly abundant. To continue growing stronger, he needed to vanquish more zombies. In other words, Z University could no longer satisfy his ambitions. Guan Li yearned for a thrill. Everyone, are you ready to slay the enemies? He addressed the legion's soldiers before him, akin to a general rallying his troops for battle. Though their numbers were limited to just over 20 soldiers, their morale remained unwavering. Master, please give the order. Bone and Shen Lian spoke in unison. Target: the playground outside the classroom building. Move out. Guan Li waved his hand and led the way, his presence radiating formidable energy. Through the glass doors of the hall, Guan Li observed the playground teeming with zombies, thousands of them, with numerous mutated variants among them. After all, the zombies in the playground had feasted abundantly, evolving at a pace far superior to those within the classroom building. Guan Li scanned his surroundings, feeling a sense of reassurance as he detected no signs of disaster monsters. Should these zombies be accompanied by creatures like the mantis, Guan Li would be compelled to retreat. He glanced at the legion beside him, all poised and ready. The final battle before leaving Z University was about to commence. Chapter 18. Annihilating the Undead, my lord. Shall we eradicate these creatures? Shen Lian's eyes glinted with ferocity as he faced thousands of zombies, his aura unwavering. Patience. Allow me to present them with a grand surprise. Shen Lian, can you stealthily install this device amidst the horde? Guan Li retrieved a card from his system backpack. The zombie trap, a newly acquired item, was promptly put to use. No problem. Shen Lian accepted the card, his form gradually becoming ethereal until he morphed into a shadow, merging with the ground. Impressive. Guan Li whispered. The shadow swiftly navigated through the surrounding zombies, their primitive instincts failing to detect his presence. A shadow moved rapidly towards the center of the horde. Soon, Shen Lian reached the core of the undead swarm, his shadow materializing from the ground. Instantly, the nearby zombies turned their gaze towards him. Unperturbed, Shen Lian crushed the card in his hand. A metal box, enveloped in flesh and blood, appeared before him. The zombies were instantly captivated, their agitation palpable as they recklessly lunged towards Shen Lian's position. Observing the chaos, Shen Lian discarded the metal box and quickly submerged back into the earth. The scent emanating from the box enchanted the zombies, even the mutated ones who could not resist the allure and approached the center. 5 towering brutes and several bloated corruptors gathered, along with a few unfamiliar mutated zombies. The area around the zombie trap became overcrowded with the undead, their wide eyes fixated on the mysterious metal box bewildered by its attraction. My lord. Shun Lian returned to Guan Li's side. Prepare for the show. Guan Li pointed towards the distant horde. One of the brutes curiously picked up the metal box, examining it closely. 3, 2, 1, boom. Guan Li mentally counted down. The metal box exploded in a brilliant flash of light. A thunderous roar echoed throughout Z University, shaking the nearby buildings. All survivors were drawn to the sound of the explosion. Is it the city defense? Most felt a surge of hope. For such destructive power could only come from the city's forces in heavily regulated Huagua. They cautiously peered through the gaps in the windows towards the playground, witnessing a scorching wave of fire engulfing a vast area of zombies. Those nearest the epicenter were obliterated, while even those farther away were toppled by the scorching shockwave. Fantastic! Let us annihilate these monsters, the crowd exclaimed excitedly. However, they quickly regained their composure upon realizing that no defenders were present on the playground. This indicated that the explosion was not orchestrated by the city's forces. Is this a joke? Are they playing with fire? A gloomy man surveyed the scene, an icy chill emanating from his palm. Huang Lintian, a favored child of fate, had received a spellcaster's class change to Ice Mage in the initial lottery. Fools! Let us enjoy the spectacle, Huang Lintian coldly remarked, confident that no one at Z University could surpass him. After becoming an Ice Mage, his power surged to 2 stars, specializing not in close combat, but in casting spells. One ice blast could decimate dozens of zombies, making him formidable. Having absorbed numerous crystal cores, his power surged again. During his search, he encountered several survivors who had also received initial rewards. Though fortunate to gain the rewards, their luck turned sour when Huang Lintian targeted them. After a fierce battle, they all perished at his hands, their hard-earned supplies falling into his possession. Huang Lintian was unperturbed by the consequences of his actions, understanding that in this apocalyptic world, strength defined the rules. As the heat wave subsided, a series of notifications echoed in Guan Li's mind. Killed a brute. Gained 50 points. Killed a brute. Gained 45 points. Killed a brute. Gained 65 points. There were 5 notifications, all pertaining to the slaughter of brutes. Since the zombie trap originated from him, the rewards for the kills counted towards him. The fluctuations in points reflected the varying strengths among the brutes. The 5 brutes contributed a total of 267 points. With the zombies now scattered, the moment was opportune. Guan Li gazed at the disbanded horde, realizing they would struggle to regroup in the short term. Attack! His gaze sharpened as he brandished his azure blade and charged forth. Shun Lian and the skeletal warriors followed closely behind. A newly risen zombie was cleaved in half, dark blood splattering onto Guan Li's attire. Unfazed, he continued to swing his azure blade, dispatching the rising undead. The explosion held great power, but was confined to the center, causing only minor injuries to the zombies further away. Guan Li estimated the blast had only taken out a few hundred zombies, leaving still 1,000 to 2,000 on the playground. Fortunately, their strength was generally low, most being merely 1-star creatures. A master, truly a master. Wang Yu, inside the teaching building, exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, he is incredibly fierce, charging at so many zombies. His companions nodded vigorously. Goodness, it's Guan Li. How brave. The students on the top floor gasped in awe. Brave? More like courting death. Zhao Hai scoffed, utterly unconvinced that Guan Li could survive. Such a fierce individual exists within the school. I wonder if I might have a chance to befriend him. Those who chose to take initiative were drawn to the commotion on the playground. At that moment, Guan Li was undoubtedly the brightest star at Z University. A skeleton? It seems this fellow has decent luck. Huang Lintian smirked disdainfully, filled with scorn. Just a mere skeleton warrior. The lowest of the low. One of his minions quickly echoed his sentiment. Clearly, everyone was familiar with online games and understood that skeleton warriors were the weakest of creatures. As for the shadow swordsman, Huang Lintian merely regarded him as a fellow student, not paying him much mind. Everyone, let us head downstairs, Huang Lintian commanded, surrounded by dozens of capable students, all awakened by absorbing crystal cores. Yes, Brother Tian. They did not question further, for taking lives was not a novel experience for them. Huang Lintian cast one last glance at the playground. This was an opportunity. If seized correctly, it would propel him to greatness. Chapter 19. The Licker on the Playground. Guan Li moved with agility, weaving through the zombies. Wherever he went, a zombie would fall to the ground. A card dropped from one of the zombies, which Guan Li swiftly picked up, then continued to seek his next target. Many zombies had just begun to rise unsteadily from the ground, but they were met with the sharp edge of a long knife. The skeletal warriors wielded their bone blades, relentlessly hacking at the undead. Encased in their bony armor, the zombies found it exceedingly difficult to breach their defenses. Each skeletal warrior faced a dozen zombies, yet maintained the upper hand with ease. "You ugly brutes. Far worse than I am." The skeletal warrior swung its shield, sending a nearby zombie flying. With a swift leap forward, it effortlessly decapitated the creature. The unique structure of the skeletal warriors allowed them to maximize their power with each strike. Essentially, they fought without regard for their own safety. Shun Lian, observing the valiant battle of the Bone Warrior, felt compelled to join in. He wielded his longsword, unleashing the techniques of the Dark Knight swordsmanship. Sword energy shot forth, cleaving through the ranks of zombies. 10 Dark Knight swordsmen followed closely, performing the same techniques. The black sword energies rained down into the horde, resulting in the demise of nearly 100 zombies. "Impressive," Guan Li exclaimed in awe. After the wave of sword energy swept through, the Dark Knight swordsmen engaged in close-quarters combat with the zombies. The manifestation of sword energy required a significant expenditure of inner strength. To unleash their techniques again, they would need to wait for their energy to replenish. The Dark Knight swordsmen were all of 2-star strength, and even without the enhancement of inner power, they could still easily dispatch the zombies. Suddenly, as Guan Li was embroiled in combat, a whooshing sound cut through the air from behind him, indicating an incoming attack. He activated his shadow step technique, narrowly avoiding the assault. Turning to investigate, he discovered a pink flesh serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, its tongue lined with sharp barbs. "Oomph, dare to ambush me?" Guan Li scoffed, and without hesitation, he swung his Qing foam blade. With a crack, the serpent's defense proved inadequate, and it was severed. The severed length of flesh fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. "Master, my lord," both Bone and Shun Lian, witnessing Guan Li's predicament, rushed to his aid. "I'm fine. Continue clearing the zombies," Guan Li called out. "Yes, sir." Bone and Shun Lian nodded and resumed their assault on the undead. Turning back, Guan Li finally got a good look at the creature that had attacked him. It was a mutated zombie, grotesquely contorted. It lay on the ground, retracting its severed tongue. Its skin appeared to be peeling away, revealing crimson flesh beneath. Various blood vessels were exposed to the air. Its original arms had morphed into reptilian limbs. Its razor-sharp claws could easily penetrate concrete, while its twisted nose twitched as if to discern its surroundings. Its mouth, split to the roots of its ears, displayed jagged teeth, and its eyes had completely degenerated, with a writhing brain encased in a translucent membrane. This mutated zombie had utterly shed its human form. Name: Licker Strength, 2-star ability, Tongue Flick, Rapid Movement Evaluation. The body has transformed in an entirely different direction, forsaking humanity to become a beast. Beware of its agile tongue. Guan Li's gaze swept over the creature as the system provided basic information about the monster. So it's the Licker. He recalled encountering similar creatures in the Biohazard series in his past life. Sensing the lingering effects of his shadow step, Guan Li took the initiative to attack. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the Licker, swinging his Qing foam blade. The Licker reacted swiftly, raising its forelimbs to defend. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the Qing foam blade struck its claws, sending sparks flying. Although the Licker managed to block the attack, its strength paled in comparison to Guan Li's, causing its hind legs to slide back on the ground. Cross slash, Guan Li declared as he activated his skill. He raised his Qing foam blade and executed another rapid strike. 2 intersecting blades of energy descended upon the Licker's claws. Crack! The hardened claws shattered, and the Licker's form was sent reeling, crashing heavily to the ground. Guan Li sought to press his advantage, but the Licker reacted quickly. With a swift motion, A barbed tongue lunged straight for Guan Li's head. Damn it, here it comes again. He activated his bone armor, conjuring a simple yet effective skeletal protection. Guan Li reached out and grasped the approaching flesh serpent. Sizzle. The barb scraped against the bone armor, creating sparks. Clearly, the licker's attack could not penetrate the defenses of the bone armor. Come here. With a powerful yank, Guan Li pulled the licker towards him. Hello, licker. Goodbye, licker. He thrust the Qing Feng blade directly into the licker's brain. The thinly membraned head erupted with a splatter of brain matter. The spectacle was nothing short of beautiful. Kill licker. Gained 75 points. A green card fell from the licker's corpse, which Guan Li readily collected. He then rummaged through the licker's head and extracted a crystal core, roughly the size of a pigeon egg. Satisfied, he discarded the now worthless carcass of the licker. Scanning the playground, he observed that the horde had been scattered by the Legion, a troop of over 20 charged against thousands of zombies. Given the current momentum, it was only a matter of time before the zombies were eradicated. His gaze then shifted towards the mutated zombies. Treasure, here I come. Guan Li wore a delighted grin as he approached a corruptor, which appeared momentarily bewildered. Why did this human look different? Unable to comprehend, the corruptor ceased its thoughts and instead unleashed a torrent of corrosive liquid from its throat. Guan Li, having anticipated this, deftly dodged the incoming spray. With a swift strike, he dispatched the corruptor. Kill corruptor, gain 50 points. The corruptor dropped no card and bore no crystal core. Alas, you are utterly inferior compared to the licker, a disgrace among zombies, Guan Li remarked disdainfully. The corruptor, in frustration, muttered something inaudible. He continued searching for his next target as the mutated zombies on the playground fell one after another. How is he doing this? It's terrifying. Is he even human? Ah, such thick thighs. I missed my chance. Students on the top floor exhibited expressions of shock. TCH, what's so impressive about that? Zhao Hai remained obstinate, opting not to search for supplies, but instead linger in the performance room. If you're so capable, why don't you try it yourself? That's right, just all talk. Several girls retorted, causing Zhao Hai and Oppo's face to darken. He had never faced such treatment before. Damn it, you lot. You used to flirt with me daily, and now you turn your backs? Fueled by indignation, Zhao Hai shouted. You boo-hoo. Several girls turned and fled. Clenching his fists, Zhao Hai vowed to acquire formidable strength for himself. Chapter 20. Ambush. The horde of zombies on the playground had dwindled significantly. As Guan Li gazed at the encroaching twilight, he unleashed his full fury, fervently slashing through the remaining undead. The battle had to be resolved before darkness fell. Meanwhile, in the nearby teaching building, Huang Lintian was scheming. He perfectly missed the spectacle of Guan Li decimating the zombies. Brother Tian, what shall we do this time? A subordinate inquired with a fierce glint in his eyes. It was evident that this group had swiftly adapted to the apocalypse. Let those fellows tangle with the horde. Once they're all wiped out, we shall emerge to reap the rewards. Huang Lintian's plan was straightforward. In essence, it was a classic case of the clam and the snipe, where the fisherman benefits. To put it simply, it was about claiming the kills for themselves. He had already harbored intentions regarding the zombies on the playground. Even without Guan Li's intervention, he would devise a way to gradually eliminate the horde. After all, slaying zombies yielded cards and nuclei, resources vital for his ascent in power. Huang Lintian was astute. He understood that the newly infected zombies lacked strength. Seizing this opportunity, he could rapidly enhance his capabilities and subsequently dominate the entire Z University. He had meticulously crafted plans for the future, aiming to establish a stronghold based on Z University and expand his influence, ultimately creating his own city within the apocalypse. Now that someone had stepped up to take the lead, Huang Lintian welcomed the development. Those individuals appeared formidable. What shall we do if they successfully clear the horde? A bespectacled young man named Lin Ong inquired. He was among the fortunate ones, having received a class change to a telekinetic master during the initial lottery. This profession allowed him to manipulate objects through mental prowess. Huang Lintian regarded him warily. Lin Ong, possessing the telekinetic master title, posed a significant threat to his dominion. As the second in command, Lin Ong had garnered considerable support. Had it not been for his marginally superior strength, their positions might have been reversed. What are you afraid of? Even if those fellows manage to clear the zombies, they will be at their last gasp. Our elite warriors will easily handle them, Huang Lintian scoffed, exuding absolute confidence in his abilities. How shall we divide the spoils? Linong queried. I take 60, you take 40? Huang Lintian grumbled inwardly. Linong was ambitious, already negotiating terms. However, it was not the time to quarrel. His team consisted of 89 members, 50 of whom followed him while the remaining 39 were loyal to Linong. Fine. Linong nodded, forgoing any further negotiation. This figure aligned with his expectations. Huang Lintian was not one to be trifled with. If pushed too hard, their alliance could easily fracture. That was a scenario he wished to avoid. Just as discussions transpired within the building, Guan Li had dispatched the last zombie on the playground. The sun, though dimming, stubbornly cast its final rays. Clear the battlefield, Guan Li commanded, and the soldiers began their methodical actions. At this pace, it seemed they would have to spend the night at Z University. Guan Li was unaware of the dangers lurking in the night of the apocalypse, but he was certain it was far less safe than the day. There was no need to take risks. Staying at Z University for the night was undoubtedly the wisest choice. The regiment operated with clear divisions of labor. The knight's swordsmen collected cards, while the skeleton soldiers gathered nuclei. Brother Tion, the battle outside seems to have concluded. Those fellows are indeed quite capable. Every zombie on the playground has been eradicated. Now, they're busy collecting the spoils. A subordinate hurriedly reported. Really? They actually managed to clear them? Huang Lintian and Lin Ong exchanged astonished glances. Yet, despite their surprise, the plan continued unabated. The group outside, having endured a fierce battle, would undoubtedly be exhausted. Prepare yourselves, Huang Lintian instructed. Yes. The others eagerly readied their weapons. On the playground, Guan Li picked up a nucleus, polishing it in his hand. Slaying zombies was indeed a gratifying endeavor. Just as he was about to stow the nucleus in his spatial ring, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Guan Li rolled aside. Whoosh! An arrow of ice struck the very spot he had occupied moments before. Someone had attempted an ambush. Guan Li's expression darkened, and anger surged within him. How dare they target him? This was splendid. If they wished to play, he would gladly oblige. Enemy attack. Protect the master. Bone, the skeletal warrior, immediately reacted, raising its massive shield to shield Guan Li. The other skeleton soldiers ceased their tasks, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. There, Guan Li's gaze fixed on the teaching building, from which the ice arrow had been fired. Damn it, I missed. Huang Lintian cursed, realizing he had been detected. No longer wishing to hide, he opted for a direct confrontation. Emerging from the building were dozens of students, their faces twisted with malice and stained with blood, exuding a fierce aura. Undoubtedly, this group had taken lives. Guan Li's eyes narrowed. The situation was becoming intriguing. Despite their numerical advantage, he felt no trepidation. Most of these students were at a 1-star level, with only a handful reaching 2 stars. In contrast, every member of his team was at 2 stars. Kid, you were fortunate to evade my ice arrow. Huang Lintian initiated the exchange. Not bad. Guan Li stepped out from behind the shield, wearing a warm smile that concealed his murderous intent. He could afford to spare Wang Yu, who had robbed him but refrained from direct violence, indicating a semblance of principle. However, these individuals before him had crossed a line and must perish. Kid, submit to your fate. I might grant you a swift end. Huang Lintian taunted. Ha! Do you think you can match me, Guan Li? Guan Li retorted, raising his middle finger in a universally recognized gesture of defiance. You seek death. Huang Lintian's expression turned icy. Brothers, charge. Whoever kills this kid will receive a greater share of the spoils. Huang Lintian ceased his verbal sparring. Kill. With that command, the students surged towards Guan Li, weapons in hand. Not a single one shall escape. Guan Li's gaze turned frigid as he issued his order. Understood. Bone and Shun Lian exchanged knowing smiles. They had dispatched countless zombies, but had yet to taste human blood. Chapter 21. A one-sided battle. You go. Should we lend a hand? Cian inquired in the corridor on the 7th floor. We must help. Let us go down. Wang Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. Having witnessed Guan Li's prowess, he felt compelled to take a gamble. After a brief moment of hesitation, the others decided to follow suit. The forces soon clashed violently. Huang Lintian's subordinates brimmed with confidence, deeming the skeletal warriors before them as feeble adversaries. After all, everyone had played online games and knew that skeleton soldiers were merely the most basic of monsters. Yet they overlooked the fact that this was reality. "Little skeleton, I'll send you on your way." A boy wielding a fire axe swung at a skeletal warrior. However, the next moment his grin froze. The axe struck the skeletal warrior, leaving only a faint white mark. For the skeletal warrior, it barely registered as a wound. Swish! The skeletal warrior retaliated with its bone blade, decapitating the boy in an instant. His severed head rolled to the ground, wide-eyed in disbelief. He could not comprehend why the skeletal soldiers were so formidable. In the blink of an eye, over 20 students had fallen. The sudden turn of events caught Huang Lintian off guard. He had assumed Guan Li was at his wit's end and believed he could easily resolve the situation. "Kid, don't get too cocky. Let me show you the might of ice magic." Ice explosion. A staff appeared in Huang Lintian's hand, rudimentary and seemingly crafted from vines. He directed the staff at the densely packed skeletal warriors, unleashing a violent burst of ice elemental energy. Boom! Several skeletal warriors were hurled backward, their bones encased in a layer of ice. So he's a mage. This could be interesting. Guan Li quickly noticed Huang Lintian hiding behind a crowd. No wonder he dared to launch a sneak attack. He had a backup, but a mere ice mage was hardly a concern. "Shun Lian, take that guy down," Guan Li commanded, pointing towards Huang Lintian. "Understood." Shun Lian transformed into a shadow, silently approaching Huang Lintian from behind. Due to the dim lighting, no one noticed the moving shadow until Shun Lian revealed himself. "Linan, save me." Huang Lintian's hair stood on end, desperately calling for aid. As an ice mage, he was not adept at close combat. Shun Lian materialized, his long sword thrusting forward. "Save you? Not a chance." Guan Li produced a silver pistol, pulling the trigger as Lin Ong made his move. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple gunshots rang out as Lin Ong was struck by bullets, collapsing to the ground. A 2-star awakened individual could not withstand the damage from bullets. If they were a tougher awakened being, it would be a different story. Unfortunately, neither of them fit that description. Lin Ong fell wounded. In a moment of crisis, Huang Lintian unleashed his latent power, forming a 2-centimeter thick ice shield to protect himself. Crack! Shun Lian pierced through the ice shield, but failed to reach Huang Lintian. The brief barrier allowed him to evade the strike, but could he truly escape? A towering figure loomed before Huang Lintian. A massive shield came crashing down upon him. Crack! Huang Lintian's skull shattered, his body collapsing to the ground. "How dare you attempt to ambush my master?" Foolish. The imposing figure was, of course, the arriving bone. Capture the leader first. Guan Li's intentions were clear. Tiango is dead. What do we do? The crowd, witnessing Huang Lintian's gruesome demise, fell into disarray. The soldiers surged forward, swiftly claiming the lives of several more students within mere seconds. Run! Finally, the group could no longer maintain their composure, dashing towards the playground's exit. With their leader slain, what was there left to fight for? Guan Li ordered the pursuit. He had no intention of letting them escape. The skeletal warriors, though not rapid, were immensely powerful. With their 2-star strength, they easily caught up. As for the knight swordsman, he was a relentless force, capable of slaying one person every 10 steps without a trace left behind. Those fleeing stood no chance against them. The playground became a scene of utter massacre. Cries of despair echoed continuously. Guan Li remained unmoved. In the performance room on the top floor, many girls appeared pale. Guan Li, how dare he kill? Doesn't he fear the law's retribution? A foreboding sense brewed within them. Perhaps Guan Li was right. This world had indeed changed. Murder was no longer an unattainable act. "Don't kill me, I beg you." Lin Ong lay on the ground, struggling. Blood oozed from several wounds on his shoulders and arms. Guan Li, holding the Qingfeng knife, wore an expression devoid of emotion. "Even in death, I will ensure you pay the price." Realizing his pleas were in vain, Lin Ong knew his end was near. He unleashed his telekinetic power, hurling a fruit knife at Guan Li in desperation. I've been anticipating you. Guan Li sneered. Bone armor materialized around him, deflecting the fruit knife effortlessly. Guan Li lunged forward, crushing Lin Ong's arm beneath his foot. Ah! A gut-wrenching scream erupted. I told you to refrain from ambushing. Guan Li delivered another kick, shattering Lin Ong's knee. Ugh! Lin Ong's eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Kill me. In my suffering. He howled like a deranged beast. Satisfied, Guan Li mercifully severed his head with a swift stroke. He wished not to waste time, for the night had fully descended. In the dimly lit playground, cards emitted a faint glow. The moonlight cast a weak illumination over the corpses strewn about. Kill! The sounds of battle reverberated through the darkened playground. Just as Guan Li prepared to act, he heard a voice from the opposite side. Master, I, Wang Yu, have come to assist you. Guan Li, I've already finished. You arrived just now? Make a note of this. Do not engage. Guan Li swiftly warned his soldiers. Huffing, Wang Yu rushed to Guan Li's side, catching his breath. Master, you're incredibly swift. At these words, Guan Li's expression darkened. Make sure to note this. It's not that I am fast. It is you who are slow. Wang Yu opened his mouth to protest, but reason silenced him. The entire ordeal had erupted and concluded in mere minutes. Unless he had leapt from the 7th floor directly, he could not have possibly arrived in time. Assist in clearing the battlefield. Each person will receive 5 one-star crystal cores as reward. Trust is essential in utilizing people. Doubt leads to failure. He deemed Wang Yu to be a decent individual. While there were elements of opportunism, he genuinely sought to assist. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. The 6 individuals displayed eager expressions, as this amounted to a windfall of 5 crystal cores each. Chapter 22. Night Talk Shun Lian. This task is entrusted to you. Guan Li cast a knowing glance, and Shun Lian immediately understood. In the depths of night, the operations of the Dark Knight Legion would not be hindered. Rather, they would become more agile. Yes, my lord. Shun Lian nodded, comprehending Guan Li's intent. He was to clear the battlefield while keeping an eye on Wang Yu and the others. Guan Li sought out a clean classroom on the 6th floor of the teaching building. They would temporarily spend the night here. A few skeletal warriors guarded Guan Li closely. He produced a food card and crushed it, summoning a massive poultry leg that appeared before him, so large that it could not fit in a single pot. A rich aroma wafted through the classroom. Bones, would you care partake? Guan Li inquired casually. My lord, we do not require sustenance. One of the skeletal warriors gestured to its own form, indicating the absence of anything beyond bones. Ah, pardon, Guan Li exclaimed, lifting the roasted leg to take a satisfying bite. Oh my, this is delicious. He activated his abilities and devoured the leg with great enthusiasm, soon leaving nothing behind. Having feasted, Guan Li retrieved a 2-star crystal core and commenced its absorption. This was a core contributed by Master Tion. Hi One, may we enter? Wang Yu's voice echoed from outside. Let him in, Guan Li commanded, and the skeletal warriors parted to allow passage. Wang Yu and his companions approached Guan Li, holding an old-fashioned oil lamp. Did Shun Lian send you back? Guan Li Kadia. Truly a master of foresight. You are like Zhuge Liang reincarnated. Wang Yu flattered. Brother Shun Lian stated that we were too slow and might hinder them. Hi One, we shall not accept this reward. Wang Yu said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Guan Li said as he retrieved 31-star crystal cores from his spatial ring. Hi One, we feel undeserving. Wang Yu hesitated to accept the cores. Take them. Just call me Guan Li. The earlier incident had merely been a small test for them, not a genuine request for assistance. After all, with the Dark Knight Swordsman Legion present, clearing the battlefield was a trivial task. Their trial had been deemed successful. The group refrained from pilfering anything. Then we thank you, Brother Li, they exclaimed joyfully as they accepted the cores and began to absorb them. Moments latte. Each of the 6 experienced a significant boost in their abilities. You're close to breaking through to 2 stars. Guan Li observed Wang Yu, noticing the energy radiating from him was nearing that threshold. Indeed, Wang Yu nodded. Here, break through now. Guan Li tossed 10 one-star crystal cores to him. Wang Yu appeared astonished, as if he had been gifted a handful of sweets. Thank you, Brother Li. At that moment, he could think of nothing else to express but gratitude. As he absorbed the cores, a surge of powerful energy emanated from him. It was evident he had successfully broken through. Wow, I can feel my strength increasing immensely. Is this the power of 2 stars? It's truly formidable. Wang Yu's youthful spirit ignited with fervor. Suddenly, the stomachs of Wang Yu and his companions grumbled audibly. All right, more hungry mouths. Their eager gazes implored Guan Li for sustenance. 6 food cards were crushed, and an array of delectable dishes appeared within the classroom, their rich aromas tantalizing even those on the upper floors. What a delightful scent! Who is indulging in barbecued meat? Guan Li. It must be him. The others seemed to conjure the image of that cold figure. For he was indeed the strongest within the entirety of Z University, not only possessing formidable strength, but also commanding a dozen subordinates and a legion of skeletal soldiers. As the reality dawned upon them, several striking young women gathered, seemingly in discussion. Wow, Brother Li is indeed generous. Wang Yu and his companions beheld the barbecue with envy. This is barbecue. It surpasses bread, instant noodles, and hot dogs by leagues. Enough chatter. Isn't the meat sufficient to silence your mouths? Indeed, I shall sew my lips shut. Wang Yu wasted no time, seizing a beef leg and devouring it voraciously, enhanced by various delectable seasonings. Even the most humble fare became a feast. The group devoured their meal, licking their fingers clean afterward. Once satiated, Guan Li engaged them in conversation, primarily to better know them. Wang Yu was a local from City Z, his parents employed in business. While not wealthy, they lived comfortably. Four-eyed hailed from a single-parent household, raised by his father. Li Meng had lost both parents at a young age and was brought up by his grandmother. In the months leading up to the apocalypse, his last remaining family member also passed away, yet he considered it a blessing. After all, surviving in this damned apocalypse was a torment unto itself. Lu Tianming was an outsider studying at university in City Z, his parents merely ordinary workers. Xiaobin also came from outside, with his father being a university lecturer and his mother managing a company, thus enjoying a decent upbringing. Yu Hai shared a similar background to Li Meng, having been raised by his elderly guardians, who had also recently passed away. My lord, the battlefield has been thoroughly cleared. Shun Lian entered the classroom. The Dark Knight swordsman lay concealed in the shadows. Should Guan Li encounter any danger, they could arrive in an instant. Well done. Thank you for your efforts, Guan Li said, accepting the heavy sack from Shun Lian. Serving my lord is an honor, Shun Lian replied, stepping aside. Guan Li utilized the system to scan the contents of the sack. 441-star crystal cores, 35 2-star crystal cores, 137 white random cards, 5 green random cards, and 1 dark green random card. A vine staff, contributed by Huang Lintian, was also present. This fellow was quite impoverished, possessing little more than this item. Of course, Lin Ong was even poorer, lacking any weapon at all. His only throwing knife had been bent by Guan Li. Noticing Guan Li counting the spoils, Wang Yu and the others discreetly distanced themselves, seeking a quiet corner to rest, as there were no entertainment options in the apocalypse. The long night would only be endured through sleep. Exhausted from the day, they quickly fell into a deep slumber, unconcerned about safety, for the classroom was brimming with Guan Li subordinates. The sound of their loud snoring echoed through the room, reaching Guan Li's ears. These fellows! He felt somewhat exasperated and decided to leave the classroom. In another quiet room, Guan Li began absorbing the crystal cores in his possession. One by one, the 2-star crystal cores were swiftly absorbed, a warm current flowing through him like a river, continuously washing over his body. Countless cells revived, greedily consuming the pure energy contained within the cores. The energy within the crystals was nothing short of a fortifying elixir, enabling the human body to evolve toward greater strength. Guan Li exhaled a breath of stale air. He clenched his fists, feeling the burgeoning power within. My strength should be approaching the advanced 2-star level. If he were to encounter a man-faced mantis again, Guan Li felt absolute confidence in his ability to defeat it. Chapter 23. Midnight Visit. Having absorbed the crystal nucleus, Guan Li shifted his gaze to the cards. He began with the white random cards. Food card X30, Advanced card X15, Supply card X23, Purified water X20, Great Cleaver X1, a sharp iron cleaver, regular crossbow bolts X13. Flame crossbow bolts X3, creates a burning zone of 10 meters upon explosion. Frost crossbow bolts X2, freezes targets within a 10-meter radius upon explosion. Lockpicking skill X1. Master various lockpicking techniques upon learning. Glass marbles X2, utterly useless. Recommended for disposal. Standard pistol bullets X8. Enhanced potato seeds X19. Genetically strengthened potato seeds. The series of notifications chimed in Guan Li's mind. The rewards this time were quite satisfactory. Excluding the glass marbles, the rest of the items held some utility. Learn lockpicking skill. Guan Li immediately felt a plethora of lockpicking techniques integrate into his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host has learned lockpicking skill. This was a useful little trick. Though it was of no immediate use, having multiple skills is never a burden. After completing the white cards, it was time for the green ones. The quantity indicated their rarity. Guan Li directly activated 5 green cards. Acquired Decayed Burning Fruit X1. Severely depleted energy, can only confer partial burning ability. May be traded. Acquired Intermediate Advance card X2. Usable for Legion advancement. Acquired Firearm Mastery X1. Learn to proficiently handle various firearms. No longer will my mother worry about my shooting skills. Acquired Strength Pill X1. Double strength for a short duration. Lasts 1 minute. All the green cards have been opened. In Guan Li's eyes, there was both surprise and disappointment. The disappointment stemmed from the modest quality of the rewards, while the surprise was due to the 2 intermediate advance cards. Currently, the Legion's advancement did not require intermediate cards, but it is always prudent to be prepared. Learn Firearm Mastery. In an instant, Guan Li felt as if he had become a seasoned marksman. He retrieved a Desert Eagle and swiftly disassembled it. In mere moments, a pile of parts lay scattered across the table. A few moments later, a fully assembled Desert Eagle was in his hands. Having multiple skills is never a burden. As for the Decayed Burning Fruit, its appearance resembled that of an apple, now largely rotted, with flickering flames visible in the exposed flesh. Guan Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against consuming it. Who knows what adverse effects this decayed item might harbor? Decayed Burning Fruit. Trade value, 5,000 points. Goodness. So expensive? Guan Li exclaimed in surprise. But he quickly came to terms with it. After all, it was a fruit capable of bestowing abilities. Even in its decayed state, its value remained substantial. Without further hesitation, he chose to trade it. Traded Decayed Burning Fruit for 5,000 points. With the points credited, Guan Li experienced a small windfall, dispelling his earlier disappointment. There remained only 1 card. Holding the deep green card, Guan Li crushed it without delay. The multitude of zombies had surely yielded something worthwhile. Acquired Legion Expansion card X1. Upon use, increases designated Legion's numbers by 10. Upon reading the item description, Guan Li's eyes lit up. This was an excellent item, capable of augmenting his Legion by 10 soldiers. What is his greatest asset? The system. The Legion. This is his core. Anything that enhances the Legion and Oppo's strength is indeed valuable. Guan Li did not immediately use the Legion expansion card. The strengths of the Skeleton Warriors and the Nightblade Assassins were commendable. For a moment, he hesitated. Guan Li returned to the classroom where the Legion was stationed. The oil lamp in the center emitted a faint glow, flickering as if it could extinguish at any moment. Besides the lamp, the only illumination came from the moonlight outside. Shun Lian, prepare yourself. I am about to promote you. Upon entering the classroom, Guan Li spoke directly. Yes. Thank you, Master. Shun Lian's eyes brightened. System. Promote the Nightblade Assassin Legion. Guan Li withdrew the Nightblade Assassin Legion into the system space. Ding. Promoting the Nightblade Assassin Legion requires 20 advanced Legion cards. Proceed with promotion. Promote. Guan Li chose promotion without hesitation. Promoting the Nightblade Assassins required 20 advanced cards. This must be related to the Legion's strength, as the skeleton soldiers only required a 1-star strength for promotion. There was no need to dwell on this. He had enough advanced cards, so he would proceed. Beginning the promotion of the Nightblade Assassin Legion, Guan Li decided to browse the point store. He purchased a simple folding bed for 3 points. Such an ordinary item was quite affordable. Looking at the simple folding bed that appeared before him, though basic, It was certainly an improvement over sleeping on the floor. Guan Li glanced at the corner, where Wang Yu and others lay in disarray. Sigh. This folding bed is a minor blessing. Guan Li adjusted the bed and lay down in a comfortable position. After a long day of toil, it was time to rest. The skeleton soldiers required no sleep. They would take on the watch duty. As Guan Li prepared to close his eyes, he heard footsteps echoing in the corridor outside the classroom. Someone's there? Just as he intended to rise and investigate, a series of exclamations erupted from outside. Ah, a monster! Those were several melodious voices, tinged with a hint of fear, yet still enchanting. My lord, we have captured a few individuals. How do you wish to proceed? Bone tossed a girl before Guan Li with little regard for delicacy. Shortly thereafter, 3 more girls were similarly deposited at his feet, seated upon the folding bed. Guan Li looked at the 4 girls before him. This one seems familiar. His gaze fell upon a familiar figure on the ground. It was Lin Nana. She had removed her makeup, revealing her true self. Although not as stunning as before, she exuded a refreshing innocence typical of a student. As for the other 3, he recognized only one, Zhang Xinyue, one of the campus beauties at Z University. It was said her father was a wealthy entrepreneur in Z City, a man of considerable means. Due to these 2 dazzling identities, numerous wealthy heirs had pursued her fervently. In the past, Guan Li felt like a mere pauper in her presence. Besides Lin Nana and Zhang Xinyue, the other 2 girls were also quite attractive. In former days, they would have been the center of attention. Yet now, they appeared quite disheveled. Guan Li surveyed the 4 girls seated before him. Their late-night visit surely held ulterior motives. Chapter 24, A Desire for Opportunity. Guan Li. Are these your subordinates? Lin Nana quickly came to her senses. She had encountered these skeletal warriors during the battle in the afternoon. The dimness of the corridor had initially startled her, but now, illuminated by a faint glow, she could clearly discern the fearsome yet respectful figures standing behind Guan Li. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak your business, Guan Li commanded, seated on a folding bed, scrutinizing the 4 women before her. The drowsiness she had felt earlier was now thoroughly disrupted, leaving her in a rather foul mood. Guan Li, do you still love me? Lin Nana finally mustered the courage to voice her feelings, despite knowing how shameless it sounded. For the sake of survival, her pride had become insignificant. If she could rekindle the affections of the man before her, her safety would surely be assured. You are not beautiful, so do not harbor unrealistic expectations, Guan Li retorted coldly. Lin Nana was taken aback by Guan Li's callousness. After all, he had once loved her deeply. Get lost. Guan Li waved her off, and Bone immediately understood, seizing Lin Nana and tossing her out of the classroom. Woo woo woo. Lin Nana sat on the ground, at a loss. What about the 3 of you? If there's nothing else, then leave. Guan Li addressed the remaining women. Bone approached the trio, preparing to usher them out physically. Wait, I have something to ask of you. One of the girls, whom Guan Li did not recognize, interjected. Yet her exquisite features and stunning figure marked her as a potential beauty of the department. Speak. Guan Li's tone was laced with impatience. I don't want to die. I wish to propose a deal. Su Shui declared. A deal? What do you have to offer me? Money? That is worthless. Guan Li replied frostily. I am young, beautiful, and have an admirable physique. If you agree to protect me, I will become your woman. I am open-minded and willing to accept any arrangement. Su Hasti Okodim, aware that someone of Guan Li's caliber would likely appreciate a harem. Get lost. Guan Li frowned. What did this woman take herself for? A mere breeding sow? Su Shui's complexion paled instantly, bewildered as to why Guan Li remained unmoved by her allure. She had attracted countless admirers before. Bones, show her the door. Guan Li waved her hand, and Su Shui was swiftly ejected. What about you 2? Do not waste my time, she demanded, turning her gaze to the remaining 2 women. Jiang Xian stood up and left the classroom, her proposition akin to Su Shui's, offering her body in exchange for protection. What about you? Guan Li inquired, directing her attention to the campus beauty, Zhang Xinyue. Her delicate features, bathed in moonlight, appeared exceptionally enchanting. Though slender, her beauty was undeniable, meriting a score of 90. If you intend to barter your body for protection, you may leave as well, Guan Li declared, rising to her feet. Her dark, mysterious eyes bore into Zhang Xinyue. Guan Li, I want to live. Could you grant me a chance? Zhang Xinyue took a deep breath and stated resolutely, a glimmer of stubbornness evident in her gaze. As a wealthy heiress and campus belle, she displayed a tenacity that suggested she might indeed achieve something remarkable if she survived. Very well. First, slay a zombie to prove your worth, Guan Li instructed. Should the girl conquer her fears, she would consider assisting her. Otherwise, she would simply become fodder for the undead. Stepping out of the classroom, Guan Li found the three women had already departed. Let us go. Did you not seek an opportunity? Guan Li observed Zhang Xinyue. Yes. Zhang Xinyue nodded, following closely behind Guan Li as they traversed the eerie corridor to the adjacent building. Woo woo woo. A zombie suddenly lunged at them. Guan Li raised her hand and effortlessly dispatched it with a single blow to the head. Your turn. Guan Li temporarily lent her discarded tang knife to Zhang Xinyue and stepped back, observing coldly. If Zhang Xinyue faltered in the face of the zombie, she would meet her demise. I want to live. Zhang Xinyue gripped the tang knife and faced the oncoming zombie, a fierce determination igniting within her. With a swift motion, she swung the knife at the creature's head. However, her strength, being that of a woman, proved insufficient, and the blade became lodged in the zombie's neck. Woo woo woo. The zombie flailed its arms, reaching for Zhang Xinyue, who stumbled backward. Seeing this, Guan Li did not intervene. Zhang Xinyue relinquished the knife and rolled aside as the zombie fell to the ground. She retrieved the tang knife and struck downwards. With a sickening crunch, blood and brain matter spilled forth. Zhang Xinyue gasped for breath, her hands trembling. Well done. Guan Li approached and reclaimed the knife. Search the remains for a crystal core, she instructed, pointing at the zombie's head. A crystal core? Though puzzled, Zhang Xinyue stepped forward and reached inside, extracting a small orb. What is this? Zhang Xinyue inquired, bewildered. A crystal core. It can enhance human abilities. This is your reward. Absorb it, Guan Li explained. Thank you. Zhang Xinyue nodded, beginning the process of absorption. A warm sensation coursed through her body. Guan Li stood guard with her Qingfeng knife, watching over her. Minutes passed, and Zhang Xinyue slowly opened her eyes. How extraordinary! My strength, speed, and reflexes have all seemingly improved, she exclaimed in astonishment. I have given you a chance. If you wish to survive, then diligently slay zombies, Guan Li instructed. I will remain at Z University for a night at most. If you desire more supplies, trade me crystal cores. With that, Guan Li turned and departed without looking back. Zhang Xinyue stood in the corridor, determination flashing in her eyes. Outside the performance studio, the three women appear to be waiting for something. Why hasn't Zhang Xinyue returned? Zhang Xian asked. She probably caught someone's attention. Su Shui replied, laced with jealousy. Let us go. She likely won't be coming back. Lin Nana expressed her disappointment. Oof, it's just Guan Li. I'm not interested, she declared defiantly. If Zhang Xinyue wants him, then let her have him. Su Shui shrugged nonchalantly. All right, Xiao Xue. Let us head back. There are plenty of impressive boys inside the performance studio, Zhang Xian suggested. Yes, Su Shui agreed, and the trio made their way into the studio. Upon returning to the classroom, Guan Li heard the system's prompt. Ding! The Night Blade Assassin Core has successfully advanced. Please check your status. The system's voice echoed in Guan Li's mind. At last, she had achieved advancement. A joyful expression spread across Guan Li's face. Chapter 25. The Shadow Swordmaster's Congratulations, Host. You have acquired the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. The system's notification echoed. He summoned the Shadow Swordmaster Legion forth. Thank you, my lord. Grant us a new life. Shun Lian half kneeled upon the ground. The Shadow Swordmasters also knelt in unison. Rise. Guan Li gestured with an uplifted hand. Yes. The Shadow Swordmaster stood before Guan Li. He scrutinized the Shadow Swordmaster Legion carefully. Externally, there appeared to be no significant change, clad in dark garments, wielding 3-foot-long blades. Yet, their aura had undergone a substantial transformation. The Shadow Sword Masters radiated a more subtle essence, nearly imperceptible from the shadows. Guan Li opened the attributes panel of the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. Shadow Swordmaster Legion upgradable. Number 15. Potential 6 stars. Strength 3 stars. Commander Shunlian. Skills: Shadow Following, Shadow Sword Technique, Shadow True Essence, Shadowless Step, Sword Control Technique. Shadow Binding. The number of members has increased. Skills have expanded. Skills have been enhanced. Strength has risen. It directly boasts 3-star strength. Remarkable. Guan Li exclaimed. With each advancement, the strength of all soldiers would see enhancement. System. What conditions are required for the Shadow Sword Masters to advance again? Guan Li inquired of the system. Ding. To upgrade the Shadow Sword Master Legion requires 100 Legion upgrade cards. The Legion in Oppos S strength must reach 6 stars. The system in Oppos S notification resonated in Guan Li and Oppos S mind. Strength needs to reach 6 stars. System. How can the Legion and Oppos S strength be increased? Guan Li asked. He could absorb cores himself, but the Legion could not. The Legion soldiers are perpetually enhancing. As long as sufficient accumulation occurs, strength can be elevated. The host may also choose to utilize treasures to accelerate the enhancement speed. The system in Oppos S voice continued, and Guan Li nodded in understanding. He accessed the points marketplace. Everything the Legion required could be purchased here. Ghost Herb contains abundant spiritual energy. Can enhance cultivation speed, priced at 500 points. Magic Eagle Beastbone contains vast necromantic power, can enhance cultivation speed, priced at 600 points. Treasures that enhance cultivation speed varied greatly. Treasures of similar attributes could provide additional enhancement speed. You have purchased Ghost Herb, expending 500 points. You have purchased Magic Eagle Beastbone, expending 600 points without hesitation. Guan Li procured both treasures. Although over 1,000 points were spent, it was exceedingly worthwhile. Points are earned to be utilized. The new Legion card was temporarily beyond his means. Instead, he opted to strengthen the existing 2 legions. Guan Li allocated the Ghost Herb to the Shadow Swordmaster Legion, while the Magic Eagle Beastbone was given to the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Upon absorption of the treasures, both legions exhibited remarkable breakthroughs in strength. Ding! The Skeleton Warrior Legion has surpassed 3-star strength. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Surpassed. Guan Li remarked in astonishment. The efficacy of the Magic Eagle Beastbone is indeed astonishing. Thank you, Master. The flames of soul fire in the bones burned more brightly. The Shadow Swordmaster Legion, though not yet advanced, could distinctly sense a gradual enhancement in their strength. The effect of the Ghost Herb continued to persist. Should the Ghost Herb be fully absorbed, the Shadow Swordmaster Legion should attain intermediate 3-star strength. With the Legion's strength elevated, Guan Li felt elated. This also prepared him well for the departure scheduled for the next morning. As night deepened, Guan Li succumbed to drowsiness. He ceased his pretense of wakefulness and fell into slumber. The Bones and Shun Lian exchanged glances, instinctively taking on the role of guardians by Guan Li's side. The Legion's soldiers stood vigil in every corner of the classroom. The night was destined to be sleepless for many. The survivors remained on edge. In the performance room on the top floor, 3 young women quietly pushed open the door and entered. Most students had not yet succumbed to sleep. The return of the trio did not draw much attention, as many had stealthily slipped out. As for their activities outside, no one dared to pry. In light of the events that transpired in the afternoon, most had come to accept the grim reality. The apocalypse had arrived. Death could claim them at any moment. Ziang Xin, I have something to say to you. Upon their return, a robust young man approached them. The other 2 women said nothing further and directly returned to the performance room. Jiang Xin regarded the young man thoughtfully. She recognized him as one of her suitors. Named Li Zichao. Let's step outside to talk. It's not convenient here. Jiang Xin averted her gaze and exited the performance room. Lin Nana turned a glance back, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Our Jiang Miss has found a new target so quickly. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Lin Nana, what do you mean by that? The girl, clearly closer to Jiang Xin, quickly retorted, Is it because you were abandoned by Guan Li that you're acting crazy? Li Zichao has always pursued Xiao Xin. What does that have to do with you? Are you so virtuous? Don't think I don't know you have a crush on Li Zichao all along. Unfortunately, he doesn't fancy you. Lin Nana shot back harshly. You worthless piece of trash. The girl immediately countered. You. The two exchanged barbs before parting ways in displeasure. Li Zichao was among the first to leave the building. Today, he had slain numerous zombies within the educational building. According to Guan Li's assertion, killing zombies could lead to strength enhancement. Thus, those young men who had fought zombies quickly became the targets of everyone's favor, as aligning with these awakened individuals assured their own safety. At the very least, it provided a semblance of security. Ah Chao, are your feelings for me sincere? In a classroom, Jiang Xin wore a bashful expression. Of course. Xiao Xin, you know my heart. Li Zichao declared with deep emotion. I have liked you since high school. I used to feel inadequate, unworthy of someone so noble as you. But now it is different. I'm about to break through to 2-star strength. Trust me, I will protect you. He slammed his fist on the desk, shattering the hard wooden surface in two. Ah Chao, I believe in you. Please don't disappoint me. Jiang Xin embraced him, her voice as gentle as flowing water. Xiao Xin, I will treat you well. Li Zichao pressed his lips against hers. The classroom was awash with youthful exuberance. Such occurrences were not uncommon this night. Many girls with an appealing demeanor took advantage of their assets, pre-selecting targets. For them, it was merely a matter of switching boyfriends. Of course, several girls maintained their boundaries. Ultimately, individual choices varied. The cold moonlight enveloped the ravaged city. On the streets, many terrifying figures wandered incessantly. They occasionally detected food hiding in the shadows, emitting horrifying roars and desperate cries for help. The dilapidated streets, collapsed buildings, and burning vehicles all proclaimed one resounding truth. This world no longer belonged to humanity. Chapter 26 Departure from Z University. The morning air was pleasantly cool, a characteristic of summer's temperature variance. Yet, for Guan Li, this chill was hardly significant. He opened his eyes and rose from his folding bed. Gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window, everything appeared exceptionally tranquil, save for the dense black smoke rising in the distance. It felt as though life continued as usual, but Guan Li knew that there was no turning back. The skeletal soldiers who had perished yesterday had already been resurrected by the system. He summoned them directly. The Skeletal Warrior Legion was fully assembled. After a night of absorption, the Shadow Swordsman Legion had advanced to intermediate level 3. Holding an expansion card for the Legion, Guan Li resolved to use it on the Shadow Swordsman. The skeletons had no objections, yet he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, the Skeletal Warrior Legion had been his first followers. Such situations would arise frequently in the future, and to avoid favoritism, he had to find a way to compensate the skeletal warriors. Next time, I shall assist you in your advancement. This was the promise Guan Li made. Master, whatever decision you make, I shall support. This statement warmed Guan Li's heart. He chose not to be overly sentimental. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small details. The road ahead was still long. Ding! The Shadow Swordsman Legion has expanded by 10 members. The system's notification sounded. Within the classroom, a summoning array appeared. 10 Shadow Swordsmen gradually materialized before Guan Li. Greetings, my lord. The newly summoned Shadow Swordsmen respectfully knelt. Rise. Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Thank you, my lord. With 40 soldiers in the Legion, Guan Li felt a surge of confidence. He retrieved a food card and crushed it. A sumptuous breakfast materialized before him. Fried dough sticks, buns, and soy milk in generous portions. After consulting with Shun Lian, he learned that the Shadow Swordsmen had modest food requirements, as sword practitioners often practiced fasting. Ignoring their needs, Guan Li began his breakfast. Is that the taste of a meat bun? Wang Yu's nose twitched as he quickly opened his eyes. The others followed suit, their gazes on Guan Li akin to that of hungry wolves. Wow, a freeloader. Guan Li swiftly devoured the bun in his hand. Ali good morning. Wang Yu greeted, rising. Yes, I must leave Z University now. Until we meet again, Guan Li announced. Li Gu, may I accompany you? Wang Yu asked, a hint of shyness in his voice. To become a strong individual, one must forge their own path. Guan Li replied, his eyes devoid of any emotion. I understand. Li Gu, your kindness will be etched in my heart. Wang Yu declared before bidding farewell to Guan Li. Farewell. I look forward to the day we meet again. As Wang Yu and the others exited the classroom, their whereabouts became uncertain. After waiting for a while and seeing no one else arrive, Guan Li prepared to leave. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a voice called out from a distance. Wait, Guan Li, hold on. Zhang Xinyue sprinted over, finally catching up. Apologies. A zombie delayed me. Thank you for your patience. Zhang Xinyue's clothes were matted with the darkened blood of zombies, her breath significantly stronger. In just one night, she had nearly reached intermediate level 2. Congratulations. You chose the right path. Guan Li smiled, though he did not see the other 3 individuals. It was clear to him that everyone had different choices. Some aspired to be strong, while others wished to cling to the strong. Your words have enlightened me. Thank you. Guan Li, Zhang Xinyue bowed deeply. How many zombies did you slay last night? Guan Li inquired. I and Oppose, V lost count. It should be no less than 20. Zhang Xinyue paused before replying. 20? Quite impressive. Guan Li nodded. The difficulty of defeating zombies increased significantly in the dim light of night. What do you seek for exchange? Guan Li sensed her potential for investment. Weapons. Food. Zhang Xinyue stated her desires. Guan Li glanced at the weapon in her hand, a dull fruit knife stained with the blood of zombies. Here, in his hand appeared a large cleaver. Though the cleaver lacked elegance, it was sharp and far superior to the fruit knife. What will it take to exchange? Zhang Xinyue regarded the cleaver, deeming it sufficiently robust for zombie slaying. She had set aside some crystal cores for exchange. 2 crystal cores. A fair price. Guan Li held up 2 fingers. Investment is investment, but one must not suffer excessive losses. This cleaver had a recovery value of 10 points. All right, I shall trade. Zhang Xinyue did not hesitate. The experience of hunting zombies last night had made her acutely aware of the importance of possessing a reliable weapon. Guan Li accepted the crystal cores and handed over the cleaver. What about food? How shall we exchange for food? Zhang Xinyue asked. 10 loaves of bread, 10 sausages, and 5 bottles of mineral water. For 2 crystal cores. Guan Li quoted a price close to the purchasing cost. Could you lower it? I can forego the sausages. Zhang Xinyue stammered. Very well. 1 crystal core for the loss. Guan Li saw her discomfort. Thank you. Zhang Xinyue beamed, hastily handing over the crystal core. Guan Li exchanged the supplies with her, and even included a discarded shovel, which he had never found any particular use for. What is this? Zhang Xinyue examined the shovel, curiosity evident on her face. Ahem, this is a treasure. Whether you can wield its power depends on your own enlightenment, Guan Li said with a playful expression. If anyone else had been present, they would have scoffed at his words. Yet, Zhang Xinyue surprisingly believed him. She solemnly accepted the shovel, expressing her gratitude. Guan Li, I shall make good use of it. Zhang Xinyue clutched the shovel as if it were a precious item. Guan Li wondered if he had overstepped. What if she used it to bludgeon zombies? Make sure to guard it well. Do not use it to strike zombies, understood? He quickly reminded her. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xinyue secured the shovel. Time is of the essence. I must depart. Until we meet again. Guan Li waved his hand and left with his legion. Guan Li, we shall surely meet again. Zhang Xinyue called after him, watching his retreating figure. The shovel she had carefully stored emitted a subtle crimson glow. Little did Guan Li know, this shovel would alter her fate. Upon arriving at the schoolyard, he noticed the body of Huang Lintian had begun to emit a foul odor. He observed what appeared to be bite marks on the corpse. However, Guan Li paid little attention. He was on the verge of departure. The fate of the students here was of no concern to him. Having cleared the zombies from the playground was already a considerable act of mercy. He led his legion toward the school gate. Chapter 27. The Darkness of the Apocalypse. Guan Li. It seems he is about to leave. Within the performance room on the top floor, numerous individuals peered through the cracks of the window, observing the situation on the playground. Anxiety gripped everyone, rendering sleep impossible. Even if they managed to drift off, they would be easily roused, leading to many in the performance room sporting dark circles under their eyes. What? If Guan Li leaves, what shall we do? Who will protect us? The strength of Guan Li was well known among the crowd. He was akin to a guardian deity. Now, this protector was on the verge of departing Z University. Many students found this hard to accept. Qin Xiong's expression grew serious. He had witnessed Guan Li's formidable prowess firsthand as he single-handedly cleared the zombies from the playground. The performance room erupted into a state of unrest. "Classmates, do not panic," Chen Xiong called out. "Although Guan Li is leaving, we still have classmates Huang Xiao, Li Zichao, and Wang Li. Their abilities are also formidable. While Guan Li was indeed powerful, he was not under their control. The individuals he had just mentioned were entirely different. Last night, he had successfully rallied them, promising numerous benefits. As long as he was the leader of Z University S Group, they would enjoy the finest resources and treatment. With their strength and his position as vice principal, their collaboration would undoubtedly yield a mutually beneficial outcome. Seeing the reason in Chen Xiong and Appo's words, the others readily agreed. "Ahem, classmates, Vice Principal Chen is right. We are unlike that selfish and self-serving man Guan Li. As long as we are alive, we will ensure everyone's safety. In this critical moment, let us unite and persevere together." As Chen Xiong concluded, several individuals stepped forward to voice their sentiments, exuding an air of righteousness that was met with applause. "Indeed, in such perilous times, we must support one another." Many echoed in agreement. The girls nodded, their eyes filled with admiration for the speakers. Li Zichao's eyes bore a hint of fatigue, evidently having exerted himself the previous night. In contrast, Jiang Xin appeared remarkably vibrant, a striking contrast to the weary crowd surrounding her. Li Zichao's efforts made her even more radiant. "Xiao Xin, you look much better than yesterday." A girl approached Jiang Xin, her voice tinged with unmistakable envy. This girl was Su Shui, who had accompanied Jiang Xin to find Guan Li the previous night. Though her family background was not as affluent as Zhang Xinyue's, it was still comfortable. "Oh no, Su Shui, you must be mistaken," Jiang Xin replied with a charming smile, revealing a different allure. Numerous boys were captivated by her smile. "Xiao Xin, you've now allied with Li Zichao. Don't forget about me. Just yesterday, that wretched Lin Nana was speaking ill of you. Upon hearing it, I immediately confronted her." Su Shui was astute enough to recognize the need to secure Jiang Xin's favor in this moment. "Huh, Lin Nana, that little vixen can wait." Xian Xin's gulp. Under the organization of the awakened individuals, teams were swiftly formed. A total of 10 teams, each comprising 30 to 50 members, was established. Each team had an awakened individual leading them. Teams with fewer awakened members had larger numbers. "Classmates, the zombies in the main building and nearby structures have been largely cleared. These areas contain ample resources. Our task is to gather these supplies." Standing at the forefront of the 10 teams was a young man adorned with ear studs, exuding a touch of swagger. His name was Huang Xiao, a 2-star intermediate awakened individual. Additionally, he had acquired the profession of Earth Warrior, enabling him to manifest a layer of earthen armor on his body during battle, which possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Ordinary bullets could hardly penetrate it. "Understood. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished." The ordinary students felt their blood surge with excitement. The thrill of survival in this apocalypse ignited a spark of anticipation within them, perhaps due to the presence of powerful awakened individuals leading the charge. Their fears began to dissipate. Yet, they would soon come to understand the true despair and terror that the apocalypse harbored. Guan Li was indifferent to how the entire faculty and student body of Z University perceived him. He had already traversed the playground. Behind it lay the university library, its doors now tightly shut. Several fallen zombies lay at the entrance, and the chaotic bloodstains on the ground told tales of fierce battles that had erupted here. As Guan Li passed by the library, he sensed several malicious gazes directed at him. He lifted his head to look at the third-floor window of the library, where a few men with fierce expressions were fixated on him. These individuals were certainly not students of Z University. Guan Li made a gesture as if to slit his throat, provoking them. After a moment of hesitation, the group of men ultimately chose to back down, drawing the curtains and ignoring Guan Li. "Consider yourselves fortunate," Guan Li scoffed, continuing his stride towards the campus exit. He was unconcerned with whether they engaged in nefarious deeds. It bore no relevance to him, as long as they did not provoke him. "Phew, bro, that guy's gaze was terrifying. It gave me a suffocating feeling. On the third floor of the library, the group of men breathed a sigh of relief. Besides them, there were several other rough-looking men inside the library, brandishing knives, crowbars, and baseball bats. A group of students was cornered by them, with a few tattered-clad girls showing signs of having been assaulted. The remaining boys were like deflated balloons, obediently remaining in place, too fearful to resist. Damn it! Be more vigilant next time. This is an apocalypse, and if you stumble upon a tough opponent, it's death that awaits. One man cursed. Yes, I understand. Calm down, brother. A subordinate nodded nervously. You come with me. The rough man pointed at a girl. The girl, trembling with fear, stood up, unable to defy his command. Those who had resisted were already fed to the zombies. Not wanting to die, she had no choice but to comply. What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll make you regret it. The moment a few boys dared to glance up, they were immediately met with blows from the thugs. Faced with these merciless demons, they had long lost the courage to resist. Being a hero came at a cost, a price that was their very lives. The bloodstains on the ground were a grim sight, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads, fearful of ending up like the bloodied remnants below. Don't be so ungrateful. If it weren't for the boss, you would have perished at the hands of the zombies long ago. As a form of gratitude, shouldn't you do something for us? In the past, these university students had looked down on them from their lofty heights. But now, they were the ones begging for mercy. It dawned on them that in this chaotic apocalypse, things were not as dire as they once believed. What they had previously deemed unattainable now lay within reach through sheer force. No constraints. Strength spoke volumes. The darkness of the apocalypse was gradually revealing itself. Chapter 28. The venomous fluffy spider, after traversing the library, not far ahead lay the gates of Z University. Once a bustling hub of eager scholars, it now lay drenched in blood and strewn with corpses. The disheveled security room, the blood-stained windows, and the twisted entrance all bore witness to the horror that had unfolded. The stone monument, symbolizing the honor of Z University, was also tainted by crimson. This scene, painted upon the walls, rendered the noble words of education strikingly ironic. At that moment, Guan Li's presence immediately attracted the attention of the zombies at the entrance. Clad in security uniforms, these undead beings advanced menacingly toward him. Without needing a command, the soldiers of his legion surged forward. The shadowy sword masters moved with grace, their swords slicing through the air. Swish, swish, swish. Heads of zombies fell to the ground. Rest in peace, dear security guards. May there be no zombies in heaven. Alas, although many zombies had attained a 2-star strength after a night of evolution, they remained as inconsequential as mere fowl before the might of the Legion. Yet, Guan Li had to concede that the speed of their evolution was indeed remarkable. The strength and speed of these 2-star zombies surpassed those of their 1-star counterparts significantly. A dozen zombies yielded 3 2-star cores and a white-green card. The likelihood of ordinary zombies dropping cores was considerably lesser than that of mutated ones. Clutching the cores, Guan Li began to absorb their energy. A warm current coursed through his body, swiftly assimilated. With the enhancement of his strength, the absorption rate had markedly increased. Upon finishing, he casually crushed the white-green card. Acquired advancement card X1, a delightful surprise indeed. Without lingering, Guan Li proceeded toward the gates. Beyond the gates lay a once bustling street, now eerily silent. As a well-known university in Z City, significant funds have been invested in its development. Yet, this vibrant avenue was now shrouded in an unsettling stillness, marked by shocking blood splatters on the shop fronts. Guan Li noticed a long drag mark on the ground, indicating that the street was far from the safety it appeared to offer. As he stepped beyond the gates, 3 options materialized in his mind. Option 1. Stay at Z University and await military rescue. Reward. Stamina potion X1. Option 2. Depart along the left street. Reward. 5 2-star cores. Option 3. Eliminate the hidden disaster creature within Z University's student street. Reward. Random skill X1. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li dismissed the first option. The second option offered a decent reward, akin to acquiring 5 2-star cores for free. Yet for Guan Li, 2-star cores were not particularly difficult to obtain. Only the third option promised a random skill as a reward. Although it bore an element of chance, it was undoubtedly the most enticing option. Let us proceed. Guan Li urged his legion as they ventured into the quiet student street. No zombies were visible within the street, yet this only heightened Guan Li's vigilance. The threat posed by disaster creatures was considerably greater than that of zombies. Master, it is too quiet here. Something feels amiss. Bone, wielding a skeletal shield, scanned the surroundings with alertness. Yes, everyone, remain cautious, Guan Li advised, harboring little concern as all 40 soldiers of his legion were of 3-star strength. With such a formidable lineup, he felt confident even against 4-star monsters. As they delved deeper into the street, Guan Li sensed a sudden drop in temperature. Turning back, he observed no anomalies at the entrance. However, several headless corpses lay sprawled in the shops on either side. It was exceedingly strange. Guan Li furrowed his brow. The entire street was devoid of even the slightest sound, as if it were cut off from the outside world. Suddenly, a rustling broke the silence. Guan Li remained alert, yet saw nothing amiss. My lord, the source of that sound seems peculiar, Shun Lian remarked gravely. With his words, Guan Li too sensed something was off. The noise did not emanate from the surroundings, but rather from above. He abruptly glanced upward to find the street enveloped by a massive spiderweb. Enormous spiders, larger than an average person, emerged from the buildings on either side. Each spider bore 8 elongated legs, nearly 3 meters in length, adorned with green fluff. Their large, compound eyes, the size of fists, spun incessantly. Guan Li's gaze swept over the disaster creature's information before him. Name: venomous fluffy spider potential, 5-star strength, 2 stars abilities, silk spitting, venomous fluff, spider spear strike. /evaluation. A disaster creature from the abyss, absorbing venomous substances to grow green toxic fluff on its surface. With a sudden movement, the venomous fluffy spider, ensnared in its web, spat silk directly at Guan Li. His pupils dilated as he rolled aside. The silk struck the ground, piercing through the hard concrete. What in the world is this silk? Guan Li gasped, feeling a tightening sensation. Puff, puff, puff. A dozen venomous fluffy spiders simultaneously unleashed their silk upon the street. The soldiers hastily dodged. The webs were suspended 5 to 6 meters above the ground, rendering the skeletal soldiers utterly helpless. The shadowy sword masters, however, could condense their sword energy to strike at the spiders. Shun Lian attempted to sever the silk, only to find it exceptionally resilient. His sword energy merely produced ringing sounds upon impact. Cannot cut it? Then let us burn it, Guan Li declared, retrieving a black iron crossbow and loading a flaming bolt. Everyone, retreat into the shops, he commanded, and the Legion soldiers promptly fell back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flaming bolts shot forth, landing on the spiderweb. Flames rapidly spread along the silk, engulfing the air in a fiery inferno. Crackle, crackle. One by one, the venomous fluffy spiders tumbled to the ground, their bodies ablaze, emitting anguished shrieks. Onward, let us vanquish them. Guan Li rallied the soldiers as the spiders fell. Charge! Kill! The battle cries erupted, echoing through the air. Splat! Green spider blood gushed forth as the Qingfeng blade struck the venomous fluffy spider, leaving a deep gash. The spider let out a wail of distress. Seizing the moment, Guan Li crushed its brain. The venomous fluffy spider collapsed, breathless. Killed venomous fluffy spider, gained 100 points. Bone raised his shield, brutally shattering the spider's head. Shun Lian thrust his sword, piercing the brain of the fluffy spider. The Legion soldiers surged forward, overwhelming the fallen creature, which stood no chance of retaliation. Killed venomous fluffy spider, gained 95 points. Killed venomous fluffy spider, gained 110 points. Killed venomous fluffy spider, gained 120 points. The system notifications echoed continuously in Guan Li's mind. Chapter 29. The Scarlet Queen, damn it. Weren't you just spewing silk with such ease? Continue to show me. Guan Li shouted as he kicked the lifeless body on the ground. The venomous furry spiders had contributed 350 points to him. In addition, he had acquired 8 2-star crystal cores and 5 deep green random cards. However, as he surveyed the multitude of corpses, a wave of confusion washed over him. The calamity monsters had all been slain, yet why had the options not been completed? A furious roar pierced the air. The glass windows of nearby shops shattered under the force of the sound. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Guan Li raised his gaze, only to behold a colossal spider scaling the wall. Its pairs of crimson compound eyes scrutinized him intently. Goodness, its size was nearly that of a tank. The giant spider on the wall was a deep crimson, adorned with 8 sharp spider spears marked with eerie blood patterns. On its massive back was a dark red visage that morphed as if it were alive. Guan Li's eyes scanned the creature, and the system swiftly provided information about the monster. Name: Scarlet Queen, boss level, potential, 7 stars strength, 3 stars advanced abilities, web bomb, bloody fury, frenzy strike, wail of the damned, 8-fold slash, queen's command rating, a calamity monster from the abyss, a rare spider queen capable of commanding a swarm of spiders. Guan Li felt a twinge of relief at his timely arrival. The Scarlet Queen had not birthed many minions. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. A mere dozen venomous furry spiders posed little threat, but what if there were dozens or even hundreds? Even he could not withstand such an onslaught. The Scarlet Queen glared fiercely at Guan Li. It had painstakingly nurtured a handful of venomous furry spiders, investing considerable blood and resources into their growth to 2-star status. Yet, in the span of a mere slumber, all its efforts have been laid waste by this human. Its roar seemed to cry out, "Return my offspring." Huh, a solitary being dares to bark before my army? I have never encountered such audacious spider. Brothers, let's take it down. Guan Li drew his black iron crossbow and loosed an arrow at the creature. The arrow, a penetrating shot left over from slaying a brute, whistled through the air. Thud! The arrow struck the Scarlet Queen, sparking a shower of sparks. Its exoskeleton had thickened, boasting greater defense than that of the brute. Even the penetrating arrow merely left a white mark, failing to breach its defenses. Truly, a boss-level creature. Guan Li's expression grew solemn. The Scarlet Queen was undoubtedly a minor boss. With a furious roar, the Scarlet Queen lunged at Guan Li, determined to tear him apart. Protect the master. Bowen raised its shield to guard Guan Li's attack. With a commanding shout, Shen Lian was the first to charge forth, wielding his longsword. The shadow swordsman surrounded the Scarlet Queen. The Scarlet Queen paused, eyeing its surroundings with wariness. The prowess of the shadow swordsman instilled a sense of dread within it. It could not comprehend how an insignificant ant could command such formidable subordinates. Yet, this question would remain unanswered until its last breath. Sword control. Shen Lian flung his sword into the air, directing it straight toward the Scarlet Queen. Swish! The sword's edge grazed the Scarlet Queen's spear, leaving a blood trail in its wake. Shen Lian manipulated the flying sword to continue its assault on the Scarlet Queen. The sword was enveloped in shadow essence, significantly enhancing its power and allowing it to easily pierce the Scarlet Queen's defenses. With over 20 shadow swordsmen simultaneously executing sword control, the spectacle was breathtaking. Wow, this is utterly magnificent. Guan Li watched as a flurry of flying swords rained down upon the Scarlet Queen. It swung its spear, but was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. This was the first time the shadow swordsmen had unleashed their full might, and their strength was indeed formidable. Under the onslaught, the wounds on the Scarlet Queen multiplied. However, as a boss-level monster, it would not go down without a struggle. Web bomb. The Scarlet Queen opened its maw, releasing a massive clump of silk. The silk unfurled in the wind, transforming into several gigantic webs. The shadow swordsman employed Shadow Step to evade the webbed attacks. Seeing this, the Scarlet Queen attempted to flee. Despite its 3-star advanced strength, it was gravely outnumbered. The shadow swordsmen were all at the intermediate level of 3 stars. Under such overwhelming assault, even it would be forced to retreat. While the Green Mountain remains, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. I shall create more minions in return. As a creature of considerable intellect, the Scarlet Queen understood the perils of leadership. However, it was now too late to escape. Shadowbind. Shen Lian shifted his hands, invoking another skill. A black shadow chain shot forth, ensnaring the Scarlet Queen's hind legs and toppling it to the ground. Hiss! Scarlet Fury. The visage on its back glowed with a crimson light. The Scarlet Queen's power surged, causing the shadow chains to creak under the strain. The remaining shadow swordsman hastily cast Shadowbind, wrapping the Scarlet Queen in over 20 black chains, resembling a tightly bound dumpling. Though its strength had increased, the Scarlet Queen could not break free. The multitude of chains had completely ensnared its body. Now it's our turn. Seeing Shun Lian immobilized, Bone rushed forward with the skeletal warriors. While casting Shadowbind, one must be wholly focused. Guan Li was not idle either. He brandished his azure edge and charged at the Scarlet Queen. The skeletal warriors executed a threefold slash, their blades striking the Scarlet Queen, causing foul green blood to spurt forth. The Scarlet Queen struggled continuously, but could not move, forced to endure the skeletal warriors' onslaught. Be cautious. This creature may unleash a mental attack. Upon noticing that the Scarlet Queen had ceased its struggle, Guan Li sensed an ulterior motive. Indeed, as he uncovered its scheme, the Scarlet Queen erupted in fury. The visage on its back twisted grotesquely, rapidly shifting through various forms. Simultaneously, a cacophony of demonic sounds emanated from it. It had bided its time for this ultimate move. Mental attacks were insidious and nearly impossible to defend against. Even the mightiest could falter before them. The soldiers were momentarily dazed by the mental onslaught. Seeing this, the Scarlet Queen hastily dragged its wounded body to escape. Though it could take down a few soldiers, such actions would surely lead to its demise. The duration of the Wail of the Damned was but a fleeting 3 seconds. For those with steadfast wills, it could be even shorter. Trying to flee? Not on my watch. Observing the Scarlet Queen attempt to scale the wall to escape, Guan Li was the first to object. A prey must possess the awareness of its role. He activated Shadow Dash and charged toward the Scarlet Queen. Chapter 30, A Fortuitous Surprise Hiss. The Scarlet Queen was baffled. Why was this human unaffected? Guan Li was immune, a fact attributed to his innate genetic gifts that rendered him impervious to all negative effects. This was no mere boast. The Scarlet Queen let out a mournful wail of despair. She could never have anticipated her demise at the hands of a human. The azure blade in Guan Li's hand pierced the Scarlet Queen's skull with fierce determination. A crack had already been made by the skeletal warriors. A sickening sound echoed as the head was penetrated. The immense body of the Scarlet Queen wobbled before collapsing to the ground. Guan Li withdrew his knife, which was now slick with white brain matter. You have slain the Scarlet Queen, earning 2,000 points. Barrier Halo X1. Completion of options grants you Blink X1. The system's notification resonated within his mind, eliciting a joyful expression on Guan Li's face. Both skills sounded magnificent. Following the Scarlet Queen's demise, the soldiers gradually regained their senses, gazing around in confusion. My lord, I was ensnared by the demon. I am deeply sorry. Shun Lian half-kneeled before Guan Li, the first act upon regaining consciousness being to plead for forgiveness. My lord, I too am deserving of punishment. Bone also knelt, as did all the soldiers, half-kneeling in reverence. Rise. I hold no grievances against you. Stand up, Guan Li commanded, observing the soldiers on their knees. Yes. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. The soldiers rose and took their positions around him. Guan Li noticed a pale blue card drop from the Scarlet Queen's body. This was the first time he had encountered such a hue. In addition, a crystalline core, translucent and glistening, was extracted from the Queen's skull. This was a 3-star crystal core, exuding a potent aura. Though the rewards were modest, they were exceedingly precious. This core alone could incite fierce competition among many. In Guan Li's possession were 8 2-star crystal cores, spoils contributed by the deadly poisonous spider. He absorbed them directly, pure energy coursing through his body. The barrier he was on the verge of breaking through dissipated in an instant. 2-star advanced. Guan Li did not cease his absorption. He gripped the 3-star crystal core tightly. Boom! The energy within him surged like a rushing river. Guan Li gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught of energy. Under this infusion, his body continuously grew stronger. This absorption lasted a full 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes once more, his aura was entirely transformed. Is this the power of 3 stars? Guan Li clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible strength. On the second day of the apocalypse, while everyone else struggled desperately, he was already far ahead. Blink allows instantaneous movement in any direction up to 10 meters. Cooldown 120 seconds. Guan Li examined the newly acquired skill, exclaiming in astonishment, "Incredible. Just imagine during combat. If I were to suddenly appear behind you, what chaos would ensue?" Although there is a 120-second cooldown, this skill is undoubtedly a divine technique. He demonstrated Blink, his figure vanishing in an instant only to reappear 10 meters away on the street. "My lord, impressive," exclaimed the two commanders, showering him with praise, while the soldiers applauded in unison. "Easy now. Your flattery is making me blush." Guan Li coughed awkwardly. In addition to Blink, he had also received another skill upon slaying the Scarlet Queen. Barrier Halo, upon casting, grants all Legion targets a shield that can negate one negative effect. Upon reading the skill description, Guan Li's eyes brightened. He had been pondering how to shield his Legion from mental disturbances, and now, with the Barrier Halo, all his concerns were effortlessly resolved. After learning the Barrier Halo, Guan Li cast it upon the soldiers. A golden halo appeared around them, dazzling in its brilliance. The halo lasted 5 minutes before gradually fading. This meant that for those 5 minutes, the Legion would be immune to any negative effects. Guan Li felt elated. Both skills, Blink and Barrier Halo, were undoubtedly extraordinary. With these two abilities alone, all his efforts had been worthwhile. Guan Li gazed at the 5 green cards and opened them all at once. Obtained Advancement Card X1. Obtained Intermediate Advancement Card X1. Obtained Undead Spider Spear X1. Harbors powerful undead energy. Capable of enhancing cultivation speed. Obtained AK-47 Firearm X1, a weapon favored by bandits. Possessing formidable power and recoil. Obtained Gene Fertilizer X1, modified fertilizer that accelerates plant growth. Guan Li felt a twinge of disappointment. These rewards were not particularly impressive. Yet he understood, after all, he had just received 2 divine skills. If he were to receive 2 more, it would be excessively extravagant. Such an advantage would be beyond reason. The Skeletal Warrior Legion had reached a temporary plateau. To continue growing stronger, they needed to advance once more. While the Undead Spider Spear could be utilized by the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, it would diminish additional bonuses. As a prudent and economical man, Guan Li would never waste resources. He decided to store the Undead Spider Spear for later use after the Skeletal Warriors evolved. Is this the AK-47 favored by bandits? Guan Li mused as he held the weapon. He squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage upon the surrounding shops. Though he wielded it one-handed, there was not a hint of tremor. With 3-star strength, he could easily disregard the recoil of the firearm. Exhilarating, the magazine emptied, and Guan Li holstered the weapon. He had dreamed of wielding a genuine AK-47 since his days playing video games, and today that dream had been realized. This was not extravagance. It was the fulfillment of a dream. After opening all the rewards, only the pale blue card remained in Guan Li's possession. He retrieved it and examined it closely. The intricate patterns on the card were strikingly clear, resembling a towering tree, emanating a soft blue glow. With a slight exertion, he crushed the blue card. Obtained Random Legion Card X1. What luck! Guan Li suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He had drawn a Legion card. A golden card appeared in his hand. The reverse displayed a grandeur, while the front bore a question mark. Gripping the Random Legion card, Guan Li felt a rush of excitement, wondering what Legion he might acquire this time. He crushed the Random Legion card. Ding! Congratulations! The host has acquired the Elven Archer Legion. After the golden card was crushed, a brand new card materialized in his hand. The back still depicted the mysterious door, but the question mark on the front had transformed into the image of a lithe elven maiden, her figure voluptuous, her features exquisite, with golden hair and azure eyes. Chapter 31. The Elven Archer Legion today is a splendid day. A radiant smile graced Guan Li's face. "Oh, Crimson Empress, my affection for you knows no bounds." He gazed upon the lifeless form of the Crimson Empress, instantly perceiving her as a delicate fairy, having contributed so much. Grasping the card for the Elven Archer Legion, Guan Li crushed it decisively. Bang! A soft sound echoed as the card shattered into countless fragments. Before him, A summoning circle enveloped in white light materialized. 12 ethereal silhouettes gradually emerged. As the brilliance subsided, 12 alluring elven maidens appeared before Guan Li. These enchanting elves possessed striking beauty, easily capable of being the belle of any ball at Z University. Their mesmerizing eyes sparkled in various hues: emerald green, cerulean blue, amethyst purple, and fiery red. Their hair cascaded in shades of gold, violet, alabaster, and verdant green, reminiscent of characters stepping straight out of an anime. Clad in form-fitting green bodices and brown shorts, their attire exuded freshness, revealing arms as delicate as lotus stems. Their smooth, toned forearms bore no trace of excess flesh, complemented by long, resilient legs clad in heels crafted for vines. While their attire was visually stunning, Guan Li harbored concerns regarding their defensive capabilities. Fortunately, this was a ranged archer legion, minimizing the likelihood of direct confrontation. Even with their slight vulnerabilities in defense, it mattered little. Their lightweight ensemble offered distinct advantages, particularly in mobility, an essential trait for a ranged unit. The leader among them was a vision of ethereal beauty. Her exquisite face bore no imperfections, and her expressive, shimmering eyes seemed to converse. Her long, dark tresses cascaded down to her waist, her slender waist easily encircled by a hand. Her long, elegant legs were firm and full, while her delicate hands appeared almost weightless. The pointed ears of the elf added an exotic charm. "Archer Eileen." "Greetings, master." Eileen bowed gracefully, her hands clasped before her chest in a gesture of respect. The other elves followed suit. "Please, no need for such formalities," Guan Li replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping over him. "Thank you, master." Eileen rose, her gaze shyly meeting Guan Li's. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly turned his attention to the information regarding the Legion. He vowed to maintain his purity. Elven Archer Legion, upgradable. Number 12, potential, 6 stars, strength, 3 stars beginner. Leader, Eileen skills, nature's power, perception, thorn arrow, archer focus, natural healing. Sky-piercing arrow. Upon reviewing the details of the elven archers, Guan Li expressed profound satisfaction. The Crimson Empress had truly delivered. The initial strength of the elven archers was already at 3 stars, and they possessed an impressive array of 6 skills. Most importantly, their beauty was unparalleled. System. Upgrade the Elven Archer Legion. Ding. Upgrading the Elven Archer Legion requires 100 Legion upgrade cards. The Legion's strength must reach 6 stars. The system's notification echoed in Guan Li's mind. As expected, the upgrade conditions mirrored those of a Shadow Sword Master. "Eileen, what is your effective range?" Guan Li inquired. "Master, we can inflict effective damage on targets within a range of 300 meters. Beyond that, our striking power diminishes. At over 500 meters, it becomes ineffective." Eileen responded, her voice melodious like a silver bell. Guan Li nodded, satisfied with the range. The arrows utilized by the elven archers had to be purchased from the points market. But fortunately, the price of ordinary arrows was quite reasonable, approximately 1 point for 10 arrows. Guan Li spent 100 points to procure 1,000 feathered arrows from the market. He accessed the system to equip the Elven Archer Legion with these arrows, stored conveniently in the system space for immediate use. With the arrow issue resolved, it was time to extract skills, a segment Guan Li eagerly anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to extract the perception skill. System. Extract perception. Guan Li selected perception. Ding. Beginning extraction of perception. The system's voice resonated promptly. Guan Li felt his surroundings become increasingly vivid. Hidden sights within the structures were now clear to him. After experimenting for a while, he discovered the range of his perception extended only about 5 meters around him. This ability proved quite useful for locating enemies concealed in the shadows. The student street had been thoroughly cleansed by the Crimson Empress. Numerous resources lay within, resources Guan Li could not overlook. "Shun Lian, let us search for the surrounding supplies. Gather at the end of the street in 10 minutes. Guan Li commanded decisively. "Understood." Shun Lian nodded and vanished with the Shadow Sword Masters. Guan Li traversed the student street, patiently waiting for Shun Lian's return. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Soon, the shadow sword masters reappeared, laden with supplies: flour, rice, bottled water, canned goods, a veritable cornucopia of provisions. They had avoided perishable items like raw meat and vegetables, as these would not last. After a night, many fresh vegetables had begun to spoil, and even those untouched had been ravaged by toxic mold spiders. The raw meat bore signs of this vile fungus, resembling decay. Xun Lian would never bring such items back, even though Guan Li was immune to toxins. The sight was still unsettling. "Master, I have only gathered this much. There are still many items left. Shall I make another trip?" Xun Lian gestured, placing the supplies on the ground. There were over 1,000 pounds of rice, 7 or 800 pounds of flour, 12 cases containing a total of 180 bottles of water, and several hundred cans. Guan Li meticulously stored these items within his spatial ring. "No need. Leave some for them." He shook his head, refraining from allowing Xun Lian to continue. The them he referred to were the faculty and students of Z University. A supermarket within the student street housed a substantial stockpile of resources. Xun Lian had only taken a portion, leaving ample supplies for the survivors at Z University. Guan Li could be merciless, but there was no necessity for it. He considered himself neither a good person nor villain. All his actions were driven by the instinct to survive. Master is benevolent." Xun Lian nodded, his admiration for Guan Li reaching new heights. "Let's proceed. Continue hunting zombies," Guan Li urged, not pausing in his stride. Zombies and monsters were constantly growing stronger. To survive, one must become even stronger. After departing the student street and walking over 100 meters, Guan Li came to a halt. Chapter 32. The zombie sighed as he gazed down the street. A shiver coursed through him. The entire thoroughfare was littered with abandoned vehicles. Have you ever witnessed the making of sausage? The scene before Guan Li was akin to that. Numerous cars belched thick, black smoke. One could only imagine the devastation that unfolded when calamity struck. With such a dense population, the number of zombies was, naturally, beyond comprehension. Every available inch of the street was overrun by the undead. Moreover, many of these zombies had undergone mutations, their grotesque forms evident throughout the avenue. In stark contrast, the playground of Z University seemed a mere trifle. Guan Li's presence instantly captured the attention of the horde. They turned en masse, fixating on his location. He quickly turned to flee, only to discover that the street behind him had been encircled by zombies. Damn it, he had been surrounded. A quick glance revealed nearly 10,000 zombies looming in the streets ahead and behind. He inhaled sharply. This quantity could certainly be classified as a zombie tide. Even with 3 legions at his command, the sheer magnitude of the situation left him feeling somewhat intimidated. After all, the combined strength of his legions barely amounted to 100 individuals. While their prowess was formidable, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming numbers of the undead. "Retreat. Fall back into the building," Guan Li commanded urgently. If the zombies completely encircled him, it would be the end. The streets were flanked by numerous buildings and alleys, providing ample opportunity to exploit the terrain. His legionnaires were powerful enough to handle ordinary zombies with ease. As long as they were not fully surrounded, the situation should be manageable. Even if they faltered, he had a plan for a strategic withdrawal. Thus, Guan Li resolved to take a chance, a gamble that could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The legions dispersed, sprinting towards the nearby buildings. Accompanying Guan Li were 3 skeletal warriors, 2 shadow swordsmen, and 4 elven archers. They found themselves in a high-rise office building, towering over 30 stories. Each floor served as a vast platform. Suddenly, dozens of zombies poured in from the stairwell. Guan Li produced his last explosive grenade. He pulled a pin and hurled it. The grenade landed amidst the throng of zombies, detonating with a resounding explosion. A searing wave of heat surged outward, blackening the once pristine white walls. If the building's manager had still been present, he would have surely fainted from the horror of the attack. Alas, the manager was likely among the ranks of the undead now. The narrow stairwell allowed the explosive to eliminate nearly 100 zombies in one fell swoop. Guan Li noted that not all zombies pursued him into the building. Those coming from a distance, devoid of a target, continued to meander aimlessly down the street. A thought struck him. Damn it, these foolish zombies. Since they wouldn't venture upstairs, What was there to fear? He stealthily ascended to the third floor with a few soldiers peering out a window. The aimless horde continued to drift along the street, with only the recent explosion drawing the attention of a fraction of them. The zombies that wandered over were swiftly dealt with by the skeletal soldiers. These zombies were truly pathetic. Guan Li calculated swiftly. The elven archers possessed the power to dispatch 2-star zombies with ease. Each 2-star zombie would consume a single arrow. With nearly 10,000 zombies on the street, that equated to 10,000 arrows, assuming a perfect strike. However, the total expenditure would not exceed 15,000 arrows. With a maximum cost of 1,500 points, he could eliminate this horde. This was a lucrative endeavor, one he could pursue. After some deliberation, he resolved to take action. Everyone, do not act rashly. First, eliminate the surrounding zombies. Through their mental link, Guan Li relayed his orders. The soldiers complied without hesitation. My lord, I have cleared the surrounding zombies. What are your further instructions? Shun Lian's voice echoed. Shortly thereafter, the voices of Bone and Eileen followed suit. Eileen, your archers may face a challenge. My lord, please give your commands. I will strive to fulfill them. Eileen's sweet voice responded. Guan Li outlined his plan, and she readily agreed. Shun Lian, Bone, ensure the safety of the elven archers. He instructed. Understood, came her swift replies. The legions commenced their collaborative efforts. 12 elven archers were tasked with the monumental job of eliminating nearly 10,000 zombies. This was no trivial undertaking. After all, elves were not skeletal warriors. They could not fight endlessly. But Guan Li had anticipated this issue. Supply cards. They could rapidly replenish energy. Though he possessed only 29, it would suffice for the time being. Should they run out, he had access to the points shop to procure items for swift energy recovery. The price was not insignificant, around 5 points each. However, given the sight of the densely packed zombies below, such an investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Swish! An arrow silently pierced a zombie's skull. The remaining zombies exhibited no reaction, continuing their aimless wandering. They lacked the intelligence to ponder why their companions had fallen. Another arrow flew through the air, and another zombie collapsed. Guan Li spent 2,000 points to purchase 20,000 ordinary arrows. Minutes passed, and nearly 100 zombies lay dead on the street below. The operation proceeding smoothly. Guan Li leaned casually against the window, savoring a can of beef. After 10 minutes of relentless shooting, the elves began to sweat profusely. It was evident they were growing weary. After all, they were not undead and could not fight indefinitely. Showing consideration, Guan Li used supply cards on the elven archers. They felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through their bodies, revitalizing their once fatigued forms. The elven warriors regained their fighting spirit, recommitting to their task of eliminating the undead. 20 minutes elapsed, and already 1,000 zombies had succumbed. The area in front of Guan Li's office building was nearly cleared. Some mutated zombies sensed the shift and looked up towards the archers. As an arrow fell, they crumpled to the ground. A brutish zombie, enraged, grasped its fellow undead and hurled them towards Guan Li. Damn it! He cursed vehemently, drawing his Qing foam blade. He severed the zombie that had landed in the building. Shoot it down. His temper flared. Swish, swish, swish. A volley of arrows rained down, transforming the brutish zombie's head into a pincushion. With its fury and resentment, it toppled to the ground. Chapter 33. Clearing the zombie tide. As more and more zombies fell, the mutated ones sensed something amiss. They raised their heads, gazing toward the windows from which arrows were being shot. A furious roar erupted from the mutated zombies, eager to eliminate those lurking in the shadows, launching surprise attacks. Unfortunately, these mutated creatures lacked the ability to command their ordinary counterparts, who continued to wander aimlessly through the streets. Despite their fury, the mutated zombies found themselves powerless, for their intelligence was only marginally superior to that of the common undead. With no means of directing their brethren, they resorted to taking matters into their own hands. Several brutes lifted nearby abandoned cars with brute strength. Get back! One cried, retreating hastily. The abandoned vehicle crashed against the third-floor window with a thunderous impact. causing the surrounding walls to tremble and glass to shatter all around. Aileen, eliminate these troublesome foes, Guan Li commanded decisively. The brutish zombies were severely hindering the efficiency of the archers. Fortunately, the number of these brutish creatures among the horde was limited. The elven archers temporarily abandoned their assault on the ordinary zombies and concentrated their firepower to deal with the brutes first. Seeing this, Guan Li could not remain idle. He retrieved his black iron crossbow and swiftly loaded a bolt. Frost arrow. The azure tip emanated a chilling aura as it soared into the horde, exploding upon impact. The icy element spread, freezing all zombies within a 10-meter radius. Even the brutes found their movements restrained, their feet encased in ice, rendering them massive, immobile targets. The elven archers focused their fire and swiftly dispatched 6 brutish zombies. The commotion caused by the brutes stirred the remaining zombies on the street, inciting agitation. Damn it, Guan Li cursed under his breath, his carefully laid plans disrupted by the brutish intruders. The noise attracted the attention of the zombies, who surged into the building where Guan Li was located. Continue firing at the zombies. Skeleton warriors and shadow swordsmen, join me. Block those undead. Guan Li remained composed, quickly formulating a strategy. The zombies were primarily focused on his building. The structure housing the 3 commanders faced only a minor assault from a few mutated zombies. Guan Li directed his comrades to continue targeting the zombies on the street. My lord, do you require assistance? Shun Lian and Appo's voice echoed. Can you make it here? Although many zombies have been cleared, their numbers remained overwhelming. Even the shadow swordsmen, formidable as they were, could not hope to break through the horde. No problem, Shun Lian replied confidently. Very well, leave some soldiers behind to protect the elven archers. The rest come to my aid. Guan Li agreed to Shun Lian's proposal, recognizing that his forces were insufficient. Thousands of zombies had surged into the building, and aside from the 4 elven archers, he had only 3 skeleton warriors and 2 shadow swordsmen at his disposal. Understood. Moments later, from the shadows of the 3rd-floor windows, 15 shadow swordsmen emerged. Guan Li recalled the unique abilities of the shadow swordsmen. As long as there was a shadow, they could meld into it, although there were limitations to their range. The mere street separating the 2 buildings was certainly within reach. My lord, Shun Lian led his soldiers to stand behind Guan Li. Prepare for battle. Guan Li held his green blade before him, ready for the impending clash. Low growls of zombies echoed from the stairwell, the cacophony of thousands of undead resonating like a chorus from the depths of hell. Most would have quaked in terror, but Guan Li wore a determined expression, eager for the confrontation. The 3rd floor had 2 stairwells. At the end of the left corridor, a decaying zombie burst forth, followed by a surge of dozens more. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. Here they come. Let us fight, Guan Li shouted, gripping his sword in one hand and a crossbow in the other, with a frost arrow already loaded. Whoosh! The icy blue arrow found its mark within the throng of zombies, unleashing a powerful wave of frost that froze the undead in its vicinity. Kill! Guan Li commanded, charging forth. The spacious 3rd floor provided ample room for him to maneuver. The zombies rushing from behind shattered the frozen figures, causing a chain reaction of carnage without needing Guan Li to lift a finger. With a swift motion, he executed a slicing strike, cleaving several zombies in half with his gathered energy blade. Behind him, a dozen shadow swordsmen unleashed their sword techniques, their blades soaring through the air and severing the heads of the zombies. How exhilarating! Guan Li exclaimed as the zombies fell like harvested wheat. The power of their sword techniques manifested instantaneously, but alas, the exertion drained them rapidly. Within 10 seconds, their energy was depleted, and the shadow swordsmen were forced to engage in close combat. Guan Li continued to wield his green blade, relentlessly dispatching the zombies before him. Blood splattered across his face, yet he paid it no mind. In fact, he even licked the blood from his lips, the rich stench overwhelming his senses, reminiscent of decaying fish fermenting in a sewer. Ugh! He regretted his actions, realizing that this immunity gene did not shield him from the unpleasantness of taste. As he fought fiercely, a roar from behind caught his attention. He glanced back to see the number of zombies on the other side had significantly decreased. It seemed the bulk of the horde was concentrated in front of him. Shun Lian, take half the soldiers to intercept the zombies from behind. Ensure the safety of the elven archers. Understood. Shun Lian nodded, swiftly departing. The 4 elven archers remained focused, diligently shooting down the zombies. Activating their specialized archer skill, they became impervious to distractions, enhancing their shooting speed. Their delicate fingers danced across the bowstrings, unleashing a flurry of arrows at an astonishing velocity. The system products were indeed formidable and utterly unreasonable. As the zombies lunged forward, eager to taste the sweet flesh, they were met with a long sword piercing through their skulls. Shun Lian arrived just in time. Kill! He swept through, sending several more zombies crashing to the ground. The elven archers remained undeterred, their fingers deftly plucking the bowstrings, rapidly eliminating the zombies on the street. Impressive. Their attack speed is maximized. Guan Li stole a glance back, witnessing a rain of arrows falling upon the street. The density of the horde rendered aiming unnecessary. As time passed, the once nearly 10,000-strong horde had been reduced by half. A portion had surged into Guan Li's building, but the vast majority had succumbed to the arrows of the elven archers. Throughout the ordeal, numerous mutated zombies had been slain, and the system's notifications echoed in Guan Li's mind. He estimated that the mutated zombies alone had granted him over 2,000 points. Among them was a particularly notable specimen that rewarded him with a cooking skill. Just from these rewards, Guan Li had more than recovered his costs. Chapter 34. Abundance. The sounds of gunfire as zombies were slain swiftly drew the attention of the surrounding survivors. On this street, there was still a considerable number of human beings left. The sheer volume of zombies was suffocating. These survivors lacked the courage to confront the undead, for beneath their feet roamed nearly 10,000 zombies. Any disturbance could result in them being torn to shreds in an instant, leaving no chance to become zombies themselves. In this atmosphere of despair, some mentally fragile individuals chose to leap from buildings to their demise. Those who fell into the tide of corpses were reduced to mere skeletons in an instant. The remaining survivors hid in their homes, afraid to make any significant noise. They locked their doors and windows, drawing the curtains, waiting for the defense forces to rescue them. Early that morning, an explosion echoed through the street, igniting hope among the sleeping survivors. They believed the defense forces had arrived. However, as they peered through the gaps in their curtains, their rekindled hopes were dashed once more. There was no sign of the defense forces. The explosion might have been the result of some reckless fool igniting gas. Yet, soon they witnessed a glimmer of hope again. The tide of corpses on the street began to diminish rapidly. Clearly, someone was clearing the zombies. It was not the defense forces, but rather another group of survivors. Everyone leaned against their windows, cautiously observing the situation outside. They saw several buildings releasing a barrage of arrows, causing the number of zombies to plummet under the rain of projectiles, regardless of whether it was the defense forces or not. All that mattered was that they could be rescued from this desolate prison, encircled by zombies like an isolated island. Once their food supplies dwindled to nothing, only death awaited them. Guan Li was unaware that there were survivors on this street. He was currently focused on slaying the zombies on the 3rd floor. The continuous battle had left him feeling quite fatigued. Fortunately, he possessed items that could restore his energy. Whenever he felt exhausted and drained, he merely needed to consume a restorative potion, allowing his depleted stamina and energy to recover swiftly. With sufficient points, he could even become a perpetual motion machine. There was no other way. Such was his unrestrained power. Gradually, the zombies before Guan Li grew fewer, until he broke through the horde and reached the stairwell, where dozens of zombies lunged toward him. Startled, Guan Li quickly employed his teleportation technique, vanishing from his original position. The horde of zombies fell forward, colliding with one another in a heap. The arriving shadow sword cultivators mercilessly collected the heads of the fallen. Meanwhile, Shun Lian led his own group of shadow sword cultivators, having already cleared the zombies. Over 2,000 zombies were eradicated on the 3rd floor. The street was littered with corpses, arrows scattered across the ground. Thousands of zombies still roamed the street, oblivious to the resistance. Observing this, Guan Li made a decisive move with his soldiers. Eileen, continue providing range support. Leave 2 soldiers at each location to ensure the safety of the archers. Everyone else, charge with me. Guan Li would avoid confronting the tide of nearly 10,000 zombies, but he would boldly face a horde of 1 or 2,000. Guan Li burst forth from the building, and the gathering of zombies immediately found their target. They waved their arms, lunging towards him. Utilizing the shadow step technique, Guan Li accelerated, his movements fluid as he darted in and out of the zombie horde. Those zombies could not lay a finger on him. His Qing Feng blade relentlessly cleaved through the undead. The elven archers within the building continued to provide long-range firepower. Before Guan Li even struck, many of the zombies fell on their own. Not even an elderly man feigning injury could be this proficient. On another front, Gu, accompanied by his soldiers, charged forth. He swung his shield, knocking down large groups of zombies, then crushed their skulls beneath his enormous foot. The skeletal warriors were far more civilized, easily decapitating zombies with their bone knives. A stunning sight unfolded on the street. A legion of dozens battled against 1 or 2,000 zombies. Suddenly, a long tongue from a liquor shot towards Guan Li. He swiftly reached out and caught it. "You think you can bully me?" With a powerful tug, the liquor was yanked towards him, colliding with the edge of his Qing Feng blade. Killed a liquor, gained 30 points. Guan Li shook the corpse from his blade and continued to slay zombies. Under the relentless assault of the Legion, the number of zombies in the street dwindled. The ground was now covered with bodies. Wow, this is incredible. He single-handedly killed so many zombies. What am I witnessing? Is that blade energy? Am I dreaming? Goodness. In just one day, what on earth has transpired? The survivors hiding in their rooms displayed expressions of disbelief. Nevertheless, this was indeed good news. The zombies had been cleared, and they were saved. Guan Li, however, was oblivious to the thoughts of the survivors upstairs. His focus was solely on the spoils of battle. The ground was strewn with corpses and cards. Excellent. Life is becoming increasingly promising. Guan Li's face broke into a joyful smile. Though he could not achieve a quiet fortune, the outcome remained the same. A small horde of zombies had been eradicated by him alone. All these spoils belonged solely to him. Shun Lian, Gu, clean up the battlefield. Eileen, remain vigilant of the surroundings. Guan Li swiftly issued commands. Eileen and the 12 elven archers remained alert, their longbows drawn and ready to deliver deadly strikes to any enemy. Guan Li was not concerned about anyone daring to seize his spoils. After all, the multitude of corpses served as a stern warning. Yet, exercising caution was always prudent. Shun Lian led his soldiers to clear the battlefield within the building, where 1 or 2,000 corpses lay. Gu took his soldiers to cleanse the street. Guan Li was in no hurry. He had plenty of time to wait. He opened his system backpack and learned the culinary arts. This reward came from a mutated zombie dressed in a 5-star chef's outfit. Upon learning the culinary skill, Guan Li felt a wealth of culinary knowledge flood his mind. Yet another trivial skill. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. An unending stream of crystal cores and cards was presented before Guan Li. The cards were stored in his system backpack, while the crystal cores were kept in his spatial ring. Half an hour later, the cleanup was nearing completion. All the zombies on the battlefield had been dealt with. Even if there were some left, they were a negligible few. For Guan Li, this was entirely inconsequential. He began to tally his spoils. After a few minutes, a satisfied smile graced his face. The gains from this endeavor could be summed up in 4 words: overflowing abundance. Chapter 35. The frantic card opening the first star crystal cores numbered an impressive 3,514. Among the zombies in the tide, 2/3 possessed first star strength. The drop rate for these first star crystal cores was remarkably high. In contrast, there were only 535 second star crystal cores, indicating a significantly lower drop rate. Finally, the third star crystal cores were a mere 5 in number, as there were only 5 third-star zombies in the entire horde. A 100% drop rate is indeed a rare occurrence. In addition to the crystal cores, there were cards. A total of 235 white random cards, 344 white-green random cards, 96 green random cards, 20 blue-green random cards, 4 blue random cards, and 1 dark blue random card. These constituted the spoils of clearing the zombie tide. They cannot be deemed plentiful. Rather, They were exceedingly abundant. Furthermore, upon slaying the mutated zombies, the system provided additional rewards, a total of 380 points, 1 cooking skill, and 1 great recovery pill. Guan Li had already learned the cooking skill. Great recovery pill. Consuming it instantly restores all injuries. Note, the effect will be significantly reduced for those with strength exceeding 5 stars. These were the system's supplementary rewards. And regardless of what they were, Guan Li was guaranteed a profit. He examined the situation within his spatial ring. The crystal cores piled high, and converting them all into points would yield a substantial fortune. After a moment's contemplation, Guan Li decided to trade all the first-star crystal cores to the points mall. With the previous inventory combined with this haul, he possessed a total of 214 first-star crystal cores. Ding! The transaction was successful, yielding 498 points. The system's voice resonated in his mind. The points acquired from the trade, coupled with the additional 6,000 points from the system rewards, culminated in a total of 878 points for Guan Li. This marked an unprecedented bounty for him. The points previously spent had been swiftly regained, and he even made a considerable profit. Slaying zombies was indeed a most advantageous endeavor. To the other survivors, zombies were the source of calamity. Yet for Guan Li, they were akin to mobile treasure troves. Rest in place, Guan Li commanded. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to enhance his strength. Grasping a third-star crystal core, he commenced the absorption process. The core, roughly the size of an infant's fist, was quickly consumed. Guan Li felt a significant increase in his power. Without pausing, he continued to absorb the remaining 4 third-star crystal cores. The pure and potent energy surged within him. Every cell in his body greedily absorbed the essence. After a few minutes, Guan Li clenched his fist and struck a nearby wrecked sports car. Bang! The car door was smashed through. His formidable strength propelled the vehicle aside. Though he had yet to reach third-star intermediate status, he was nearly there. Gazing at the ruined Lamborghini, Guan Li felt immense satisfaction. He had never anticipated that one day he would possess the strength to smash such a luxurious car. Upon finishing the absorption of the crystal cores, the moment he had eagerly anticipated arrived. Opening the cards. With over 200 white random cards, Guan Li opted to open them all. Acquired food card X385. Acquired supply card X230. Acquired 500 milliliters purified water X150. Acquired advancement card X40. Acquired regular arrows X200. Acquired universal rifle bullets X100. Suitable for any rifle. Acquired rotten seeds X35. Seeds that have decayed due to prolonged storage. Barely edible. Acquired moldy bread X60. Bread that has molded due to extended storage, can fill the stomach, but tastes dreadful. Acquired abandoned mechanical parts X35. Severely deformed mechanical parts. Seemingly of little use, a series of notifications echoed in Guan Li's mind. The over 1,000 white cards yielded only basic items. Aside from the advancement cards, there were no surprises, merely standard rewards. Guan Li could only describe them as mediocre. These rewards were neither particularly good nor bad. Truly, they were tasteless to consume, yet too valuable to discard. Abandoned mechanical parts, recycling price 0. 1 points without hesitation. Guan Li promptly opted for recycling. Ding! The transaction was successful, yielding 5 points. Though small, every bit counts. Guan Li collected the remaining items back into the system backpack. Moldy bread and rotten seeds could at least be counted as food. In this post-apocalyptic world, life is precious. What does it matter what one eats? If you ask whether moldy bread is edible, sorry. Eat it or not, it's your choice. He was no saint. He would not waste precious food. As his strength continually increased, he also felt his appetite expanding. Hundreds of food cards seemed ample, yet they were far from sufficient. Thus, Guan Li now aimed to conserve resources. After opening the white cards, it was time for the white-green cards. He opened all 300 white-green cards simultaneously. Acquired advancement card X20. Acquired quality food card X100. Consuming it grants energy-rich quality food. Acquired armor-piercing arrows X80. Arrows crafted from special materials. Possessing excellent armor-piercing capabilities. Acquired intermediate supply card X45. Consuming it quickly restores energy, with enhanced effectiveness. Acquired universal rifle bullets X99. The system's notifications persisted in his mind. The rewards, akin to the previous batch, were not particularly impressive. They were all consumable supplies. Guan Li collected the obtained items back into the system backpack. Continuing onward, he selected the green random cards, totaling 96. Acquired quality food card X30, acquired advancement card X15, acquired intermediate advancement card X5, acquired recovery card X21, aids in healing injuries, acquired burning arrows X13, ignites a 5-meter radius, acquired explosive arrows X12, causes explosive damage to targets within a 5-meter radius. All the green cards were opened. Still, they yielded consumable resources. Undeterred, Guan Li retrieved all the acquired items back into the system backpack. The remaining cards were the rarer blue cards. Pressing on, Guan Li opened 20 blue-green cards in one breath. Acquired black branch bow X1, an equipment crafted from black branches, possessing greater strength. Acquired scale armor shield X1, crafted from the scales of a scale beast and hard cold iron, boasting formidable defense. Acquired intermediate advancement card X5. Acquired Xian Iron Sword X1, a sharp sword forged from Xian iron, capable of cutting hair. Acquired Precision Technique X1. Upon activation, enters a state of precision, ensuring no misses within a 100-meter range. Acquired Intermediate Supply Card X10. Acquired Broken Undead Branch X1, a branch from the Abyss Undead Tree, rich in undead energy, capable of enhancing training speed. The system's notifications resonated continuously in his mind. Truly, the higher-tier cards delivered exceptional items, equipment, skills, and tools to enhance the strength of his legion. Chapter 36. Legendary Weapon. Guan Li handed the scaled heavy shield to Bone. It was an imposing shield, measuring 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. The surface of the shield bore patterns reminiscent of scales, instilling a profound sense of security. "Thank you, Master." Bone's eyes ignited with the flames of its soul, and it eagerly accepted the scaled shield. Name: Scaled Heavy Shield Type. Shield Grade: 3 stars. Beginner Talent: Thick Armor Skills. Rebound Force: Scale Beast Charge. Description: crafted from the scales of the scale beast and reinforced with sturdy cold iron, it possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Bone lifted the scaled shield and unleashed the scale beast charge. Its speed surged dramatically, and an ethereal image of a scale beast manifested upon the shield. Boom! Bone crashed into a building, creating a massive hole and raising clouds of dust. Indeed, 3-star equipment is impressive. Guan Li expressed his satisfaction. He bestowed the Black Branch Bow upon Eileen and the Xian Iron Sword upon Shunlian. Name: Black Branch Bow. Type: Bow Grade. 3 stars. Beginner Talent: Armor Piercing Skills. Focus: Black Branch Arrow. Description: a bow crafted from branches of the dark forest, imbued with mysterious power. Eileen grasped the Black Branch Bow and aimed at a distant target, releasing an arrow. Whoosh! The heavy wall was effortlessly pierced. "Thank you, Master." She beamed with joy. Name: Xian Iron Sword. Type: Sword Grade. 3 stars. Beginner Talent: Sharpness Skills. Leaf Blade Sweep. Description: a long sword forged from Xian iron, possessing exceptional sharpness. Shun Lian received the Xian Iron Sword and executed the Leaf Blade Sweep. The air around the sword coalesced into genuine elemental leaf blades. He swung forward, and the blades shot out instantaneously. Swish, swish, swish. The nearby floor-to-ceiling windows shattered explosively. "Thank you, my lord." Shun Lian clasped his fists together, bowing slightly. With their new equipment, the 3 commanders experienced a significant boost in strength. Guan Li then began to practice precision technique. He retrieved a crossbow and casually fired an arrow. The bolt struck the head of a dummy with precision. He continued to shoot several more arrows, hitting nearly every target he locked onto. Upon deactivating the precision technique, a sense of emptiness washed over him. He was hungry. The use of the technique consumed energy continuously. After the earlier battle, and now practicing the technique, his stomach was beginning to protest. Satisfied, Guan Li produced 3 food cards in one go. Instantly, 3 delectable meals appeared before him. He activated his skill, Gluttonous Devour. Moments later, the food was completely consumed. A wave of contentment filled Guan Li's being. Having satiated his hunger, he resumed opening cards. Only 5 remained. Nearly 10,000 zombies had yielded these 5 rare cards. All 4 blue cards were opened. Obtained Advanced Advancement Card X2, usable for advancing to a more powerful legion. Obtained Exorcism Sword Manual X1. To practice this skill, one must first undergo self-castration. A mysterious sword manual that grants immense power but comes with a small price. Obtained Everlasting Lamp X1. A lamp made with merfolk oil as the wick, capable of burning indefinitely. 3 notifications chimed in succession, leaving Guan Li astounded. His eyelids twitched incessantly as he gazed at the ancient sword manual. The azure cover bore the inscription Exorcism Sword Manual in archaic characters. What is the Exorcism Sword Manual? Guan Li was well aware. Training in this could lead to dire consequences. Thankfully, the items obtained would not automatically be learned. He felt a slight relief. He contemplated discarding the Exorcism Sword Manual, but found himself reluctant. After all, it was a product of a blue card, tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. After some thought, he chose to keep it. He might not need it, but it could be exchanged with others. After all, the inhabitants of this world were oblivious to the Exorcism Sword Manual. In this unpredictable apocalypse, the ability to gain immense strength at a small cost was an enticing proposition. Guan Li stowed the Exorcism Sword Manual close to him, wary of placing it in the system's bag. He feared that one day, he might inadvertently provoke the system into forcing him to practice. As for the Everlasting Lamp, it appeared antiquated in design. The wick still flickered with candlelight. According to the description, this lamp would burn indefinitely. It was a useful tool in a world where the power grid had collapsed and nighttime illumination relied solely on candlelight. He placed the Everlasting Lamp into the system's inventory. Once in the system's bag, everything seemed to freeze and time ceased to flow. In Guan Li's hand remained the final card. The deep blue surface emitted a faint glow, revealing a clear pattern of a towering tree. The entire card exuded an air of mystery. Guan Li felt a sense of anticipation for what this card might yield for him. He gripped the card and gently crushed it. Crack! The card shattered, transforming into a soft glow. Obtained Legendary Weapon Summoning Card X1. A radiant golden light burst forth, illuminating the surrounding streets. Guan Li's eyes, akin to titanium gold, nearly blinded him. Wow, a golden legend! He exclaimed in awe. The brilliance persisted for several moments before gradually retracting into the card. Guan Li held the golden card, both sides adorned with a mysterious large question mark. With a heart full of excitement, he crushed the card. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the legendary weapon, Bloodthirsty Blade, sealed. The system's notification resonated in Guan Li's mind. Before him, a summoning array materialized, emanating a strong scent of blood. Guan Li felt as if he stood before a sea of blood, with countless withering souls drowning within it. Despite having faced numerous challenges, Guan Li could not help but shudder. The sensation was fleeting but intense. A completely snow-white, long sword emerged from the summoning array. Guan Li reached out and grasped the sword. The summoning array vanished in an instant. Ding! Legendary weapon detected. Bloodthirsty Blade. Binding request issued. Would the host like to bind? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Bind. Guan Li nodded. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Lowering his gaze, he observed that blood-red tendrils had appeared on the handle of the bloodthirsty blade, sprawling across his arm. The surface of those tendrils resembled cracked earth, akin to the molten lava of hell. The earlier pain was due to the tendrils piercing his skin. At this moment, the blood-red tendrils had fully integrated with Guan Li's right arm. Each time they writhed, they siphoned a significant amount of blood from him. My lord, master, the 3 commanders, sensing Guan Li's peril, rushed forward to assist. I'm fine. Stay alert. Guan Li quickly called out to stop them. The blood-red tendrils had completely fused with his arm. The only way to separate them was through a surgical procedure, amputation. Guan Li had no intention of playing the role of a heroic figure. Understood. The commanders complied without question, rallying the soldiers to be on high alert. Guan Li sensed that the bloodthirsty blade bore no malice. It seemed to merely desire to consume his blood. System. What is happening? Guan Li inquired, confused, reporting to the host. The bloodthirsty blade is binding with you, came the system's response. Ah, I see. You have quite the appetite. At this moment, Guan Li had become nothing more than skin and bones. He retrieved the great rejuvenation pill and swallowed it whole. His previously withered body began to recuperate rapidly. Chapter 37. Blade of Blood. Guan Li felt a slight restoration of strength within his body, yet this was fleeting, as he soon succumbed to weakness once more. After consuming the great recovery pill, the crimson tendrils became increasingly animated, their rate of absorption hastening. What in the world? Have they intensified? In the blink of an eye, Guan Li's physique reverted to a mere skeleton, and this decline was markedly swifter than before. He hastily accessed the points marketplace, directly searching for items related to blood recovery. Blood Chi Pill, 100 points. Health Recovery Pill, 200 points. Golden Wound Powder, 150 points. Revitalization Pill, 300 points. Jade Pill, 1,000 points. Soul Blood Pill, 2,500 points. Purchase. All of them. Guan Li's complexion had turned as pale as death. At this rate, he would soon find himself among the ranks of skeletal warriors. He acquired over 10 varieties of health-restoring elixirs, expending more than 9,000 points. With no time to lament, he quickly swallowed the Blood Chi Pill. As it dissolved, a surge of vitality coursed through him. However, this rejuvenation was short-lived, as he felt the energy forcibly siphoned away. His briefly invigorated body waned once more. Guan Li dared not delay further. He stuffed all the elixirs into his mouth. The terrifying potency erupted forth, a torrent of blood, energy, surging chaotically within him. His body, incapable of withstanding such an onslaught, felt as if it were about to burst. This is it. I'm going to be blown apart. He despaired, realizing he was on the brink of being overwhelmed by the violent blood energy. Suddenly, the blade of blood in his hand emitted a crimson glow. A powerful force drew the rampant blood energy from his body. Guan Li's swollen form quickly returned to its original state. Phew! This legendary weapon truly delivers. He exhaled in relief. After absorbing the blood energy, the blade returned a pure essence back to him. His body, once ravaged by the energy, began to restore itself, swiftly reaching its peak condition. Moreover, this pure energy continuously fortified him. In mere seconds, Guan Li sensed a barrier within him shatter. Wait, I've actually broken through. His strength had ascended to the intermediate level of 3 stars. The surplus blood energy was entirely converted by the Blade of Blood into pristine energy. Ding! Legendary weapon, Blade of Blood, sealed, bound successfully. The system's notification resonated within his mind. He looked down to find the crimson tendrils on his arm retreating back into the Blade of Blood. The previously pristine white blade was now marred with cracked, blood-colored tendrils. The hilt he grasped resembled the flesh of some extraordinary creature, its surface akin to molten lava flowing from the depths of hell. Impressive. After absorbing blood, the Blade of Blood's appearance could only be described in 7 words. Fiercely cool and utterly magnificent. Master, are you all right? The 3 commanders approached, their faces etched with concern upon seeing Guan Li's recovery. I'm fine. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. His spirits soared. The gains from this encounter had exceeded all expectations, especially the Blade of Blood. Though currently sealed, its earlier display of power was undeniably remarkable. Name: Blade of Blood, sealed. Type: Sword Potential, Legendary Grade, 6-star Initial Talent. Legendary Sharpness, Legendary Armor Piercing, Blood Absorption, Sealed. Skills: Blood Soul Slash, Blood Demon Hand. Blood Shadow Clone, sealed. Evaluation: Originating from the deepest abyss, this accursed object was once an ordinary iron sword. It has absorbed the blood of countless abyssal creatures, nurturing a legendary spirit within its blade. Each new owner will be gradually eroded by the sword's soul, truly a double-edged sword. After reviewing the information about the Blade of Blood, Guan Li marveled at the richness of its description, a testament to its legendary status. System: Will I be affected by the sword's soul? He was genuinely concerned about the implications of the description. While legendary weapons were enticing, he would rather forego it than risk personal harm. Host: The Blade of Blood is bound to you and will not impose any negative effects. Furthermore, Your immunity gene ensures that even a legendary weapon cannot influence you. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Guan Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. Knowing there would be no adverse effects allowed him to wield it without trepidation. Gripping the blade of blood, he swung it at a nearby wrecked vehicle. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the car effortlessly, splitting it in two without any resistance. Wow, it's incredibly sharp. He had not exerted much effort, yet the vehicle fell apart with ease. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired such a formidable weapon. The three commanders exclaimed in unison. Let us keep a low profile. Guan Li felt a bit embarrassed. We must remain discreet and not draw too much attention. He stowed the Qingfeng knife into the system backpack. With a blade of blood now in his possession, the Qingfeng knife could gracefully retire. Guan Li decided to test the skills of the blade of blood. Blood Soul Slash. He felt a substantial portion of energy drained from him. The blade radiated a crimson light as a terrifying wave of blood energy surged forth, striking the building ahead. Within it, countless wailing specters could be seen. With a thunderous crash, the building's wall was cleaved in two, collapsing dramatically. This is incredible, Guan Li gasped, astonished by the overwhelming power of a mere skill from a legendary weapon. Though the energy cost was significant, it was undoubtedly worth it. Blood Demon Hand. He unleashed the second skill, feeling more than half of his energy siphoned away. The previously reseeded crimson tendrils re-emerged, intertwining rapidly to envelop his arm. Moments later, they coalesced into a blood-soaked, formidable arm. Scales of deep red adorned it, with a sinister bone spike protruding at the elbow. Guan Li felt as though his arm was encased in impenetrable armor. Stunning. Incredible. He commanded his bone to strike the Blood Demon Hand with all its might. The sharp bone blade left only a faint white mark, which quickly faded into nothingness. Such terrifying defense. The healing ability is astounding, Guan Li proclaimed. However, the Blood Demon Hand consumed a considerable amount of energy. During his earlier recovery, he had already expended a significant portion. He could only maintain the form for about 10 seconds before succumbing to exhaustion. The Blood Demon Hand rapidly dissolved, reverting to a mass of blood tendrils that retreated back into the blade of blood. Chapter 38. The Advancement of the Skeleton Warriors after dispelling the Blood Demon's grip. Guan Li utilized a mid-level supply card. With his energy completely depleted, he swiftly recuperated. Moments later, he was once again brimming with vigor. The initial two skills of the blood-drinking blade had bestowed upon Guan Li immense delight. He firmly believed that the final skill would be equally impressive. Blood Shadow Clone. Guan Li invoked the skill. Instantly, he felt 2/3 of his internal energy being siphoned away. A crimson silhouette detached itself from his being. A clone, perhaps? As the ethereal blood shade materialized, Guan Li sensed a connection forming in his mind with the blood shadow. He endeavored to control the shadow, to perform basic movements, such as throwing punches and kicking. The specter before him executed these actions with effortless grace. Remarkable, Guan Li exclaimed in awe. Attack that abandoned vehicle. He pointed to a derelict car not far away. The blood shadow immediately complied, delivering a powerful punch that left a distinct imprint on the vehicle. Its strength is merely 1/3 of my own. From that solitary punch, Guan Li discerned the capacity of his blood shadow clone. A fearless doppelganger. Its potential was truly boundless. An extraordinarily impressive skill. The blood-drinking blade undoubtedly deserved its legendary status. All three skills could be deemed godly. The capabilities of the blood-drinking blade extended far beyond this. Yet due to its sealed state, the remaining powers could not be unleashed. However, Guan Li was not in a hurry. Progress must be made step by step. After all, he was hesitant to wield a fully unsealed legendary weapon. The sealed blood-drinking blade had nearly drained him entirely. Fortunately, he had access to the Point's shop, where he could exchange for potent restorative potions. Had it been anyone else, they might have perished long ago. Thus, having points was indeed advantageous. The blood shadow clone lasted approximately 1 minute before gradually dissipating. These three skills had no cooldown period. As long as there was sufficient energy, they could be employed continuously. Only one blood shadow clone could exist at a time. Summoning a new one would cause the old to vanish. This was understandable. If one could summon endlessly, it would be utterly overpowered. Guan Li's mood sword. Bone. Prepare yourself. I shall advance your legion. The previous card had provided numerous advancement cards, ample enough for the Skeleton Warrior Legion to undergo a new round of evolution. At your command. Thank you, Master. The soul fire of Bone blazed with renewed intensity. Lacking eyes, it could not express its excitement visually, but conveyed its emotions through this action. System. Advance the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guan Li recalled the Skeleton Warriors into the system space. Ding. Upgrading the Skeleton Warrior Legion requires 50 advancement cards. Do you wish to proceed? The system's prompt echoed. Advance. Guan Li did not hesitate for an instant, opting for the advancement. Although he was unaware of why the Skeleton Warrior Legion's evolution necessitated 50 cards, he would not falter as long as he possessed them. He also recognized a pattern. The higher the advancement requirements, the greater the strength post-evolution. The Skeleton Warrior Legion required a substantial 50 cards this time, igniting a sense of anticipation within Guan Li. Ding! The Skeleton Warrior Legion begins its advancement. The system's notification sounded. Guan Li's previously amassed 78 advancement cards were substantially depleted. Yet, he felt no regret. With enhanced strength, the difficulty of acquiring advancement cards diminished significantly. This is what it means to take a swift step forward, leading to continuous progress. While others struggled between life and death, Guan Li had already begun to amass wealth quietly. Suddenly, he recalled a saying, "The disparity between people is far greater than that between humans and pigs." Guan Li thrust the blood-drinking blade into the ground. After binding it, it became his exclusive weapon. Even if lost, it could be retrieved through mental connection. He produced a food card, held it in his hand, and crushed it. A tantalizing grilled steak materialized. After testing the blood-drinking blade, his stomach once again raised the banner of rebellion. The steak was devoured swiftly, yet Guan Li remained unsatisfied. He produced another food card and crushed it. This time, it revealed a leg of a crawling creature, roasted to a golden crisp. It appeared exceedingly appetizing. Guan Li grasped it in hand and began to feast heartily. Several survivors cautiously approached. The street was remarkably deserted. Guan Li naturally noticed the survivors drawing near from a distance. They were ordinary people, and the soldiers did not intervene. Given Guan Li's current prowess, he could effortlessly handle anyone, even if they bore firearms. He paid no heed to the survivors and continued indulging in his delicious meal. Hello. A few survivors ventured closer, attempting to greet Guan Li. He remained unresponsive. Hey, you there. Give me a break. Follow me. The crowd attempted to communicate in various languages. Damn it. What gibberish are you speaking? I understand Mandarin. Guan Li rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. Oh, hello there, young man. A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. He was clad in a designer suit, adorned with an expensive watch, and his polished leather shoes gleamed brightly. With a sophisticated slick-back hairstyle, he epitomized a successful individual. Guan Li glanced at the man, noting that his attire alone was worth at least 100,000. In the past, Guan Li would not have dared to even contemplate such luxury. Apologies. I'm not your brother. Trying to get chummy? Don't even think about it. He maintained an air of aloofness, exuding an aura of superiority. Not satisfied? If you dare, come and bite me. The man, taken aback by Guan Li's unexpected response, pondered whether his attire was insufficiently ostentatious. Or perhaps the rustic youth before him simply could not recognize the value of his designer clothing. Despite his internal frustration, he had no choice but to lower his head in this situation. The man, named Zhang Qi, was a well-known entrepreneur in City Z. His rise to prominence was attributed to two words: forbearance. Ha ha ha. Young man, you possess quite the humor. May I inquire if you are the one responsible for slaying these zombies? Zhang Qi greeted with a smiling face, as if the previous exchange had never occurred. Obviously, it was me. Was it you? Guan Li regarded him, as if he were a simpleton. You. The man was incensed. He recognized the look in Guan Li's eyes. It was the expression reserved for those who regarded others as foolish. Young man, I am Zhang Qi, the chairman of the Zhang Group. I often appear on television. Surely, you must have seen me? Zhang Qi, unwilling to remain low-key any longer, revealed his identity. I have not. Our village lacks internet access. Guan Li decisively shook his head, then took a bite of the delectable roasted leg in his hand. This action evoked tears from the onlookers. They were utterly envious. Since yesterday, they had only consumed a meager bit of dry bread. After all, they had no habit of storing food and dared not indulge. Hey, young man, do you have any more to eat? Would 100,000 be enough? Just for that leg. Zhang Qi salivated profusely, waving his hand extravagantly. He believed Guan Li would not refuse. A boy from a village without internet had surely never encountered such wealth. I don't want money. I have no interest in it. Guan Li smiled slightly and replied. His tone was reminiscent of a certain entrepreneurial figure. Chapter 39. The Ugly Side of Humanity. Cough. Young man, you may not fully comprehend the significance of 100,000. Let me elucidate. With such wealth, you could return to your hometown and marry a plump and rosy-cheeked bride. Seeing Guan Li's demeanor, Zhang Qi assumed the other had never encountered money before. He hastily explained, "What good is money now? To wipe your backside?" Guan Li regarded him with an expression akin to viewing a simpleton. "Are you jesting with me?" Zhang Qi, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt his face flush crimson. "Jesting? Do not overestimate yourself." Guan Li finished the morsel in his hand. "Youngster, do you know who I am?" Zhang Qi's anger surged. After being mocked repeatedly, he could no longer contain himself. "Who are you?" Guan Li retorted. "I am Zhang Qi," came the reply. "Oh, and then?" Guan Li responded flatly. "I am worth over 100 million. Zhang Qi declared once more. "Oh, and then?" Guan Li maintained his indifferent tone. Zhang Qi felt a sharp pain in his chest, blood spewing forth. Alas, such a lack of tolerance. Guan Li shook his head. But before he could finish, Zhang Qi coughed up blood and collapsed, darkness enveloping him. "Good heavens, I haven't just killed him with rage, have I?" Guan Li kicked him a few times, receiving no response. "Benefactor, you are so formidable. Could you take us to find the city defense?" A woman with an alluring figure approached Guan Li, swaying her waist like a serpent. "No," without a moment's hesitation. He declined. Clearing the zombies and rescuing survivors here was merely a serendipitous act on his part. The idea of dragging along such burdens was utterly inconceivable. "Benefactor, please don't be so heartless," she pleaded with a tone of feigned sweetness. "Your charms are wasted on me." Guan Li waved her off, signaling her to halt. Yet she persisted, inching closer to him. "Aileen!" Whoosh! An arrow, glinting coldly, sliced past her delicate face. "Ah!" she screamed, collapsing to the ground in fright. She quickly touched her cheek, relieved to find no disfigurement. "You have gone too far, young man." A bald giant surged from the crowd, helping the fallen woman while taking the opportunity to grope her. She felt it, but said nothing. "Indeed, young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant." The beautiful woman's plight ignited the protective instincts of the men. "Huh, I save a pack of ingrates." Guan Li observed the tense standoff with a cold smile. "Young man, I admit you possess some strength, but I urge you not to be overly boastful." Zhang Qi, who had just regained consciousness, rose from the ground. Seeing Guan Li incurring the wrath of the crowd, he seized the opportunity to fan the flames. "Do you wish to die?" Guan Li glared at Zhang Qi, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his mind. Zhang Qi's heart skipped a beat. Yet, bolstered by the crowd behind him, he exclaimed, "Fear not, everyone. I do not believe he dares to kill. This young man must possess treasures. Why not seize them? It will be a Robin Hood act," Zhang Qi declared, raising his arm high. A glimmer of hope sparked in the eyes of the crowd. Zhang Qi was right. Guan Li's prowess suggested he must be hiding something valuable. If they could acquire it, perhaps they too could become as formidable as he. The dark side of human nature was laid bare. Enough. After all, he has saved us. Some survivors with remnants of conscience hastily interjected. "Oomph. You fools, if you fear death, then get lost." Zhang Qi scoffed. "Young man, whether you are feigning ignorance or truly simple-minded, I advise you to surrender your possessions to avoid suffering." Zhang Qi's gaze was piercing, convinced he had Guan Li at a disadvantage. He did not believe Guan Li would dare to kill. The latter was simply too young to provoke the wrath of many. Seeking death, Guan Li's tone turned icy. "This is the inherent flaw of humanity. Everyone attack." Zhang Qi was the first to strike, charging toward Guan Li, followed by a dozen men. Aileen, shoot them all down, Guan Li commanded. At your command, Eileen's voice echoed. In swift succession, arrows flew forth. The streets echoed with screams as the arrows rained down. Help! They're killing people. Fear glimmered in Zhang Qi's eyes as he witnessed the bodies of his comrades drop lifelessly. A warm stream trickled down his expensive trousers. He had wet himself in terror. Zhang Qi turned to flee, but after merely a few steps, he felt a searing pain in his back. Lowering his gaze, he saw an arrow had pierced through him. With a stagger, he stumbled a few steps before collapsing into a pool of blood. After a chaotic barrage, all the assailants lay defeated. The remaining survivors turned pale, particularly the woman, who trembled in fear. You are fortunate. Your lingering conscience has spared your lives. Guan Li surveyed the crowd, his gaze sharp enough to deter direct eye contact. Take care of yourselves. With that, Guan Li departed with his soldiers. Benefactor, could you please tell us where the city defense is? A pregnant woman approached Guan Li as he prepared to leave. Turning, he saw her condition and softened his tone. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. If I come across it, I will inform them of your survival. Guan Li shook his head. Thank you. A flicker of disappointment crossed the pregnant woman's eyes, but she still expressed her gratitude. There should be residual crystal nuclei within the brains of those zombies. You might try your luck. Absorbing the nuclei will enhance your bodies. This could ease your survival, Guan Li concluded, leading his soldiers away from the street. The survivors began to search for the crystal nuclei that Guan Li had overlooked. After leaving the street, Guan Li found a place to rest. He felt pity for the survivors, yet his ability to assist them was limited. In this apocalyptic world, the number of pitiful souls was vast. He could not possibly extend a hand to everyone. If he did, even a saint would perish from exhaustion. Guan Li could only perform what was within his capacity. Matters beyond his capability were to be disregarded entirely. Above all, his own safety took precedence. Guan Li retrieved several food carts and indulged in a hearty meal. The delectable dishes were swiftly consumed, leaving him satisfied with a contented belch. How delightful! Leaning back on the sofa, Guan Li closed his eyes to rest, patiently awaiting the advancement of his skeleton warriors. Approximately half an hour later, the system's voice finally resonated in his mind. Ding! The advancement of the Skeleton Warrior Legion is complete. Please check within the system. Guan Li opened his eyes. The advancement had finally been achieved. Chapter 40. The Legion of Skeletons. Guan Li, brimming with anticipation, activated the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Legion of Skeletons. The system's notification echoed once more. Skeletons? A look of confusion crossed Guan Li's face as he summoned the Legion. A vast summoning array materialized within the room. Fortunately, the ample space accommodated the array comfortably. A palpable stench of decay emanated from the summoning circle, suffusing the air with a dense aura of death. The transformation of the Skeleton Warrior Legion appeared quite significant. Excitement danced across Guan Li's features. From the summoning array emerged 30 skeletal figures, each distinct in form, wielding a variety of weapons, shields and spears, staves and sword shields. Among them, Bone exhibited the most pronounced transformation, its stature soaring to approximately 2.5 meters, resembling a diminutive giant. Draped in a cloak of bones, it adorned a resplendent crown upon its head. Thank you, Master, for granting us new life. Though crowned, Bone's loyalty to Guan Li remained unwavering, as it knelt before him in homage. The remaining skeletons followed suit, all bowing in respect. Rise. Guan Li raised his hand, gesturing for them to stand. Thank you, Master. Bone rose, standing silently before Guan Li. Guan Li began to inspect the information regarding the Legion of Skeletons. Legion of Skeletons upgradable. Total members, 30. Potential, 7 stars. Strength, 3 stars advanced. Unit type, skeleton spear and shield soldiers, 10. Skills, shield charge, spear throw, bone shield circle. Spear stab, bone armor. Unit type, skeleton mages, 10. Skills, fireball, lightning strike. Unit type, skeleton sword and shield soldiers, 10. Skills, whirlwind slash, shield charge, bone armor. Commander, bone. Skills, royal command, strength aura, rage, heavy slash, beast horn, bone armor. the panel of the Legion of Skeletons underwent a considerable transformation. The previously singular unit type diversified significantly, although the overall strength did not markedly increase. The rise in numbers sufficiently compensated for this shortfall. Furthermore, the emergence of new unit types within the Legion hinted at the possibility of even more formidable units upon further advancement. Guan Li began to eagerly anticipate the next upgrade of the Skeleton Legion. System: upgrade the Legion of Skeletons. Guan Li sought to ascertain the conditions for advancement. Ding! Upgrading the Legion of Skeletons requires 10 Intermediate Legion upgrade cards. The Legion's strength must reach 7 stars. The system's alert resonated within his mind. Indeed, the conditions for Legion advancement predominantly hinged on the potential ceiling. This posed little challenge for Guan Li. In his hand appeared a piece of withered wood, exuding a rich aura of the undead. He presented the fractured branch to the Legion of Skeletons for their utilization, significantly accelerating their enhancement. One must not neglect the other. Guan Li accessed the points marketplace, purchasing 2 items to bolster the Legion's strength. Dark Spirit Source Fruit. Infused with abundant spiritual energy, it accelerates cultivation speed. Priced at 2,000 points, Greenwood Fruit. Containing natural power, it enhances cultivation speed. Priced at 2,500 points, in an instant for 1,500 points vanished. Guan Li felt no remorse, for these were beneficial to the Legion. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. Shun Lian and AI Lin cautiously accepted the items, acutely aware of the marked increase in the Legion's enhancement speed. Guan Li opened his personal panel once more. Name: Guan Li Strength. 3 stars intermediate abilities. Bone Armor. Immunity Gene. Shadow Movement. Lockpicking. Firearms Mastery. Night Inner Force. Teleportation. Barrier Aura. Perception. Precision Legions. Legion of Skeletons. Shadow Sword Masters. Elven Archer's Points. 33135 Evaluation. You have become a formidable cannon fodder. Please continue to strive forward. Guan Li's eyes twitched involuntarily. The system's cheeky remarks remained unchanged. The bone armor remained intact. As long as Bone's Legion possessed this skill, Guan Li could continue to benefit from it. Should the skill vanish, he would regain an opportunity to extract it. This design was remarkably user-friendly, a commendable feature. Bone Armor. Rapidly, a suit of armor coalesced around Guan Li's form. The armor resembled a fearsome beast, enveloping nearly his entire body, leaving only slight gaps around his head. Gazing at his reflection, Guan Li could only describe himself in 2 words: striking. On his shoulders rested a pair of fearsome skeletal heads. The gauntlets sprouted vicious barbs, reminiscent of a savage beast's claws. At the chest, a colossal skull radiated a chilling aura. Guan Li dismissed the bone armor, as maintaining it would deplete his energy. Fully equipped, he set forth once more. Z City sprawled before him, its vastness overwhelming. The area surrounding Z University alone was suffocating. On the streets, a pack of red-eyed huskies feasted upon a corpse, the blood indicating the unfortunate had only recently perished. Damn, even animals have begun to mutate? Guan Li observed the huskies, noting their unsettling demeanor. The typically goofy and lovable huskies had reverted to their ancestral ferocity, displaying fangs capable of tearing flesh with ease. Oh, upon noticing Guan Li, the huskies unleashed a growl, abandoning their meal to charge at him. Following their transformation, these huskies had become remarkably robust. Attack! Without hesitation, Guan Li issued the kill order. 10 fireballs erupted, most striking the charging huskies. 6 of them ignited in flames, howling in agony, while the remaining mutated huskies deftly evaded the assault. These transformed huskies possessed intelligence, adept at evading danger, unlike typical zombies, which merely absorb blows. But what good was their agility against fireball spells? The skeleton mages began chanting incantations once more. Lightning strike. 10 bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, struck down amidst the pack of mutated huskies. Woo-woo. Many huskies were reduced to charred remains. Regrettably, no animal rights activists would emerge to condemn Guan Li's actions. Only 2 battered mutated huskies approached him, bloodied and battered. Swish! Swish! The bloodthirsty blade cleaved through them. The 2 huskies collapsed, severed in half. Blood-red tendrils erupted from the blade, ravenously consuming their flesh. In the blink of an eye, two desiccated corpses lay upon the ground. Guan Li regarded this scene with indifference. Blood extraction was simply the capability of the bloodthirsty blade. This ability proved exceptionally useful, allowing for silent blood siphoning during combat. With Guan Li's consent, the bloodthirsty blade unleashed its tendrils, commencing the consumption of the fallen husky's flesh. Gazing at the corpses, Guan Li pondered with curiosity what had caused their mutation. Could it be the essence emanating from the rift? Chapter 41. The cleaver man Guan Li shook his head. This was not an issue he needed to concern himself with. Even if animals began to mutate, so what? As long as his strength was sufficiently formidable, he would face no problems. After the blood-drinking blade absorbed the flesh and blood of the mutated dog, its crimson tendrils returned, entwining several crystal cores. It was solely interested in blood and flesh. 3 two-star crystal cores were cast into his spatial ring. The mutated creatures were merely a minor interlude, and Guan Li pressed onward. He had barely taken a few steps when suddenly options appeared before him. Option 1. Proceed to the aquarium to slay the soon-to-be-born Xuanjia Turtle King. Reward: Xian Turtle's Essence, Xian Scale Battle Armor, 6-star Crystal Core. Option 2. Head to the Tropical Rainforest Pavilion in the Southern District to eliminate the soon-to-emerge Silver-Horned Giant Python. Reward: Silver Serpent's Essence, Random Skill Book, 7-star Crystal Core. Option 3. Venture to the shopping mall in Z City Center to defeat the impending Zombie King. Reward: Zombie King's Treasure, 5-star Crystal Core. After a moment of hesitation, Guan Li dismissed the first two options. The difficulty of these tasks was exceedingly high. Although the rewards were more enticing, they would be challenging to accomplish. The Xuanjia Turtle King required combat in water, while the Silver-Horned Giant Python demanded a struggle within the tropical rainforest. Both were domains of the monsters, presenting great disadvantages to Guan Li. Only the Zombie King was situated within the shopping mall, a terrain more favorable for him. Weighing the pros and cons, he decisively selected the third option. His current location was not far from the shopping mall. Onward to the shopping mall, Guan Li glanced at the Z City map beside the road. He needed to traverse 2 residential areas, a natural park, 3 commercial streets, and a football field. As he walked along the street, zombies along the roadside lunged at him. Though these zombies appeared fearsome, they were merely of 1-star strength, nothing more than a FAAD. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows flew forth, instantly dispatching the zombies at the roadside with headshots. Why aren't you absorbing the blood? Guan Li looked at the blood-drinking blade, confusion etching his features. The crimson tendrils quickly formed 2 crooked characters. Unpalatable. Guan Li was momentarily speechless. This creature was astonishingly picky, with no other choice. He instructed his soldiers to swiftly search the corpses. 5 1-star crystal cores were unearthed by the soldiers. He chose to trade, acquiring 38 points. At the end of the street stood an opulent residential complex. Passing through here would significantly reduce his detour. A few zombies trapped in the security booth, upon spotting Guan Li, reached out through the window. Bone rushed forward, swiftly dispatching several zombies with his battle knife. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as no crystal cores or cards dropped. Navigating along the spacious roads, Guan Li successfully entered the complex. The roadside vegetation was meticulously maintained. Zombies clad in security uniforms roamed the path. Aileen loosed several arrows, effortlessly eliminating these zombies. The complex was remarkably quiet, with not many zombies present. After all, it was a residential area, and even if zombies existed, they were likely trapped within their homes. Bright red cloths adorned the walls of the buildings, each inscribed with various pleas for help. Survivors on the upper floors waved the red cloths upon seeing Guan Li, fearful of drawing the attention of the zombies with loud cries. Evolved zombies possessed colossal strength, and ordinary doors might not withstand their assaults. Just yesterday, many had provoked the zombies outside their doors, only to be met with their violent entrance. Having learned from such experiences, the remaining survivors had become exceedingly cautious. Guan Li naturally ignored their desperate calls for assistance. The survivors grew frantic, hastily scribbling messages on the red cloths. I have a lot of money. You can have as much as you desire. A well-dressed man penned this plea. Handsome, come rescue me. Any demand is acceptable. A beautiful woman with ample curves wrote this. I am a leader. If you save me, I will arrange a job for you. A balding, rotund man scrawled this. Guan Li disregarded them all. These offers held no value in the apocalypse. Money? What use is that? Status and identity? Those are relics of the past. Beautiful women? That would only invite disaster. You will not die well. The well-dressed man wrote angrily on the cloth. Cursed be the one who turns a blind eye. The rotund man hurled a cleaver. At this distance, if aimed accurately, it could indeed strike Guan Li. Seeking death, Bone raised his shield, deflecting the cleaver. The skeletal mage behind him conjured fireballs, launching 10 towards the cleaver man. What the hell? Magic? The man shivered and hurriedly ducked back inside. The fireballs struck the balcony on the 7th floor, instantly charring the previously pristine white walls. Master, shall we kill him? Bone inquired. This was not a difficult task, merely a waste of time at most. Shun Lian, you go. Guan Li's tone was cold and resolute. Ignoring his pleas for help, the man sought to take his life. What a vile heart. For such individuals, Guan Li would show no mercy. As you command. Shun Lian's figure vanished from sight. Onward. Guan Li did not linger. At Shun Lian's pace, he would complete his task and return swiftly. Phew, that was reckless. That guy is surprisingly formidable. In a lavish living room, the cleaver man panted heavily. Had he not evaded quickly, he might have been incinerated by the fireball. Even so, he was drenched in cold sweat. Damn, what is happening in this world? How could magic even manifest? The cleaver man cursed. He had initially believed the appearance of zombies was merely the result of an unknown viral infection. Once things calmed, he thought he could return to his previous life. But now it seemed impossible. The city defense had yet to provide any rescue. The situation was evidently dire. That fellow. Surely he must have left by now. The cleaver man peeked through a corner of the curtain to look downstairs. He saw Guan Li's figure gradually receding, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, I live on a high floor. The cleaver man sat down. However, his relief was short-lived as he heard a violent banging at the door. Ugh! The howls of zombies echoed in his ears. Zombies? How could they come here? The cleaver man's face turned ashen. He had checked yesterday. His floor was supposed to be safe. The banging grew more intense. The cleaver man hurriedly stood, intending to barricade the door. Click! The sound of the door lock being undone. The cleaver man was stunned. Who opened the door? But before he could ponder further, zombies surged in. Ah! The cleaver man screamed in terror as a zombie tackled him to the ground. Its claws tore into his abdomen, spilling his entrails onto the floor. The zombie greedily feasted on him. The cleaver man did not perish. He remained conscious, forced to watch as the zombies devoured him whole. The despair of the experience was overwhelming. Through a gap, he saw a figure standing in the corridor. The man bore a smile that made him feel suffocated. Chapter 42. Encounter with an awakened one, he regretted it. Regretted provoking that young man. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Shun Lian's form gradually became ethereal, vanishing into the corridor. Everything that had just transpired was undoubtedly his masterpiece. Shun Lian could traverse through shadows. It was not a difficult feat for him. Guan Li crossed through the community and arrived at another street. Shun Lian's figure quickly materialized. My lord, the task is complete. That fellow met a gruesome end. Shun Lian spoke. I shall not inquire into the details. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. He brought this upon himself. Nothing more to be said. There were numerous zombies on the street, all of whom took notice of Guan Li's group. After all, the Legion was steadily growing, now boasting 67 members. Even if they wished to remain inconspicuous, it was no longer possible. Roar! The zombies shrieked as they lunged towards Guan Li. Just as Guan Li was about to strike, a massive crocodile suddenly charged out from an alleyway. The creature stood 3 meters tall and spanned 5 to 6 meters in length. Its scaled armor bulged like small packages, and its 4 robust claws were adorned with sharp ice. Crack! Several zombies were instantly torn in half by the frost giant crocodile. Roar! A chilling breath escaped the giant crocodile's maw. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of ice. The zombies on the street were instantly frozen. The frigid air was palpable even to Guan Li, who stood at a distance. Following this, the frost giant crocodile swept its massive tail, shattering the frozen zombies into countless pieces. In a mere span of 10 seconds, dozens of zombies were obliterated. Although they were merely low-level one-star zombies, the display was sufficient to demonstrate the creature's might. Guan Li did not rush to act, for he noticed a figure atop the frost giant crocodile. A human. A human? The person atop the crocodile also spotted Guan Li. It was a pale-skinned girl with a delicate face, lacking in color but possessing long, silky black hair. Little Croc, approach. The girl commanded the frost giant crocodile, maintaining a distance of 5 to 6 meters from Guan Li. It was evident that she was also wary of him. My name is Han Xiaolu. And you? The girl leaped down from the giant crocodile. Guan Li, he replied. He sensed no ill intent from her. Is this your ability? Summoning skeletal soldiers? I thought I was the only one with special abilities. Han Xiaolu blinked her eyes, curiously inquiring. Sort of. And you? Guan Li responded ambiguously. The skeletal army was indeed summoned by him. I obtained Little Croc from the initial rewards. Moreover, I possess the ability to control ice. Han Xiaolu declared, demonstrating as she conjured a shard of ice in her hand. Guan Li's heart instantly grew alert. One must always be cautious. He covertly ordered his legion soldiers to enter a state of readiness. If Han Xiaolu were to launch a sudden attack, he could retaliate in an instant. However, it was clear that Guan Li was being overly cautious. The girl before him had no such intentions. After showcasing the ice shard, she put it away. Guan Li felt no embarrassment. In this apocalypse, human hearts are the most unpredictable. Well, you are quite fortunate. Guan Li nodded. His gaze swept over the giant beast beside Han Xiaolu. Name, Frost Giant Crocodile, can evolve. Potential, 8-star strength. Intermediate 3 stars abilities. Frost Armor, Ice Breath, Whirlwind Tail. Death Strangulation Evaluation. A giant crocodile imbued with the bloodline of ice, possessing formidable potential. It's not bad. Compared to my friend, I consider myself quite lucky. Han Xiaolu recalled her friend who had directly transformed into a zombie. Had she not acquired the frost giant crocodile at a critical moment, she would likely have perished when the apocalypse erupted. Where are you headed? Han Xiaolu asked. To find a city defense army. Guan Li fabricated an excuse. He certainly could not divulge his true intentions. Great. I'm also searching for the city defense army. Shall we team up? That way, we can look out for one another. A delighted smile spread across Han Xiaolu's face. Apologies. I prefer to act alone. Guan Li replied. You? Acting alone? Han Xiaolu pointed at the dozens of members in his legion. Indeed, acting alone, Guan Li asserted, his expression unwavering. All right, if that's the case, I shall not intrude. Han Xiaolu nodded, not pressing the matter further. Young lady, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. In this apocalypse, do not place too much trust in others. Guan Li concluded, turning away without a backward glance. Han Xiaolu stood in place, her face a picture of confusion. Little Croc, do I appear foolish? The frost giant crocodile nodded, then shook its head. How dare you? Your meal for today is gone. Han Xiaolu exclaimed fiercely. Frost giant crocodile, QEQ. Encountering Han Xiaolu was merely a minor interlude. Guan Li traversed the street, the frost giant crocodile gradually fading from sight behind him. In the alley, several large feral cats loomed, perched on the walls, glaring intently at Guan Li. Yet, after weighing the pros and cons, they refrained from attacking. The man before them was far too powerful. As they watched Guan Li disappear, the mutated feral cats concealed themselves, awaiting their next prey. Emerging from the alley, Guan Li found himself in front of a natural park. The plants have begun to mutate. He stood on the street, gazing at the natural park 100 meters away. Dense foliage concealed the entrance's fence, with numerous leaves wildly spreading onto the street. Guan Li observed the natural park. The overnight transformation had turned it into a lush forest. The entrance of the park resembled a beast with bared fangs, eager to devour any passerby. Unfazed, Guan Li strode directly into the park. The thick leaves shielded him from the scorching sun, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Rustle. A wandering zombie appeared before Guan Li, Judging by its attire, it resembled an elderly man practicing Tai Chi. Grr! The elderly zombie, upon noticing Guan Li, lunged toward him. Unfortunately, it was far too weak. Guan Li's blood-drinking blade swiftly dispatched it. A few drops of foul blood splattered as the blade swung, clearly disdainful of the tainted liquid. Guan Li continued onward. The most perilous entities in the park were not these zombies. Following the cement path, he arrived at the edge of a lake. By the lakeside, a creature with the body of a human and the head of a lion was crouched, drinking water. Something's amiss. Guan Li signaled his legion soldiers to conceal themselves among the surrounding trees. A calamity creature. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Master, shall we eliminate it? Bone quietly crept beside Guan Li. There was no other option. The creature was too large. Even crouching, it was challenging to hide. Guan Li smiled knowingly and said yes. Chapter 43. The lion hybrid monster Guan Li commanded the legion soldiers to encircle the entire artificial lake. The natural disaster monsters were not mere zombies. They possessed considerable intelligence. If they were to be defeated, retreat was a likely option. The soldiers, following Guan Li's orders, silently surrounded the entire lake. The lion-headed creature languidly reclined by the water's edge, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Name: Lion Hybrid, Boss Level, Potential, 7-star Strength, 4 stars Intermediate Abilities, Claw Strike, Thunder Fist, Earth Splitter, Golden Claw Strike Evaluation. A calamity monster emerging from the rift, possessing formidable strength and capable of utilizing thunder and gold elements in combat. Guan Li scrutinized the lion-headed beast, and the system provided the creature's information. 4 stars Intermediate. A grave expression crossed Guan Li's face. The Legion and Oppos, as soldiers were all of 3-star strength. Is a higher-level battle necessary? Guan Li spoke. For others, such a challenge might be daunting, but for Guan Li, it was not insurmountable. After all, there was strength in numbers. Often, a chaotic flurry could overwhelm even a master. The Legion soldiers stood ready, awaiting Guan Li's command. Archers, prepare. Skeleton mages, ready yourselves. Guan Li ordered. The elven archers drew their bows to full tautness, employing armor-piercing arrows. Ordinary arrows would scarcely inflict substantial harm upon a creature of this caliber. The skeleton mages raised their bony staffs, taking aim at the lion hybrid. Fire! Guan Li commanded. Whoosh! Boom! 12 arrows, shimmering with cold radiance, hurtled towards the lion hybrid. Above the creature, 10 bolts of lightning coalesced, descending upon it. Roar! The lion hybrid bellowed in fury, sensing the imminent threat and attempting to evade. Yet it was too late. The 12 armor-piercing arrows embedded deeply into its hide, and the lightning strike, while powerful, was absorbed by a golden aura surrounding the creature. Can it absorb lightning energy? Intriguing. Guan Li noted with mild surprise at the ineffectiveness of the thunder strike. However, that would not alter the outcome. The lion hybrid was doomed. Charge! Attack! Guan Li grasped the bloodthirsty blade and surged forth from the woods, followed closely by the soldiers launching their assault from all directions. Roar! The lion hybrid, realizing it was ensnared, was consumed by rage. Had it become the prey? Unforgivable. It yanked the armor-piercing arrows from its body, blood flowing from the wounds. Yet, the injuries began to heal at a visible rate. The lion hybrid slashed forward with its razor-sharp claws, unleashing a golden energy blade. The skeleton shield soldiers quickly raised their shields in defense. The golden energy blade collided with the shields, instantly cleaving them in two. Several skeleton soldiers, sheltered behind the shields, suffered grievous injuries. What a powerful attack! Truly, a 4-star disaster monster. Even as the battle commenced, injuries were already reported among the ranks. Fortunately, the skeleton soldiers felt no pain, even with their shoulders nearly severed. They continued to fight with their remaining limbs. Bone spears and bone knives struck the lion hybrid's tough hide, leaving only faint white scratches, failing to penetrate its defenses. However, the pain ignited a furious response. How dare these bony insects attack it? It swept its legs, sending 3 skeleton shield soldiers flying. Fireball! Seizing the moment as the lion hybrid landed, a flurry of searing fireballs struck its body. A howl of anguish escaped the creature as charred marks appeared across its form. Since it could absorb lightning, then let us unleash fireballs. Following the fireballs, 12 armor-piercing arrows were loosed. The lion hybrid's arms, shoulders, chest, and vital areas were all struck. It howled once more. Indeed, the lion hybrid was powerful, yet it was but a solitary beast. In contrast, Guan Li commanded a legion of dozens of soldiers. With their coordinated efforts, the lion hybrid found itself besieged. At this moment, Guan Li lunged forward. Blood soul slash. He swung the bloodthirsty blade, unleashing a wave of crimson sword energy. The lion hybrid felt an overwhelming dread as the terrifying aura bore down upon it. Without hesitation, it gathered its strength. Thunder Fist. Golden lightning enveloped the lion hybrid's fist as it thrust forward, manifesting a head of a lightning lion. The two energy attacks clashed. The crimson sword energy dissipating while the lightning lion vanished. Guan Li, at 3 stars intermediate strength, managed to hold his ground against the lion hybrid, which was quite the feat. Seizing the brief respite, Shun Lian, waiting in the wings, finally found his opportunity. Sword control technique. The shadow swordsmen collectively executed the art of sword control, sending 26 flying swords slicing toward the lion hybrid. Roar. The lion hybrid sought to retaliate, but the thunder fist had drained its energy. In a moment of desperation, it could do nothing but evade. Scaled beast charge. The skeleton, wielding a heavy shield, charged directly at the lion hybrid. The powerful impact sent it reeling. Though it did not inflict significant damage, it redirected the creature's trajectory. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp flying swords rained down upon the lion hybrid, leaving a multitude of wounds. The lion hybrid knelt, panting heavily. The sword marks, though healing, did so at a noticeably slower rate. Clearly, its rapid regeneration had its limits. Roar. A cornered beast still fights. The lion hybrid's eyes burned crimson as it fixed its gaze upon Guan Li, unleashing all its strength in a frenzied charge. Protect the master, Bone shouted, attempting to intercept the lion hybrid, but alas, it was too slow. The lion hybrid barreled past several shadow swordsmen, closing in on Guan Li, possessing considerable intelligence. It recognized that these attackers were all fixated on this human. If it could seize him, escape was assured. A commendable plan, but I am no pushover. Guan Li had honed his skills precisely to counter such situations. Téléportation technique. His form vanished from sight. The lion hybrid lunged at emptiness, confusion evident in its eyes. It could not comprehend why the human before it had disappeared. Guan Li reappeared behind it. Blood demon-esque grasp. A gruesome, blood-soaked arm materialized instantly. Sensing the power emanating from the arm, Guan Li slashed at the lion hybrid. With the enhancement of blood demon-esque grasp, Guan Li's strength surged, effortlessly breaking through the creature's defenses. The lion hybrid sought to retaliate, but the previous skirmishes had left it battered and bruised. The bloodthirsty blade plunged into the creature's flesh, its tendrils of crimson spreading throughout its body. Fear etched across the lion hybrid's face as it launched a desperate attack against Guan Li. Observing the creature's actions, Guan Li smiled faintly. He relinquished the bloodthirsty blade. The lion hybrid grasped the hilt, attempting to withdraw the blade. Yet, the bloodthirsty weapon would not yield so easily. The bloodthirsty blade ravenously absorbed its lifeblood. Tendrils of crimson ensnared the lion hybrid's arm, and soon after, its entire being was enveloped in the blood-red grasp. Chapter 44. The football arena. The lionhawk beast struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground. Had the lionhawk been in its prime, the bloodthirsty blade might not have been able to subdue it. However, after consecutive battles, the beast's strength had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. The bloodthirsty blade acted as the final straw that broke the camel's back. A system notification chimed. You have slain the lionhawk beast, earning 2,000 points and 1 lionhawk summoning card. The blood-red tendrils enveloping the beast receded like a receding tide. Before Guan Li appeared a grotesque and terrifying corpse. The lionhawk's body, encased in skin, had lost all its flesh and blood. Guan Li stepped forward to collect the blue card dropped by the beast. He withdrew the bloodthirsty blade along with a radiant crystal core, which was entwined by the blood-red tendrils, extracting it from the Lionhawk's remains. "Well done," Guan Li remarked, patting the bloodthirsty blade, which quivered slightly in acknowledgement. Clutching the Lionhawk's crystal core, Guan Li began to absorb its energy. This 4-star crystal core contained a torrent of energy, surging into him like a rushing river. He frantically absorbed the pure energy, and with a sudden pop, a barrier shattered. Opening his eyes, he felt his aura sharpen considerably. After absorbing the Lionhawk's core, he successfully broke through to advanced 3-star level. The surging energy within him seemed to whisper that 4-star strength was within reach. Once he finished with the crystal core, Guan Li picked up the summoning card provided by the system. Lionhawk Summoning Card can summon a mid-level 4-star Lionhawk for battle. The summoned Lionhawk is immune to death and all negative effects for 1 minute. After reading it, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was a remarkable disposable card that could summon an invincible 4-star fighter. He tucked the card away, intending to use it as a trump card. The Lionhawk's power was indeed considerable, and with the invincible buff, its strength could potentially double. Guan Li's ability to defeat it was largely due to the numerical advantage of his soldiers. With so many legionnaires attacking, it was nearly impossible for the Lionhawk to survive. In the recent battle, 5 soldiers had fallen, 3 skeletal sword and shield warriors and 2 skeletal gun and shield warriors. The fallen soldiers returned to the system for revival, while the injured soldiers rested in place. Guan Li held the blue card dropped by the Lionhawk and gently crushed it. "You have obtained 1 Legion upgrade card. Using this card will elevate the Legion's strength by 1 level, applicable only to those below 10-star strength." This was a valuable item. Guan Li's eyes brightened. After pondering for a moment, he decided to use the upgrade card on the skeletal undead Legion, which stood at an advanced 3-star level. A further upgrade would elevate them to beginner 4-star strength. Guan Li needed a Legion with 4-star power, and since the skeletal undead Legion had the largest numbers, using the upgrade card on them was the wisest choice. System: upgrade the skeletal undead Legion. Weighing the pros and cons, Guan Li did not hesitate further. He was not one to dither. He took decisive action. After using the upgrade card, the skeletal undead Legion was enveloped in a radiant white light, their aura growing more formidable. "Congratulations," Shun Lian and Aaron exclaimed. He much appreciated. The skeletal warrior chuckled amiably. The atmosphere among the legions was harmonious. "Let's move. We must find a place to rest before nightfall." Guan Li noted that the Legion soldiers had sufficiently recovered and continued onward. The natural park was not particularly vast. Aside from the Lionhawk, Guan Li encountered several other mutated creatures. These beasts were not overly powerful and caused little trouble. After about half an hour, Guan Li cut through some thorns and crouched to crawl through a broken railing. This was not a dog hole, merely a damaged barrier. Upon returning to the street, the sun was gradually setting. A few disheveled zombies lunged towards Guan Li. He swung the bloodthirsty blade, effortlessly dispatching them. The Legion soldiers followed through the railing, emerging onto the street. Guan Li did not pause and pressed forward. In less than 2 days, this once opulent metropolis had developed an air of decay. The deserted streets were littered with wrecked cars. The once bustling thoroughfares had transformed into a haven for zombies and monsters. The former inhabitants now cowered in the shadows, trembling with fear. As Guan Li entered the street, zombies lunged at him from the sides. Aaron's team fired continuously, and those zombies fell before they could draw close. The skeletal sword and shield warriors marched at the forefront, followed by shadow, swordsmen, and ranged soldiers, with Guan Li safely ensconced at the center of the formation. The group advanced steadily through the narrow street, while the buildings on either side cast envious glances. After 2 days of torment, most survivors had resigned themselves to the apocalypse. How they wished that the protected individual was themselves. Alas, such thoughts were futile. Once they left the street, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The blood-red sunset gradually vanished from the sky, and the last rays of light seemed to announce the arrival of night. The sounds of terrifying roars echoed from all directions. Were it anyone else, they might have been struck with fear. Yet Guan Li remained remarkably composed. He instructed the elven archers to remain vigilant. Any sign of disturbance would warrant an immediate attack. Remembering that a municipal football arena lay not far ahead, where numerous matches had been held, Guan Li resolved to seek refuge there for the night. Recalling his previous life, he knew there were no ongoing matches, indicating that the number of people present during the outbreak was likely minimal. After a dimly lit walk of about 10 minutes, during which he faced several waves of mutated creatures, all easily subdued by his legion, Guan Li caught sight of a massive structure rising in the distance. Bathed in moonlight, 3 enormous red characters proclaimed, "Football Arena." However, those letters now appeared somewhat ominous. The tranquil arena exuded an oppressive atmosphere. "Let us go inside," Guan Li declared, undeterred. In this post-apocalyptic world, absolute safety was a myth. At the entrance of the football arena, remnants of popcorn and soda cups lay scattered. Even without major matches, many enthusiasts would come to engage in casual play, ensuring the arena remained operational. Under the moonlight, Guan Li noticed bloodstains on the ground, an alarming sight. Clearly, the arena had not been peaceful during the outbreak. Flanking the entrance were numerous statues of football legends, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance. Under normal circumstances, this would not be alarming, but in this moment, the bloodied statues appeared particularly eerie. Chapter 45. The terrifying puppets. The atmosphere within the football arena was eerily tranquil. No signs of zombies were present in the entrance hall, yet the bloodstains on the ground suggested turmoil had unfolded here. The horror of the apocalypse does not solely stem from the undead. Given the current circumstances, numerous enigmatic phenomena had yet to be encountered by Guan Li. Moonlight failed to penetrate the hall, prompting him to retrieve a perpetual lamp, its flickering flame dispelling the surrounding darkness. The glow of the lamp illuminated a radius of approximately 5 meters as Guan Li ventured into the dim corridor. The corridor was marred by numerous dried bloodstains, with handprints trailing behind, hinting at some horrifying incident that had transpired. Not a single zombie was in sight throughout the football arena, dismissing the possibility of zombies. The only other alternative was the presence of monstrous calamities. Undeterred, Guan Li pressed onward. The passage was not overly lengthy, and soon, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Emerging from the corridor, he found himself in the open football field. The surrounding stands were a chaotic mess, littered with debris. It was evident that a considerable disturbance had erupted within the stadium at the onset of the apocalypse. Still, there was no sign of any zombies. It felt as though he was the sole presence in this vast arena, accompanied only by his legion of soldiers. It was too quiet, uncomfortably so. "Bone, I trust you to keep watch tonight," Guan Li commanded. "Indeed, master." Bone nodded, instructing the soldiers to remain vigilant. Guan Li approached the side of the stands and unfolded a cot. A brisk autumn breeze swept through the stadium. September's weather was typically warm during the day, but turned cool at night. Guan Li reclined on the cot, succumbing to sleep, believing that the night would pass uneventfully. However, at the stroke of midnight, an eerie cacophony echoed through the football field. Cackling, cawing, giggles. Guan Li jolted awake, noticing his soldiers surrounding him. He felt a modicum of reassurance. "Master, you are awake?" Bone inquired, drawing nearer to the cot. What is happening?" Guan Li nodded, the strange sounds dispelling any remnants of sleepiness. He folded the cot, aware that this night would be fraught with wakefulness. "My subordinates have yet to ascertain the situation. Those bizarre sounds simply manifested," Bone reported. Such strangeness?" Guan Li was not intimidated by formidable monsters. He was ready for action, yet the peculiar occurrences perplexed him. There was no clear target for his aggression. "Aileen, have you discerned anything?" Guan Li turned his gaze toward Aileen, who possessed perceptive abilities. "Master, not at the moment." Aileen shook her head in response. "What about Shun Lian?" Guan Li inquired again. "No discoveries." Shun Lian also shook his head, feeling equally confounded. The previous events were undeniably bizarre. The sounds had appeared out of nowhere, and before the Legion could react, they vanished again. Clearly, their unseen foe delighted in playing hide-and-seek. Guan Li furrowed his brow slightly. This hidden adversary was exceedingly troublesome, for one could never anticipate when it might strike. There must be some mysterious creature lurking within the football field, having already set its sights on him since his arrival. Although the strangeness had ceased, Guan Li remained unperturbed. Since the entity had chosen to act, it would not relinquish its pursuit easily. Time elapsed, minute by minute, as Guan Li sat on the stands, observing his surroundings. The football field remained profoundly silent. Apart from the whispers of the night wind, only his breathing could be heard. "Are you afraid?" Guan Li pondered silently. Cackling, cawing, giggles. Once more, the unsettling laughter resonated throughout the stadium. This time, Guan Li discerned the nature of the laughter. It resembled that of women, the elderly, and children. The eerie sounds ebbed and flowed, emanating from the football field, the corridor, and the stands, sometimes clear, other times muffled, occasionally whispering in his ear. Had it been someone of weaker will, they might have succumbed to panic. Yet, Guan Li's resolve was unwavering, bolstered by his immunity to fear. "All soldiers, remain on guard." Guan Li rose from the stands, gripping his bloodthirsty blade as he leaped into the football field. "Your feeble tricks hold no power over me. If this is all you can muster, then come forth and meet your demise," Guan Li declared, defiantly surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the eerie laughter ceased. Chaotic footsteps echoed from the adjacent corridors, followed by the emergence of several stiff, lifeless figures from the four passageways surrounding the football field. These beings bore vacant gazes, their bodies contorted in grotesque postures that no ordinary human could replicate. Food. It must take the form of food. A woman with her head grotesquely rotated 180 degrees uttered, her voice devoid of emotion, resembling that of a machine. Despite her disfigured movements and lifeless eyes, she bore an unsettling semblance to a normal human. Foul sorcery. Guan Li swiftly severed her head from her body. Cackling. "You shall die. The food I desire cannot escape. Even if you are an awakened one, you will perish." The decapitated head, still rigid, continued to speak. No blood gushed forth from her body. With a forceful kick, Guan Li shattered the head on the ground, expecting a gory spectacle of brain matter and blood, but instead, it crumbled like pottery. Puppets? Guan Li and Amp. Oppos, as thoughts crystallized. The headless body lunged at him, black threads erupting from the vacant neck, attempting to ensnare him. Bone armor. Guan Li's form was quickly enveloped in white bone armor. The threads ricocheted off the armor, leaving no trace. He retaliated with a swift strike, cleaving the headless corpse in two. As the body was split open, the interior revealed what Guan Li had suspected. All flesh and blood were absent. Countless threads supported the entirety of the corpse's movements. "Attack! Protect the master!" Bone shouted, charging toward the puppets. There were at least hundreds of these puppets within the football field's four corridors. To defeat them, one must destroy the threads within their bodies. Otherwise, they would continue to operate. Bone wielded a scaled shield, crashing into the puppets. The sheer force instantly flattened them, proving to be remarkably effective. The skeletal mage conjured fireballs and lightning, raining down upon the horde of puppets. The skeletal infantrymen struggled, lacking the ability to eliminate the puppets instantly, yet they fought valiantly. The shadow swordsmen executed their shadow sword techniques, swiftly dispatching the puppets with their blades. The elven archers found themselves similarly challenged, for their arrows had a limited area of effect. Often, a shot would pierce a puppet's head, yet the body would still remain active. Guan Li decided to instruct them to target the puppets' legs. Once their mobility was compromised, their threat level would drastically diminish. Chapter 46. The puppet master Guan Li continued to wield the blood-drinking blade, slaying the puppets before him. With a fierce swing, he unleashed the blood soul slash. The crimson sword energy swept through the air, cleaving dozens of puppets in half. Once he completed the blood soul slash, he quickly crushed a supply card to replenish his expended powers. The soldiers of the Legion did the same, drawing from their supply cards. Did they think they could wear him down in a battle of attrition? Not a chance. In the face of these supply cards, consumption was a non-issue. Such was their abundance. Under the relentless assault of the Legion soldiers, hundreds of puppets were swiftly annihilated. The ground was littered with black threads and fragments of human remains, creating a chilling scene. Guan Li stepped upon a shattered eye. "Your subordinates are hardly impressive," he scoffed, feeling a sense of superiority. Suddenly, an eerie female laughter echoed through the air, chilling the atmosphere. A figure emerged from the corridor before Guan Li. It was a tattered human-shaped puppet, its face grotesquely stitched together with crimson thread, and its large, sewn-on eyes continuously oozing blood. Clearly, this puppet was crafted from the remains of some unfortunate soul. The puppet's head was adorned with a mass of long, black hair that writhed unnaturally on the ground. Guan Li deduced that this puppet utilized these living strands to control its minions. Blood dripped from its claws, indicating that other survivors had entered the stadium after him, but it seemed they had already fallen victim to this puppet. This explained the disruption during the initial attack. He had mistakenly thought the puppet feared him when it was merely dealing with the unfortunate newcomers. Guan Li offered a moment of silence for these poor souls. As he surveyed the puppet, the system promptly provided information. Name, string puppet potential, 7 stars strength, 4 stars beginner, abilities, puppet manipulation, string control, entanglement. Fine strangulation evaluation, a calamity creature from the rift. Originally a discarded puppet, it has mutated due to accumulated resentment, granting it the ability to create and control puppets. Beware its sharp strands. Guan Li felt a slight relief. A mere 4-star beginner calamity creature was not nearly as formidable as the lionhound beast. However, its bizarre abilities to control puppets posed a significant threat. Fortunately, it had not created many puppets. Otherwise, he would have had to retreat into the shadows. You possess commendable strength. I almost hesitate to eliminate you. The puppet gazed at Guan Li as if assessing a fascinating toy. Such fine materials for puppetry. Enough chatter. Taste my blade first. Guan Li seized the initiative, swinging his weapon toward the puppet. This was not a sneak attack. It was a preemptive strike. Ha ha ha. Struggle all you like. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. I relish my intriguing prey. The puppet summoned sharp black threads that lunged toward Guan Li. The blood-drinking blade cleaved through the threads effortlessly. What? How is this possible? The puppet exclaimed in disbelief. Its own threads had been severed with ease. Such a sharp weapon. It seems I've stumbled upon a treasure. The puppet's large, sewn-on eyes twitched sinisterly. Protect the master. Charge. The skeletal figure brandished a shield and rushed at the puppet. But it nimbly evaded the attack, surveying the Legion's soldiers around it. Excellent. These shall be my toys. Having been discarded, the puppet incessantly crafted minions for its own use. The long, writhing hair behind it stood erect, shooting out toward the surroundings. What is it planning? Guan Li pondered, bewildered. The numerous threads quickly ensnared the soldiers' bodies. The limbs of the soldiers were manipulated by thick black strands. The puppet exerted control over the soldiers' movements. Though they instinctively resisted, they could not break free. Only 3 leaders managed to partially escape the puppet's grasp. Master, quickly retrieve the soldiers. The leaders urged, realizing the dire situation. They had no choice but to recall the Legion soldiers to sever the puppet's control. Do not fret. I have a plan. Guan Li reassured the 3 leaders through internal communication, while simultaneously issuing commands to the soldiers. Attack the string puppet. Strike with all your might. Ha ha ha. Despair. Your subordinates have all become my toys. The puppet's stitched mouth twisted into a smug grin, eagerly anticipating Guan Li's expression of hopelessness. Why are you not frightened? The puppet sensed something was amiss. This human's calm demeanor was unsettling. Quite an impressive tactic, but alas, useless against me. Guan Li replied with a derisive smile. The puppet instinctively sensed danger. It attempted to command the soldiers to attack Guan Li, but it was too late. Barrier technique. Guan Li activated a skill, causing the threads binding the soldiers to vanish in an instant. A golden halo appeared above their heads. Reinvigorated, the soldiers charged at the puppet. The sounds of fabric tearing echoed as the puppet was pierced. Ah, this cannot be. My string control, why has it failed? The puppet screamed in anguish. Though its abilities were peculiar, its physical form was incredibly fragile. Had it not been certain of victory, it would never have revealed itself. Unfortunately for the puppet, it had underestimated Guan Li. The barrier technique rendered the Legion soldiers immune to any negative effects, which was why Guan Li remained unperturbed. The barrier technique proved to be a divine skill. Without it, he would have had no choice but to recall all his soldiers, leaving him vulnerable while awaiting the cooldown. During that interval, the puppet might have escaped. No! The puppet's voice dwindled, its body overwhelmed by the soldiers. The fury of those previously controlled erupted. Guan Li silently exhaled, The puppet's abilities were too enigmatic. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have perished at its hands. Imagine the despair of being the last survivor, with all your companions under its control. Chapter 47. Puppetry. The system's notification echoed as the puppet met its demise, granting 2,000 points and a control thread. The Legion's soldiers dispersed, revealing a ground strewn with cotton, tattered cloth, and a blue card. The remains of the puppet bore no trace of a crystal core. Instead, a milky white orb caught Guan Li's attention. What could this be? He picked up the orb and examined it closely. Mental pearl. Using it will enhance mental strength. The system efficiently transmitted the item information to Guan Li. It enhances mental strength? This is quite a valuable find. A look of surprise illuminated Guan Li's face. Mental power is an enigmatic and formidable force. He had read extensively about it in novels from his past life. Without hesitation, Guan Li grasped the mental pearl and began to absorb its essence. Unlike a crystal core, it did not inundate him with overwhelming energy. Instead, waves of mysterious mental power flowed into his mind. A shiver coursed through him, and his perception of the surrounding environment gradually sharpened. He sensed a powerful force within his mind, yet he remained uncertain of how to unleash it. This uncertainty stemmed from his lack of mastery over the application of mental power. However, Guan Li did not feel disheartened. Such mastery would come in due time. The enhancement of mental strength merely amplified his sensory abilities. He could now perceive within a radius of 7 meters. Although this was merely an extension of 2 additional meters, it was still a significant improvement. After all, encountering monsters of mental prowess was no simple feat, even if one were to encounter them. Defeating them would prove exceedingly challenging. The puppet had been overconfident, revealing its true form. Had it been more cautious and merely commanded its puppets to kill, it could have retreated unscathed, which underscores the tenacity of mental creatures. If I cannot defeat you, then I shall not engage you. Vanquishing the puppet was indeed an unexpected delight. Guan Li retrieved the items awarded by the system, which included 10 nearly transparent control threads. Control threads, capable of controlling targets whose strength does not exceed one's own. This was a commendable tool. Although it could only control targets weaker than himself, it was still quite useful. The term control here implies absolute control. He could command them to their doom without a flicker of hesitation. Possessing control threads was akin to wielding a puppet of his own. He stowed the control threads in his system backpack for future use. His gaze shifted to the blue card. With a gentle squeeze, the card shattered instantly. Acquired puppetry skill X1. Learn the methods of creating and controlling puppets. This is a nefarious skill, a skill. Guan Li felt a rush of excitement. He disregarded the final cautionary note of the skill description. There are no inherently malevolent skills, only malevolent wielders. He embraced the learning of puppetry. A wealth of knowledge about puppetry flooded his mind. Puppetry encompasses various forms. Yet the 2 most prevalent methods are as follows. The first involves forcibly controlling a target, transforming it into a puppet. The second entails crafting a puppet and then using special tools for control. He had already witnessed the former method in action, the skill employed by the puppet before its demise. While this technique is expedient, it possesses significant drawbacks, as forcibly controlled puppets can break free from their bindings. Conversely, the method of crafting one's own puppets is far more secure, allowing for complete mastery. Lacking the necessary materials and containers for puppet creation, the skill was of little immediate use. Nevertheless, it is always prudent to possess a diverse array of skills. Moreover, this puppetry skill is indeed an excellent asset. Guan Li felt elated. Although the quantity of rewards was modest, their quality was commendable. Having vanquished the puppet, Guan Li sensed the oppressive gloom that had shrouded the football arena dissipate entirely. The latent unease that had lingered was now obliterated. He could finally enjoy a restful slumber. Observing the hazy moonlight, he believed ample time remained. He retrieved his foldable bed and promptly fell asleep. The Legion's soldiers stood guard around him. Due to the puppet's menacing presence, no monsters dared approach the vicinity of the football arena. As a result, Guan Li enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. As the first rays of dawn cascaded upon his face, Guan Li arose and packed away his foldable bed. The first order of business upon waking, of course, was breakfast. His stomach had begun to protest vociferously. With his body growing stronger, his appetite had similarly increased. Maintaining robust bodily functions demands considerable energy. Guan Li took out 2 food cards and crushed them. 2 delectable meals appeared before him. Activating the skill, Gluttonous Devour. Burp Guan Li sighed contentedly. After finishing breakfast, he resumed his journey. If all went according to plan, he would reach the central shopping mall by day's end. At the entrance of the football arena, as Guan Li anticipated, numerous bloodstains marred the ground. Many unfortunate souls had fallen prey to the puppet the previous night. In this apocalyptic world, death was a constant companion. Guan Li paid little heed as he stepped into the sunlight, departing the football arena. Before the XX community, Guan Li halted. He noticed tracks made by tank treads at the entrance. Tanks. The familiar sight stirred memories within him. The city defense forces had finally initiated a rescue operation. Surveying the ground littered with shell casings and shattered corpses, it was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. The tracks were fresh, hinting at their recent passage. "Young man, are you part of the city defense forces?" Several figures approached from within the community. "I am not." Guan Li shook his head. "Ah, too slow again. I told you not to cling to material wealth. Now, look what's happened. The city defense forces have left." The leading man pointed at a woman beside him, who clutched a handful of gold and silver jewelry. Guan Li found himself at a loss for words. Their lives were at stake, yet they still clung to such trivial possessions. "I don't care. These are my lifelines." The woman tightened her grip on her treasures, eyeing Guan Li warily. "A quintessential miser. I have no interest in your worthless trinkets." Guan Li continued onward, following the trail left by the tank treads. "Wait for us," the man called out urgently. But Guan Li paid him no mind, maintaining his steady pace. "Throw away those scraps." "I won't, not even in death." The sounds of their arguing gradually faded into the distance. Guan Li slightly altered his course. He sought the city defense forces to learn of the state of the nation. With 80 of the global population infected by the zombie virus, and given China's high population density, the consequences of 80 of its citizens becoming zombies were dire indeed. Chapter 48. The City Defense Army. Following the traces of the City Defense Army, Guan Li advanced along the streets before him, where fresh blood began to appear. 2 abandoned armored vehicles stood in the middle of the road, marked by massive gashes. It was evident they had fallen victim to a terrifying creature's assault. Zombies, felled by gunfire, lay scattered by the roadside. He did not catch sight of the beast that had destroyed the armored vehicles. It seemed the firepower of the City Defense Army was insufficient to vanquish it. "Run, quickly. This place is perilous." A faint voice echoed. Guan Li scanned his surroundings. Leaning against one of the wrecked armored vehicles was a fully armed soldier of the City Defense Army. The soldier's pupils were a pale gray, showing signs of imminent transformation into a zombie. All around him, his comrades lay dead. Guan Li held a deep respect for these soldiers, who sacrificed their lives for the protection of the populace, allowing others to survive. Guan Li hurried to his side. The soldier coughed up dark blood, and with his fading consciousness, urged Guan Li to flee. This epitomized the City Defense Army, an indomitable will of iron. Guan Li pricked his finger, allowing his blood to flow and drip into the soldier's mouth, hoping to test whether his immune genes could save this valiant defender. Regrettably, the soldier's transformation did not cease. Guan Li had foreseen this outcome. The effects of his immune genes were limited to himself. "I'm sorry." He wielded the blood-drinking blade, ending the soldier's life. The soldier's visage was frozen in the moment before transformation, surely not wishing to become one of those grotesque monsters. "No feeding," Guan Li stated coldly, retracting the blade's tendrils. This was a hero deserving of respect. He lifted the soldier onto the armored vehicle and set it ablaze. Amidst the roaring flames, the bodies of the fallen soldiers began to ignite. Perhaps this was the best resting place for them. Though Guan Li felt a pang of sorrow, he did not shed tears. In the apocalypse, such scenes were all too common. If he wept each time, he would soon find himself blind from grief. For the strong, tears are a luxury. Having dealt with the soldier's remains, Guan Li pressed onward. After approximately 10 minutes, the distant sounds of cannon fire reached his ears. At last, he had found it. He quickened his pace towards the direction of the gunfire, a mid-sized shopping mall. Clad in camouflage, the city defense army was relentlessly firing downwards. The mall was surrounded by zombies, and 3 tanks blocked its entrance. The cannon roared, shells raining into the masses of undead, causing a gruesome spectacle as some were blown apart. However, the breaches were swiftly filled. The sheer number of zombies rendered the tank's firepower ineffective. Damn it, there are too many zombies. If this continues, the tanks won and oppose. T-hold for long. Tighten communication with the main force. Inside the tank, several soldiers were drenched in cold sweat, as many zombies had begun attacking the vehicles. Signal lost. We can't establish contact. One soldier clutched the communication device, but all that emerged was a cacophony of static. Curse that monster. If it weren't for that creature, we would not have been separated from the main force. The soldier cursed vehemently. Gunfire erupted from the windows of the second floor as bullets rained down upon the zombies below. This was a scattered squad, initially tasked with rescuing nearby survivors. However, they encountered the monstrous attack during their rendezvous, suffering heavy losses yet managing to repel the creature. Nevertheless, they had lost all contact with the main force. Within the shopping mall's second floor, over 200 soldiers and 700 to 800 survivors huddled in fear. "Mom, I'm scared," a young girl whimpered. Sheen, don't be afraid. The soldiers will protect us," her mother reassured her. "It's over. We're all going to die. There are too many zombies. We can't escape." Despair spread rapidly among the crowd, with many seizing food from the mall in a last-ditch frenzy. "Even if I die, I'll die with a full stomach." The soldiers of the city defense army did not intervene, as they were already overwhelmed. Their ammunition was nearly depleted, but the zombies continued to pour in relentlessly. They were acutely aware that once their bullets ran out, they would have no choice but to engage in close combat with the undead. Although the tanks obstructed the mall's entrance, the sheer volume of zombies was overwhelming. The glass windows shattered under the relentless assault, and the undead began to crawl inside. The soldiers inside the tank could only watch helplessly as the zombies breached the mall. Even moving the tanks would not halt the tide of zombies. With the doors unbarred, more and more zombies flooded in. The thunderous barrage erupted from the cannons, bombarding the surrounding zombies. This was their only recourse. Zombies! They're coming in. We're doomed. The undead surged toward the second floor, overwhelming the makeshift barricades formed by tables. Some survivors near the escalator were swiftly tackled by the rushing zombies. Blood sprayed as a man's artery was bitten through. "Help! Me!" he gasped, but soon fell silent. The soldiers sprang into action, firing at the feasting zombies. Yet, more continued to ascend via the escalator. Retreat, back to the third floor, as the second floor neared collapse. The soldiers quickly organized the survivors to flee to the mall's third floor. Run! Hurry! In the face of crisis, humanity's selfishness emerged. Many survivors disregarded the soldiers' commands, frantically rushing to the third floor. Those who had fled first were overwhelmed by the zombies surging from the second floor. "Go! Follow me!" A dozen soldiers forged a path, shooting the zombies at the escalator. The survivors followed closely behind. Sheen, don't look. Close your eyes." The woman shielded her daughter's eyes as they hurried to the third floor. Most soldiers remained on the second floor, firing at the invading zombies. Suddenly, the deafening cannon fire ceased. "Fire! Why did it stop?" A soldier shouted anxiously while surveying the situation. "We're out of shells." A grim announcement silenced everyone. The tanks, lacking ammunition, were rendered almost useless. In the second floor mall, numerous soldiers squeezed the triggers, only to find no bullets firing. They reached for their belts. Empty. "We're out of ammo." Chapter 49. Facing death with valor, damn it. "We're out of bullets," exclaimed a soldier defending the city. As he beheld the oncoming horde of zombies, he swung his rifle, but with force. The creature collapsed to the ground, struggling futilely. It groaned as it attempted to rise, but was swiftly dispatched by the soldier's decisive blow to its head. "Do you have any ammunition left?" The soldier inquired after eliminating the zombie. "Li Chi, I have a few rounds, but not many." Another soldier, off foam, tossed him a magazine. "Thanks, off foam." Li Chi replied gratefully, hastily loading the fresh ammunition. The relentless tide of zombies surged towards the second floor. The soldiers aimed carefully before firing, for their dwindling supplies of bullets allowed no room for waste. Most of the survivors had managed to escape to the third floor, but the soldiers knew their efforts might be in vain. Remaining on the second floor was a path to certain doom, while retreating to the third floor offered a glimmer of hope for survival. "Damn, it's a mutated zombie," shouted a soldier near the window. Suddenly, a decayed zombie burst through the window, its grotesque arms covered in a membranous layer resembling bat wings. Under the influence of a powerful viral gene, the zombie had evolved to possess wings. How terrifying! Open fire. Quickly, the city defense soldiers reacted, pulling their triggers. The newly entered zombie was instantly riddled with bullets, its head exploding into a gruesome mess. Just as the soldiers began to feel a momentary relief, 3 flying zombies barreled through the window, tackling the soldiers stationed there. Blood splattered everywhere. "Ah, damn zombies!" 3 fallen soldiers, summoning their last strength, activated grenades strapped to their waists. Boom! The 3 mutated zombies were obliterated into a shower of flesh. "Retreat! Move away from the windows!" Recognizing the threat of the flying zombies, the soldiers hastily withdrew. More zombies surged up the stairs to the second floor. Many soldiers brandished their daggers, engaging in close combat with the undead. Through their valiant efforts, most of the survivors were safely transferred to the third floor, while the soldiers continued their fierce battle on the second. As time wore on, the gunfire from the second floor gradually ceased. The soldiers' ammunition had been entirely depleted. "We'll fight them to the last," one soldier declared, drawing a sharp dagger. As the zombies lunged forward, he pierced their skulls with ferocity. "Li Qi, I entrust my family to you." Alphonse, having been scratched and infected by a zombie, uttered his final words before pulling the pin on a grenade and charging into the horde. "No, Alphonse!" Li Qi screamed in anguish, but his cries were futile. Alphonse plunged into the mass of zombies as the explosion erupted, obliterating a multitude of them, but he too perished in the blast. "Why, all of you die!" Li Qi yelled, wielding his bloody dagger with wild abandon. He was consumed by madness. Alphonse had been his childhood companion. They had joined the city defense forces together, embracing the sacred mission of protecting the populace and safeguarding their homeland. Yet this cursed disaster, this vile zombie virus, had claimed his dear friend right before his eyes. The tragedy of Alphonse continued to unfold on the second floor. Soldiers infected by the zombies chose to end their lives in a final act of defiance. However, the true despair was far from over. A thunderous boom echoed through the air, shaking the very foundation of the building. A tank had crashed into the mall, leaving visible dents on its surface. All the soldiers gasped in horror. What kind of force could cause such destruction? Thud! The ground quaked again as a towering 3-meter-tall zombie made its entrance into the mall. Its muscles resembled steel, its face adorned with a macabre display of teeth and sinewy flesh. Its robust arms bristled with sharp-boned spikes. Another new breed of mutated zombie had emerged. Roar! The giant zombie let out a deafening roar, shattering nearby glass. The crowd covered their ears, yet the sound still left them dizzy. The colossal zombie charged forward, seizing the immobilized tank and sinking its claws into the armored shell, tearing it apart piece by piece. The sight filled the soldiers with despair. The zombies had evolved to the point of being able to rip apart a tank. At this rate, did humanity truly stand a chance? Several soldiers tumbled from the tank, resolute in their acceptance of death as they activated their grenades. With a shared sense of impending doom, they charged toward the giant zombie. The creature sensed the threat and swung its arm, flinging the soldiers away. Yet the explosion still erupted in the air. The force of the blast staggered the colossal zombie. The soldiers held their breath, observing the behemoth. How is this possible? It's unharmed. Their eyes widened in terror as they witnessed the giant zombie rising, dusting itself off as if the grenades had merely tickled it. What kind of terrifying resilience allowed such a creature to withstand such an onslaught? The giant zombie locked its gaze on the soldiers on the second floor. It grabbed the tank and hurled it upward toward them. "Look out! Quickly, take cover!" Li Qi shouted. The soldiers reacted swiftly, rolling aside as the tank crashed through the second floor, reducing some zombies to mere pulp. "Brothers, let's take this monster down." Li Chi declared, drawing a grenade, prepare to face the giant zombie in a final stand. If a few grenades weren't enough to vanquish it, then surely dozens would be. Every soldier was equipped with grenades. Let's go. After all, we are destined to die, proclaimed a middle-aged soldier from a city defense. Yes, even in death. We'll take this beast with us. More soldiers echoed. Meanwhile, the survivors on the third floor wore expressions of utter despair. It's over. We're all doomed. They lamented. I don't want to die. True despair had set in. The soldiers of the city defense drew their grenades. Each one of them was ready to face death head-on. They were unafraid of the end, fulfilling their promise to protect the people with their lives. Just as the soldiers prepared to detonate their grenades, a black feathered arrow struck the giant zombie's back. Its iron-like skin was pierced by the arrow, showcasing a formidable power. The soldiers glimpsed a flicker of hope. Roar! The giant zombie howled in rage, pulling the arrow from its back, its blood-red eyes fixated on the entrance of the mall. There stood a slender figure, a longbow poised with a thorn-covered arrow. Whoosh! The giant zombie's shoulder was pierced once more by the arrow. This minor injury was inconsequential to the beast, yet it had undeniably provoked its wrath. Chapter 50. The tyrant Guan Li arrived just in time. The scene before him caused his brow to furrow slightly. The shopping mall was surrounded, besieged by a relentless horde of zombies. He promptly commanded the soldiers of his legion to carve a path through the throng. Although the sheer number of zombies was daunting, most were of 1 or 2-star strength, with only a few at 3 stars. With their superior power, the Legion soldiers fought their way through the mass of undead, creating a bloody passage. This led to the earlier scene unfolding. However, the bloodied path was swiftly filled by the encroaching zombies. The Legion soldiers formed a semicircle, with skeletal warriors wielding guns and shields at the forefront, 20 strong, holding their ground against the zombie onslaught, occasionally retaliating with their weapons. Elven archers stood in the rear, firing a barrage of arrows, while shadow swordsmen flanked the sides, dealing with the zombies. The rear was left to the Legion soldiers. Aaron stood at the entrance of the mall, searching for an opportunity to shoot. Guan Li Bone and Shen Lian charged into the mall. His gaze swept over a colossal zombie, and the system quickly supplied information. Name, Tyrant Potential, 6-star Strength, Mid-level 4 stars abilities, Rampage, Brutal Charge, Iron Skin, Explosive Spike Charge Evaluation, a powerful zombie mutated from Brute, possessing terrifying strength and a body as tough as steel. Goodness, no wonder it looked familiar. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. At first glance, Guan Li felt a sense of familiarity with the tyrant. He hadn't expected it to evolve from a brute. He had nearly fallen victim to one in the past. Roar the tyrant emitted a furious roar, enraged that these insignificant ants dared to initiate an attack. It was a blatant provocation. The tyrant charged toward Guan Li, each footfall sending tremors through the ground. Brothers, continue to slay the zombies. Li Chi saw hope and quickly turned to combat the undead. He wanted to survive. He had to take care of Offing's family. The city defense soldiers also ignited with hope. If they could survive, who would wish for death? Shadow Step. Seeing the tyrant approach, Guan Li swiftly employed the skill. His speed surged, allowing him to evade the tyrant's attack. The tyrant's strike missed and crashed into the ground, sending countless fragments flying. The spot where Guan Li had stood moments before was now a large crater. Such terrifying power. The tyrant was indeed a fortified version of a brute. In terms of strength alone, it had undoubtedly reached high-level 4 stars. Guan Li unleashed the bloodthirsty blade. The sharp edge sliced through the tyrant's body, leaving a gash that oozed blood. Roar! The tyrant, upon seeing the bloodstain, let out a furious roar. Although it felt no pain, the injury ignited its wrath. Iron Skin. The tyrant activated its ability, instantly sealing the wound. A layer of iron enveloped its skin, reflecting a metallic sheen. The tyrant turned, its muscular arm swinging toward Guan Li. Bone Armor. Guan Li quickly activated his skill. A striking white bone armor coalesced around him. The bloodthirsty blade was raised in defense. The tyrant's blow was formidable, sending Guan Li hurtling away. He felt his internal energy surge. But thanks to the protection of the bloodthirsty blade and bone armor, he sustained only minor injuries. Though the tyrant had flung Guan Li, it had also exposed a vulnerability. "Damn monster! How dare you harm my master?" Bone roared, crimson light enveloping its form as its rage skill activated. Bone's power surged significantly as it struck the tyrant with a blade, the tremendous force cleaving through the iron skin. "Good! Well done!" Guan Li shouted. "Sword mastery!" Shun Lian manipulated his black iron sword, aiming for the tyrant's wound. Swish! The flesh around the injury was severed, dark blood gushing forth. The tyrant swung its arm toward Bone. Bone raised its shield to defend, but the overwhelming force still sent it flying. Find an opportunity. Attack its weak point. Guan Li observed the tyrant's wound, blood pouring out, yet its offensive remained relentless. The best method to combat zombies was to target their weaknesses. Such superficial wounds meant nothing to the undead. Understood. Bone and Shun Lian nodded in agreement. Guan Li adjusted his stance, charging once more at the tyrant. Due to the horde, they could not employ a group assault tactic. Guan Li was forced to engage in a fierce battle. He swung the bloodthirsty blade, striking the tyrant. The keen edge breached its defenses, the blade extending tendrils that sought to siphon the tyrant's lifeblood. However, the tyrant broke free. Seizing the moment, Aaron fired an arrow. This arrow, entirely composed of condensed energy, shot forth with terrifying momentum, aimed directly at the tyrant's head. Crack! The energy arrow struck the tyrant's eye, blood spraying forth. Yet, the tyrant grasped the energy arrow firmly, yanking it out, still attached to the massive eyeball. Roar! The tyrant, feeling threatened, entered a rampage state. Its already towering height of 3 meters swelled further, nearly surpassing 4 meters, standing in the mall like a small giant. In its rampaged form, the tyrant's strength surged. It accelerated toward Aaron, its singular target being her, the one who dared to harm it. Bone raised its heavy shield, blocking the tyrant's path. The tyrant unleashed a punch, sending Bone flying. Shun Lian conjured Shadowbind, black chains materializing to ensnare the tyrant. However, the disparity in power was too great. The tyrant swiftly broke free from chains. Seeing this, Aaron refused to remain idle. With agility, she began to dart around the mall. Blood Demon S-Hand. Guan Li's arm was swiftly ensnared by blood-red tendrils as he charged toward the tyrant, swinging the bloodthirsty blade. Enhanced by the Blood Demon S-Hand, his strength surged. The blade cleaved into the tyrant and Oppo's S-arm, severing several bone spikes. The tyrant swung its arm, intent on eliminating Guan Li first. Teleportation. Guan Li vanished just as the tyrant's strike missed. While the tyrant was momentarily confused, it suddenly felt a chill at the back of its head. Guan Li appeared above the tyrant. Blood Soul Slash. A terrifying wave of blood-red sword energy cleaved toward the back of the tyrant's skull. Explosive Spike Charge. The tyrant sensed the impending threat of death. It raised its arms, a terrifying energy coalescing above them. In the next moment, bone spikes erupted toward Guan Li with ferocity. The tyrant leapt high, its fist aimed at Guan Li. The collision of energies ensued. Guan Li was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. His bone armor had cracked. Without hesitation, he swiftly crushed several recovery cards. Gentle energy surged into him, gradually stabilizing his injuries. The tyrant, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. Its head had been severely sheared by the Blood Soul Slash, and now it knelt on the ground, struggling. Aaron, not one to miss an opportunity, gripped her black branch bough and began to form another energy arrow. Whoosh! The energy arrow shot forth, accurately striking the gap in the back of the tyrant's skull. The tyrant's head was penetrated, and its kneeling body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The ground trembled slightly. Thank you all. Chapter 51. The tidings of demise. The system's voice resonated, and Guan Li exhaled in relief. He could no longer endure the strain and collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving violently. His energy was depleted, and the blood demon hand was released. Master, are you all right? The 3 commanders knelt before Guan Li, their faces etched with guilt, believing they had failed to protect him. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Compared to that fiend, I consider myself fortunate. Guan Li was assisted to his feet by Bone. He gestured towards the fallen tyrant in the distance, its head pierced with brain matter oozing forth. With the tyrant's demise, the remaining horde of zombies posed little threat. Annihilating them was merely a matter of time. Guan Li crushed supply cards and recovery cards in succession. Having recently overexerted himself using the bloodthirsty blade, he felt as if he had been hollowed out. However, with the effects of the two cards, a sense of vitality returned to his body. You need to support me any longer. Guan Li signaled Bone to release him. Iem me fine. Go and clear the zombies outside. Understood. The three commanders nodded in affirmation. Power aura. Bone activated his skill, enveloping the skeletal soldiers in a golden halo, significantly enhancing their strength. The melee soldiers, who had been pressed down by the zombies, were now able to push back with renewed vigor. Beast Horn. Slumbering behemoth from the abyss, heed my call. Appear. Bone intoned an arcane incantation, summoning a massive bone horn into his hands. Upon its sounding, a colossal summoning array manifested within the shopping mall, gradually revealing a gigantic beast formed of bones. Standing 4 meters tall, its appearance resembled that of an ape, adorned with horns upon its skull. The skeletal beast summoned by Bone matched his strength and leaped into the horde of zombies, trampling them mercilessly. Shun Lian and AI Lin exchanged glances, unwilling to be outdone. They rallied their soldiers, embarking on a fervent slaughter of the zombie horde. Guan Li glanced towards the second floor. The zombies that had surged up were now nearly eradicated. He had resolved the greatest crisis, and the majority of the zombies were kept at bay by the Legion. If they could not manage even this small horde, how could they hope to survive in this apocalyptic world? Guan Li elegantly approached the tyrant's corpse, and with a bloodthirsty blade, he cleaved open its skull. White brain matter splattered onto the ground. The bloodthirsty blade exhibited keen interest in the tyrant's remains, for it was a 4-star zombie, and it seemed to harbor no disdain. Truth law. Guan Li plunged the blade into the tyrant's corpse. Blood-red tendrils spread rapidly, enveloping the body. A crystal core, the size of a fist, was extracted by Guan Li, who brushed away the surrounding brain matter. It was akin to the most exquisite work of art. Guan Li grasped the crystal core, beginning to absorb its energy. Pure energy surged forth like a fountain, coursing through his limbs. He could distinctly feel every inch of his skin undergoing a transformation. Crack! He stretched his body, producing a series of explosive sounds. How delightful! This sensation was unprecedented. His power successfully ascended to the 4-star level. While he absorbed the energy, the bloodthirsty blade completed its consumption. The once massive corpse of the tyrant had now shriveled to a mere shell. The blade quivered gently, signaling its satisfaction. Guan Li withdrew his sword, and the tyrant's body crumbled instantly. A deep blue card appeared before him, signifying a bountiful harvest. The tyrant had indeed been formidable, contributing a deep blue card, a skill book, a crystal core, and 2,500 points. Explosive Fist unleashes a devastating energy attack within a 3-meter radius. With increased power, the closer one is to the target. Without hesitation, Guan Li learned the skill. A plethora of skills is never burdensome. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering Explosive Fist. The system's voice echoed, and Guan Li instantly grasped the technique. Explosive Fist. He concentrated energy in his arm. Boom! The wall 3 meters away was shattered, leaving a gaping hole. The ground along the path cracked violently. Such terrifying power. Guan Li was immensely satisfied. Although the consumption of Explosive Fist was considerable, rivaling that of Blood Soul Slash, its destructive capability was equally formidable. The city defense soldiers on the second floor had successfully cleared the zombies. Guan Li temporarily stowed the blue card. Salute. Over 100 city defense soldiers saluted in unison. We thank you for your life-saving grace. They proclaimed in unison. No need for formality. Guan Li waved his hand. He held a favorable impression of these city defense troops, who had bravely stepped forward to rescue the populace in such dire straits. Sir, does your army require assistance? Li Qi inquired, having reluctantly categorized the Skeletal Legion as soldiers. Over the past few days, he had gradually come to accept this reality. No need. They are capable of handling it. Guan Li expressed unwavering confidence in his legion. Who is your commander? I have some inquiries. Guan Li asked, observing the city defense soldiers before him, who were covered in grime and blood. "Our captain has fallen. If you have any questions, you may ask me," Li Qi replied, assuming the responsibility as the acting captain. "Very well. Let's speak candidly. I have no interest in comforting words for survivors." Guan Li regarded Li Qi with an unspoken authority. "Sir, do you desire the truth?" Li Qi swallowed hard. "Indeed." Guan Li nodded. "Very well. The city defense troops have received word. Due to the widespread outbreak of the zombie virus, they are fighting on their own." Guan Li fell silent. "What are the city defense troops in Z City planning to do?" "The Grand Commander has ordered us to rescue survivors at all costs," Li Qi responded. "Understood." Guan Li nodded, having received the answers he sought. "Sir, do you have any further inquiries?" Li Qi asked. "None." Guan Li shook his head. The battle outside the mall was gradually drawing to a close. With the tyrant vanquished, the remaining zombies were akin to helpless creatures. Under the overwhelming assault of the Legion, they were steadily obliterated. The ground was strewn with bodies and cards. Undoubtedly, this was yet another bountiful harvest. Guan Li did not immediately collect the spoils, lost in contemplation about how to fairly divide the loot. After all, many of the zombies outside had been slain by the city defense soldiers. His principles dictated that he could not hoard it all for himself. Chapter 52. Advice apart from the cards and any crystal cores of 3 stars or above. "I shall not take any other cores. What do you think?" Guan Li pondered for a moment before finally voicing his thoughts. The lower star cores held little value for him now, primarily serving as a means to exchange for supplies or trade points. However, the cards were a different matter, for they contained a plethora of items, many of which would be significantly beneficial to Guan Li, such as advancement cards, supply cards, and recovery cards. "My lord, you have saved us all. These crystal cores rightfully belong to you." The city defense soldiers clearly understood the value of the cores. "Can you accept this?" Guan Li did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. "Of course we can." Li Qi nodded. This distribution ratio greatly favored them, considering that the 1- and 2-star zombies comprised the majority of the horde. "Very well. Let it be so." Having made up his mind, Guan Li instructed Shun Lian to clear the battlefield. The city defense soldiers also sprang into action, well aware of the preciousness of these cores. Without factories, ammunition would cease to be produced, leading to the gradual fading of firearms from human sight. The future would predominantly rely on cold weapons. An awakening to new powers was humanity's path forward. Shun Lian's speed remained as swift as ever. One by one, 3-star crystal cores appeared before Guan Li, alongside various colored cards. After counting, he found a total of 34 3-star crystal cores, 317 white cards, 245 white-green cards, 177 green cards, 50 blue-green cards, and 3 blue cards. Guan Li temporarily stored the cores and cards away. At this moment, the terrified survivors began to descend the stairs, trembling at the sight of the corpses strewn about, unable to suppress their nausea. Guan Li was unfazed. It would have been more concerning if these fragile-hearted survivors had not reacted thus. Several city defense soldiers quickly stepped in to soothe the crowd's emotions. "My lord, I have an urgent request. Could you escort us to reunite with the main force?" Li Qi approached Guan Li. "I apologize. I have matters to attend to." Guan Li declinat outrigut. While he held respect for the city defense forces, he would not be made a mere beast of burden. "Very well. It was my oversight." A look of disappointment crossed Li Qi's face. "Although I cannot escort you, I can exchange some supplies." Guan Li's words rekindled Li Qi's hope. "What does your team currently need most? Supplies? Ammunition? Is there any ammunition available?" Li Qi inquired, testing the waters, as Guan Li appeared empty-handed and not at all like someone who possessed ammunition. "Indeed. How much do you require?" Guan Li nodded. Ordinary rifle bullets were not costly in terms of points. This was a lucrative deal. 3,000 rounds of M4 ammunition. Li Qi tentatively stated. Satisfied, Guan Li snapped his fingers. Instantly, wooden boxes appeared before him, neatly arranged with magazines. Incredible, Li Qi gasped in awe. The 3,000 rounds of M4 ammunition were priced at 81-star crystal cores. Guan Li extended his hand, and Li Qi promptly fetched the cores. Guan Li contentedly collected the cores. The price for universal bullets was equivalent to that of regular arrows, both costing 0. 1 points. Thus, 3,000 rounds amounted to 300 points. The 81-star cores guaranteed a minimum transaction of 400 points. Even if Guan Li were as unlucky as Cole, he would still reap a profit of 100 points. Such resource trading was indeed a delightful endeavor. Guan Li exchanged all 1-star crystal cores for points at the trading shop, successfully acquiring 570 points, an instant profit of 270 points. My lord, I wish to exchange for more ammunition. 10,000 rounds of M4 ammunition. Li Qi declared a number he himself scarcely dared to imagine. Satisfied, Guan Li snapped his fingers once more. Boxes upon boxes of magazines appeared before him. 10,000 rounds will cost 241-star crystal cores. Guan Li extended his hand, and Li Qi instinctively offered the cores. The transaction was completed, netting Guan Li an impressive 1,680 points. In the blink of an eye, he profited 680 points. Although these cores had been willingly surrendered, Li Qi proceeded to exchange for grenades and shells. Guan Li acquiesced to all requests. As long as one dared to buy, Guan Li would dare to sell. Ultimately, Guan Li netted another 1,230 points, concluding this round of transactions. The previously disheveled soldiers were now fully equipped once more. The food within the trading shop had been completely cleared by the survivors. Attempts by the soldiers to have the survivors distribute the food uniformly were met with refusal. Why should we? We found this food. If you want some, go find it yourselves. Indeed, you city defense forces should protect us. The survivors stood defiantly, entirely forgetting that it was these soldiers who had risked their lives for their safety. Of course, not all survivors were selfish. A significant portion were willing to offer their food for the soldiers to distribute. Guan Li stood aside, coldly observing the scene. He chose not to speak, for such a spectacle was a true reflection of the apocalypse. Li Qi, come here, Guan Li called out. Yes. Li Qi set aside his tasks and jogged over to Guan Li. Here, take this weapon. In Guan Li's hand appeared a long knife with a silvery sheen, its blade shimmering ominously. A fine blade. Li Qi praised without reservation. My lord, are you gifting this to me? It's far too precious. Li Qi initially attempted to refuse, but Guan Li had already placed the knife into his hands. Thank you, my lord. Li Qi was not one to be overly modest, accepting the blade. Very well. I must take my leave now. Guan Li had done all he could. Time was fast approaching noon, and he needed to set off immediately for the central trading mall. My lord, may I inquire your name? Should we cross paths again, I shall repay today's kindness. Li Qi asked. Guan Li, he replied, pausing for a moment before offering Li Qi a piece of advice. Remember, excessive kindness will lead you to the abyss. The world is no longer as it once was. The apocalypse demands its own rules. Do not coddle these survivors. If necessary, you may need to set an example to deter others. He made a motion across his throat. In times of chaos, harsh measures are required. If one individual jeopardizes the safety of the group, it is entirely justifiable to eliminate such trash. Do not think me cruel. This is the truth of the apocalypse. Remember these words, and you shall be grateful to me. Guan Li did not afford him the opportunity to retort. He departed without looking back, the soldiers of the Legion following in his wake. Li Qi stood there lost in thought, the weight of Guan Li's words echoing in his mind like an incantation that refused to dissipate. It was not until a soldier's voice snapped him back to reality that he emerged from his reverie. Vice Captain, the team is now organized. The 2 tanks are operational. Communication with the main force has been established. Shall we proceed to reunite? Li Qi regained his composure, realizing Guan Li had already vanished. Set off. Let's reunite. He nodded, issuing the command. Chapter 53. The 4th Legion, everyone. Prepare to depart. The city defense soldiers organized into formation. What? We are leaving again? I haven't even caught my breath. Indeed, my legs are trembling. Did you not notice? Trembling legs? Look at my trousers. They are soaked. With all the taxes we pay, is this how the city defense forces protect us? Exactly. I almost lost my life just now. If this were XX country, such a thing would never happen. A few disgruntled survivors voiced their dissatisfaction, growing increasingly outrageous. The city defense soldiers, hearing this, turned pale. They had just risked their lives for these people, only to be met with such disdain. Let's not speak this way. The city defense forces just put their lives on the line to protect us. Many survivors could no longer bear the criticism and stepped forward to defend the soldiers. The soldiers felt somewhat relieved upon witnessing this support. Oof, that is what they are supposed to do. Some survivors wore expressions of bitterness. Everyone, please calm down. Allow me to speak. Li Qi quickly intervened as he saw the crowd arguing. Here is the situation. We have just contacted the main forces, and we must head to the assembly point immediately. I understand that everyone has just experienced a shock, but please bear with us. Once we join up with the main forces, we will be much safer. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, the crowd fell silent. Is that true? Will we be safe once we meet the main forces? Some still expressed skepticism. Absolutely. The city defense forces possess formidable firepower. Li Qi asserted. Wonderful. Let us depart at once. The survivor's demeanor shifted in an instant. A sense of foreboding crept into Li Qi's heart. Guan Li's words were proving true far too swiftly. He couldn't help but ponder. What if one day the survivors rebelled? What would he do? Deputy Commander, we are ready to depart. A soldier stood before Li Qi. Let's move. One tank will lead the way, while another will bring up the rear. Ensure that the survivors are in the middle of the convoy, regardless of what the future held. Li Qi prioritized the safety of the people at that moment. Yes, the soldier nodded and quickly went to make arrangements. With a rumble, the tanks roared to life, forging ahead at the forefront of the convoy. Thus, the procession set forth with great momentum. Inside a tidy little room, Guan Li reclined on the sofa, instructing the Legion's soldiers to remain vigilant around the premises. The time had come for silent accumulation of wealth. The first to be opened were the white random cards, totaling 317. Without hesitation, Guan Li activated all of them. Obtain food card X57, obtain supply card X68, obtain 500 milliliters pure water X26, obtain advancement card X10, obtain regular arrows X50, obtain universal rifle bullets X60, obtain recovery card X30, obtain universal seasoning X10. A sprinkle makes even the most mundane dish delicious. Obtained incendiary grenades X4. Explodes to create flames, scorching targets within a 10-meter radius. The system's notification echoed in his mind. The rewards were standard and, at the very least, devoid of useless items. Next came the white-green cards, totaling 245. Obtain food card X37, obtain supply card X45, obtain 500 milliliters pure water X12, obtain advancement card X25, obtain armor-piercing arrows X50, obtain recovery card X15, obtain grenades X15, standard grenades with no special effects. Obtain chocolate cake X46, a delicious cake, perfect as a dessert. The system's notifications continue to sound. The rewards from the white-green cards were also basic consumables. Guan Li stored everything in his spatial ring. Basic supplies were crucial for ensuring his survival. Next were the green cards, totaling 177. Obtained food card X20, obtained supply card X30, obtained 500 milliliters pure water X15, obtained advancement card X15, obtained intermediate advancement card X2, obtained armor-piercing arrows X33, obtained recovery card X15, obtained frost arrows X30, arrows infused with frost power that slow down the target's movement speed upon impact. Obtain thorn vine seeds, X17. Rapidly grow upon contact with soil, ensnaring nearby targets. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. As long as there were no useless items, the rewards were quite decent. He stored the rewards, replenishing his inventory once more. Next were the blue-green cards, totaling 50. Cards of this caliber had a certain probability of yielding valuable items. Obtained intermediate advancement card X5. Obtained quality food card X20. Obtained intermediate supply card X10. Obtained intermediate recovery card X15. The system and amp, Oppo's, S voice chimed, revealing all consumables. Guan Li collected the rewards. He had 4 cards remaining. Blue quality cards generally yielded good items. Guan Li reassured himself. Obtained Heart of the Dark Wolf, X1. Contains immense energy for the Legion to absorb. Obtained Legion expansion card, 5 people, X1, upon use. It allows any troop type to expand its limit by 5. Obtained Blood Ginseng. Contains potent blood energy, suitable for cultivating blood energy. There was still 1 blue card left. Excellent. Truly valuable items are all out here, Guan Li exclaimed with excitement. The rewards from the blue cards were all commendable. He handed the heart of the Dark Wolf to the Shadow Swordmaster Legion for utilization. The Shadow Swordmasters, already on the cusp of a 3-star rank, successfully broke through to a 4-star rank with the heart of the Dark Wolf and Amp, Oppos, as assistants. Thank you, my lord, for the treasure. Shun Lian, after the breakthrough, half-kneeled before Guan Li in gratitude. Rise. Guan Li raised his hand, signaling him to get up. The blood ginseng appeared in Guan Li's hand, exuding a rich aura of blood energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dormant, bloodthirsty blade trembled subtly, as if it had caught a whiff of delectable sustenance. The tendrils entwined around the blood ginseng, almost directly indicating to Guan Li its desire. Take it, you bandit. Guan Li handed the blood ginseng to the bloodthirsty blade to devour. After consuming the blood ginseng, the blade emanated a crimson glow. Its grade had risen. After absorbing such a substantial amount of blood and flesh, the bloodthirsty blade finally advanced to a 6-star intermediate level. What a journey it had been. The final item was the Legion expansion card, 5 people. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Li decided to expand the Elven Archer Legion. Their range capabilities were still somewhat lacking. System: expand the Elven Archer Legion. Ding. Expansion successful. Elven Archer Legion 5. The system and Oppos, S voice announced. A summoning array filled with the essence of nature appeared, and 5 lithe elven maidens manifested before Guan Li. Greetings, master. The elven maidens bowed their heads in respect. Return to your positions, Guan Li instructed. The 5 elven maidens rejoined the ranks. Guan Li was immensely satisfied. The strength of the Legion had significantly increased, laying a solid foundation for the battles to come. All cards had been opened. In Guan Li's hand, there remained a deep blue card. This was a card contributed by the tyrant. Crack. He gently clasped it, and the card shattered instantly. Obtained Random Legion Card X1. Chapter 54. The Ironclad Shield Guard Legion Impressive. Tyrant brother, you are remarkable, Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. A golden card appeared before him, one side etched with a mysterious door and the other adorned with a question mark. The appearance of the card was all too familiar to Guan Li, as all the legions he currently possessed were acquired through card draws. Unfortunately, the Legion cards in the shop were exorbitantly priced, with costs reaching tens of thousands. Guan Li found it somewhat unbearable. For such a price, one could only procure the most subpar legions, such as the Wild Chicken Legion, the Husky Legion, or the Braid Legion. These types of legions possessed no special abilities and could not be evolved, merely a deceptive trap. The slightly better legions required at least hundreds of thousands of points, with the likes of the Nightblade Legion fetching a staggering 200,000 points in the point shop. Guan Li felt he was already being taken advantage of, only to discover that the shop was even more unscrupulous. He clutched the Random Legion card and gave it a gentle squeeze. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. A brand new card materialized in his hand. The reverse still bore the mysterious door, but the question mark on the front transformed into a towering figure clad in iron armor. Guan Li could not discern the figure's features, as it was enveloped entirely in armor, with only a narrow gap for breathing around the nose and mouth. The imposing figure wielded a heavy shield in one hand and a sharp battle axe in the other, exuding an aura of formidable defense. He crushed the card in his hand, and a silver-white summoning array manifested in the room. 30 soldiers, shrouded in iron armor, appeared before Guan Li, instantly crowding the space. We pay our respects to our master. The ironclad shield guards knelt in a knightly manner. Rise. Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Thank you, master. The leading, towering figure spoke, adorned with a lion's helmet, while the ordinary soldiers donned barrel-shaped helmets. Eagerly, Guan Li accessed the system to inspect the capabilities of the Ironclad Shield Guards. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, evolvable. Number, 30. Potential, 7 stars. Strength, 3 stars advanced. Leader, Leo. Skills, Ironclad Shield Formation, Battle Axe Bin, Copper Wall, Iron Roof, Iron Shield Charge. Iron Taunt. The Ironclad Shield Guard Legion was, without a doubt, a natural meat shield. Almost all of their skills were related to tanking. Not bad. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. With the acquisition of the ironclad shield guard legion, he felt more confident about the tasks ahead. After a brief rest, Guan Li issued the command to depart. There was still some distance to the central mall, and he needed to hasten his journey to avoid unforeseen events. After all, the Zombie King would not necessarily wait for his arrival. If he delayed, it was possible that the Zombie King would have already departed. Stepping outside, he was confronted by a horde of disaster creatures, dozens of pitch-black wolves. Name: Shadow Wolf Potential. 6-star Strength. 3 stars Abilities: Shadow Slash. Instant Pounce Evaluation. A disaster creature that descends from the rift, known for its incredible speed. Oh, the Shadow Wolves spotted Guan Li and immediately launched an attack. The massive lead wolf pounced toward him in an instant. The ironclad shield guards swiftly formed a defensive line in front of Guan Li. The pack of Shadow Wolves attempted to maneuver around the ironclad shield guards, but at that moment, the soldiers' battle axes relentlessly struck their shields, producing a jarring clamor. Oh, the lead wolf's eyes turned crimson, fixated on Leo, exuding an aura of relentless fury. With immense force, the lead wolf lunged at Leo. Clang! It collided with the iron shield, sending it flying back. Yet, undeterred, it continued to fiercely assault the ironclad shield guards. Well done, Guan Li shouted. The other Legion soldiers charged toward the pack of Shadow Wolves. As the taunting effect wore off, the wolves regained their senses, but by then, they were already surrounded by the soldiers. The lead wolf howled, and the soldiers surged forward, obliterating the entire pack. The blood-drinking blade quivered, and Guan Li did not intervene. Countless tendrils of flesh extended outward, voraciously siphoning the remains. The corpses of the Shadow Wolves visibly shriveled. Leo, does your taunt skill affect zombies as well? Guan Li inquired. This taunt skill is exceptionally powerful. Yes, any target within proximity will be influenced by the taunt. However, if the target is too strong, it may not take effect. Leo explained patiently. How strong is too strong? Guan Li pressed. Approximately 2 stars, I would say. Leo pondered before responding. 2 stars? That is sufficient, Guan Li affirmed. How long can a taunt last? At most, it can last for 10 seconds. If the target is particularly powerful, the duration may be reduced, but it will not fall below 5 seconds. Leo elaborated. In the range of the taunt? Guan Li asked again. All targets within 100 meters. Leo replied. That is adequate. Quite sufficient. Guan Li nodded. This iron taunt was undoubtedly a divine skill. And paired with the defensive capabilities of the ironclad shield guards, it would prove immensely beneficial on the battlefield. The blood-drinking blade quickly finished absorbing, presenting 5 crystal cores to Guan Li. He grasped the offered cores and commenced absorption. Waves of energy coursed through his body, swiftly assimilated within. After absorbing the cores, his strength increased slightly. The wolf pack did not yield any cards. Guan Li pressed onward, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. As time passed, he finally approached the vicinity of the central mall. Hearing the distant roars, Guan Li sought refuge in a tall building and ascended to the top floor. He gazed at the central mall in the distance. Once a shopping paradise in City Z, the foot traffic here during the onset of the apocalypse was unimaginable. Now, all those people had succumbed to zombification. Guan Li inhaled sharply. The plaza was teeming with writhing heads. Among them, the mutated zombies were particularly prevalent. These were merely the zombies in the plaza. Within the vast shopping mall, countless zombies lurked. Something was amiss. The sheer number of zombies was alarmingly dense. Even the largest shopping mall in City Z could not possibly house so many zombies. Guan Li recalled the journey there, noting that he had not encountered any zombies along the way. It was as if they had been summoned away by some unseen force. The Zombie King. A thought struck Guan Li. It seemed that this Zombie King had already developed sentience. Otherwise, it would not have gathered the zombies to safeguard its own existence. The difficulty of the impending challenge skyrocketed. He now faced not only the Zombie King, but an entire tide of zombies. The number of zombies congregated in the central shopping mall was at least around 100,000, a suffocating figure. Chapter 55. Preparations before Battle Master. Shall we kill? Bone inquired. Not yet. Guan Li took a deep breath. Confronted with such a terrifying horde of zombies, he felt a tremor within. Over 100,000 undead. Almost all the nearby zombies had congregated here. Let us move closer. Guan Li led his soldiers downstairs, clearing the zombies around the shopping center. His actions were swift and did not incite any disturbance. He selected a suitable building and ascended to the top floor. The location of this building was impeccable, sufficient height and a broad view, merely 100 meters from the plaza. The wandering zombies inside the building were eradicated by the soldiers. Dozens of crystal cores and several cards were handed to Guan Li. The zombies had all gathered in the plaza and mall, leaving very few remnants in this building, which rather facilitated Guan Li's plans. The rooftop was spacious enough to accommodate all the soldiers. As the sun gradually set, the evening glow bathed the rooftop in warmth. Nightfall brought the zombies to life, their restless roars echoing in the air. Naturally, Guan Li would not choose to act at night. Apart from the Shadow Sword Masters, the other soldiers would be affected to some degree. Daylight, that was the prime opportunity. Guan Li was not a rush. Now that he had arrived, the Zombie King could not escape. What would it matter if it lived another night? I'm still quite merciful. Guan Li gazed at the mall slowly fading into darkness. After several days of effort, he had accumulated over 40,000 points. Within his spatial ring, he possessed more than 500 two-star crystal cores. Without hesitation, he traded all of them for points. The price of two-star crystal cores fluctuated between 20 to 30. Transaction successful. He gained 450 points. Guan Li observed as his points surged to 50,000. In the forthcoming battle, the Elf Archer Legion and the Skeleton Mages would be the absolute main force. His plan was straightforward. Melee soldiers would draw fire, while ranged units would deliver the primary output. Star Legion Expansion Card. 10 people allows a legion of 10 stars or below to expand its limit by 10 members, priced at 20,000 points. Guan Li rummaged through the points shop, finally discovering the item he desired. Purchase 2-star Legion expansion cards, 10 people, for 40,000 points. Proceed? Yes. Without hesitation. Guan Li nodded. Ding. Purchase successful. Your discernment is commendable. The system's notification was unusually flattering. Expanding the Elf Archer Legion. 2 summoning arrays filled with the essence of nature emerged consecutively. 20 enchanting elf maidens with exquisite features appeared before Guan Li. No need for formalities. Guan Li waved his hand to stop their bows. The expansion cards were indeed impressive. The summoned soldiers were directly on par with the Legion. The strength of the Elf Archer Legion had now reached 3 stars high. Guan Li continued his search. Natural Silver Branch. Using this will enhance the speed of Legion upgrades. Providing additional effects for nature-aligned legions, priced at 3,000 points. I'll take it. He waved his hand decisively. Ding. Congratulations, host, on purchasing the Natural Silver Branch. Your charm is increasing. Guan Li ignored the system's flattery and handed the Natural Silver Branch to the Elf Archer Legion. Thank you, Master, Eileen said joyfully, her voice sweet as honey. After utilizing the Natural Silver Branch, the strength of the Elf Archer Legion began to rise rapidly. At this rate, they should reach 4-star Novice by morning. Silver Armor Soul. Using this will enhance the speed of Legion upgrades, providing additional effects for defensive legions. With a chance to comprehend the skill Silver Armor Soul, priced at 5,000 points. Guan Li and Amp, Oppos. S eyes brightened, halting his search. Purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Silver Armor Soul. It is my honor to bind with you. The system and Oppos' flattery became increasingly excessive. Guan Li bestowed the Silver Armor Soul upon the Iron Shield Guard Legion. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Iron Shield Guard Legion has comprehended the skill Silver Armor Soul. The system and Oppos' notification chimed. A smile crept onto Guan Li and Oppos' face. He had approached this with a trial mindset, never expecting to truly grasp the skill. Leo, showcase your new skill. Guan Li urged eagerly. Yes, Master. Leo activated Silver Armor Soul. Behind him, a larger-than-life silhouette of Leo materialized. The apparition could actively attack targets within a 3-meter radius. An excellent skill. Guan Li was highly satisfied. This was akin to a doppelganger. While it could not stray beyond 3 meters from the original, it was still remarkable. After all, it was a skill obtained without cost. Simply delightful. The silver armor soul lasted for approximately 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Given the current enhancement speed of the Iron Shield Guard, breaking through to 4-star novice by dawn should pose no challenge. After all, silver armor soul was worth a significant 5,000 points. After a spree of retaliatory spending, Guan Li was left with just over 7,000 points. Clearly, further enhancement of the Legion was impossible. Everything related to the Legion was exorbitantly priced. Common arrows, extremely ordinary arrows with no effects. Their only advantage is their low cost, priced at 1 points. Give me 50,000. Guan Li waved his hand, spending 5,000 points again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on purchasing 50,000 common arrows. You truly are. The system's flattery was directly ignored by Guan Li. Low-quality burning arrows can ignite a 1-meter radius, economical and practical, priced at 1 point. Low-quality explosive arrows can inflict explosive damage on targets within a 1-meter radius. Economical and practical, priced at 1 point. I'll take 1,000 of each. After spending 2,000 points, he was left with a mere 300 points. Finally, he purchased a telescope for 10 points. Closed the shop. He had completely exhausted his funds. For the battle tomorrow, Guan Li was all in. It was either the zombie king perished or he himself would. Gurgle. His stomach protested. Guan Li retrieved 3 food cards and crushed them, indulging in a hearty meal. 3 delicious dishes paired with a bottle of pure water left him thoroughly satisfied as he patted his belly. After satisfying his hunger, he took out the newly acquired telescope. The moonlight illuminated the plaza, where the writhing zombies rubbed against one another. Guan Li lifted the telescope, searching amidst the horde. The zombie king. This creature evidently possessed considerable intelligence. If he could not locate it, the being might very well escape. After a thorough search, Guan Li failed to find any particularly noteworthy zombies. Perhaps it was due to the dimness. Many corners of the plaza were obscured from view. Naturally, the zombie king was highly likely to be hiding within the mall. Guan Li shifted his focus toward the mall, but it remained shrouded in darkness, utterly invisible. Forget it. I'll return at dawn. Guan Li relinquished his pursuit. He descended to the lower level, setting up a folding bed. As the saying goes, when faced with difficulties, one should sleep soundly. Chapter 56. The battle commences due to the overwhelming tide of zombies. No creatures dared to approach. In the face of such a vast horde, even the calamity monsters refrained from courting disaster. Besides, zombies were extraordinarily repugnant, devoid of any desire to consume them. Such a thankless task was one the calamity monsters preferred to avoid. However, should the zombies initiate an attack, the situation would be entirely different, owing to a certain delicate balance. That night, Guan Li slept soundly. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face. He opened his eyes and folded away his cot. Since the apocalypse erupted, his biological clock had become remarkably punctual. After all, at his age, how could he possibly sleep soundly? Climbing up to the rooftop once more, the scene below was vividly clear. The same cute little creatures were still present. Guan Li took up his binoculars and scanned the area. Yet he still could not find any trace of the zombie king. This elusive creature was exceptionally good at hiding. Setting down the binoculars, Guan Li realized that locating it amidst such a multitude of zombies would not be an easy feat since Plan A had failed. It was time to implement Plan B. If the zombie king did not reveal itself willingly, Guan Li would compel it to do so. Dawn had arrived. It was time to prepare for action. Soldiers, are you ready? Guan Li turned to face the soldiers of the Legion before him, making a final motivational appeal. Although their numbers were few, barely over 100, they needed to exude an aura of determination. We are prepared, willing to fight for our master. The soldiers' voices, though not loud, were filled with unwavering resolve. Leo, Bone, you two bear the most pressure. Do you have confidence? Guan Li inquired, looking at them. 50 men would be tasked with enduring such a horde of zombies. The pressure was palpable, even though both legions boasted a strength of 4 stars at the lowest level. Willing to fight for our master until the moment of death. Leo half-kneeled before Guan Li, the weight of his iron armor producing a dull thud. Willing to conquer all for our master, to clear every obstacle. Bone half-kneeled as well. Rise. Guan Li nodded, allowing both commanders to stand. Shun Lian, keep a sharp eye out. If you spot the zombie king, report to me immediately. Guan Li issued another command. Understood. Shun Lian nodded in response. Aileen, just focus on dealing damage. Guan Li turned to her. The Elven Archer Legion had also successfully reached 4 stars. Yes, Master. Aileen nodded affirmatively. Adapt to the battlefield conditions. Let us engage with fervor. Move out. Guan Li felt a surge of adrenaline. Understood. The commanders replied in unison. Eileen's Elven Archer Legion had concealed themselves at the edge of the rooftop. The skeletal mages had also taken their positions, raising their staffs and beginning to chant spells. Leo, Bone, and Shun Lian led their respective legions swiftly down to the ground. Guan Li, armed with an AK-47 and grenades at his waist, accompanied them. The 3 commanders reached the lowest level, where the wandering zombies awaited outside. Form up. Charge! Leo shouted, leading the charge. 30 ironclad shield guards followed closely behind him. Before the zombies could react, they were swiftly dispatched by the battle axes. Shield charge! Upon entering the square, Leo quickly organized their formation. The ironclad shield guards huddled closely together, forming a formidable line of defense, and charged towards the zombies before them. The terrifying force of their charge knocked down the zombies in their path, who were then trampled by the ironclad guards. The sheer power, combined with the weight of their armor, caused the fallen zombies' heads to burst open. Guan Li observed from the rooftop, witnessing a silver torrent of steel surging mercilessly through the horde. Roar! Faced with the sudden appearance of the ironclad shield guards, the zombies quickly reacted, emitting guttural growls and reeking of decay. Their claws struck against the iron shields, yet their attacks left no mark. Seeing this, Leo swung his battle axe, cleaving through a few zombies in an instant. Shield formation, circular formation. Leo had already plunged into the heart of the square. With a commanding shout, the ironclad guards cleared the surrounding zombies. The initially straight formation swiftly transformed, and in mere moments, a circular formation of iron emerged. Iron Taunt. Leo activated his skill, striking his heavy shield with his battle axe. The resounding clang echoed through the horde, carrying a taunting resonance. Roar! The zombies immediately turned their hatred towards the ironclad guards, surging forward with the intent to shred them apart. Amidst the terrifying tide of the undead, Leo felt the pressure intensify. Impenetrable fortress. The heavy armor of the ironclad guards gleamed with a faint light. Empowered by their skills, the guards stood as unmovable as mountains. Prepare. Fire arrows. As the moment approached, Guan Li commanded the archers to unleash their arrows. Aileen released a flaming arrow, followed by a barrage of fire arrows raining down into the sea of zombies. Instantly, the square erupted into flames. The fire ignited the zombies, yet they felt no pain whatsoever, continuing their frenzied assault. Explosive arrows. Fire. Realizing the fire arrows had minimal effect, Guan Li directed the elven archers to employ explosive arrows. One after another, the explosive arrows rained down, causing the horde to explode into chaos. Guan Li also pulled out grenades, tossing them down below. Boom! The makeshift bombing zone. Just one word, exhilarating. Under the explosive arrows' impact, swathes of zombies were obliterated into fragments. At this moment, Bone led his soldiers into the fray, sounding the horn of the giant beast. A terrifying skeletal giant emerged in the square. The beast leaped into the horde, swinging its massive bony fists and wreaking havoc among the zombies. Any zombie struck by its blows was left utterly mangled. Pike thrust. The skeletal spear and shield soldiers advanced with their shields raised, thrusting their bone spears forward with relentless vigor. One by one, the zombies fell victim to their strikes. Whirlwind slash. The skeletal swordsmen swiftly swung their bone swords, creating a wide arc that severed the surrounding zombies in half. These ordinary zombies were of merely 1 or 2 stars in strength, utterly incapable of resistance against the 4-star Legion soldiers. The skeletal mages had also completed their incantations, unleashing fireballs that cascaded from above, crashing into the horde. Boom! Groups of zombies were reduced to charred remnants. The shadow sword disciples followed closely behind the skeletal shield soldiers. employing their sword mastery. Flying swords darted through the horde, reaping the heads of the zombies. The central plaza erupted in a frenzy. Guan Li raised his AK-47 and activated his precision aim. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets sprayed forth, each hitting its target. Even without precision aiming, in such a densely packed horde, he could easily take down several with random shots. The commotion in the square soon drew the attention of the Zombie King. A pale-faced youth appeared before the transparent windows of the mall, his eyes a ghostly white, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the zombies. Chapter 57. The Zombie King stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, flanked by formidable mutated zombies, each possessing strength exceeding that of intermediate-level 3-star beings. Beside the Zombie King lurked two terrifying figures. To the left was the tyrant encountered by Guan Li, and to the right stood a mutated zombie cloaked in a layer of bony armor. Both of these mutated zombies boasted an impressive strength of intermediate 4-star. The Zombie King had assembled its elite within the shopping mall. "Go! Eliminate them!" commanded the Zombie King, its voice chilling, devoid of any emotion. These audacious intruders dared to trespass upon its domain. With a thunderous roar, the tyrant leapt from the 4th floor of the mall, crashing down with such force that it created a massive crater. Like a bulldozer, it barreled through, sending ordinary zombies flying. The remaining mutated zombies also leapt from the 4th floor. "I found you," Guan Li exclaimed as he peered through his binoculars towards the mall. On the 4th floor stood a gaunt figure, a pale-faced youth with long black hair, unremarkable in appearance, easily overlooked in a crowd. Initially uncertain, Guan Li felt a surge of conviction as he witnessed the figure commanding the mutated zombies to attack. This individual was undoubtedly the Zombie King. With the target revealed, it was time for action. Guan Li stowed his binoculars and vanished from the rooftop. As he descended, he pondered how best to approach the Zombie King. Although all mutated zombies by the King's side had been dispatched, numerous ordinary zombies remained within the mall. While these zombies were weak, they could serve as sentinels. Approaching the Zombie King stealthily would prove nearly impossible. Eureka! An idea struck him. In his hand appeared a shell. Mimetic shell, when adhered to the skin, it can simulate the surrounding environment, achieving concealment. Note, this is a consumable item, usable only once. This prize was obtained during his encounter with the mantis. It was the perfect tool for the moment. Just before reaching the ground floor, Guan Li affixed the shell to his arm. His form began to blur and then completely vanished. After exiting the building, he circled around to the plaza. As the mutated zombies joined the fray, the pressure on the soldiers of the Legion intensified. The tyrant, in particular, swung its arms wildly, forcing the ironclad Shield Legion back repeatedly. However, the ironclad Shield Legion also possessed intermediate 4-star strength. Even a mighty tyrant could not easily breach their defenses. "Leo, Bone, hold on for a moment. I've located the Zombie King." Guan Li communicated telepathically. "Not a problem." Leo's voice resonated. "Master, you may proceed," Bone replied. Guan Li activated the shadow dash technique. Heading towards the mall, Elrin's Elven Archer Legion continuously provided cover fire, arrows raining down like a storm, creating explosions among the undead horde. "Enough of this," Leo shouted as he raised his shield, deflecting the tyrant's arm. He charged forward, colliding with the tyrant. With a swift motion, Leo swung his battle axe. The tyrant quickly raised its arm to block, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Bone faced off against a zombie clad in bone armor, capable of manipulating its armor to shift into various forms for combat. Name: Bone Wielder. Potential: 6-star, Strength, Intermediate 4-star, Ability, Bone Armor, Form Transformation. Evaluation: a life form evolving in a new direction, growing bone armor that can change at will. Guan Li transmitted the information about the bone-armored zombie to Bone. Clang, clang, clang. Bone held his scaled shield high, continually fending off attacks as bone chains lashed against the shield. In a fit of rage, Bone activated a skill, refusing to retreat any longer. Bone Armor. Scale Beast Charge. He initiated a counterattack, sending the Bone Wielder hurtling backward. Bone then swung his blade at the Bone Wielder, which quickly conjured a bone shield before him. The Legion soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the zombies. Aside from the two 4-star mutated zombies, The remaining 3-star mutated zombies were utterly incapable of resisting their assault. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings. Guan Li stealthily approached the entrance of them all, his form agile as he weaved through the throngs of undead. He soon reached the second floor, where the density of zombies increased. Yet for Guan Li, this posed little challenge. The zombie king stood before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, observing the battle in the plaza. Its bare feet were cut by shards of glass, yet remained unfazed. These adversaries possess considerable strength. It could sense the formidable nature of the Legion soldiers, all at the initial level of 4 stars. If it could consume them, it would surely evolve once more. A cold smile crept across the zombie king's lips. However, in the next moment, its smile froze as an inexplicable sense of danger surged within. Instinctively, it dodged just as a blood-red, enchanting longsword materialized before it. The blade struck its shoulder, tearing away flesh. Who dares? The zombie king bellowed. Guan Li appeared before it, delivering a powerful punch. Explosive fist. A terrifying force erupted from his fist, piercing the zombie king's chest and leaving a gaping wound. With a crash, the zombie king was hurled into a glass counter, leaving a mess of shattered glass in its wake. Impressive vigilance. What a pity. Guan Li shook his head. He had intended to slay the zombie king through stealth, but the creature's alertness was unexpectedly high. Human? How did you ascend? The zombie king growled in anger, rising from the ground as flesh began to writhe within its chest wound, healing at an alarming rate. Guess. Guan Li replied enigmatically. Name, Zombie King Suyu, King level. Potential, 10-star, strength, intermediate 4-star, ability, intelligence, command zombies, super healing, flesh transformation, evaluation. A rare zombie king of unparalleled potential, an intelligent life form capable of commanding the undead. The system's information materialized. The zombie king possessed only intermediate 4-star strength. Its true terror lay in its ability to command hordes of zombies. Yet it had grown overconfident, sending all its zombie bodyguards into battle. Damn you, human. Are you toying with this king? The zombie king Suyu seethed. It wielded exceptional intelligence, seeking to buy time. Enough chatter. Let us fight. Guan Li would not grant it the opportunity. Should it summon the horde, trouble would surely ensue. Vile human. The zombie king Suyu's arm extended wildly towards Guan Li. Is this your ability? Hardly impressive. Guan Li scoffed, as blood-red tendrils began to wrap around his arm. Chapter 58. The completion of options, the hand of blood and soul. Guan Li extended his arm, resembling that of a demon. With a swift motion, he seized the approaching arm. What is this? The corpse king, Suyu, exclaimed in terror. With a surge of strength, Guan Li tore Suyu's arm from its socket. A sickening crunch echoed as the flesh was mercilessly shredded. The hand of blood and soul opened wide, ravenously consuming the severed limb. Damn it, you are the real monster. Suyu's face contorted in sheer horror. A mere zombie, reduced to such a pitiful state by a human. Guan Li afforded him no respite. Blood soul slash. A terrifying crimson sword energy cleaved toward Suyu. However, as the corpse king, Suyu quickly regained composure, dodging the attack with a deft movement. Human. Suyu lunged at Guan Li, his severed arm rapidly regenerating into a grotesque new appendage, veins bulging and bloodied flesh exposed. An eye, singular and malevolent, was embedded in the palm. Explosive fist. Guan Li remained undaunted. He swung the hand of blood magic towards Suyu, bolstered by the hand of blood magic. The explosive fist grew even more formidable. The two monstrous limbs collided, sending shockwaves that fractured the ground beneath them. Guan Li staggered backward while the hand of blood magic split apart only to heal swiftly. Suyu fared worse. His bloodied arm exploded, revealing bared bones. Brother, your Kirin arm pales in comparison to my own. Guan Li grinned. Ah, cursed human. I will kill you. I must kill you. Suyu roared, humiliated by a mere human. Yet, he found himself powerless. His bodyguard were held at bay by soldiers in the plaza. Flee. A thought struck him. As long as he lived, he could muster the zombie horde anew. Losing his assets mattered little. If he could escape, he would soon rally an army of the undead. laying waste to the entire Z city and shredding this human to pieces. No, he would turn him into a zombie, making him a servant. Arise, my minions! Protect your master! Suyu bellowed as waves of zombies surged forth to assail Guan Li. Seizing the moment, Suyu turned to flee. Trying to escape? Guan Li vanished from sight, reappearing behind Suyu. It's over. He swung his sword, cleaving the Corpse King in two. Yet, the system's notification did not sound. What is happening? Guan Li pondered, only to realize, as he observed Suyu's body descending lightly, that it was merely a layer of human skin. At that moment, Suyu had retreated to the edge of the fourth floor, casting a venomous glance back at Guan Li. Human, you will pay for this. Once he entered the throng of zombies in the plaza, he would be safe. Who told you I came alone? Guan Li suddenly shukulat. What? Suyu faltered. From the shadows before him, a glimmer of cold light emerged. No, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Swish! The Xiantai sword pierced through Suyu's skull. Shun Lian had been waiting for this very moment. The cunning Corpse King, ever wary of his own life, would undoubtedly seek to escape if he sensed defeat. Shun Lian was strategically positioned to thwart any trickery. Kill Corpse King Suyu, gain 10,000 points. Skill Upgrade Opportunity X1. Legion Upgrade Card X1. Successfully slay the newly birthed Corpse King. Fully complete option. Receive the Corpse King's treasure. 5-star Crystal Core. The system notifications rang out in succession, allowing Guan Li to breathe a sigh of relief. This confirmed that Suyu is truly dead. Yet, Suyu's corpse continued to writhe. Wait, do not absorb yet. Guan Li halted the blood-drinking blade. This corpse seemed peculiar. The blood-drinking blade trembled, expressing confusion. This body is mine. You may consume the other flesh at your leisure. Guan Li stowed the corpse within his spatial ring, denying any chance for rebuttal. Once the body vanished, a faint purple card remained in its place. The purple card, reminiscent of a dreamlike starry sea, filled Guan Li with excitement as he hastily secured it. A slain Corpse King had yielded substantial rewards. However, Guan Li refrained from utilizing it immediately, aware that the battle was far from over. Slaying the Corpse King was merely the initial step. Shun Lian, let us descend into the fray. Guan Li brandished the blood-drinking blade, dispatching the zombies before him. At your command, Shun Lian affirmed, following closely behind Guan Li. In the plaza, Leo rose from the ground, his heavy shield bearing several dents, and his armor marred with numerous wounds. You're not so impressive yourself, Leo remarked at the tyrant before him, whose body was also covered in wounds from battle axes. The tyrant's eyes blazed red as it entered a frenzied state, striking Leo with immense force. Crack! The once impenetrable iron armor now bore fissure. Coughing, Leo struggled to rise, feeling the weight of his injuries. The tyrant charged forward, intent on delivering a final blow. Suddenly, a robust figure collided with the tyrant. Lionhound Monster Summoning Card. Summons a 4-star intermediate Lionhound monster for battle. Immune to death during the summoning. Ignores all negative effects. Lasting 1 minute, everyone. Well done. Guan Li appeared in the plaza. I am prepared to die for my master. The Legion soldiers roared. Don't be so quick to throw away your lives. We must survive. Guan Li sliced through several zombies with a single stroke. At your command. Leo stood up, and Guan Li generously utilized a healing card, rapidly mending Leo's injuries. The plaza was strewn with evidence of devastation. The once dense horde of zombies began to dwindle. Leo and the Lionhound monster teamed up to subdue the tyrant. The strength of the Lionhound monster was already comparable to that of the tyrant, and with Leo's assistance, they swiftly dispatched the tyrant. Kill the tyrant. Gain 2,000 points. Tyrant's Claw X1. The Lionhound monster had half a minute remaining in its summoning time, and Guan Li urged it to eliminate as many mutated zombies as possible. The three leaders united to assault the Bonecaster. Though formidable, it struggled against their combined might. Kill the Bonecaster. Gain 2,000 points. Shape-shifting Bone Armor X1. Eileen continued to unleash a barrage of arrows, the rain of projectiles causing zombies to fall in droves. As time passed, the number of zombies in the plaza diminished significantly. The system notifications echoed in Guan Li's mind, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. Chapter 59. Sudden well thunder rumbled ominously, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the sky quickly dimmed. Silver lightning streaked across the horizon, dancing as if to rend the very fabric of the heavens. Raindrops, the size of peas, fell in a slanted torrent. This rain arrived with impeccable timing, akin to the tears of the sky, cleansing the earth of its impurities. Guan Li's hair was soaked by the rain, cascading down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. His chest rose and fell gently, the blood-drinking blade in his hand trembling slightly. The ground was littered with corpses and tainted blood, a veritable sea of death. Only a handful of soldiers remained alive on the battlefield, barely over 20. The ironclad shield guard had lost 20 men, while the skeleton gunners and shield soldiers together had suffered 15 casualties. 5 shadow sword masters had also perished, and the 3 leaders were battered and bruised, with Leo bearing the brunt of the assault, having drawn the attention of the majority of the undead. His armor was riddled with countless claw marks. "My lord, the enemy has been entirely annihilated." The 3 leaders knelt in the pool of blood. "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed leaders," Guan Li replied. The battle had been costly, but the spoils were equally abundant. Fallen soldiers could be resurrected, though it required time. "It is our honor to fight for our lord," the 3 leaders echoed in unison. "Rise. First, let us clear the battlefield," Guan Li commanded. "Understood." The leaders nodded, rallying their soldiers to commence the cleanup. "Aileen, maintain vigilance in the vicinity," Guan Li directed through his mental link. "Yes, master." Aileen instructed the elven archers to disperse atop the surrounding buildings. As the rain continued to pour, Guan Li began collecting cards from the corpses. The blade of the blood-drinking blade extended blood-red tendrils, not missing a single mutated zombie. The lost flesh of a zombie king would be replenished here. Guan Li did not hinder it, for the flesh of the mutated zombies held little value for him. While absorbing, the blade also retrieved the crystals and cards. The bodies in the square had piled up like a mountain, and the cleanup was no easy task. Guan Li dedicated a full 2 hours to clearing the square. After the rain ceased, the sun once again graced the earth with its warmth. This heavy downpour could not wash away humanity's sorrow. "Everyone, rest in place." Guan Li entered the mall, selecting a set of black sportswear to change into. The fabric was of excellent quality, providing comfort against his skin. After consuming a food card to satiate his hunger, he began to tally the spoils of war. A total of 50, 738 1-star crystals, 12, 568 2-star crystals, 1, 200 3-star crystals, 10 4-star crystals, and 1 5-star crystal. The zombies from the tide were predominantly of 1 and 2-star caliber, hence the majority of the crystals obtained were of these ranks. Guan Li traded all the 1-star and 2-star crystals to the points mall, as crystals of such low grade held no value for him. Transaction successful. Acquired 380, 535 points. Transaction successful. Acquired 251, 360 points. The system's notification chimed, and a substantial sum was credited to his account. "Hiss, I'm rich," Guan Li gasped. The points amassed exceeding 600,000. With the additional rewards from slaying mutated zombies, his current total reached an impressive 675, 410. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. He refrained from using the 3-star crystals for now, storing them in his spatial ring. He grasped the 10 4-star crystals, absorbing them. Waves of potent energy coursed through his limbs. Almost there, Guan Li felt the energy within him gradually dissipating, his strength still lingering at the initial stage of 4 stars. The path to enhancement grew increasingly arduous. He withdrew the 5-star crystal, sensing the immense energy within even without absorbing it. Without hesitation, he clasped it tightly and began to absorb. Boom! Pure energy surged into his body, causing him to shudder violently. He grit his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain caused by the energy's impact. Pop! He broke through to the intermediate stage of 4 stars. The energy within him showed no signs of depletion. Guan Li dared not slacken, fervently absorbing the energy within. The sheer magnitude of this energy was staggering. If not harvested promptly, it could spell disaster. This absorption took Guan Li half an hour. His strength soared to the advanced stage of 4 stars. He sensed both a newfound power and a lingering hunger. He retrieved a food card, replenishing his stamina. This time, he crushed 10 food cards to fill his belly. After accounting for the crystals, he turned his attention to the cards. 23,001 white cards. 11, 301 white-green cards. 9, 612 green cards. 6, 210 blue-green cards. 205 blue cards. 10 deep blue cards. 1 purple card. Without hesitation, Guan Li opened all 23,001 white cards. Acquired food card X 5025. Acquired supply card X 4564. Acquired recovery card X 3765. Acquired advancement card X 310. Acquired pure water 500 milliliters X 3230. Acquired universal rifle ammunition X 1795. Acquired ordinary arrows X 4312. The system's notifications rang out in succession. The rewards were quite satisfactory. The previous battle had nearly exhausted his supplies of cards, making this replenishment timely. The acquired items were automatically placed into the system's backpack. Guan Li continued to open cards, swiftly unveiling all 11, 301 white-green cards. Acquired food card X3201. Acquired quality food card X564. Acquired supply card X2214. Acquired intermediate supply card X458. Acquired recovery card X2714. Acquired intermediate recovery card X345. Acquired advancement card X230. Acquired intermediate advancement card X12. Acquired ordinary arrows X1563. The system's voice continued to resonate in his mind, indicating the completion of the white-green card opening. The rewards were similar to those of the white cards, consisting mostly of consumables, yet with a slight enhancement in quality. The rewards were automatically deposited into the system's backpack. Guan Li did not pause, continuing to open the cards. All 9, 612 green cards were opened. Acquired food card X1230. Acquired quality food card X980. Acquired ordinary arrows X3510. Acquired quality fertilizer X200. Accelerates crop growth. Acquired iron blocks X300. Used for repairing and crafting equipment. Acquired intermediate supply card X1203. Acquired blood recovery pills X512. Restores vitality, though with limited effect. Acquired strength potion X489. Slightly boosts strength for 1 minute. Acquired recovery card X1188. The system's notifications echoed in his mind yet again, presenting foundational rewards, yet introducing several new items. Luck was certainly on his side. Next, he faced the blue-green cards, totaling 6, 210. Guan Li felt a tinge of anticipation, as this tier of cards held the potential for superior rewards. Acquired premium food card X501. Acquired armor-piercing arrow X2610. Acquired intermediate recovery card X1560. Acquired intermediate supply card X1440. Acquired Molotov cocktail X30, capable of igniting targets within a radius of 10. Acquired mini self-destruct robot X20. Automatically crawls a distance before exploding, with a power equivalent to that of a grenade. Acquired explosive arrow X49. Compared to the green cards, the quality of reward from the blue-green cards has significantly improved. However, they still do not offer any formidable items. Guan Li remains unfazed, for the real excitement lies ahead. The sheer quantity of cards obtained clearly indicates the rarity of blue cards. Out of 100,000 zombies, only a little over 200 blue cards were granted. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li opens them all. Acquired refined iron ore X50 can be used for upgrades and crafting equipment. Acquired speed potion X35 temporarily boosts movement speed slightly. Effects can stack up to 3 times, lasting 30 seconds. Acquire vitality pill X30. Consuming it instantly elevates one's strength to 2 stars, effective only for those below 2 stars, above 2 stars. It can be consumed as candy. Tasting exquisite. Acquired intermediate advancement card X10. Acquired low-level armor selection card X50. Allows selection of any standard 2-star armor. Acquired invisibility potion X30. Upon consumption, grants concealment for 5 minutes, becoming ineffective after initiating an attack. The blue cards have all been opened, and the rewards are quite commendable. Chapter 60. The Corpse King's Puppet. After the completion of the deep blue card, 10 deep blue cards appeared in Guan Li's hands. These cards, each contributed by mutated zombies of 4 stars or higher, were as thin as a cicada and Oppo's S-Wing, which Guan Li crushed gently. Acquired Clean Garment Technique, X1. Upon learning, it allows for the removal of abnormalities from clothing, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Acquired Advanced Progression Card, X3. Acquired Legion Expansion Card, 5 people, X2. Acquired Wall Running Technique, X1. Upon learning, it enables one to freely climb walls. Acquired Lightning Element Summoning Card, X3. Upon use, it summons a lightning element to fight for 3 minutes. Guan Li nodded with satisfaction. Truly, the deep blue cards were remarkable, yielding 2 skill books in one go, although they appeared to hold little immediate utility. It is often said that having multiple skills is never a burden. What may not be useful now could prove invaluable in the future. He swiftly learned the Clean Garment Technique and the Wall Running Technique. With the system and amp, Oppo's S assistance, he comprehended both skills in an instant. Utilizing the Clean Garment Technique, Guan Li found his sportswear rejuvenated, devoid of any unpleasant odors. The technique consumed very little energy, almost negligible. A splendidly practical skill indeed. Mother need no longer worry about my wardrobe. After testing the Clean Garment Technique, Guan Li approached the wall. He extended his palm and pressed it against the surface. At that moment, a mysterious force seemed to adhere him to the wall. Remarkable! Guan Li's face lit up with astonishment. Initially, he had merely intended to experiment, but he was pleasantly surprised. The practicality of the wall-running technique had surged significantly. Having tested the 2 newly acquired skills, Guan Li continued to draw cards. Only 1 card remained in his possession. The ethereal purple glow captivated him. This was the highest level card he had obtained thus far. With a gentle squeeze, he shattered the card. Crack! A dazzling light radiated from his palm. Although it wasn't Oppo's, as brilliant as the blood-drinking blade incident. The unusual reaction indicated that the item he obtained was extraordinary. Acquired Demonic Wings, X1. A biological component from the terrifying Abyssal Demon Clan. It can be used to create a puppet, bestowing part of the Demonic Wings power. As the light gradually faded, a massive fleshy wing materialized before Guan Li. The wing, fully extended, spanned over 3 meters, its skeletal structure adorned with sharp barbs and its membrane covered in scales. Dark red patterns marred the surface, emanating a potent and terrifying force. Excellent! Guan Li's eyes brightened instantaneously. He had preserved the Corpse King's body specifically to create a puppet. After exhausting all cards, Guan Li opened his system backpack. In the last compartment lay a small square box, intricately carved with images of countless corpses. Corpse King's treasure, bestowed upon the brave who slay the Corpse King. It promises bountiful rewards. This was a reward from the options provided. Without hesitation, Guan Li opened the gift box. Acquired Devouring Demon Claw, an arm from the Abyssal Devouring Demon Clan. It can be used to create a puppet, endowing it with part of the Devouring Clan's power. Marvelous! Guan Li beamed with delight, unable to contain his joy. It was as if his wishes were being granted. He had nearly gathered all the materials for puppet creation. It was time to commence. He retrieved the Corpse King's body from his spatial ring. Despite its prolonged death, the flesh continued to writhe. Even the head, once pierced by Shun Lian, had restored itself. The skin-blood corpse appeared somewhat peculiar. Guan Li harbored a slight concern that it might suddenly rise again. Of course, such worries were somewhat unnecessary, for the system had confirmed its demise, and the cards had been drawn. The Corpse King was undoubtedly dead. Guan Li placed the demonic wings beside the Corpse King and then retrieved several other items. The Tyrant's Claw, a reward for slaying the tyrant. The Transmuting Bone Armor, awarded for defeating the Bone Wielder. And the Control Threads, given for vanquishing the Puppet Master. Tyrant's Claw, an arm from the tyrant. It can be used to create a puppet, imparting part of the tyrant's power. Transmuting Bone Armor, an outer shell from the Bone Wielder. It can be used to create a puppet, granting part of the Bone Wielder's power. Corpse King's body contains powerful transmutation genes in its flesh, capable of perfectly integrating with any material, making it an excellent puppet body. After mastering the art of puppet creation, Guan Li could readily identify materials suitable for crafting puppets. Bone, Shun Lian, Leo. Heighten your vigilance and ensure no external forces disturb me, Guan Li commanded. Creating a puppet was no trivial task, especially one composed of such potent materials. A slight error could lead to ruin. Guan Li could not allow such a scenario to unfold. The materials were far too precious. Understood, the three commanders replied. The remaining soldiers of the Legion surrounded Guan Li. He took a deep breath and began the creation process. His hands skillfully explored the corpse king's body, guided by the methods that flashed through his mind. Swish, swish. With the control threads in hand, Guan Li affixed the tyrant's claw to the corpse king's left arm. Though this process appeared simple, it was anything but. A single misstep could spell disaster for the entire puppet. Phew! Guan Li exhaled in relief. The tyrant's claw was successfully installed. He proceeded to stitch the transmuting bone armor into the corpse king's body. The control threads weaved through the corpse, suspending it in midair. His hands moved rapidly as he integrated the transmuting bone armor into the corpse king's form. Crackle! A cacophony echoed like popping beans. The transmuting bone armor melded seamlessly with the corpse king's body. That was close. Guan Li sighed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Next came the two most challenging components, given their superior quality. Guan Li seized the devouring demon claw and affixed it to the corpse king's right arm. His hands moved quickly, guiding the threads around it. No mistakes now, he constantly reminded himself. Fortunately, the devouring demon claw cooperated well. The corpse king's body exhibited a high degree of compatibility, its flesh writhing to envelop the claw. With trepidation yet relief, Guan Li's heart raced. The final component, the demonic wings. This was the highest quality material among them all. Guan Li focused intently, daring not to relax. The demonic wings integrated into the corpse king's back. Crack! The corpse king's body began to tremble violently. The power of the demonic wings was so overwhelming that the flesh seemed unable to withstand it. Not good. Guan Li's expression changed drastically. The corpse king's body was on the verge of being shattered by the demonic wings. In a critical moment, the blood-drinking blade quivered violently. A strange red glow emanated from the blade, its crimson tendrils entwining around Guan Li's arm. The blood demon hand coalesced, a terrifying aura permeating the room. Guan Li recognized this power as emanating from the blood-drinking blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The previously quaking demonic wings suddenly stilled, swiftly merging into the corpse king's form. Chapter 61. Long Xia. What a close call. Guan Li gazed at the corpse king's body, which was gradually stabilizing. The anxiety that had gripped his heart finally eased. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Créancine technique. He swiftly cast the spell, and the sweat and unpleasant odors vanished in an instant. Such a remarkably practical skill. The flesh of the corpse king continued to writhe, and the puppet materials were visibly merging into its body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the corpse king puppet. As the corpse king's body fused, the system's notification chimed in. Name, Corpse King Puppet Potential, Unknown Strength, 4-star Advanced Abilities, Exceptional Healing, Perfect Compatibility, Devour, Demon Wing, Tyrant's Claw, Transforming Bone Armor Evaluation. A puppet transformed from the Corpse King, possessing a perfect body with infinite growth potential. Before Guan Li's eyes, the introduction of the Corpse King puppet appeared. Infinite growth potential? Impressive. Guan Li was immensely satisfied, feeling his investment in materials had not been in vain. This Corpse King puppet far exceeded his expectations. The Corpse King puppet before him was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Those terrifying organs were flawlessly integrated into its form. Attack! Guan Li commanded, pointing at the distant wall. Without the slightest hesitation, the Corpse King puppet unleashed a powerful punch, creating a massive hole in the wall. This was the puppet in its normal state. If it were to transform into its complete form, its strength would undoubtedly rise by a whole tier. I should give you a name. Let us call you Long Xia. The Corpse King puppet remained silent, being merely a shell lacking independent thought, acting solely on Guan Li's commands. Let us see a more dashing appearance. Guan Li instructed. Long Xia's face began to morph, and moments later, a brand new visage emerged. At that instant, Long Xia had transformed into an undeniably handsome figure, one that would stand out in a crowd of millions. However, compared to the readers, he still fell slightly short. All right, you've got the charm of a pretty boy. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Once the Corpse King puppet was completed, Guan Li set about enhancing the strength of his legion. The recently acquired points and cards were sufficient to elevate the existing troop to a higher tier. Legion expansion card, 5 people, X2. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to use them on the ironclad shield guards and the Shadow Sword Masters. System: expand the ironclad shield guard legion and the Shadow Sword Master legion. 2 summoning arrays, 1 black and 1 silver, appeared before Guan Li. 10 figures materialized. Master, my lord. The 10 soldiers knelt respectfully. Rise. Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Low-level armor selection card X50. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. A variety of standard armors materialized before him. Shield Mountain Heavy Armor, Moon Wheel Armor, Swift Armor, Courageous Chainmail. System: please provide a suggestion. The multitude of armor types left Guan Li feeling somewhat overwhelmed, so he opted to consult the system. Host, please select the legion that requires equipment. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. As the main frontline tank force, they certainly needed superior armor first. The Ironclad Shield Guard officers, known for their strong defense but lesser mobility, warranted the recommendation of Shield Mountain Armor and Heavy Iron Armor, both of which offered exceptional protection, maximizing the survival capability of the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. The system provided a reasonable proposal. Guan Li sifted through the options to find the armors mentioned. Name: Shield Mountain Heavy Armor Type, Heavy Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, crafted from fine iron, exuding a mountainous aura. It possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Name: Heavy Iron Armor Type, Heavy Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, Heavy Armor forged from dense iron. It boasts exceptional defense, difficult for ordinary weaponry to penetrate. The Shield Mountain Heavy Armor resembled a colossal mountain, while the Heavy Iron Armor was entirely black, imparting a sense of weightiness. Guan Li favored the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor for its grand and imposing design. Men should be grand. Acquired Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X35, Leo. Equip them. Guan Li utilized the system to directly replace the gear. All except the resurrecting ironclad shield guards donned the new armors. The substantial armor provided a profound sense of security. Thank you, Master. Leo spoke. With 15 low-level armor cards remaining, Guan Li prioritized equipping the skeleton shield guards. Name: Undead Plate Armor Type, Plate Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent, Power of the Undead Evaluation, Plate Armor traversed by abyssal undead, infused with potent undead energy. Attackers will suffer from its effects. The plate armor appeared somewhat aged, exuding waves of dark energy from its surface. The surviving skeleton soldiers were enveloped in the armor, transforming into noble knights. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Now, the skeleton soldiers appeared far more discreet. He then opened the points marketplace. The size of his legion was crucial. Guan Li resolved to invest the majority of his points here. Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 people. I'll take 10. With a grand gesture, he spent 200,000 points. There was no other option. He was simply extravagant. Apologies. Having points allows for such indulgence. Purchasing Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 people. X10 requires 200,000 points. Do you wish to proceed? The system's voice chimed. Purchase. Guan Li nodded without a hint of hesitation. He could easily afford 200,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 people. X10. You truly are wise and formidable. The system's voice echoed, laden with flattery. Guan Li chose to ignore it. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion expanded by 20 people. Shadow Sword Master Legion expanded by 20 people. Elf Archer Legion expanded by 20 people. Skeleton Undead Legion expanded by 30 people. The system's notifications rang out in succession. Because the Skeleton Undead Legion possessed 3 types of soldiers, each type was expanded by 10 individuals. 4 different summoning arrays emerged, and 100 Legion soldiers appeared before Guan Li. Greetings, Master. The Legion soldiers saluted in unison. At ease, Guan Li waved his hand. Thank you, Master. The soldiers stood upright, respectfully positioned before Guan Li. Observing the gradually expanding ranks, he smiled in satisfaction. Now that looks more like it. Although the current number of Legion soldiers was only a little over 200, this was merely the beginning. Guan Li felt no urgency. Gazing at the ironclad Legion, he suddenly recalled something. I seem to still have an opportunity to extract skills. Previously, he had not extracted skills from the ironclad shield guard Legion due to a lack of suitable options. Their skills were all tank-oriented, and he had no desire to be a mere tank. However, now that he had comprehended the silver armor soul, it was the perfect opportunity for extraction. This was indeed a commendable skill. Chapter 62, Survivor Camp System. Extract Silver Armor Soul. Guan Li selected the Silver Armor Soul. A sound echoed, ding, beginning extraction of Silver Armor Soul. As the system's voice resonated, he summoned the Silver Armor Soul, and a phantom appeared behind him. This phantom could assault targets within a 3-meter radius. He opened the point store once more. Legion Upgrade Card X1. Using this card will elevate the Legion's strength by 1 level. Applicable only for Legions with a power level below 10 stars. Priced at 50,000 points. Give me 8 of those. Guan Li selected the Legion Upgrade card, instantly spending 400,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for purchasing 8 Legion Upgrade cards. You are indeed extravagant. So impressive. So cool. Guan Li chose to disregard the system's flattery, his ears nearly calloused from it. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. System. Upgrade the Iron Shield Guard Legion. Guan Li upgraded all 4 legions in one breath. The soldiers and Oppos' strength surged dramatically. Their aura began to escalate rapidly. Soon, they broke through to intermediate 4 stars, then advanced to high 4 stars. The legion's power experienced a substantial increase. After this lavish spending, approximately 70,000 points remained. Guan Li then spent an additional 40,000 points to purchase items that would expedite the soldier's enhancement. He kept the last 30,000 points for emergencies, believing it essential to have some resources for peace of mind. Guan Li took out a premium food card. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Just a whiff invigorated him. This was the flesh of an evolved creature. He could distinctly sense the difference in quality, which is why it was more suitable for awakeners. This single premium food card was equivalent to 5 ordinary food cards. He took a hearty bite, and the delicious juices flowed. Exquisite. Guan Li activated the skill, Gluttony. Moments later, he contentedly burped. After downing a bottle of pure water, he felt revitalized. Having eaten and drunk to his fill, it was time to set off. Guan Li declared, only to feel a twinge of something amiss. I meant to say, it's time to slay some monsters. He quickly corrected himself. Aileen, you may withdraw. He notified Aileen on the rooftop through mental communication. As you command. The elven archer and skeleton mage returned to the plaza. The 200-strong legion departed in a grand manner. Sikitawe. This was a 50-story edifice, once the ZZ center of Z City. Now, it had become a stronghold for city defense. The survivor camp of Z City. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the city defense forces, nearly 100,000 survivors have been rescued within a day. This was no small feat, considering that 80 of the population had been infected by the zombie virus. Z City had an approximate population of 10 million, meaning 8 million were susceptible to infection. The remaining survivors, besieged by zombies and monsters, were dwindling in number. Given the current situation, the survivors in Z City would not exceed 1 million. The outer perimeter of the tower was fortified with a rudimentary iron mesh defense. Beyond the iron mesh lay a minefield. Should a zombie horde attack, it would be met with bombardment. Tanks were stationed behind the iron defense. In fully armed city, defense soldiers patrolled without pause. Thousands of rocket launchers were positioned behind the steel defense formed by the tanks. Within the camp, survivors had erected makeshift tents. Those without shelter had no choice but to sit on the muddy ground. Many had lost the light in their eyes, their expressions numb. They had learned from the city defense forces of the fall of Huagua. The apocalypse had truly arrived. Not only were there zombies, but also terrifying monstrous disasters. Even local fauna and flora had undergone horrific mutations. In what felt like mere days, Humanity had devolved from the apex of dominance to the most humble and fragile of ants, struggling to survive in the crevices of existence. The entrance to Z City Tower was heavily guarded. Inside lay supplies and weapons. Recently, numerous riotous survivors had attempted to storm the tower to seize resources. Ultimately, the ringleaders were shot down, and the remaining survivors dared not cause further chaos. They understood that the rules had fundamentally changed. The fall of Huagua meant they had lost their protection. At this moment, they realized how truly magnificent their homeland had been. "Hey, when's dinner?" a rotund man inquired. If Guan Li were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as Chun Xiong, the vice president of Z University. "Not yet. Please wait a moment," the soldier replied. "Oh." Chun Xiong nodded, disappointment etched on his face as he returned to the Z University camp, where hundreds of students had gathered. The majority looked disheveled and weary, clearly having endured difficult days. Yet, surviving it all was a remarkable feat. "Chun Xiong, you and Appos, back? What did the city defense say?" a strangely styled student asked, his arm adorned with a tattoo of a venomous snake and bright green hair. "Lin Ye." Chun Xiong greeted the young man with obsequiousness. As the vice president, he had never been so humbled before a student. But those days were long past. Now, with the city defense announcing the demise of Huagua, he understood there was no turning back. To survive, what was the harm in playing the fool? Once at Z University, he had allied with several awakeners to make a name for himself, only to have a group of even more formidable students storm the performance hall, igniting a fierce conflict. Huang Xiao, Guan Li, and Li Zichao had all perished within half a minute. Since then, Z University had fallen under the control of these volatile students. Chun Xiong's tactics were utterly ineffectual against them. They recognized that power was the true currency in this new world. In a matter of days, the female teachers and students of Z University had all met grim fates. Those who dared resist were slain and fed to the zombies. Only when the city defense forces arrived did the chaos subside somewhat. "You're becoming more and more like a dog," Lin Quan remarked with a grin, his foot resting on Chun Xiong's face. Hit. "What do you mean, Lingo? It's my honor to serve you." Chun Xiong smiled obsequiously, his face contorting in servility. Although the city defense had gathered survivors here, they had taken no substantial measures, merely ensuring 2 meals a day were provided. As for disputes between groups, as long as there were no large-scale riots, they turned a blind eye. The task of rescuing survivors was already overwhelming enough. They had no time to concern themselves with trivial matters. "Stop the nonsense. When's dinner?" Lin Quan kicked Chun Xiong away, his disdain palpable. Due to their excessive indulgence, food supplies had been exhausted long ago. Now, the entire Z University contingent relied on relief provisions to survive. "Not yet. Lingu, could you hold on a bit longer?" Chun Xiong maintained his sycophantic demeanor. Go fetch Jiang Xin, that wench," Lin Quan ordered, striding into the tent. Yes. A flicker of resentment crossed Chun Xiong's face, yet he dared not show it. "P.S. Please support." "Thank you." Chapter 63. The meeting moments later, Jiang Xin gracefully swayed her enchanting figure as she stepped out of the tent. Chun Xiong walked beside her, stealing glances from time to time. This girl has become increasingly beautiful lately. How did I not notice before how alluring she is? Chun Xiong mused to himself. "Go in. Brother Lin is looking for you." Chun Xiong halted outside the tent. In the confines of a single tent, the implications of a solitary man and woman were all too clear. I understand." Jiang Xin nodded, showing no resistance. Her complexion was rosier, and her eyes sparkled with a beguiling allure. "That damn vixen. So seductive." Chun Xiong cursed under his breath as he watched Jiang Xin's retreating figure. Over the past few days, he had seen her mingling with numerous men. Without exception, all were awakened ones. Chun Xiong found a place to sit. The surrounding students huddled together in despair, particularly the boys, their faces etched with anguish. Many of them had seen their girlfriends leave them for a mere loaf of bread and some water, a devastating blow to their spirits. "Damn it. Why can an Appos? I muster the courage to kill zombies. I can shoot perfectly in games. If only I had strength," Xiaoshan Wuden and Appos. Have run off with someone else," lamented a bespectacled young man, regret dripping from his words. "Stop dreaming. With your pathetic self, Do you think you can kill zombies? Take a good look at yourself. A crisp voice pierced through the boy's lamentations. His body jolted in surprise. He looked up to see a familiar figure, his longed-for girlfriend. Yet, the man beside her was no longer him. Xiaoshan, he uttered, his voice trembling. Qian Feng, just look at you now. You're nothing but trash. A waste. The girl gazed down at Qian Feng with disdain. Xiaoshan, please leave that man. Come back to me, and I will protect you. I have conquered my fears. I dare to kill zombies now. Qian Feng stood up, his tone filled with fervor. Ha ha ha. A useless fool like you? Kill zombies? Do you even dare to wield a knife? The man beside the girl suddenly interjected. Get away. Return Xiaoshan to me. Qian Feng lunged at the man. But he was no match for him. Scram, you pathetic thing. The man kicked him away. Qian Feng fell to the ground, howling in pain. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. My dear, let's go. Xiaoshan looked at the fallen Qian Feng, her eyes flashing with contempt. Don't go. Xiaoshan. Qian Feng hunched over, watching the two depart, powerless to act due to his lack of strength. The surrounding students had grown numb. They regarded Qian Feng on the ground with indifference. Such occurrences were not new. They were the grim reality of the apocalypse. The weak perished, and the strong reigned supreme. Not far away, Zhao Hai crouched in a corner. His fists clenched tightly as he watched Qian Feng. I must grow stronger. The events of the past few days had forced him to confront reality. Once a privileged heir, he now felt reduced to nothing. What good is wealth? Merely for wiping one's behind? In an obscure corner of the survivor camp, the darkness of humanity continued to expand. At the top floor of the Z City building, a spacious conference room buzzed with the presence of several military officers clad in uniforms. At the head of the white, long table sat a middle-aged man, his chest adorned with several gleaming gold stars representing past glories and his esteemed position within the Z City Defense Forces. Commander, though Huagua has not perished, I must obey the orders of the regional officials. Yet now, I am the supreme commander of the Z City Defense Forces, beholden to none. Su Zundiang, who had joined the Defense Forces at 18 and now, at the age of 43, stood as the commander of Z City. Seated before Su Yunjian were an elder and a young man, both vice commanders, second only to him in authority. The elder was named Wu Hai, and the young man was Shunling Fei. Today's meeting aimed to determine the future direction of the military corps. With Huagua's downfall, they were like rootless driftwood, utterly reliant on themselves. Everyone, please share your opinions on the direction of the defense forces. Su Yunjian declared as he gauged the number of attendees. Commander, we still have over 30,000 soldiers in the Z City Corps. We possess considerable heavy firepower. We can gather survivors and establish a base city. One officer proposed. Su Yunjian recognized him as Liu Sandao, a right general under Wu Hai's command. The ranks within the corps included commander, vice commander, senior general, right general, left general, and various other ranks, with only those of left general and above permitted to attend this meeting. I second this proposal. A right general added. I concur. We have no idea how dire the situation outside is. It could be worse than in Z City. Furthermore, if we leave here, where else would we go? A senior general voiced his perspective. Most attendees nodded in agreement, favoring a cautious approach to developing a base city. Su Yunjian remained silent, deep in thought, while Wu Hai and Shunling Fei shared his contemplative silence. I believe staying in Z City may not be prudent. There are no defenses here. Establishing a base city will not be easy. Moreover, Z City lacks food storage. How will we address the food crisis? With 100,000 survivors, we consume vast quantities of food daily. A dissenting voice emerged in the silent meeting room. Judging by his badge, he was a senior general named Zhao Qua, a robust man in his 30s radiating an unusual aura, an awakened one. After the fall of Huagua, the leaders of the corps, having witnessed the horrors of zombies and monsters, permitted soldiers to absorb crystal cores. This apocalypse defies scientific explanation. Humanity's survival necessitates evolution. Stagnation leads only to death. All present in the meeting hall were awakened ones. Though their strengths varied, Zhao Qua was among the elite of the corps, having fortuitously enhanced his abilities to the initial level of 4 stars during a rescue mission. becoming a formidable steel warrior capable of rendering his skin steel-like, impervious to blades and bullets. Zhao Kuo, please share your thoughts. Su Yunjian regarded Zhao Kuo's opinion with considerable respect, recognizing the value of his strength at the pinnacle of the core hierarchy. Heavy firearms would eventually become obsolete. The rising awakened ones would ensure the core future security. As time passed, terrifying monsters emerged, their defenses capable of withstanding tank assaults. Monsters would continue to evolve, but firearms would not. Chapter 64. The Decision of the City Defense Army. Yes, Mr. President. Zhao Kuo rose and saluted Su Yunjian. First and foremost, the issue of food must be addressed. City Z lacks granaries. Historically, our grain supply has been allocated from state. Secondly, there are no suitable structures around City Z to establish a base. If we were to commence construction now, how many resources would it require? Take the temporary camp we have at present. Can such a camp genuinely withstand the onslaught of a horde? Zhao Kuo's two inquiries plunged the conference room into silence. Food and defensive architecture are indeed grave concerns. Zhao Kuo, what do you propose we do? After a prolonged silence, Wu Hai finally spoke. I believe we should relocate south. Zhao Kuo suggested. South? Why? The three men asked in unison. Guangnan Province. Yang City. Zhao Kuo uttered two words, and the three immediately grasped the implications. Yang City. This historic city is not only fortified with robust walls, but also possesses fertile land and abundant food resources. Moreover, several legions are stationed within Yang City, equipped with far more weaponry than City Z. If we could align ourselves with Yang City, it would indeed be a commendable choice. General Zhao Kuo, your proposal is quite commendable, but how we get there? Yang City is a considerable distance from City Z. Even in peaceful times, a flight would take a day. What of our current situation? And with survivors in tow, it is likely that by the time we exit Min Province, many would have perished. A voice of dissent arose. Everyone turned to see a right general, Guo Xiaotian. Guo Xiaotian, a formidable figure, was on par with Zhao Kuo, also a 4-star awakened with the explosive warrior class inheritance, capable of unleashing devastating explosive damage with his hands. Although he held the title of right general, in this power-centric apocalypse, past ranks and titles had become nearly obsolete. The nation had crumbled, and the established hierarchy within the city defense army had long since disintegrated. Presently, they adhered to the remnants of the former structure merely to maintain order, but it was evident that the forces of City Z would soon face a significant upheaval. The strong would rise, while the weak would yield. This was the law of the apocalypse. I concur with General Guo Xiaotian. To hastily venture towards Yang City is exceedingly perilous. A slight misstep could lead to utter annihilation. A left general chimed in. He had a good rapport with Guo Xiaotian and, in such moments, naturally expressed his support. Moreover, Zhao Kuo's ideas were indeed rather radical. Remaining in City Z to rescue survivors and establish a base would be the most prudent approach. The issue of food could be addressed by scouring nearby urban areas. I too align myself with General Guo Xiaotian's perspective. I agree. More voices joined in support. Cowards. In the face of disaster, it is impossible to avoid bloodshed. I support General Zhao Kuo's view. Heading to Yang City would resolve our issues once and for all. Those in favor of Zhao Kuo also voiced their opinions. Two divergent viewpoints ignited heated discussions. Within the conference hall, no one was willing to yield. The atmosphere reflected that the Legion was far from united. Rather, it resembled a disjointed assembly. State a search for survivors. Establish a base. Head to Yang City. Two opposing voices filled the room. Outside, the soldiers displayed anxious expressions, concerned that the discussions within might escalate into conflict. In such a scenario, which side would they support? Ahem. Enough. Let's refrain from this clamor. You are all not children. Such bickering serves no purpose. Wu Hai cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. As an elder statesman of the army, he commanded respect. Since there is no consensus, let us vote to determine the course of action. Wu Hai suggested. Though appearing aged, there was no sign of fatigue. Beneath his frail exterior lay a formidable strength. It was evident he was also unawakened, and not without considerable power. Very well. Let us proceed, as Elder Wu suggests. We shall vote. Agreed. That is a good approach. Wu Hai's mediation brought an end to the discord. Continuing the argument would yield no resolution. Although the voting method was somewhat conventional, it proved effective. Bring forth the ballot box and paper. Su Yunjian called to the soldiers outside. They swiftly returned with the necessary items. Let the voting commence. No interference allowed, Su Yunjian declared. He too was a 4-star awakened, albeit lacking any special abilities. Agreed. Fair and just. The generals nodded in affirmation. Soon, white papers were cast into the ballot box. Now, let us announce the results. Zhao Kuo, 1 vote. Guo Xiaodian, 1 vote. Zhao Kuo, 1 vote. Su Yunjian read out the names, marking them on a blackboard behind him. Zhao Kuo, 18 votes. Guo Xiaodian, 18 votes. A tie. At that moment, only 1 vote remained in the box. Su Yunjian unfolded the last slip, and the outcome became clear. He had cast this vote himself. Guo Xiaodian, 1 vote. With 19 votes to 18, Guo Xiaodian prevails. Su Yunjian chose Guo Xiaodian because Zhao Kuo's proposal seemed excessively perilous. Given the current state of the Legion, a forced retreat to Yang City would likely end in complete disaster. Even if they successfully arrived, the casualties would be substantial. Alas, foolishness. Foolishness indeed. Zhao Kuo felt a tinge of disappointment, but recognized the inevitability of the decision. Very well. Let's hasten our efforts. Search for survivors. Scavenge from various malls and supermarkets. Bring back any and all edible items. Su Yunjian issued commands swiftly. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. Regardless, the rescue of survivors and the collection of food must proceed. Meanwhile, Guan Li was unaware of the city defense army and Oppo's decisions as he was en route to the southern district. After vanquishing the zombie king Su Yu, the Legion's strength had significantly increased. Thus, Guan Li resolved to seek out the silver-horned giant python's demise in the southern region. Within the southern district, several intertwined mountain ranges existed. Following the outbreak, the flora within these mountains began to grow wildly, enveloping the surrounding cities in mere hours. The tropical rainforest Guan Li aimed for lay nestled among these mountains. As he ventured deeper into the southern district, the surrounding architecture dwindled, gradually supplanted by lush vegetation. The roars of zombies grew faint, replaced by the howls of monsters. The population in the southern district was sparse. This place had become a veritable paradise for wildlife. Before the apocalypse, it had served as a natural tourist destination for City Z. After the outbreak, it transformed into a haven for mutated creatures. Chapter 65. The Southern District. In the Southern District, the number of zombies is scarce. However, mutated creatures abound. Shortly after entering this area, Guan Li encountered one such aberration. A gigantic python, as thick as a barrel, sprawled across the concrete road. This had once been a street, but following the apocalypse, vegetation began to grow wildly. The trees that once adorned the sidewalks had crept onto the roadway, and humanity's urban civilization was gradually reverting to its most primitive ecological state. Name: Scaled Python Potential, 5-star Strength, 4 stars Beginner, Abilities, Strangulation, Tail Whip, Resilient Scales Evaluation. A newly evolved creature descended from ordinary pythons, possessing formidable strangulation abilities and defensive capabilities. This mutated creature measured a staggering 7 or 8 meters in length. Its scales arranged in an orderly pattern that formed distinct stripes. It was lazily basking in the sun, flicking its tongue in and out, indicating it had recently feasted. Guan Li and Oppo's presence quickly captured its attention. Cold, slitted eyes fixated on him as it hissed, twisting its body to lunge at him. Long Chia, Guan Li commanded. Long Chia leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch to the python's head. The horrifying force shattered its scales, blood oozing from the wound. With Long Chia's advanced 4-star strength, dealing with the scaled python presented no significant challenge. The python hissed and whipped its enormous tail with a furious gust. The impact struck Long Chia, who staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained his balance. In response, his right arm began to collide rapidly, revealing a terrifying, twisted, and indescribable appendage. The devouring claw writhed, a single, eyes splitting open on the back of the arm, scanning the surroundings as if searching for prey. Long Xie swung the devouring claw toward the scaled python, its sharp fingers slicing through the creature's scales. With a grotesque, tearing sound, 5 strips of fresh flesh were ripped from the python's body. A massive maw opened wide, greedily consuming the bloody morsels. The python, momentarily dazed, wondered who the true monster was. Sensing danger, it attempted to flee, swinging its tail in a desperate bid to repel Long Xie. This time, however, it was thwarted. The monstrous, twisted claw seized the python's tail and began to whirl it violently. The sheer force of the attack crushed the scaled python to death. Its scales shattered and blood gushing forth. A blue card fell from the python's corpse. Long Xie retrieved the card and dragged the lifeless body before Guan Li. Swallowed. The crystal core is left. Guan Li tucked away the card. Understanding the cue, Long Xie opened his devouring claw wide, extending a tooth-like organ. The massive python's carcass, measuring 7 or 8 meters, was consumed entirely. The organ retracted, and a crystal core was ejected. The remains of the creature seemed to vanish without a trace. After consuming the carcass, Long Xie experienced a slight enhancement in strength, a boon from his devouring ability. Guan Li absorbed the crystal core, but his own strength showed no marked improvement. Undeterred, he believed that with continuous accumulation, a breakthrough would eventually come. "Hey, little brother, can you help me?" From a building on the street, a few survivors peered out, pleading for assistance. "The city defense army has begun rescue operations. Please be patient." Guan Li made no move to assist. He was not a benevolent savior. It was impossible to help everyone. "Can you spare some food?" The survivors persisted. "The monster has been dealt with. Those who wish to leave should hurry," Guan Li warned before advancing deeper into the southern district. Upon hearing this, the survivors hastily packed their belongings. The enormous python had trapped them for too long, and now that Guan Li had slain it, they were eager to escape. The mutated creatures in this area were far too fearsome. They would rather face zombies than these aberrations. Moreover, they had recently received news via radio that the city defense army had established a survivor camp at the Z City skyscraper, offering a safe haven and a stable food supply. In any case, they could not remain in the southern district any longer. As Guan Li ventured deeper into the southern district, the foliage grew denser. Compared to zombies, the mutated creatures exhibited far greater aggression. They did not wander aimlessly but actively sought out targets. Even humans hiding in rooms could be easily discovered. Thus, the farther one traveled into the southern district, the more difficult survival became for the survivors. "Stay vigilant," Guan Li cautioned, becoming more serious. The mutated creatures possessed intelligence, making them significantly more challenging to confront than zombies. Suddenly, 3 grotesque creatures sprang from the surrounding grass. The grass trio? Guan Li's alertness intensified. These monsters had a healthy green complexion, their features hideous. With large noses and pointed ears, they were notably diminutive, their eyes gleaming with greed. Goblins? Guan Li recognized these creatures as the most feeble foes from online games. However, in this reality, goblins were calamity creatures, far from weak. Name: Greedy Goblin Trio, Group Monster, Potential, 7-star Strength. For stars, Intermediate, Ability, Ominous Evaluation. Goblins from a dimensional rift, not the weaklings found in games. Do not underestimate them. The system scanned, displaying the goblins and oppos. Profile. Without the system, one might easily grow complacent, for who would imagine that the cannon fodder goblins from games would possess 4-star strength? Again, this was reality. Never compare it to games, where you would meet a grim fate. Chirrup. Fakalaji. Slim Golayi. The goblin trio chattered in an unintelligible language. Though Guan Li could not understand them, their aggressive movements were clear. "Let me teach these young goblins a lesson. Show them what a real brawl looks like," he commanded, and dozens of soldiers surged forward, hurling spears. Several bone javelins flew toward the greedy goblin trio. "Chirrup!" The goblins shrieked, agilely evading the spear attacks. The goblin leader lunged forward, slashing with his sword. A skeletal shield soldier, caught off guard, was immediately repelled by the goblin leader, leaving a deep scar on his chest plate. This demonstrated the goblins and oppos' prowess. Guan Li narrowed his eyes, acknowledging their strength as worthy of their 4-star intermediate status. However, the odds were against them. Guan Li had no qualms about employing brute force. The goblin trio was surrounded by dozens of soldiers who pressed their assault. The goblins fought fiercely, coordinating their movements in an attempt to resist the soldiers' onslaught. This was the power of intelligent beings. They understood teamwork and tactics. Unfortunately, there were only 3 goblins, while the encircling soldiers numbered 30 to 40, tenfold the goblins' numbers. While they managed to repel a wave of attacks, the goblins sustained multiple wounds in the process. Initially, they could afford such reckless tactics, but as time passed, their stamina began to wane. Blood flowed continuously from their injuries. Minutes later, the 3rd goblin could no longer hold out. A gap appeared in their once perfect defensive formation. "It's over," Guan Li declared. Chapter 66. The goblin tried. The soldiers seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Goblin Brother 3 was slain, and the remaining 2 goblins were gradually dispatched. The system notification chimed. Goblin Brothers Group Monster defeated. Reward: 1,000 points, language proficiency. Although the points were modest, they granted a valuable skill. It took the soldiers a few minutes to eliminate the Goblin Brothers, showcasing a remarkable tactic that demonstrated their capabilities. This ability had effectively delayed the soldiers for several minutes. An impressive feat indeed. "Let us keep striving for improvement next time," Guan Li remarked as he surveyed the goblins and Oppo's remains. The Goblin Brothers yielded a peculiar blue card, marked with an X3 symbol. Guan Li instantly understood it signified a tripling of rewards. Anything obtained would be multiplied by 3. A delightful surprise indeed. He tucked the card away, eager to accumulate more for an exciting draw, as he particularly favored 10 consecutive pulls. Among the goblin corpses, no crystal cores were discovered. The blood-drinking blade disdainfully rejected such creatures, while Long K was more than willing to accept. The devouring claw erupted forth, consuming the 3 goblin bodies. Seizing the moment, Guan Li examined the newly acquired skill book. Language proficiency. Upon learning, one becomes fluent in the languages of various civilizations. An excellent find. Guan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Given the current circumstances, there were indeed civilized races among the calamity monsters. Mastering language proficiency could prove invaluable at a critical juncture. System. Learn language proficiency. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have learned language proficiency. The system's voice resonated. Instantly, Guan Li felt an immense surge of intelligence flooding his mind. Bone. Communicate with me in the language of the undead. Guan Li Kumanda. Jili Gulu. At your command. Master. Bone responded, articulating several sentences that Guan Li comprehended effortlessly. Remarkable. The system's offerings were undoubtedly exceptional. Mom no longer needs to worry about my English failing. The consumption of language proficiency was nearly negligible. Even if it remained active continuously, there would be no issues. Guan Li scanned his surroundings, ensuring nothing was left behind before preparing to depart. As he lifted his foot, options suddenly materialized before him. Option 1. Proceed straight ahead to obtain a hemostatic herb X1 by the roadside. Option 2. Take the left path, which is very safe, and receive a 4-star crystal core X1 as a reward. Option 3. Walk 10 kilometers down the right path to discover the Goblin Tribe, defeat the tribe leader, and claim Goblin Treasure X1. Options triggered. Without hesitation, Guan Li dismissed the first 2. While they offered easy rewards, they were far too meager. Undoubtedly, he opted for the 3rd choice. He relished adventure. The rewards were simply too enticing. Following the system's prompt, Guan Li chose the right path. To avoid alarming any foes, he recalled most of his soldiers, retaining only 4 captains and a handful of 10 soldiers. Once the cooldown elapsed, he could summon his troops again. Guan Li advanced along the narrow path, which was overgrown with weeds, resembling a recently cleared area. Throughout his journey, he maintained heightened perception. After traversing a kilometer, he sensed a massive pit concealed within the underbrush, filled with sharp iron spikes over a meter long, enough to chill anyone to the bone. A trap, Guan Li gasped inwardly. Fortunately, his perception had alerted him. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen victim. though such traps posed minimal threat to him, merely inflicting superficial wounds. He certainly wished to avoid harm to his posterior. This was undoubtedly a trap set by the goblins. Guan Li crouched down, intensifying his perception of the surroundings. The range of his awareness expanded significantly. Indeed, he had located them. 7 meters to the left, among the thickets, 5 goblins squatted stealthily, wielding weapons such as spiked clubs, axes, and spears. Even if a target fell into their trap unscathed, they could swiftly deliver a fatal blow. Such an intelligent race was distinctly formidable. Alas, they had encountered Guan Li, silently approach. Let them experience the surprise of their lives. Guan Li communicated through mental means. The soldiers flanked from the left, while Guan Li advanced from the right. These goblins had to perish. Otherwise, they would return to raise the alarm. If that were to happen, his ambush plan would surely be thwarted. This location clearly served as a goblin outpost. Gili-Gulu, where are the 3 brothers? I don't know. Whatever. Let's just hold our positions. The goblins conversed, their words reaching Guan Li's ears. Indeed, these creatures were part of the same faction. Guan Li mused. This language proficiency was incredibly useful. Applause. It deserved commendation. He quickened his pace, drawing closer to the goblins. His encircling soldiers had also reached their positions. Attack! At Guan Li's command, he sprang from the brush. The 5 goblins were instantly startled. What was happening? Had they been ambushed? The foremost goblin, caught unaware, was cleaved in half by Guan Li's strike. Enemy attack. Retreat. The remaining 4 goblins, sensing danger, turned to flee. But as they did, they were met by 10 soldiers charging forward. The soldiers launched their assault, forcing the fleeing goblins back. Surrounded, the 4 goblins flailed helplessly, unable to resist, and were swiftly dispatched by Guan Li. Goblin Outpost Guards X5 defeated. Reward, 500 points. The system's notification echoed. The 5 goblins dropped 2 blue cards and a 4-star crystal core. The corpses were consumed by Long Quebec. Guan Li executed his tasks impeccably, leaving no trace behind. He continued onward. Following the earlier events, Guan Li had grown increasingly cautious, his perception continuously scanning the surroundings to safeguard his well-being. After advancing another 6 kilometers, 2 rudimentary watchtowers came into view ahead. Each tower housed 5 goblins. Guan Li divided his forces, sending 10 soldiers to tackle the left watchtower while he and the captains approached the right one. Enemy attack. The goblins detected movement among the underbrush and hastily fired arrows. Yet in the next moment, a figure soared into the sky. Long K unfurled his demon wings and flew directly to the watchtower. Guan Li and 3 captains grasped his feet as they descended upon the tower. The 5 goblins put up a brief struggle before being slain. Meanwhile, the soldiers swiftly overcame the goblins at the other watchtower. Goblin Outpost Guards X10 defeated. Reward, 1,000 points. The 10 goblins dropped 3 cards and 4 crystal cores. Long K handled the remains. Guan Li pressed forward, ever closer to the goblin tribe. In the subsequent 3 kilometers, he encountered no goblins. Soon, Guan Li arrived at the goblin tribe. The once narrow path opened up dramatically, revealing the goblin settlement situated in a clearing. Surrounding it were makeshift shelters constructed from wooden logs, with dozens of animal hide tents erected within. Chapter 67. The situation at the camp. The entrance to the camp is marked by 2 imposing wooden watchtowers, grander in stature and broader in scope. Each tower is manned by over 20 goblin sentinels. Within the towers, an array of arrows and falling stones is strategically placed. A wooden bridge connects the 2 watchtowers, upon which a dozen goblins stand, brandishing long spears. All these goblins possess a formidable strength, each rated at 4 stars. The greatest adversaries that humanity will face in the future are undoubtedly these monstrous invaders and the mutated creatures. Unless the zombies can evolve the ability to reproduce, their extinction is merely a matter of time. The camp and amp, Oppos, gate stands open, featuring a row of iron caltrops, their sharp tips glinting ominously. 5 squads of goblin patrols continuously roam the perimeter of the camp. Their equipment appears significantly superior, clad in leather armor that covers much of their bodies and legs. These leathers are not sourced from ordinary beasts, but rather from mutated creatures, offering a defensive capability comparable to iron armor. They wield iron blades, stained with traces of blood. Deep within the camp lie dozens of tents made from animal hides, also derived from mutated beings, providing substantial protection. Surrounding these tents are stone pots and utensils. Over a bonfire, a human thigh is suspended alongside the remains of a human corpse, while the ground is littered with leftover bones. Several skulls are displayed as grotesque decorations upon the tents. It is evident that these are the unfortunate survivors from the southern district captured by the goblins. In addition to human remains, the goblin tribe harbors numerous corpses of mutated monsters. At the center of the cluster of animal hide tents stands a more opulent tent, several times larger than the surrounding ones, adorned with lavish decorations. A skull of an unknown giant beast hangs at the entrance. 2 rows of elite goblin soldiers guard this entrance. Undoubtedly, this is the tent of the goblin chief, the very target of Guan Li's mission. The goblin camp has been established for quite some time. While its facilities may be rudimentary, they are exceptionally efficient, showcasing the prowess of sentient life. Guan Li has gleaned a general understanding of the goblin tribe situation. There's only one entrance, with no back door. The wooden walls of the camp rise approximately 6 meters high. Current estimates suggest there are over 100 goblins within, all possessing 4-star strength. It is certain that more goblins reside within the animal hide tents. By this estimation, the entire goblin tribe likely comprises over 500 goblins, excluding women and children. There must be at least 400 capable fighters. This is no trivial number. The troop is at a numerical disadvantage. Furthermore, the advantage in strength does not reach a crushing level, as all these goblins are rated at 4 stars. Moreover, within the tribe is a goblin chief, whose strength is undoubtedly formidable. This presents a rather intricate dilemma. Guan Li stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. To engage or not to engage? This is the philosophical question. Darn it, what is there to fear? Let us fight. Guan Li quickly resolved himself. He accessed the system. There are about 2 hours until the resurrection of the troops. Given the circumstances, it should be dark in 2 hours. A nocturnal assault it shall be. Guan Li prepared to launch a night raid on the goblin camp. Unlike zombies, goblins are sentient beings and will be affected by the night. You stay here. Guan Li instructed 10 soldiers to conceal themselves near the goblin camp, vigilantly observing all their movements. Any departing or returning goblins must be reported. Understood. The soldiers whispered in compliance. Once arrangements were made, Guan Li departed with his commanders. With 2 hours remaining until the operation, he had no intention of idling. He roamed the surrounding area, seeking unexpected gains. Guan Li vanished into the thicket. The soldiers, following his orders, hid in secret corners, watching the goblin camp. Fortune smiled upon Guan Li as he stumbled upon a spirit tree. The tree stood in a clearing, the ground around it coated in a thin layer of frost. A cerulean fruit dangled from its branches, emanating a palpable energy that could be sensed from afar. Just as he reached out to pluck it, a terrifying maw lunged at him. An ambush? How uncivilized. Guan Li reacted swiftly, employing his teleportation technique. His form vanished from sight, allowing the monstrous mouth to snap at empty air. Upon regaining his composure, Guan Li discerned the assailant, a fearsome giant wolf. Measuring over 5 meters in length, its snowy white fur exuding an aura of chilling frost. Its fangs were encased in a layer of solid ice. Name: Frost Wolf Potential. 7 stars Strength. 5 stars Beginner. Abilities: Frost Armor, Frost Fangs, Ice Beam. Description: a creature from the rifts of another world. It grows alongside the frost fruit and can unleash ice-based attacks. Guan Li's gaze swept over the colossal wolf as the system promptly relayed information. Good heavens! It is a 5-star creature. Had it not been for the teleportation technique, he might have been caught off guard by that attack. The frost wolf's pupils fixated on the surroundings, sensing a threat from the group before it. Guan Li and his 4 commanders, all rated at advanced 4 stars, alongside a dragon, presented a significant danger to the frost wolf. The creature hesitated, drawn toward the frost fruit, yearning to devour it. Although it was not yet fully ripe, the urgency of the moment rendered such concerns trivial. If it did not consume it now, the opportunity might vanish. Even if the fruit and Oppo's efficacy were diminished, it was still rightfully its own. Thinking to steal a bite? Not on my watch. Guan Li quickly discerned the Frost Wolf's intentions. Aileen acted swiftly, launching a piercing arrow imbued with terrifying force. The air around it seemed to part. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air reached the Frost Wolf, which sensed impending danger. Should it persist in its pursuit, it would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The Frost Wolf pivoted, swatting a paw to deflect Aileen's attack. However, in that fleeting moment, the other commanders surged forward, confronting the Frost Wolf. Bone swung a massive blade, striking the creature with force. The wolf's hide resisted the blow, yet under the might of the strike, it ultimately yielded. The blade tore through flesh, blood gushing forth. Howling in pain, the Frost Wolf retaliated, flinging Bone aside. His form slammed against a tree, staggering from the impact. The full force of the wolf nearly shattered him. Blood Soul Slash. Seizing the opportunity, Guan Li advanced, unleashing a wave of crimson sword energy. Frost Armor. In response to Guan Li's assault, the Frost Wolf's exterior crystallized into a layer of ice armor. The blood-red energy collided with it, sending shards of ice flying. Crack! The frost armor shattered, scattering into a flurry of ice fragments. Sword Control Technique. Shun Lian capitalized on the moment, casting his sword technique. The dark iron sword shot forth, piercing into the Frost Wolf's body. In agony, the Frost Wolf tightened its flesh, ensnaring the dark iron sword. A sphere of blue light coalesced in its maw. Ice Beam. This was the Frost Wolf's ultimate move. Chapter 68. Goblin Priest Leo struck his shield, activating Silver Taunt. The Frost Wolf was instantly drawn to him. A terrifying frost ray struck Leo, instantly encasing his shield in ice. The Frost Wolf unleashed its fury upon Leo. His taunt was perfectly timed. Had that frost ray swept through, its destructive power would have been formidable. While others showcased their strength, only Leo bore the brunt of the assault. Kill. Guan Li advanced once more. After unleashing the frost ray, the Frost Wolf entered a moment of vulnerability. Dragon Xie unfurled its demonic wings and launched an aerial attack. It landed upon the Frost Wolf's back, delivering a crushing blow with its tyrant claws. The overwhelming force made the Frost Wolf shudder. Whoosh! In the distance, Aileen concentrated and summoned another piercing arrow. Seizing the opportunity, she released it without hesitation. The energy arrow pierced through the Frost Wolf's left eye, blood spraying forth. A howl of agony escaped the Frost Wolf. Its claws flailed wildly, a desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Dragon Xie manifested its devouring claw, incessantly tearing at the Frost Wolf and Oppo's flesh. Guan Li and several commanders distanced themselves from the Frost Wolf and Oppo's reach. The more the Frost Wolf struggled, the faster its blood flowed, rendering it increasingly weaker. It was a vicious cycle. A gruesome gash appeared along the Frost Wolf's back. Dragon Xie extended its devouring claw and ripped out the creature's heart. What brutality! What carnage! How delightful! A faint smile graced Guan Li's lips. He had long since grown accustomed to slaughter. Dragon Xie and Oppo's performance exceeded his expectations. Upon losing its heart, the Frost Wolf collapsed lifelessly. The system in Oppo's notification rang out. Kill the Frost Wolf. Gain 10,000 points. Frost Wolf Soul. This sound definitively proclaimed the Frost Wolf's demise. Frost Wolf Soul, upon use, summons a Frost Wolf Soul with strength equivalent to its living form. Immune to death during the summoning period, lasting for 3 minutes. Guan Li examined the item provided by the system. It was quite a valuable trinket. Dragon Xie approached, clutching the still throbbing heart, presenting the spoils with reverence. Here you go. Consume it. Guan Li found no use for the heart himself. Passing it to Dragon Xie for consumption was the wisest choice. Dragon Xie's right arm split open, a gaping maw, and in an instant, it devoured the heart. Ding! The Corpse King Dragon Xie consumed the Frost Wolf's heart and comprehended Frost Ray. The system's notification chimed. Ah, mastered a skill? Surprise illuminated Guan Li's face. The ability of the devouring claw was truly remarkable. By consuming flesh and blood, one could enhance their power and possibly learn abilities. Dragon Xie's body served as a perfect vessel, adaptable to any power. With a flick of its right arm, Dragon Xie unleashed a frost ray. A distant tree was instantly encased in ice. Amazing, Guan Li exclaimed. Although the frost ray had a 3-minute cooldown, it was still impressive. After all, it was an ability obtained without cost. What a bargain. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand eagerly awaited action. Guan Li plunged it into the frostwolf's carcass. Countless blood-red tendrils emerged, greedily siphoning the frostwolf's flesh and blood. The heart was given to Dragon Xie, while the body was offered to the bloodthirsty blade. A fair distribution. Guan Li approached a small tree. The frost fruit had fully matured. The tree bearing the fruit began to wither rapidly, expending its final energy. He plucked the fruit, holding it in his hand, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Frost fruit, a fruit from the rift's otherworld, imbued with powerful ice elemental energy, capable of enhancing the Legion's strength, and with a high probability of mastering ice elemental power. What a splendid item! Guan Li refrained from consuming it himself, instead handing it to Eileen. If the Elven Archer Legion could master the ice element, it would equate to an endless supply of frost arrows. The thought alone was enticing. Thank you, Master. Eileen graciously accepted the frost fruit, performing an elegant bow. She consumed the frost fruit, a wave of coldness surging within her. Eileen's delicate form trembled slightly. Moments later, a layer of frost enveloped her hair. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Elven Archer Legion has successfully mastered the ice element. The system's notification echoed, confirming success. Eileen drew back her bowstring, rapidly conjuring an ice elemental arrow. Whoosh! The ice arrow struck the tree trunk, instantly freezing a layer of ice upon it. Quite good. Guan Li nodded approvingly. While it may not achieve the ability to freeze a 10-meter target, it was still remarkable. After all, it was an ability acquired without cost. There was no loss in any scenario. The bloodthirsty blade, having absorbed the frostwolf's flesh and blood, glimmered with a crimson hue. Blood-red tendrils coiled around a star crystal, along with a faint purple card, presenting them to Guan Li. He carefully stowed the purple card and began absorbing the star crystal. The crystal vanished from his grasp, a torrent of energy surging within Guan Li. He held his breath, focusing on absorbing the pure energy. The 4 commanders remained vigilant, aware that Guan Li was on the verge of a breakthrough. The pure energy coursed through Guan Li's body. The 5-star crystal was indeed exceptional, its energy far more refined than that of a 4-star crystal. Guan Li felt his strength rapidly escalating. 10 minutes later, a powerful aura radiated from Guan Li. His strength had ascended to the initial stage of 5 stars. What a rush of power! Guan Li unleashed a series of punches, generating a chorus of tearing sounds. He anticipated such a bountiful reward from a mere stroll. Not only had his strength advanced to the initial stage of 5 stars, but Dragon Xie and Eileen had also mastered new abilities. Additionally, he gained 10,000 points, the Frostwolf Soul, and a purple card. Noticing the sky darkening, Guan Li realized it was time to return. He accessed the Legion system. The soldiers had already been revived. It was time to head back. On his way, Guan Li stumbled upon a cave. In front of the cave, several goblins stood guard, warily scanning their surroundings. Something's afoot. Guan Li halted. He instructed the commanders and Dragon Xie to remain behind. He downed a potion of invisibility, rendering himself unseen. This invisibility potion was a rather useful item. He stealthily approached the cave. Keep a lookout. Any suspicious individuals, alert us at once. Understood. The goblin's chatter reached Guan Li's ears, heightening his curiosity about the cave's interior. Utilizing the invisibility potion, he quietly infiltrated. The cave was deep, and, after several minutes of walking, he had yet to reach the end. As the invisibility potion's effect was nearing its end, he drank another vial and continued forward. After a short distance, Guan Li faintly heard voices. Rukaburu, Great Priest. At the cave in Amp, Appo's deepest point, Guan Li spotted 2 goblins, one adorned in priestly garb. Chapter 69, Conspiracy on the Other Side. A goblin clad in armor was present. Guan Li once again consumed an invisibility potion, leaving the passage to venture into the innermost depths of the cave. He selected a rock near the passage to conceal himself behind. This position was ideal, allowing him to overhear the conversation of two goblins clearly. Guan Li's gaze swept over the two goblins. Name: Goblin Priest Meyer. Potential: 8-star strength. Intermediate 5 stars ability. Unknown description. The priest of the goblin tribe. Second only to the goblin chief. Name: Goblin Warrior Joss. Potential: 8-star strength. Junior 5 stars ability. Unknown evaluation. The warrior of the goblin tribe. Ranking just below the chief and the priest, making him the third in command of the tribe. The system swiftly provided the information. Good heavens! The second and third in command meeting in secret. This surely indicates something is afoot, Guan Li mused to himself. Jibber jabber. The universal language spell took effect. So, is everything in order? The priest Meyer inquired. All preparations are complete. We can act tonight. I have already incited 200 goblins in the tribe. The rest are die-hard loyalists of Har. I dare not attempt to contact them, replied the warrior Joss. Excellent. Then let us act tonight. Har is utterly unworthy of being chief. If left unchecked, the tribe will inevitably face destruction, Priest Meyer said with bitterness. May the esteemed priest lead the way. With your foresight, the tribe shall surely flourish. Warrior Joss flatteringly responded. Upon hearing this, Priest Meyer smiled. Rest assured, once Har is dealt with, I shall nominate you as chief. The position of warrior will be entrusted to your brother Boha. The priest holds a far superior status within the tribe. I have no interest in being chief. Tonight's plan is entirely due to Har's insubordination. We require a compliant leader, and you fit the bill perfectly. Thank you for your trust, esteemed priest. I shall not disappoint you. Warrior Joss expressed joy, quickly kneeling on the ground. He bowed his head, indicating his willingness to submit. Rise. The time is nigh. Prepare yourself. Priest Meyer instructed as he walked toward the passage. Guan Li pressed against the rock, and due to the invisibility potion, Priest Meyer failed to notice him. Soon after, Warrior Joss followed him out. Phew! Guan Li's figure became visible. Isn't this more thrilling than palace intrigue? The conversation had enlightened Guan Li about the general situation, and he felt a sense of schadenfreude. The goblin tribe was embroiled in internal strife, and he could reap the benefits. Guan Li relished watching the drama unfold. A few minutes later, he returned to the cave entrance. He used his senses to probe his surroundings, ensuring the goblins had departed before stepping out. This grand performance must not be interrupted by his absence. The goblin priest was not a fool. If he detected external threats, he would undoubtedly rally the tribe against them. Internal conflict could only happen with the assurance of safety. If their home were to be compromised, what would be the point of their squabbles? My lord, are you unharmed? Asked the 4 commanders with concern. All is well. That group of goblins is set for internal conflict. Let's watch the grand performance, Guan Li replied, leading the commanders back to the outskirts of the goblin tribe. As night fell, the camp was illuminated by the glow of fires. The patrolling goblins remained vigilant despite the darkness. Guan Li concealed himself within a large tree, affording him a clear view of the chief's tent at the center of the camp. The Legion soldiers had all been resurrected by the system, summoning a total of 222 soldiers. The elven archers took the high ground, while the remaining soldiers hid around the camp. Guan Li issued his orders. He certainly would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Thanks to the treacherous goblin priest, Guan Li faced far fewer challenges. The soldiers moved stealthily through the forest, quickly surrounding the camp. The elven archers found their shooting positions, their arrows glimmering coldly under the tree canopy. Once Guan Li was ready, he observed the goblin priest returning to the camp. It was dinner time, and all the goblins were gathered around the bonfire to feast. As Guan Li anticipated, there were over 500 goblins in the tribe. Priest Meyer did not linger, making his way directly to the chief's tent. The goblins along the way bowed respectfully. In response, Priest Meyer merely nodded slightly. Priest, the soldiers outside the chief and Appo's tent are all bowing in respect, one reported. Has the banquet begun? Priest Meyer asked. Indeed, esteemed priest, it has already commenced. The guards answered respectfully. Good. Priest Meyer nodded and entered the tent. Upon entering, he saw several goblin maidens dancing alluringly. Of course, these green-skinned beings were not to Guan Li's taste. Inside the tent, there were a dozen stone tables laden with various wild fruits, roasted meats, and thick red beverages, unknown concoctions that looked quite peculiar. The esteemed priest has arrived. Please take a seat. At the center of the tent was a magnificent stone table, far more elaborate than the others. A tall goblin sat at the head of it, displaying sharp tusks and a menacing visage. His ears were pointed and wrinkled, and a necklace of bone teeth adorned his neck. Beneath his green skin lay bulging muscles, clad in a pair of beast-hide shorts, with two goblin maidens in his embrace. Very well, Chief. Priest Meyer displayed cordiality, recognizing that now was not the time for discord. He took his place to the right front of Har, where a stone table was reserved for the priestess' use. Raising his wine cup, Priest Meyer toasted to Har. Chief, your efforts for the tribe these past days have been commendable. Har, upon hearing this, broke into a satisfied smile. You flatter me, esteemed priest. The thick red beverage slid down his throat, carrying a rich, sanguine flavor that the goblins found exceedingly sweet. Excellent wine, Priest Meyer sincerely praised. Drink more. We Shan and Oppos. Tea return until we are drunk. Chief Har boomed, blissfully unaware of the brewing treachery. Of course, I shall honor your generosity, Chief. Priest Meyer smiled broadly, yet internally plotted Har's demise. The chief's strength surpassed his own considerably, and the tent was filled with Har's trusted allies. He had only brought a few guards along. Priest Meyer patiently awaited the opportune moment. Time trickled by slowly. How dull. When will the grand performance commence? Guan Li had waited for half an hour. Having already finished the 10 pounds of sunflower seeds he had purchased from the marketplace. Yet inside the tent, not a single sound could be heard. Chapter 70. Infighting. Could that double-crosser be feeling intimidated? Guan Li couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Just as he was contemplating the use of an invisibility potion to sneak in for a closer look, a sudden commotion erupted within the camp. The show was finally about to begin. Guan Li hastily took a seat, a bag of sunflower seeds appearing in his hand. The patrolling goblins altered their course, approaching a tent in the corner. Brave one, our people have taken over the watchtower. Lord Buha has gathered his troops and awaits your command, announced the squad leader of the patrolling goblins. This group of patrol goblins was among the earliest to be swayed to rebellion, nursing grievances against their goblin chief. Good. What are Harl's subordinates doing? Inquired the valiant hero, Joss. They're still drinking, feasting, and enjoying the company of lovely females. A patrol captain replied with a wicked grin. Rest assured, as long as we eliminate Harl, we can revel all night. The tribe's beauties shall be yours to choose from. Before the battle commenced, Joss painted a grand vision to inspire his soldiers. Let us fight for the brave one. The patrolling goblins proclaimed eagerly. No, we fight for the esteemed priest. Josh chuckled, urging them on. For the priest and the brave one. The morale of the patrolling goblins surged. Onward, Joss commanded, and over 100 goblins followed in his wake. From the treetops, Guan Li observed as two groups stealthily surrounded the chief's tent. Timing was crucial. Josh should be arriving soon, thought Priest Meyer. What do you intend to do, brave one? A guard outside the tent questioned, only to be met with a blood-curdling scream. Clang! The sounds of clashing weapons and battle cries filled the air. The sudden turn of events jolted the goblins inside the tent awake, their previous drunken stupor fading. Damn it! That scoundrel Joss dares to betray me. Chief Harl fumed, pushing aside a goblin beauty as he strode toward the tent and Oppos' entrance. As Harl passed by Priest Meyer and Oppos, she seized the opportunity, chanting an incantation. A blazing fire spell erupted forth. Chief, watch out! A loyal goblin shoved Harl aside, just in time, the flames striking and reducing him to ashes. The goblin and Oppos' sacrifice only inflicted minor injuries on Harl. Damnable Mai und Oppos. You two have betrayed me? Harl seethed, the series of betrayals igniting his fury. He swung a fist toward Priest Meyer. Meyer invoked a protective barrier spell, but the force of Harl's punch shattered it instantly. Yet, this brief moment of defense allowed her to escape successfully. Harl, your time has come. Priest Meyer dashed out of the tent. Damn it, 2 scoundrels. Chief Harl followed her out, a dozen loyal goblins trailing behind. Upon exiting, he discovered himself surrounded by over 100 fully armed goblins wielding weapons. You all dare to betray me? Chief Harl could scarcely believe his eyes. We follow the priest's orders. Prepare to die, shouted the goblin soldiers. From nearby tents, screams echoed. Harl recognized them as his own subordinates. With you worthless scum, do you think you can kill me? Harl charged forth, smashing the foremost goblin to pieces, blood splattering as he grew exhilarated. Kill! Let us eradicate the traitors. Harl bellowed, landing successive blows that turned nearby goblins into mere pulp. Even injured, he remained formidable. Harl, your adversary is me, Joss declared, wielding his large sword as he advanced toward Chief Harl. Oomph, a mere 5-star novice dares to oppose me? Harl scoffed, unleashing a punch that met Joss's blade. What? How is this possible? Your strength. Harl's eyes widened in realization. Meyer, scoundrel, he roared. In the distance, Priest Meyer continued her incantation, radiating a continuous glow that flowed into Joss. This was the priest's power. She could amplify her strength and bestow it upon a designated target, doubling their might. Joss, originally a 5-star novice, now approached the level of a 5-star elite under her enhancement, matching Harl's strength. From afar, Guan Li held a telescope in one hand. You won't kill the goblins fighting like that. Strike. Are you all starving? Yes. Smash its head. Guan Li cheered for the battling goblins, eager to commend their efforts. The intensity of the fight surpassed that of any game. He glanced at Chief Harl. Name, Goblin Chief, Harl. Potential, 9-star strength. 5 stars elite abilities. Unknown description. The leader of the goblin tribe, commanding a band of hundreds. Without a doubt, the top dog. The system promptly provided the information. Chief Harl was incredibly valiant. Despite the combined forces of the priest and the hero, he still held his ground. I will tear you apart. Harl roared, striking Joss and forcing him back. Oomph. You shall surely die tonight. Joss slashed, leaving a gash across Harl and Appo's body. Frenzied slash. Joss concentrated energy into his blade and struck forward. Shattering fist. Harl and Appo's muscles tensed, gathering terrifying energy in his fist. Boom. The two forces collided violently. Joss's armor was shredded, and Harl was not faring much better, covered in wounds, blood streaming from his body. Harl, I admit you are strong. Even with the priest's aid, we may not be able to kill you. But alas, I have the numbers, Joss declared. Buha, finish him off. A burly goblin charged at Chief Harl, swinging his large sword and drawing blood. Harl defended himself with punches, but the relentless battle gradually wore him down. Joss and Buha attacked in unison. Exhausted, Harl exposed a weakness, his robust right arm severed in the fray. Get away. Chief Harl, in agony, pushed him back, his eyes bloodshot, gasping for breath. Submit to your fate. Joss raised his sword, poised to deliver the final blow. Aileen, stop him. Guan Li discarded his sunflower seeds and commanded urgently. Harl could be maimed, but not slain. That head was a prize Guan Li intended to claim. Whoosh! An arrow, imbued with a chilling aura, pierced Joss's arm. Ah! Who? He screamed in fury, scanning the surroundings. Soldiers, prepare for battle. Guan Li stowed away his telescope. The climax of the performance had unfolded. It was time for him to make his entrance. Chapter 71. The fisherman enters. Archers prepare. Guan Li commanded. The elven archers poised themselves atop the surrounding canopies, ready to unleash their arrows. Fire, Guan Li declared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of explosive arrows soared toward the goblin encampment. The brave hero Joss remained alert, scanning the area until he spotted the darkened sky filled with arrows. Damn it, an enemy attack. Hero Joss finally reacted. In an instant, the explosive arrows rained down upon a goblin camp, unleashing a violent explosion that swept through the area. Screams echoed as many goblins were thrown to the ground, their armor shredded, and their green skin marred with charred marks. The goblins arose, their faces twisted in terrifying rage, resembling demons from the depths of hell. The explosive arrows lacked the power to instantly slay the 4-star goblins, merely inflicting severe wounds. The enemy is outside the camp. Counterattack. Quickly, counterattack. Hero Joss swiftly grasped the situation, rushing to prevent the goblins from retaliating. He could not afford to focus on defeating their leader, Har. Dealing with the external threat was paramount. Seizing the opportunity, Leader Har managed to escape. The goblins stationed in the watchtower quickly identified the position of the elven archers, guided by the trajectory of the explosive arrows. They drew their bows and began to shoot. A flurry of arrows flew toward the woods outside the camp. The elven maidens ceased firing, deftly evading the incoming arrows. After all, the goblins were formidable 4-star creatures, and their attacks posed a significant threat to the elven archers. Guan Li understood that this battle would not be easily won. Sentient beings were far more challenging to contend with than mindless zombies. Fortunately, the internal strife among the goblin tribe had resulted in heavy casualties. Otherwise, the night would demand a steep price. Close combat team, charge! With the elven archers occupied, the melee team surged into action. Onward! Kill! The shouts of battle reverberated around the goblin tribe's vicinity. Valiant soldiers of the Legion stormed into the camp. What was happening? Hero Joss was bewildered. He had not anticipated such a multitude of enemies lying in ambush around the camp. However, there was no time for contemplation. He brandished his great sword and charged forward. The goblins in the watchtower swiftly redirected their aim, firing at the soldiers below. The armored shield bearers advanced steadily, their shields absorbing the arrows that failed to penetrate their defenses. Shadow swordsmen hid behind the armored shield bearers, launching their abilities as they approached the watchtower. Like shadows, a dozen shadow swordsmen emerged from the goblin archers and Oppo's silhouettes. Swish, swish, swish. Several goblin archers were instantly decapitated. Intruders are approaching. The goblin spearmen shouted, rushing to provide support. The barricades were pushed aside as soldiers entered the camp. 10 armored shield bearers ascended the watchtower to assist the shadow swordsmen, while the remaining soldiers pressed further into the camp. The watchtower became a chaotic battleground. Both sides suffered casualties, but overall, the goblins found themselves at a disadvantage. The elven archers selected new positions to shoot from, releasing arrows imbued with a chilling aura into the camp. For commanders joined the fray, charging into the encampment. Damn you! I will have my revenge. Just wait. In the concealed woods, Leader Har fled with a wounded body, his right arm hanging limply, blood flowing profusely. Thanks to his exceptional healing abilities, the severed arm had begun to scab over, but regrowth seemed nearly impossible without some rare treasure. Rustling sounds surrounded Leader Har, causing his nerves to tense. I did not save you for you to flee. Guan Li and Oppo's voice echoed, the effects of his language spell taking hold. Who is it? Leader Har's expression shifted dramatically as he warily scanned his surroundings. A figure descended from the trees, revealing itself before him. It was an unattractive human wielding a peculiar longsword. An insignificant insect dares to obstruct me? Leader Har relaxed slightly, recalling that humans were often weak and regarded as mere food. Coincidentally, he was hungry too, and this human would suffice to replenish his energy. Leader Har advanced toward Guan Li. Do you look down upon me? Guan Li retorted, somewhat irritated. He unleashed the blood soul slash, a wave of blood-red sword energy coalescing. Leader Har and Oppo's expression changed drastically. Green light fist. A brilliant green light erupted from his left arm. The two attacks clashed, sending Leader Har flying back, crashing into a sturdy tree. Coughing violently, he spat blood, while Guan Li also stumbled back unscathed, crushing a supply card to rapidly recover his consumed energy. A 5-star novice human. Leader Har exclaimed incredulously. In my prime, I could slay a 5-star novice with ease. Yet now I am gravely injured with one arm severed. My strength has plummeted. Even injured, I possess the strength of a 5-star elite. Do you truly think you can kill me? A foolish dream. Leader Har crushed his bone-tooth necklace, a terrible power surging through him. His weakened body regained some strength, though only half of its former glory. Yet it was sufficient to deal with the human before him. Prepare to die. Leader Har charged at Guan Li, Unfazed, Guan Li engaged in close combat, bolstered by his shadow step ability, nimbly evading attacks while wielding the bloodthirsty blade, leaving a trail of wounds on Leader Har. The one-armed Har was unable to grasp Guan Li. Curse you. If you have the ability, don and oppose, T-dodge. Leader Har growled in frustration, slamming his feet into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Guan Li staggered for a moment. Die, little pest. Leader Har seized the opportunity. Dragon Strike. Guan Li remained composed, unleashing an ice-blue ray that struck Leader Har's severed arm, slowing his movements significantly. Blood Demon Hand. Explosive Fist. A monstrous, terrifying arm materialized, infused with ferocious power, and slammed down on Leader Har. Boom! Leader Har was instantly sent flying, the flesh on his severed arm exploding, leaving only bare bone behind. Leader Har shrieked in agony. The figure of Dragon Strike swiftly appeared behind him, the devouring claw piercing through Leader Har's heart. Following that came the sound of chewing. You, Leader Har and Appo's eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing a demon. Dragon Strike withdrew his arm, leaving a gaping wound. Leader Har staggered several steps before collapsing to the ground. A purple card appeared atop Leader Har's corpse. Kill Goblin Leader Har. Reward: 30,000 points. Fong of the Savage Beast. Successfully slayed Goblin Leader Har. Quest completed. Reward: Goblin Treasure X1. The system's notification chimes echoed consecutively. Chapter 72. Not a single one left. Guan Li stepped forward and carefully stowed away the purple card. After Long K consumed the heart of the Leader Har, his strength began to surge, swiftly breaking through to the initial level of 5 stars. Guan Li plunged the bloodthirsty blade into Hind Appo's corpse, allowing Long K to devour the heart while the remaining flesh was left for the blade, ensuring a fair distribution of spoils. The crimson tendrils instantly enveloped the body. Seizing this moment, Guan Li examined the items rewarded by the system. Raging Fong. The wielder's strength will receive a slight enhancement, effective only for levels below 10 stars. This was an unknown beast Fong, roughly the size of a finger. Guan Li threaded the Raging Fong onto a cord and wore it around his neck. Upon donning it, he felt a surge of mysterious power, a delightful little trinket. Once the bloodthirsty blade had absorbed the flesh and blood of the Leader Har, its blade quivered lightly, radiating a rich crimson glow. Ding! The bloodthirsty blade advanced to the advanced level of 6 stars. Another unexpected delight. The blood-colored tendrils wrapped around a crystal core and presented it to Guan Li. This crystal core was as large as a baby's fist and covered in irregular facets. Guan Li grasped the crystal core and began to absorb it. A torrent of energy surged through his body. The process of absorption was second nature to him. Pop! Guan Li felt a barrier within him shatter. Intermediate level of 5 stars. The crystal core from the Goblin Leader was exceedingly potent. Leaders, how fares the battle on your end? Guan Li connected with several leaders through his mental force. Master, there remains a small force still resisting. Came the voice of Bone. Good. Continue the assault. I shall return shortly. Guan Li severed the connection and hurried towards the goblin camp. At the goblin encampment, flames raged skyward. The animal skin tents were ablaze. Goblin corpses littered the ground. In front of the Leader and Appo's tent, dozens of goblins were cornered. The valiant warrior Joss was battered and gasping for breath. Priest Meyer appeared utterly exhausted, as though he had suffered severe injuries. The remaining goblin soldiers stood defiantly before them, while several goblin women and children huddled at the back. Kill! The Legion soldiers charged forward. In the previous skirmish, the Legion had lost over 30 soldiers. Yet their gains were substantial. The goblin tribe was nearly annihilated. Facing the Legion and Appo's onslaught, warrior Joss brandished his great sword, desperately fending off attacks. However, the relentless battles had left him utterly spent. Under the siege of the Legion soldiers, warrior Joss fell, his head severed by Shun Lian's sword. Kill Goblin Warrior Joss. Reward: 10,000 points. As Guan Li returned to the camp, he heard the system's notification. Long K. Assistance needed. The Legion soldiers are making their final encirclement. Long K nodded and dashed out in a swift motion. Two terrifying arms instantly tore apart a goblin soldier. Priestmire, devoid of any power to resist, deeply regretted his actions of infighting. Long K pierced through his heart and began to consume him. Kill Goblin Priest, Mire. Reward, 15,000 points. Cursed Doll, X1. The system's voice echoed, announcing the priest Mire's demise. Only a few goblin women and children remained in the camp, looking at Guan Li with eyes full of hatred. Devil, exclaimed a goblin child. This is a war of races. I shall show no mercy. When you hunted humans, did you not foresee this day? Guan Li's tone was icy, devoid of any compassion. Even though there were infants among the goblins, what of it? Reality is cruel. If the roles were reversed, how would a group of humans fare when besieged by goblins? Master, how shall we handle these captives? Bone inquired, wielding a great sword. Kill. Leave no survivors. Guan Li replied indifferently. Understood. The Legion's soldiers swung their blades, exterminating the goblin tribe. Was this act cruel? Certainly not, especially in comparison to the atrocities committed by the goblins against humans. He had already shown enough mercy. In this clash of opposing races, it is either you perish or I do. Master, all are slain. Here are the spoils. 3 leaders knelt before Guan Li. Shun Lian presented 120 blue cards and 2 purple cards. Bone handed over 234-star crystal cores and 2 5-star crystal cores. Although over 30 soldiers had perished in this battle and resources such as 300 supply cards and 200 recovery cards have been expended, the rewards were equally plentiful. Guan Li stored the 4-star crystal cores in his spatial ring, retaining 2 5-star cores for absorption. 2 torrents of energy surged into Guan Li's body, with every cell greedily absorbing them. Moments later, the energy flow gradually subsided. Though he did not achieve another breakthrough, the energy within him had significantly surged. Long K, these are for you. Guan Li gestured towards the multitude of goblin corpses. He intended to rest here for the night, and those bodies needed to be cleared away. Long K and Appos, devouring claws unfurled, efficiently handling the remains. Guan Li then examined the rewards obtained from killing Priestmire. Cursed Doll, write the name of the cursed individual, and they will receive the particular attention of the god of misfortune. A fine little artifact. Guan Li accepted it. He retrieved all the blue cards acquired today. It was time for the rewards. A total of 126 blue cards, all to be opened. Received intermediate advancement card X5. Received low-level armor card X50. Received refined iron or X25. Received quality food card X10. Received seeds of the flame demon flower X6. Upon successful planting, a flame demon flower can be obtained, requiring a specific profession for nurturing. Received low-level weapon card X30. Can select 1 2-star weapon at will. The system's notifications chimed in succession. The rewards were commendable, particularly the abundance of equipment cards. They were just what the Legion soldiers needed to upgrade their worn-out weapons and gear. In Guan Li's hand appeared a blue card that offered triple rewards. Received intermediate weapon card X3. Can select 1 3-star weapon at will. The rewards were quite satisfactory. Guan Li continued to open more cards. 4 resplendent purple cards shimmered with enchanting light. Without hesitation, Guan Li crushed all 4 purple cards. Received Legion expansion card, 10 people, X1. Received Legion upgrade card X1. Received disguise skill X1. After learning, can freely alter one's appearance. Received weakened spell X1. After learning, can inflict a weakening state on a designated target, reducing their power by 10 for 1 minute. The system's voice rang out repeatedly. Incredible! Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. The purple cards were remarkably potent, bestowing 2 skill books, an expansion card, and an upgrade card. Both skills were highly valuable, and without hesitation, Guan Li began learning them. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering the disguise skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering the weakened spell. As the system's voice resonated, Guan Li felt an influx of vast knowledge flooding his mind. The skills of disguise and weaken merged seamlessly within him. Chapter 73. The Silver Lion Cavalry Corps. The Art of Disguise. Guan Li's visage began to contort, swiftly transforming into an entirely different face. My lord, How have you taken on my appearance? Shun Lian exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the figure before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Do I not look alike? The impostor, Shun Lian inquired. However, the distinction in voice was still apparent, along with subtle differences in demeanor and movement. Identical. Shun Lian nodded vigorously, acknowledging the remarkable likeness. Even he found it challenging to discern the truth. Guan Li beamed with satisfaction and activated the disguise technique once more, reverting to his original appearance. If there were any flaws in this art of disguise, they lay solely in voice and demeanor. All other aspects were nigh flawless. My lord, this is truly astonishing. Might you transform into my likeness for a moment? Bone ventured. That would not be advisable. Guan Li hesitated, concerned that he might not revert back from the skeletal form. Weaken. Guan Li chose Bone as the target of the spell, casting the weakening incantation. My lord, I acknowledge my error. Bone lamented, feeling a heaviness enveloping its frame. Its strength and speed significantly diminished. After 1 minute, the effects would dissipate automatically. Guan Li waved his hand, assuring it that there was no cause for alarm. Oh, understood. Bone nodded eagerly. Once all cards were activated, Guan Li retrieved a treasure chest, a reward for completing the task. Goblin's treasure, a boon bestowed upon the valiant who vanquished the goblin tribe, capable of yielding rich rewards. Guan Li opened the chest, a blinding radiance emanating forth. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Fantasy Legion card, the system declared. Guan Li momentarily paused. Then a look of unbridled joy spread across his face. Although he was uncertain of the distinction between the Fantasy Legion card and the Random Legion card, he knew that any Legion card was a valuable asset. A card, ethereal and dreamlike, materialized from the treasure chest, which subsequently vanished, leaving only that enchanting card before Guan Li. The card was as delicate as a gossamer wing, shimmering with a silver luminescence. Fantasy Legion Summon. Upon use, grants a fantasy-type legion. I see now. Legions indeed possess various classifications. Guan Li seemed to grasp the concept. The least expensive legions in the point shop must represent the most ordinary types. For instance, the Braid Warriors were mere flesh and blood, incapable of advancement, with middling strength and abilities. He felt fortunate that he had not drawn an ordinary legion at the outset. Guan Li held the Fantasy Legion card and gently crushed it. Crack! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Silver Lion Cavalry Corps card. The question mark on the card transformed into an image of a silver-haired man riding a silver lion, flanked by thousands of lion cavalry. Cavalry? Guan Li's heart leaped with delight. Cavalry were indeed a formidable asset. He could hardly contain his excitement as he activated the Legion card. A silver summoning array materialized within the camp, and 22 figures gradually emerged. As the summoning array dissipated, 11 soldiers clad in armor appeared before Guan Li, each accompanied by a silver lion adorned with protective gear that shielded vital areas without hindering their movements. Subordinate Kyle, I bow before you, my lord. The foremost silver-haired man knelt before Guan Li. He was the commander of the Silver Lion Cavalry, Kyle, clad in silver armor. With flowing silver hair and striking blue eyes, he exuded an otherworldly allure. The silver lion behind him was even more imposing, its massive form encased in silver armor, with flickering silver currents dancing between its claws. Rise! Guan Li promptly instructed the soldiers to stand. He began to assess the capabilities of the Silver Lion Cavalry. Silver Lion Cavalry Corps upgradable. Number, potential, 8 stars, strength, 4 stars intermediate, commander, Kyle, skills, Silver Lion Roar, War Trample, Thunder Charge. Intimidation. The appearance of the Silver Lion Cavalry was undeniably to Guan Li's taste, and their prowess on the battlefield was indisputable. These silver lions, grand in stature, measured over 3 meters in length and more than 2 meters in height, making them true behemoths of war. The aura they projected on the battlefield was palpable, as cavalry reigned supreme in the age of cold weapons. Moreover, these Silver Lion Cavalry were all fantastical beings, their strength exponentially greater than that of ordinary horses. Without hesitation, Guan Li utilized the newly acquired expansion card on the Silver Lion Cavalry. The silver summoning array reappeared, and 10 soldiers mounted on silver lions manifested before him. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Corps. He employed the upgrade card on the Silver Lion Cavalry. A powerful aura radiated from the cavalry, swiftly elevating their strength to 4 stars advanced. Kyle, what do these war lions require for sustenance? Guan Li inquired. These creatures were his treasures, and he must ensure their well-being. Among his current legions, the skeletal soldiers were undead beings that required no sustenance, while the shadow sword cultivators and elven archers also had minimal dietary needs. My lord, these war lions are not particular. They thrive on meat. Kyle responded. Guan Li Nudda. This was not a challenge for him. He produced over 20 quality food cards, which primarily yielded high-energy meat. 20 succulent meat steaks materialized before him. Roar the Silver Lions let out a gentle roar, affectionately nudging Guan Li with their massive heads, resembling a pleading feline. Feast. Guan Li tossed the steaks into their mouths. A single piece of the high-energy food was sufficient to satiate their hunger. Roar the Silver Lions playfully sought affection from Guan Li. The others soon gathered around, eagerly requesting food. Guan Li was generous, tossing steaks into their waiting mouths. After feeding the Silver Lions, he retrieved the equipment cards. Acquired intermediate weapon card, X3. Choose one 3-star weapon at will. Bone, Shunlian, and Eileen, the 3 commanders, already possessed 3-star weapons. So Guan Li intended to bestow these 3 intermediate weapon cards upon Leo and Kyle. Name, Berserker's Axe Type, Axe Grade, 3 stars intermediate talent, Sharp Skill, Berserk Strike Evaluation, an axe wielded by berserkers, imbued with frenzied power. Guan Li selected a 2-meter-long battle axe, the blade stained with crimson, yet retaining its edge. Leo, catch! He tossed the berserker's axe to Leo. Thank you, my lord. Leo caught the axe and swung it a few times, finding it remarkably balanced. Guan Li then turned his attention to Kyle, who wielded 2 weapons, a spear in hand and a 2-handed sword at his waist. Name, Silverwing Spear Type, Spear Grade, 3 stars intermediate talent, Sharp Skill, Silverwing Penetration Evaluation, a spear forged from silver iron ore, possessing formidable piercing power. Name, Storm Greatsword Type, 2-handed sword grade, 3 stars intermediate talent, Sharp Skill, Storm's Might Evaluation, a greatsword crafted from fine iron, endowed with immense storm power. Chapter 74. The Primeval Forest. Kyle, proceed. Guan Li tossed aside the spear and greatsword. Thank you, master. Kyle knelt before Guan Li, accepting the new weapon. Rise. Guan Li gestured for him to stand. An additional 20 soldiers joined the ironclad shield guards. He activated a low-level armor card, selecting the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor. Acquired Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X20. Guan Li equipped the soldiers of his legion with the new armor. Next, he turned to the Undead Plate Armor. Acquired Undead Plate Armor X15. He replaced the gear of the skeletal shield soldiers with the Undead Plate Armor. With 15 basic armor cards remaining, Guan Li prepared to provide for the Silver Lion. Armor cards not only contained armor for soldiers, but also protective gear for mounts. Name, Silver Armor Set, Claw, Saddle. Neck Guard, Leg Guard, Type, Mount Armor Grade, 2-star Basic Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, Armor crafted from silver iron ore, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Guan Li equipped the Silver Lion with its new gear. He had 30 basic weapon cards prepared for the Shadow Swordmaster Legion, whose weapons were nearing obsolescence after accompanying him since the onset of the Great Z. Name, Refined Iron Sword Type, Sword Grade, 2-star Basic Talent, Sharp Evaluation, a long sword forged from refined iron, exceedingly sharp. Guan Li distributed the refined iron swords to the Shadow Swordmasters. Long Xie, swift as the wind, devoured the goblin corpses strewn throughout the camp. All personnel, regroup, Guan Li commanded, turning to enter the leader's tent. The Skeletal Legion took on the watchful duty for the night. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Guan Li emerged from the tent, stretching and feeling invigorated. Soldiers, prepare to depart, he announced. At your command. The soldiers replied. After leaving the goblin tribe, Guan Li advanced deeper into the southern region. The tropical rainforest lay at the heart of the south, once the largest primeval forest in Z City before the apocalypse. Compared to ordinary cavalry, the Silver Lions were better suited for combat in the woods. He recalled his legion soldiers, leaving only the Silver Lions to forge ahead. Charge! Attack! Kyle commanded the silver lions as they surged forth. The ordinary mutated creatures stood no chance against the trampling of the silver lions. Dozens of mutated wolves attempted to challenge their authority, charging towards them. Thunder charge. Kyle brandished his spear, plunging into the wolf pack. A dazzling display of lightning erupted around the silver lion, scattering the wolves. The silver lions turned back to engage once more, leaving the wolves utterly defenseless. Under the silver lion's assault, they were reduced to mere remnants upon the ground. The silver lions began to feast upon the fallen corpses. Moments later, the march continued. The wolves had yielded 23 3-star crystal cores and 12 blue-green cards. As they ventured further into the southern region, the surrounding mutated creatures grew increasingly formidable. Mutated beings of 3 stars and below had become nearly invisible. Many mutated plants were unfamiliar to Guan Li, such as flowers that exhaled icy blasts and vines capable of constricting mutated creatures, as well as carnivorous plants with razor-sharp teeth. Fortunately, the silver lions were powerful enough to trample through any mutated flora. The anomalies of the southern region left Guan Li feeling increasingly unsettled. The rate of biological evolution had far surpassed his expectations. It was evident that had it been anyone else in his position, they would have long since been devoured by the mutated fauna or flora. Roar! The path beneath Guan Li's feet was completely obscured by plants. He activated his perception skill to scan the surroundings, avoiding ambushes by jungle-dwelling monsters. A terrifying roar echoed from a distance. Guan Li stealthily approached, witnessing a fierce battle between two formidable creatures. One was a massive, pitch-black ape, standing over 5 meters tall, wielding a thick tree branch. Its opponent was a 6-meter-long, 3-meter-high lizard covered in white scales. Name: Titan Ape Potential, 8-star Strength, 5-star Advanced Ability. Earth Armor, Titan Fist Description: a Titan ape with ancestral bloodline, possessing unparalleled terrifying strength. Name: Frost Giant Lizard Potential, 8-star Strength, 5-star Advanced Ability. Ice Spike, Tail Whip, Ice Armor Description: a frost-blooded giant lizard capable of unleashing terrifying ice attacks. The Titan ape swung the branch down upon the frost giant lizard, sending it hurtling through the air. However, the lizard retaliated with a fierce tail whip that struck the ape's chest, leaving a bloody gash from which blood gushed forth. Roar! Enraged, the Titan ape lifted the branch and smashed it down onto the frost giant lizard. How exhilarating! Is this a sight I can witness? Guan Li ordered the silver lions to conceal themselves in the surrounding underbrush. Since fate had brought them together, he could not let this opportunity slip by. 2 5-star monsters. To ensure safety, Guan Li summoned the Elven Archer Legion to perch among the treetops, ready to strike. The 5 Legion leaders were poised for action, awaiting Guan Li's command. As the Titan ape sustained more wounds, the frost giant lizard also suffered grievous injuries, with its scales cracking under the relentless assault. The Titan ape activated its skill. Earth Armor. A thick layer of earthen armor materialized around its body, making it exceedingly difficult for the lizard to breach its defenses. Titan Fist. The Titan ape's arm coalesced with terrifying energy as it aimed to deliver a decisive blow to the frost giant lizard. In response, the frost giant lizard summoned an icy armor and concentrated sharp ice spikes in its mouth. The ice spikes shot forth, colliding with the Titan ape's fist. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, toppling both colossal beasts. The surrounding forest trembled as they fell, blood gushing forth. Struggling to rise, both creatures were too severely injured to continue fighting. One opportune moment. Attack. Observing the situation, Guan Li commanded his soldiers to strike. The silver lions lunged forward, tearing into the Titan ape. The soldiers skillfully maneuvered their mounts, relentlessly pulling and tugging. The elven archers unleashed a barrage of icy arrows, causing the Titan ape's movements to slow. Sensing impending doom, the frost giant lizard attempted to flee, only to have a monstrous arm seize its tail, dragging it back. The 4 leaders surged forward, relentlessly assaulting the lizard's wounds. Blood flowed profusely as the frost giant lizard grew increasingly feeble. Roar! The Titan ape let out a mournful howl as its flesh was torn away by the silver lions, exposing large patches of stark white bone. Defeated Titan Ape, earned 20,000 points. The system's notification rang out as the Titan Ape fell lifeless. Defeated Frost Giant Lizard, earned 20,000 points. Frost Armor X1. The system chimed again. Guan Li examined the rewards granted by the system. Name: Frost Armor Type, Armor Grade, 5-star Basic Talent, Sturdy Ability, Ice Slow Evaluation, Armor crafted from the scales of the Frost Giant Lizard, imbued with powerful ice energy. Chapter 75. The Great Tree and the Python. The Frost Armor is a striking azure-hued suit of armor, adorned with formidable claw-like scales on the shoulders that exude an aura of power. The body is enveloped in a dense array of scales, emanating a chilling coldness. An ordinary, unenhanced individual, merely approaching the armor, would instantly feel a wave of frost. A fine piece indeed. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Rather than donning it himself, he entrusted it to Leo. He has always been generous towards his legion. Thank you, my lord, Leo exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he accepted the frost armor. Clearly enamored with the equipment, once clad in the armor, Leo exuded an imposing presence. The corpse of the giant strength ape had been thoroughly devoured by the silver lions. Kyle respectfully presented a 5-star crystal core and a purple card. The body of the frost giant lizard had been consumed by Long Xie, who similarly offered the crystal core and the purple card to Guan Li. Guan Li stowed the card and absorbed the crystal core. With both cores consumed, his strength saw a significant enhancement. After clearing the battlefield, Guan Li pressed onward. He had ventured deep into the southern region, which had transformed into an entirely different realm within a matter of days. The remnants of human civilization lay buried beneath a thick canopy of vegetation. A towering edifice stood before him, its surface marred by cracks, resembling a structure abandoned for centuries. Thorny vines extended from the windows, climbing the building's facade. Such structures were abundant in the southern region. As he delved further into the territory, Guan Li encountered numerous human skeletons, but not a single survivor. This place had become a forbidden zone for ordinary people. Crack! Guan Li crushed shards of glass beneath his feet. Before him loomed a colossal structure, the tropical rainforest zone, once a popular tourist destination in City Z. It had now morphed into a haven for mutated creatures. The favorable environment allowed them to evolve without restraint. Uncertain whether the silver-horned python still resided here, Guan Li felt compelled to investigate. With the Silver Lion Knights leading the way, the Legion soldiers followed closely behind. Suddenly, dozens of humanoid figures appeared among the trees, mutated monkeys with sinister expressions and elongated limbs. Upon spotting Guan Li's party, they launched an immediate assault, hurling stones imbued with tremendous force. Leo, shield raised, positioned himself protectively in front of Guan Li. Name: Iron-Armed Long Ape Potential, 6-star Strength, 4 stars Advanced Ability, Throwing Evaluation. Mutated monkeys that prefer to attack in groups, utilizing stone throwing as their primary offensive method. Aaron, eliminate them, Guan Li commanded decisively. The elven archers aimed and fired at the troop of monkeys in the trees. Within moments, several iron-armed long apes were struck through the skull, their brains splattering forth. The surviving monkeys emitted frantic cries, realizing Guan Li's formidable prowess. Abandoning their fallen comrades, they fled into the dense forest. The elven archers continued to eliminate a few more iron-armed long apes until they had completely vanished from sight. Guan Li made no attempt to pursue. His objective was the silver-horned python. These iron-armed long apes were merely insignificant minions. Long Xie consumed the remains of the iron-armed long apes, his strength rising to an intermediate 5-star level through this continual feeding, a delightful surprise. He presented Guan Li with 6 4-star crystal cores and 3 blue cards. Guan Li pressed forward. The encounter with the iron-armed long apes had merely been a minor interlude. He summoned all his legion soldiers, forming teams of 10 to commence their search through the tropical rainforest zone. As time passed, 2 hours slipped by without a trace of the silver-horned python. Sigh. Indeed, I have arrived too late. Guan Li shook his head. Just as he was preparing to depart, a squad reported the discovery of the silver-horned python's trail. Upon receiving the news, Guan Li quickly gathered his soldiers and headed to the location. Approximately 10 minutes later, Guan Li reached the Squad S position. He beheld a massive trench in the ground, indicative of a serpentine creature's passage. Found you. A smile crept across Guan Li's lips. Only a creature capable of leaving such a mark could be the silverhorn python. That creature is injured. Guan Li noticed several bloodied scales within the trench, obviously not shed naturally. Though the silver-horned python ruled the tropical rainforest zone, the vast southern region birthed numerous terrifying creatures beyond it. Let us go. Follow the trail, Guan Li ordered directly. An injured silver-horned python was not something he could afford to overlook. It was akin to a moving treasure trove. Following the trail, Guan Li stumbled upon numerous carcasses of mutated creatures along the way. Their bodies were grotesquely contorted, as if struck by an immense force. Analyzing the scene, Guan Li quickly deduced that these mutated beings had likely been slain by the silverhorned python. However, the python's injuries must have been severe, forcing it to abandon these corpses in haste. "Kyle, let your war lions feast," Guan Li commanded, for the fresh remains were too valuable to waste. The flesh and blood of mutated creatures were rich in energy, making them the optimal sustenance for the war lions. They preferred raw meat over cooked fare, relishing the thrill of the hunt. Upon receiving Guan Li's approval, the silver war lions began to devour the bodies voraciously. "Something feels amiss." Guan Li observed the scattered corpses, filled with unease. Ordinarily, the flesh of mutated beasts aids in recovery. Yet the silverhorned python had forsaken it. What could have transpired that compelled its hasty departure? Guan Li was left perplexed. The silver war lions swiftly consumed the remains, presenting Guan Li with several 4-star crystal cores. As these had been slain by the silverhorned python, no card were dropped. Guan Li carefully stored the cores, continuing his pursuit along the trail on the ground. Once he located the silverhorned python, the mysteries clouding his mind would surely unravel. After following the trail for about 10 minutes, Guan Li gradually exited the tropical rainforest zone. The surroundings dimmed ominously, as if he had entered an enchanted forest. The flora around him exuded an otherworldly charm, with towering luminescent buds, coral-like trees, and glowing insects flitting about. The ecosystem here seemed distinctly different. Guan Li sensed something unusual. Everyone be cautious. Although he had yet to uncover any signs of mutated creatures, he remained vigilant. In such an environment, one must exercise utmost caution. The traces left by the silverhorned python remained distinctly visible. It was evident that this locale served as its stronghold. Guan Li pressed on, following the trail on the ground. Suddenly, he halted. "All conceal yourselves," Guan Li commanded telepathically. The Legion's soldiers swiftly concealed themselves within the surrounding foliage. Guan Li crouched low, advancing with careful steps. Before him, the area opened up to reveal a shallow lake, at the center of which stood a towering ancient tree. Coiled around, it was an immense python, its form imposing and formidable. Chapter 76. The Silverhorned Giant Python, Lo and Behold. How utterly magnificent, Guan Li thought to himself. Before his eyes lay what seemed to be an independent world. The sky was veiled by a dense canopy of leaves. Beneath the treetops sprawled a crystal-clear lake, covering an expanse of several thousand square meters. At the center of the lake stood a colossal tree, its trunk measuring an impressive 30 meters in diameter. Its serpentine roots intricately intertwined within the water. At this moment, the silver-horned giant python was coiled around the great tree, its body marred by numerous wounds, with some areas exposing stark white bones. Just as Guan Li had surmised, the silver-horned giant python was gravely injured. Guan Li scrutinized the massive creature entwined around the great tree. The python's girth exceeded 5 meters, and its length surpassed 80 meters. Its scales shimmered in a silvery hue, with faint currents of electricity visibly coursing along its surface. For diminutive claws adorned its body, each no larger than human arm, nearly insignificant against its colossal form. Yet Guan Li understood the implications of these 4 claws. He noticed a small bulge atop the python's head, as if something within yearned to break free from the earth. This silver-horned giant python was on the verge of transformation. Perhaps it was about to undergo another evolutionary leap. Guan Li utilized the system to examine the information regarding the silver-horned giant python. Name: Silver-horned giant python. King level. Potential: 10-star strength. Intermediate 6 stars ability. Unknown evaluation. A giant python whose bloodline has evolved to its utmost, on the cusp of metamorphosing into a new life form. His intermediate 6 stars. Guan Li gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated the silver-horned giant python and Appo's rapid evolution. He felt a surge of relief for not having acted rashly earlier. Had he sought out the python and Appo's ire without preparation, he would surely have met his demise. But the circumstances had changed. His legion had grown stronger. Coupled with the fact that the silver-horned giant python was gravely injured by an unknown entity, even with its terrifying 6-star strength, Guan Li might still have a fighting chance. This was a creature on the brink of transformation. Should he succeed in slaying it, the rewards would be unimaginable. Fortune favors the bold. Suddenly, Guan Li noticed a gentle aura emanating from the branches of the great tree. Under its influence, the wounds of the silver-horned giant python began to mend gradually. Not only that, but the python's presence seemed to be elevating as well. Its 4 diminutive claws were slowly growing, and the bulge on its head appeared even more pronounced, poised to burst forth at any moment. This great tree is extraordinary. Guan Li quickly utilized the system to gather information about the tree. Name: Azure Giant Tree. Potential: Golden Strength. Initial 8 stars ability. Unknown evaluation. A plant from the Azure realm, possessing considerable intelligence and harboring terrifying life force. Hiss! Guan Li gasped again. The shot from the Azure Giant Tree far surpassed that of the silver-horned giant python. However, judging by the circumstances, it seemed the Azure Giant Tree lacked offensive capabilities. Otherwise, its initial 8-star strength would have easily obliterated the silver-horned giant python. This revelation provided Guan Li with a modicum of reassurance. With the Azure Giant Tree on his side, he felt emboldened to take risks. Guan Li hurriedly opened the point store. He currently had around 110,000 points. Legion Upgrade Card. Upon use, it elevates the Legion's strength by 1 level. Applicable only to those below 10 stars, priced at 50,000 points. Without hesitation, Guan Li purchased 2 cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing Legion Upgrade Cards X2. You are truly... He promptly silenced the system's flattery. All 5 legions had remained at advanced 4 stars. Now, he had the opportunity to elevate 2 legions to initial 5 stars or 1 legion to intermediate 5 stars. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed 2 initial 5-star legions to be the more prudent choice. System: Upgrade the Elf Archer Legion. System: Upgrade the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. After selecting the legions, Guan Li initiated the upgrades. Moments later, both the Elf Archers and Shadow Swordmasters broke through to initial 5 stars. To defeat the silver-horned giant python, the long-range firepower of the Elf Archers was indispensable. The Shadow Swordmasters, wielding sword mastery and shadow binding skills, would prove exceptionally effective against the python. Thus, Guan Li resolved to upgrade these 2 legions first. He then spent the remainder of his points on purchasing powerful piercing arrows. Powerful piercing arrows, possessing remarkable penetration capabilities. Priced at 5 points each, Guan Li purchased 3,000 powerful piercing arrows in one go. After all, the silver-horned giant python wielded intermediate 6-star strength. Ordinary arrows would be utterly ineffective against its defenses. After spending several minutes on upgrades, he felt an urgency to act. The silver-horned giant python's wounds had healed significantly, with some beginning to scab over. Archers, heed my command. Prepare. Guan Li inhaled deeply, ready to launch an assault. The elf archers aimed their bows at the silver-horned giant python resting upon the tree. The unhealed wounds became their target. Fire. With a command, dozens of chilling, powerful, piercing arrows soared forth. The silver-horned giant python did not react immediately. It was only when the arrows entered a 10-meter radius that it abruptly opened its eyes, cold and indifferent. Hissed, the silver-horned giant python let out a roar. Its massive body began to writhe. The powerful piercing arrows struck the python, yet most missed the wounds. The hard scales deflected the majority of the arrows, with only a few managing to slip through the gaps and penetrate its flesh. However, the icy element within those arrows failed to affect the silver-horned giant python in any meaningful way. Kill. Guan Li did not expect the silver-horned giant python to react so swiftly. Since the ambush had failed, confrontation was inevitable. Although the python's injuries had healed somewhat, it remained in a weakened state, capable of exerting only 50% of its peak strength. Weakened. Without hesitation, Guan Li unleashed his skill. The silver-horned giant python's strength diminished by an additional 10%. The weakened skill proved exceptionally effective. The Silver Lion Knights surged ahead, quickly approaching the great tree. As if provoked, the silver-horned giant python lunged from the tree towards Kale. Facing the gaping maw, Kale exhibited no fear. He thrust his spear upward. The silver lion beneath him reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. The python missed its target, leaving a white mark on its scales from the spear's strike. Silver wing penetration. Kale unleashed the weapon's ability, thrusting forward with force. The spear pierced directly into the silver-horned giant python's eye. Hiss! The silver-horned giant python emitted a pained shriek. Kale, well done! Guan Li exclaimed with elation. By sheer happenstance, the silver-horned giant python had lost an eye, a significant advantage for the ensuing battle. Chapter 77. The fierce battle. The silver-horned giant python roared in agony, twisting its massive body and thrashing its tail. The nearby Silver Lion Knights, unable to evade in time, were sent flying. They crashed to the ground, blood pouring from their mouths, their armor deformed from the impact. This demonstrates the terrifying power of the silver-horned python. Even severely wounded, it still exhibited such formidable strength. As the soldiers suffered injuries, Guan Li wasted no time in administering recovery cards to them. After enduring intense pain, the silver-horned python regained its composure, its remaining vertical pupil fixated on Guan Li. It writhed violently, casting off surrounding soldiers and lunging directly at him. Long Xie unleashed icy beams from his arm, piercing the python's scales. Yet, such wounds were trivial to it. The silver-horned python opened its gaping maw, preparing to devour Guan Li. In a flash, he activated a teleportation spell, vanishing from his spot. Chilling, armor-piercing arrows shot into the python's mouth, eliciting a hissing cry. Compared to its hardened scales, the interior of its mouth was far more vulnerable. The icy power coursed through its veins, visibly impairing its movements. The skeletal mages conjured fireballs and hurled them at the silver-horned python. With a thunderous roar, the scales became charred, and previously healed wounds were torn open anew. Upon witnessing this, Shun Lian promptly employed his sword mastery, directing his flying sword toward the newly inflicted wound. The python emitted another sorrowful wail, thrashing its tail in anger, sending nearby armored shield guards flying, their shields dented severely. The Shadow Sword Masters also executed their sword mastery, driving their flying swords into the python's injuries. In pain, the silver-horned python grew increasingly frenzied, relentlessly charging at its surroundings, blood staining the ground beneath it. Shield guards were thrown aside, yet new wounds were inflicted upon the python. Though these wounds were small, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Numerous light injuries accumulated into severe ones. The elven archers continuously utilized armor-piercing arrows to target the python's wounds, while the armored shield guards drew its fire. The silver-horned python was compelled to focus its wrath upon them. However, its power remained immensely frightening. Within mere minutes, several shield guards fell to its might. As time passed, the wounds on the silver-horned python multiplied. It could choose to flee, yet it did not. Guan Li discerned that the python held great significance for the colossal tree. This was advantageous, sparing him much trouble. If the silver-horned python truly intended to escape, he might not be able to detain it. The elven archers and shadow sword masters utilized their range capabilities to assault the python's wounds, expending various cards at an astonishing rate. Yet, Guan Li understood that capturing the silver-horned python would render all sacrifices worthwhile. He employed Shadow Sprint, weaving around the python, seizing opportunities to strike. The sharpness of the bloodthirsty blade was sufficient to breach its defenses, leaving behind fresh wounds with each assault. Guan Li's weakening spell never ceased. Every time its duration was about to expire, he managed to renew it just in time. Meanwhile, Long Xie took to the skies, landing upon the python's back, gradually devouring its flesh. Under the relentless siege of the soldiers, the silver-horned python grew increasingly feeble. Yet, it remained a 6-star intermediate creature, possessing extraordinary strength despite the various debuffs. With a ferocious roar, the silver-horned python thrashed its body, flinging Long Xie off its back. Electric sparks flickered around it. It recognized that continuing this way would lead to its demise, but the colossal tree was crucial for its evolution. It could not possibly abandon it. Thus, it had no choice but to fight desperately. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the silver-horned python. Its 4 diminutive claws began to grow rapidly, and a silver horn burst forth from the lump on its head. Though the horn appeared tender, it radiated a terrifying energy. The python reared back, standing on its 4 claws, with thick silver currents swirling around its new horn. This creature was forcibly evolving. Guan Li furrowed his brow, realizing that the silver-horned python was making its final stand. He charged forward, refusing to retreat. If the python succeeded in its evolution, his death would be certain. The point of no return had been reached. It was either the demise of the silver-horned python or his own. Faced with the fearsome creature, the soldiers exhibited no signs of trepidation. The Silver Lion Knights charged forth, with Kyle raising his spear and thrusting it at the python. A thunderous clap echoed as a silver bolt of lightning struck down from the horn, sending electric currents coursing through the surrounding waters. Bayuha! Guan Li reacted swiftly, enveloping the soldiers in a protective halo. The electric currents that touched them failed to induce paralysis. The Silver Lion Knight's spear penetrated the python's flesh, blood gushing forth. Skeletal soldiers continuously pierced the python with their bone spears, while flying swords rained down upon it. The elven archers reached the peak of their attack speed, with each arrow released promptly replaced by another. The soldiers unleashed a relentless barrage upon the silver-horned python. In retaliation, it spewed forth silver lightning. One armored shield guard was struck and instantly perished, his body vanishing and reappearing within the army's system, entering a countdown. The python's maw erupted with continuous silver lightning. Any soldier caught in its path was instantly obliterated. Damn it, I will end you. Guan Li's eyes burned crimson. The bloodthirsty blade relentlessly struck the python's body. While the blood demon claw on his right arm reached its zenith, blood-red tendrils coiling around his shoulder. He summoned blood shadows, attacking the silver-horned python with fervor. Under Guan Li's frenzied assault, the python's blood, energy, and life force dwindled rapidly. Its condition had become dire, insufficient to sustain its evolution. With a final roar, the silver-horned python unleashed a catastrophic surge of silver lightning from its horn. Not good. Guan Li's pupils constricted, a strong sense of danger flooding over him. Bone armor. He quickly conjured a suit of bone armor, bracing the bloodthirsty blade before him. A cacophony ensued as multiple silver lightning bolts struck him. Guan Li spat blood. His body hurled into the waterlogged ground. The bone armor shattered, blood gushing from his arm. The silver-horned python interrupted its evolution, releasing the accumulated energy in a violent explosion. All soldiers near the python were obliterated by the terrifying silver lightning, leaving a scene of devastation scattered with remnants.